Ruo Meng is a clear-minded yet foolish, kind-hearted university student in the reserves, known for her exuberant and humorous personality. Just as she was about to relish a perfect summer vacation free of assignments, she met with an untimely demise. Following this, she found herself transported to the world of Jujutsu Kaisen. System ding. Deeply rooted resentment detected, presenting you with the delectable Watanabe Satoru. Go forth and pursue him. What? Such a delightful turn of events. Thus, while Ruo Meng engaged in her pursuits, she spent more time with her companions, diligently working to build a loving and peaceful Tokyo. System, what on earth are you doing? What is this Maluo officer nonsense? Go pursue Watanabe Satoru. Realizing the situation was dire, the system unleashed a variety of heart-thumping missions. However, it was to no avail. The young girl successfully transformed the dating simulation into an exhilarating adventure game. The system subsequently crashed. System, wait, host, have you truly never experienced love? Ruo Meng, because my teacher forbade early relationships. System, all right, two eccentric fools, I'm done with this. Ultimately, the increasingly impatient Watanabe Satoru took the initiative. Chapter 1. A fortuitous beginning to the journey. You have perished. Then you traverse to another realm. The numbing sensation from excessive blood loss still weighed heavily on your limbs, while your brain instinctively shielded itself, depriving you of most of your senses. After 10 minutes of chaos, you came to terms with reality. You picked up a somewhat hefty mobile device to check the time. April 1st, 2018, Friday, 18:30. Yet, the time you inhabit has already advanced to 2024. As you pondered, the digits on the screen changed to 1831. To swiftly grasp the current situation, you chose to first inspect the photo album. The album contained little useful information, a few selfies, and mostly academic and scenic photographs. The images showcased a face nearly indistinguishable from your own. As you continue to scroll, you stumbled upon a student ID photograph. The pristine little square bore the visage of a young girl, fair-skinned, with soft and well-defined features, possessing a remarkable bone structure. As someone who has just emerged from the trials of the college entrance examination, you possess a keen self-awareness. Even if the resemblance is striking, you are certainly not the same individual. Your own face, ravaged by the rigors of study, could never appear so immaculate. Indeed, you had just completed your college entrance exams. You had exhausted every ounce of energy on studying, reciting notes, even while eating and washing your feet, leaving no time for skincare or makeup. After enduring the arduous Gaokao examination, you finally emerge into the light, only to meet an untimely demise and unexpectedly traverse to this realm. The mere thought of having to once again endure the hellish ordeal of preparation fills you with despondency, extinguishing your desire to continue perusing your phone. As you prepare to vacate the confines of the wardrobe, a wave of dizziness engulfs your mind. You feel as though you are plummeting into an infinite abyss, a sensation akin to the descent of your very soul, utterly inescapable. Upon reopening your eyes, you find yourself returned to the moment of your initial arrival. It is April 1st, 2018, a Friday, at 18:30. You are not entirely oblivious to the gravity of the situation. In your leisure, you find solace in novels and anime, indulging in a wide array of genres such as infinite flow, otherworldly traversals, and suspenseful thrillers. Having recently encountered death and transition, your capacity for acceptance remains robust, swiftly coming to terms with the phenomenon of temporal regression. You speculate that the inevitable demise may be attributed to failing to complete a particular task within a specified time frame. Illuminated by your phone's flashlight, you can distinctly observe the motes of dust suspended in the air. In a space reminiscent of the cramped wardrobe, you curl up amidst a pile of blankets. A faint musty odor lingers in the air, accompanied by a hint of rust. Could it possibly be related to that which you are evading? Evading? What exactly were you trying to escape? The wardrobe door is merely to your left. Opening it would allow you to step outside. By simply turning the knob, you could unveil the nature of your fears. Yet, an instinctual warning compels you to resist the urge to open the door. Questions arise in a torrent. Would remaining inside the wardrobe result in an endless cycle? Even if something malevolent lurked beyond the door, would you be forced to start anew? To test your hypothesis, you continue to scroll through your phone while keeping a vigilant eye on the passage of time, allowing the seconds to slip away unnoticed. From the photographs in your album, it becomes evident that this world bears a striking resemblance to your own, differing only in the march of time. Judging by the text and architecture, you have indeed traversed to the land of neon lights. As the clock strikes 1900 hours, the familiar sensation of dizziness returns, and your soul once again descends. You awaken at the very moment from which it all began. Realizing that you can indeed reverse time, a sense of reassurance washes over you, even in the face of the unknown terrors that await beyond the wardrobe. What could lie beyond that door? A mixture of anticipation and trepidation courses through you, invigorating your senses. Ultimately, only by departing this place can you uncover the source of your fears that awaits outside. With a soft rustle, the wardrobe door slides open. The first thing that catches your eye is a modest glass window, through which the brilliant orb of the moon shines, framed by a grid of wooden lattice. The room remains shrouded in darkness, and you take in your surroundings by the moonlight. The decor is replete with exotic tatami, the modest bedroom exuding a quintessential Japanese aesthetic, reminiscent of Nobita's room from Doraemon. Alas, in stark contrast to the nostalgic charm of childhood, a creature resembling a nightmarish Cthulhu stands ominously at the center of the room. It seems drawn to the sound you inadvertently made, turning its head in your direction. Although its back is turned to you, this proves inconsequential. The massive head rotates a full 180 degrees, its face now aligned with its back, while its neck stretches unnaturally. You can even hear the sound of sinew straining to its breaking point. Those enormous, lantern-like yellow eyes fixate upon you unblinkingly. In their depths, you catch a glimpse of your own pale reflection. Your fingers, resting on the door, tighten their grip as tendrils of its heavy breath tousle your hair, hastening your breath. What is this? Why did you fail to see it first? A wave of fear engulfs your senses, causing your nose to tingle and your eyes to sting, triggering an uncontrollable flow of tears. Your lips tremble uncontrollably. You yearn to articulate something, to take action. A cry for help would suffice. You must move. Your mind attempts to command your limbs to flee, while instinctively your gaze falls upon the creature's feet. A woman's hollow, unfocused gaze is fixed intently on the direction of the wardrobe, her abdomen gaping open, spilling a gruesome array of innards. The visage is somewhat familiar, yet you cannot recall where you have seen her before. Her mouth is agape, lips stained a vivid red, as if she wishes to convey something, or perhaps her cries were mere echoes of her final moments. She has become fodder for the creature. In this instant, the reason for your repeated regressions becomes painfully clear. It is death. Should you fail to escape within the next half hour, once the creature has finished with the woman, you will be next. The strings of your mind snap. You scream. You die. Upon opening your eyes, you find yourself returned to half an hour prior. You have yet to recover from the agonizing pain of being torn apart, trembling as you cover your mouth, your throat emitting a silent scream. The disparity in power between you and the creature renders direct confrontation impractical. Your only recourse is to flee. However, the exit lies behind the creature, necessitating passage through it to escape. Fortunately, its attention is currently fixated on the corpse. This is your sole opportunity. You gingerly slide open the door, striving to make no sound. Yet, whether due to the timing of your door's opening or the knowledge that the creature resides in that location, as you pull aside the paper door, you lock eyes with a pair of yellow lantern-like orbs. You recoil in terror, rendered voiceless by your fear. You are dead. Upon opening the wardrobe door once more, you are met by a pair of eyes resembling yellow lanterns. Your hand trembles uncontrollably. You are dead. You have faced death countless times. Before succumbing to despair, you have finally acclimated to the harsh reality of confronting the monster's gaze the moment you open the door. This is an inevitability, for you must flee. You must survive. Even in the depths of your terror, you have discerned the patterns of the monster's attacks through repeated encounters with death. You glean scant information from the few clues at your disposal. The reason you can still see after that first door opening is due to the lingering effects of facing the monster, which resulted in your demise. It resembles a form of awakening or psychological suggestion. Furthermore, it does not attack upon the first sighting. Rather, it engages in a series of actions directed at what it perceives. Moreover, blood holds a far greater allure for the monster than the living. You dread the notion that this world is rife with such monsters, and you fear that if you step outside, another one awaits you. Yet, you must first leave this place. You understand that you must not make eye contact, must not scream or display fear, and must not flee. You can only pretend that nothing has occurred, that you see nothing, and exit nonchalantly. When you reveal your terror towards the monster, it will strike in an instant. The initial circumstance, devoid of any retreat, leaves you incapable of devising a better strategy. You strive to maintain a gaze devoid of focus to evade the monster's probing eyes. Departing the wardrobe, your feet sink into the slick, viscous blood, and you suppress your nausea with each step toward the sole exit of the room. Despite your utmost caution, you have overlooked the most crucial point. If you truly cannot see the monster, it will not avoid the one blocking the wardrobe's entrance. A sharp pain pierces your back as its claws pierce your body. All your strength dissipates in an instant as the monster hoists you high, much like a colossal candied strawberry. Summoning your last reserves of energy, you offer the monster a mocking smile, laboriously raising your middle finger in defiance. The monster, perplexed, promptly bites off your head. You are dead, yet this was your most glamorous demise. Once again locking eyes with the monster, you expressionlessly slam the door shut. To see the monster is to die. To attempt escape is to die. Since there is no avoiding the inevitable fate of death, you resign yourself to this demise. At the very least, allow yourself half an hour to regain composure before contemplating your next move. You fold your hands and lie back into the cold embrace of your bedding, seeking solace from the anguish wrought by your incessant deaths. Over half an hour passes without incident. You have not perished, nor do you experience dizziness or a sense of falling. This is not an escape. You still feel the suffocating grip of the iron chains binding you tightly. The hell persists, yet from this moment onward, everything shall commence anew. Chapter 2. Mental Assault and Salvation Outside. The incessant sound of bones and sinews compressing and grinding fills the air. Perhaps it is the monster stirring, or more likely, it is feasting upon human flesh. This horrifying cacophony envelopes you from all sides, relentlessly assaulting your will. You attempt to mentally summon the system, deliberately pausing for a moment. No response. It appears you are indeed devoid of a system, unable to sense any miraculous aid, nor can you summon the spiral sphere or the Bankai. When will death strike next? How much longer until the monster unleashes its onslaught? You are left in the dark. The uncertainty of an impending demise amplifies your terror. You endeavor to utilize your final moments to compose a farewell letter to your family in a distant land, seeking psychological solace. Dear Mom and Dad, I am doing well in this foreign land. Here, cherry blossom trees abound like mountains, and during the season of falling petals, it rains blossoms everywhere. The jianbingguozi here is delectable, infused with the taste of char siu sauce, and the doji here differs from that back home, enhanced with matcha powder. Lastly, I truly love you both. As you type away on the screen, tears cascade uncontrollably. Although it is highly probable that your family will never receive this letter, you pour forth your heartfelt sentiments. To traverse into another realm only to confront death, you are but a mere plaything. Who could possibly be more wretched than you? Just as you inscribe the final word of your letter, your phone suddenly receives a new message notification. The device vibrates twice, accompanied by a notification chime. Although the sound is not loud, it pierces your eardrums. Though you instinctively mute the volume, you clutch your phone tightly, even easing your breath. After a prolonged wait, confirming there is no sound from outside, you gradually release your grip on the phone and begin to examine the new message. Aunt Huizi, why didn't you go to school? A glimmer of hope. Realizing that you had neglected the option of seeking help from others, you eagerly type a plea for assistance. Help me. Suddenly, you freeze. Who is Aunt Huizi? Withdrawing your hovering finger from the send button, you scroll back through your previous conversations with her. To your horror, you discover that Aunt Huizi is indeed the guardian assigned to you during your studies in Japan. You continue to search upward and finally find a photograph featuring Aunt Huizi. The woman, in her 40s, has a refined visage and vibrant red lips. You have seen this face, lying on the floor outside. The phone screen, which had automatically dimmed, brightens once more. Aunt Huizi, why didn't you go to school? 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 New message notifications continue to flood in, each one overlaying the last, ultimately saturating the screen. A tremor in your hand causes the phone to tumble onto the bedding. The anxiety and pressure of the confined space gradually plunge your mind into chaos. You begin to envision your demise. Will you be dismembered? Have your skin flayed in a cruel manner? Or will you be consumed bit by bit, like a humanoid jelly, drenched in delectable juices? Hasten the end. Let it all conclude. Death is your liberation. Your hand reaches for the doorknob, and just as you are about to exert force to pull it open, another hand clamps tightly around your wrist. You do not wish to die? You inhale deeply, cradling your hand back to your chest, firmly imprisoning it. The phone illuminates once more. Aunt Wheezy, why haven't you replied? Aunt Wheezy, can you see me? 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 It's happening again. You feel a deafening roar in your ears, overwhelming the prolonged ringing. You know well that you are not strong enough to face death, yet you ardently yearn to survive. Amidst countless agonizing brushes with death, you have never relinquished the hope of life. But at this moment, you feel weary of holding on. If you were to take your own life, would it put an end to this relentless torment? Would a willingly embraced death be your conclusion? Indeed, rather than perish at the hands of the monster. Your trembling pupils scan the confining space, ultimately resting upon your delicate hands. The pink-tipped fingers gradually ascend towards your neck. Beneath a thin layer of skin, your arteries pulsate, radiating with vibrant life. You grip your throat tightly, capillaries bursting and swelling in a rapid flush of crimson. It becomes evident that the mind will not permit one to take their own life. As dizziness and oxygen deprivation set in, pain forces you to release your grasp. A chilling realization creeps from your toes up your spine, leaving you entirely cold. It seems that your erratic behavior is somehow connected to the monster. It has cast a bizarre curse upon you, drawing forth the darkest thoughts from within, accompanied by the sound of shattering glass. The monster emits a roar tinged with fear and anger. Then all noises cease. Footsteps slowly approach the cabinet where you are hidden. You bite your lip tightly, clutching the quilt in your hands. The sound of footsteps, reminiscent of wading through blood, halts nearby. After a brief pause, the footsteps draw ever closer. With a sudden rustle, light floods into the cabinet as you muster the strength to throw off the quilt, obstructing the monster's line of sight, and you forcefully collide with it. The monster seems to roar something, perhaps uttering human words, attempting to ensnare your mind. You will not be swayed. Yet madness has consumed you. Only the sound of your heartbeat and your breath remain in this world. You are acutely aware of the disparity in strength between you. Seizing the moment when the monster briefly loses sight of you, you dash towards the door. But you forget about Aunt Wheezy at the entrance. Your indifference to her demise, perhaps even your willful neglect, is the curse of Aunt Wheezy. You stumble upon the tatami, soaked in blood and entrails. The woman with crimson lips is flipped over, her feeble head now facing you, exuding a chilling aura. She seems to mock your foolishness. You crumble entirely. You are merely a naive and unskilled university student. With a mind full of knowledge but devoid of practical skills, why were you thrust into such a terrifying realm? You huddle on the ground, clutching your head, trembling in fear as you await your impending death. Yet the anticipated pain does not arrive. Instead, a warm, dry hand rests upon your head. A powerful, soothing voice resonates in your ears, akin to a gentle melody in the forest, pulling you back to reality. Do not be afraid. I am here. Chapter 3. Rescued by a kind-hearted neighbor, do not be afraid. I will protect you. Xiaoming. Xiaoming, did you have a nightmare? You blink through tear-filled eyes, and the silvery strands of hair that overwhelmed your senses vanish. In their place, you behold a warm golden mane styled in a neat side part. The man, with golden hair and blue eyes, stands tall, his slightly wrinkled suit hinting at wear, and dark circles under his eyes suggest fatigue. You gaze at the man in a daze, then glance around, your sight landing upon the full-length mirror in the bedroom, where once there were monsters. Even the thick, fresh blood that had soaked into the tatami mats has vanished without a trace. All illusions recede like the tide. Nightmares? Dreams? Forgive me. I arrived home from work only to hear your screams, hence I did not knock. You understand, the true second act has commenced. Memories flood your mind. You are Ruo Meng, an exchange student from the porcelain country. Although you share the same name, your childhood experiences diverged vastly. You grew up in the porcelain country, in a harmonious family with both parents alive, embodying the spirited personality of a typical beautiful girl. In contrast, this world's Ruo Meng is an orphan who, through sheer determination, secured a scholarship to study abroad and is currently in the Neon country. Fortunately, your proficiency in Japanese as a second language is commendable, albeit occasionally hindered by unfamiliar characters and grammatical errors. Nothing too grave. As long as you can read and write, you manage to get by without revealing your shortcomings. Due to unforeseen circumstances with your originally arranged host family, you now reside temporarily in Mr. Nanami's home. It is rather unconventional for a young girl to stay in the abode of a solitary man. Nevertheless, given the circumstances, no other family was willing to take you in. Everyone regarded you as a harbinger of misfortune. 2 months ago, upon returning from the hospital and standing before the police-taped door, enduring the scrutiny of onlookers, the door next door swung open. Mr. Nanami, your neighbor, stepped out voluntarily, exuding the air of a mature and reliable man, unhesitatingly expressing his willingness to provide temporary shelter for you. Aunt Keiko's neighbor, Mr. Nanami, is unexpectedly a foreigner with golden hair and blue eyes. Rumor has it he is an elite in the financial trade industry who returned to Japan during his youth. This man, who appears to dislike trouble, stood tall to shield you from the prying remarks. At that moment, he crouched down to meet your gaze, his expression somewhat stiff, as if unaccustomed to such a gentle smile. It seemed he was a person who rarely smiled, but possessed a surprisingly tender heart. This was your second impression of your guardian. Would you like to stay at my place? You nodded in response. Under Mr. Nanami's awkward yet meticulous care, you gradually regained some of your spirited personality, and smiles began to grace your face more frequently. In a remarkably short time, Mr. Nanami managed to arrange your temporary residency as an exchange student. He even added your name to the doorplate. You felt deeply moved, even grateful. Thus, life continued for a few months, subtly hinting at a more permanent arrangement. Mr. Nanami is a remarkably dependable adult, although his expressions can sometimes be intimidating. He excels at caring for children. It even leads one to ponder whether he is a single father, possibly divorced, who has children. His profession keeps him extraordinarily busy, with overtime being the norm. Just a few days ago, in the throes of a high fever, you inadvertently called out Daddy to him for the first time. You hastily wiped away your tears and snot, retreating into the warmth of your blankets. I'm fine. Thank you for waking me, Mr. Nanami. After confirming your well-being, Mr. Nanami stood and walked towards the door. You have classes starting today, right? What would you like for breakfast? Shizuki, having just emerged from a fever, your throat felt parched, craving something light and soupy. Mr. Nanami paused for a moment, glancing back at you, who was curled up in the blankets, exuding the weariness of a laborer. He was indeed meticulous. Even in such a fatigued state, his rolled-up sleeves showed no signs of creases. We don't have green tea. Is Shizuki acceptable? You nodded vigorously, almost wanting to shout, Daddy, I love you. But reason kept your lips in check. That would be wonderful. The apartment had poor sound insulation, and every noise was distinctly audible. You could hear the refrigerator door opening, the rush of water, the sound of washing rice, and the pressing of the rice cooker. Once the door closed, you entered a standby state in a mere second. After nodding yourself dizzy, you languidly awaited the alarm to ring from beneath the covers. Mechanically, you threw off the blankets and got out of bed. It wasn't until your feet touched the cotton slippers that your soul felt as if it had returned from the ether, granting you a modicum of reality. Your previous clothing was left behind, ensnared by the police tape in Aunt Keiko's room, and you couldn't take any of it with you. However, the school uniform, a newly issued summer version, became your only attire aside from your pajamas. A timely blessing. You opened the wardrobe door. Inside were just a few uniquely Japanese JK uniforms, a white blouse and a neatly folded plaid skirt, all arranged in the spacious corner of the wardrobe. You hastily pulled on an outfit and opened the bedroom door. The clock in the living room pointed to 7:20. The recent nights of nightmares had left you somewhat on edge. Yawning, you made your way to the washroom, where the warm orange-yellow light enveloped you as you turned on the tap. The sound of running water drowned out the lingering ringing in your ears. Holding a comb, you stared vacantly at your reflection in the mirror. It's rather shameful to admit, but even after a month of being here, you are still captivated by the beauty of the girl staring back at you. The reflection reveals a youthful visage with a hint of baby fat, cascading black hair like a waterfall, and a delicate face akin to fine porcelain, with willow-shaped eyebrows, peach blossom eyes, and a cherry blossom mouth. She embodies the quintessential Eastern beauty, subtle yet graceful. Her eyes are a brilliant red, reminiscent of rubies, perhaps reflecting the recent tears that have left a rosy hue at the corners, accentuating the tear mole beneath her eye. It is as if her parents' virtues have been magnified tenfold, while their flaws have been rendered non-existent, creating a visage of flawless beauty. You still recall the moment you were mesmerized by the animated series on the television. What is this? A two-dimensional world portraying a two-dimensional drama? Could there be a channel broadcasting Pokemon battles? You scoured every channel, but regrettably found none. The stars on the television also possessed that two-dimensional allure, often leading you to feel as though you were watching anime while viewing the news and dramas. Recently, you have become a fan of an underground idol girl group, B Kamichi. Humming the group's hit song Code B, you began to comb your hair. The teeth of the comb grazed your neck, bringing a sharp sting. Your gaze fell upon your neck, where an unmistakable bruise lay glaringly upon the gently pulsing skin of your artery. You were certain that this mark did not exist until just last night. Struggling to recall the events between falling asleep yesterday and waking up today, you remain utterly perplexed. An absurd thought flickers through your mind. Before you can ponder further, Mr. Nanami's voice beckons from the living room. Xiaoming, come eat. You hastily turned off the tap, gave your hair a quick brush, and tossed the comb into the storage basket. Coming. Chapter 4, School. The steam rising from the kombu and clam soup temporarily soothed your swollen eyes and comforted your tumultuous insides. Your temporary guardian, Mr. Nanami, sat across from you at the dining table, dressed in a suit and adorned with a pink plaid apron. This seemingly incongruous, yet harmonious ensemble suited him surprisingly well. He appeared quite busy, typing away on his laptop, occasionally sipping coffee. You have grown accustomed to playing with your phone during meals, yet in this moment, with your guardian by your side, you dare not engage in such audacious behavior. The atmosphere becomes somewhat awkward. Have you adapted a little? Mr. Nanami is the first to speak. I have. Thanks to Mr. Nanami, I am currently doing quite well. As Mr. Nanami's gaze falls upon you, your voice diminishes, and your head lowers further. You refrain from expressing that aside from certain matters at school, you have no worries. Instead, you set down your spoon and sit upright once more. It is true, aside from still experiencing nightmares, there is nothing troubling you. Is that so? That is good to hear. Mr. Nanami never probes too deeply into your circumstances. Everything is communicated with subtlety, allowing for a comfortable rapport between you. He puts away his notebook into his briefcase, and as he stands, the wooden chair scrapes back with a sound that carries a hint of fatigue. I'll head to the office now. Just place the dishes in the sink after you finish. I'll return tomorrow to wash them. You initially respond reflexively, then belatedly realize Mr. Nanami just worked through the night, didn't he? He won't be home tonight. Is he only coming back to make breakfast for me? You certainly do not wish to be a burden to your temporary guardian. A burden equates to exhaustion, which leads to weariness, ultimately resulting in abandonment. Although your bank account boasts sufficient funds from your scholarship for meals, it falls short for daily expenses. You are acutely aware that no one is willing to take you in at this moment. The cost of renting a place while juggling studies and work is beyond your means. As Mr. Nanami approaches the entrance, he looks back at you, contemplating, and endeavors to speak in a gentle tone. Don't overthink it. I merely need to return to collect a stamp and will prepare breakfast as a side task. The soft sound of the door closing at the entrance gradually brings you back to reality, and you turn your gaze toward the now cooling breakfast on the table. Mr. Nanami is truly a kind soul. Daddy, I love you. A sudden cold accompanied by a high fever forced you to take leave last Friday, resulting in 3 consecutive days of rest over the weekend. Today marks your return to school, having already troubled your guardian for a meal. You certainly wouldn't shamelessly leave the dishes in the sink unattended. You wash the dishes and place them in the cabinet. Noticing that time is still ample, you decide against taking the bus and leisurely stroll to school with your backpack in tow. The June morning breeze is incredibly refreshing. It is the season when trees flourish, and the wind carries the scent of fresh grass. At this hour, the school is sparsely populated, enveloped in a serene whiteness that brings you joy. Before your arrival, the individual who inhabited this body had a commendable social standing, with many friends in the grade. While you possess a vague recollection of names, you struggle to remember those who are unimportant to you. Everyone is aware of the robbery and murder that befell your family, and they show a certain leniency towards your sudden outbursts. However, you wish to avoid the awkwardness of not being able to address others by name, and you diligently try to bypass the large-scale morning greetings each day. There is a roadblock in the schoolyard, but it appears to lack strength, and you typically ignore it. As you pass the empty playground, you keep your head down to evade eye contact and quicken your pace toward the academic building. A chameleon, moving like a fish through the earth, leaps up, extending its tongue adorned with eyes, as it clings to the goalpost, watching you depart. Since the last incident during gym class when you fell and bled, that creature has taken an interest in you. Your previous encounter taught you that the monster is sensitive to the scent of blood. Thus, you have been too afraid to confront it and have been feigning illness to skip gym class lately. Each time you pass the playground, you feel its gaze linger upon you, yet it shows no intent to attack. Since the members of the football team were inexplicably hospitalized, you have keenly observed that this creature has become more corporeal. Your unease grows, and you resolve to take a detour starting tomorrow. As you dash into the academic building, you finally exhale. You are well aware of the rules when encountering monsters. Do not make eye contact, do not show fear, do not linger. Just as you reach for the shoe cabinet, a cascade of white envelopes spills forth, scattering across the floor. You feel a slight headache. It has only been 3 short days. Having dealt with similar unexpected situations before, you are surprised but not alarmed. You swiftly gather the white envelopes and stuff them into your backpack, change into your indoor shoes, and close the cabinet door in one fluid motion. As the iron door closes, a sudden male voice calls from behind. Yum, You finally come to class. Just a moment ago. You were enveloped in fear, and now your hair nearly stands on end from the shock. The boy's aggressive proximity leaves you with only a fist's distance between you. He is strikingly handsome, resembling a star from television. You are not unfamiliar with him. He is Sato Eiichiro, who sits in front of you. His overly close approach makes you uneasy, prompting you to subtly step back. Good morning, Sato-kun. Sato Eiichiro attempts to pat your shoulder. You feign nonchalance as you sidestep, narrowly avoiding his hand. If Sato-kun has nothing else, I'll head to the classroom first. You hold your backpack with both hands behind you, smile, and turn to leave. Sato Eiichiro doesn't have the chance to respond before you disappear around the corner of the staircase. Good morning, Sato-kun. Sato Eiichiro turns with a beaming smile, radiating youthful exuberance. Good morning, Aiko-chan. Aoyama Aiko, with one hand slung casually over her backpack and the other on her hip, stands stylishly with a sweater tied around her waist. It's a very trendy outfit for a fashionable girl. What was Sato-kun just doing? He opens a beautifully sealed envelope with a utility knife from his desk and retrieves neatly folded stationery. I am captivated by your eyes. Please go out with me, or I shall perish. Are you afraid? How delightful. Your fearful expression is quite enchanting. A creep. You frown. Such an obsessive confession does not evoke the heart-pounding excitement, but rather a slight discomfort. You have no desire to look again, crumpling the letter into a ball. You take out all the letters from your backpack and toss them into the classroom's back row trash can. Disgusted, you pull out a tissue to wipe your hands. Approximately 2 weeks ago, you had declined an anonymous confession on your phone. Perhaps the polite language used to maintain decorum led to this. Since then, your shoe cabinet has been inundated with inexplicable love letters. The content was initially explicit, gradually becoming more extreme. Truly, an unrelenting specter. You discard the tissue into the trash can as well. You organize your textbooks from your backpack and place them on your desk. Then borrow notes from a nearby female classmate for Friday's lessons. In this seemingly endless second phase, diligent study becomes your sole conviction. To your astonishment, there are 2 periods of neon history. Resigned, you flip through the notebook, your expression of despair amusing your desk mate. After all, little Yum is not from neon. So it's entirely understandable that she can't remember. This history, fabricated and revised, is fundamentally inconsistent with what you learned in the Porcelain Nation, presenting a hellish challenge for its people. You still recall how painfully abysmal your score was on the first test of neon history. Due to a lack of empathy and perspectives and the presence of harsh remarks, the guardians of the host family were summoned. The exam paper inquired, what persecution did the Netherlands endure during World War II? You retorted, persecution. Why don't you go eat? You. The paper continued, discuss your views on Hiroshima. You replied, does the little boy like it? If the porcelain country and Miss Joe like it, I shall gladly send it to you. The history teacher marked you a 6. Chapter 5, Eye Gouging. As a paragon of being meek offline, yet passionately outspoken online, you unsurprisingly received a score of 0. You had no doubt that if paper scores could plunge into the negatives, yours would be a staggering 100. The teacher's gaze upon you had transformed, akin to that directed at a spy or a dissident. Fortunately, subsequent exams did not revisit the topics of World War II. Your temporary guardian, not being a traditional Dutch person, showed little regard for your political views. Initially, you clung to the thought of returning home at an indeterminate time, diligently taking notes to ensure their rightful owner could seamlessly continue their studies upon return. The spirit of perseverance during exam preparation reignited within you. Your methodical approach to studying and your meticulously organized notes were easily comprehensible, ensuring the original owner could keep pace with their studies upon their return. This utopian illusion became almost an obsession in your longing to return home. As classmates began to borrow your notes, your reputation among them gradually improved. They were eager to correct your minor grammatical errors, and you generously taught them the intricacies of Chinese characters. However, there remained a small clique with whom you had a less than amicable relationship. This group was the support team for the charming Sato-kun, who sat directly in front of you, with his striking looks and a warm demeanor reminiscent of central heating. Sato-kun was a moderately well-known model among the students and was immensely popular at school. Had this individual not been seated directly in front of you, occasionally directing unnecessary concern your way, you might have felt pleased to have such a small heartthrob in the school. Each time Sato spoke to you, the eyes of his support team would scrutinize every interaction. Should the distance between you exceed 30 centimeters, you would receive a warning via text message. The headstrong members of the support team should really keep a closer eye on their idol, observing the youth's back drawing nearer at an unknown moment. You silently inched your desk away. My apologies, Sato-kun. For the sake of my tranquil high school life, it is best we maintain our distance. Days spent earnestly listening in class always seemed to pass swiftly. As the sun set, its fiery glow mingled with the encroaching darkness, casting a crimson hue over the ivory tower. After school, you politely declined an invitation to walk home with your deskmate, and instead sat alone in the classroom, organizing the notes you had missed. A girl with golden waves knocked on the doorframe, capturing your attention. Is this you, Ruo Meng? You cautiously placed your hands under the desk, scanning the faces of the three before you, recognizing them as classmates you had previously spoken with. The girl with golden waves was Aoyama Aiko, a classmate of Ruo Meng, while the girl on the left was from another class. They were all members of Sato's support team. Ruo Meng, shall we have a chat? They urged, shoving you into the girls' restroom. The restroom was dim, devoid of light, and as the last remnants of daylight faded, a faint moonlit glow illuminated the darkness. A sink filled with water was soaking textbooks, the cover of one inscribed with the name Ruo Meng. The elegant handwriting blurred in the water, the ink diffusing like blood. With a sudden splash, icy wastewater cascaded from above, a metal bucket bouncing off the tiled floor, creating a jarring sound in the otherwise silent restroom. Your white shirt quickly became semi-transparent, clinging to your body as droplets of water trailed down your dark hair, slithering across your skin. Soaked to the bone, you lay on the floor, a cough rising in your chest causing your body to tremble slightly. Your already pale face growing even more ashen. Such unprovoked cruelty was utterly perplexing and infuriating. The reason? In Aoyama Aiko's hand was a baseball bat. Her demeanor light and carefree as she observed your disarray, daring to discard Sato-kun's love letter, yet unprepared for the consequences. This was truly all there was to it. You glanced at the large bag of white letters Aoyama held, the recent events suddenly connecting like dots forming an astonishing truth. Cough, so it was him? What are you pretending for? A sharp sting struck your face as you were slapped, your cheek twisting to the side. Pain radiated from the impact. A high-pitched ringing echoed in your ears, and your mind became increasingly alert. Aoyama Aiko seemed pleased with your pained expression. She stepped closer, squatting down, and seized your chin, forcing you to look up. Her long nails dug painfully into your cheek. I can tolerate Sato-kun liking someone else, but I cannot abide that person trampling on his feelings. A cryptic smile adorned Aoyama's face as she gently tucked a stray hair behind your ear. The girls A and B, in perfect synchrony, seized your arms, lifting her from the floor. Bruises marred your arms, and the violent tugging was agonizing. Their movements were practiced and fluid, a clear indication of their frequent engagement in such activities. Alone against three, you had no chance of escape or resistance. You cast your gaze down at the dark pocket of your skirt, recalling the monster that roamed the campus, the comforting silhouette of Mr. Nanami flashing before your eyes, before ultimately choosing to avert your gaze. You could only hope this torment would come to an end swiftly, if blood were to be drawn. Compared to death, this pain was trivial. Alas, the silence of the victim often emboldens the aggressor. Noticing your prolonged quietude, Aoyama Aiko smiled, her long nails hovering over your ruby-like eyes, lightly scraping your fragile eyelids. She had adorned her nails with press-on designs, embellished with large heart-shaped crystals. The tips of the nails were sharply pointed. The intensifying pressure caused unease to swell within you. You began to struggle with all your might, yet remained firmly restrained by the two girls. What do you intend to do? Have you lost your mind? Aoyama Aiko offered no reply, her tone revealing a psychopathy that rivaled even Sato's. Sato-kun mentioned in his letter that he adores your eyes. If I were to gouge them out and present them to him, he would surely be delighted, wouldn't he? Ah, just thinking about it sends shivers down my spine. A blood-curdling scream pierced the tranquility of the night. Meanwhile, within the confines of the Sujawara Third High School's Paranormal Phenomena Research Society, the forbidden seals were being meticulously removed, revealing the fingers of the Cursed King. From the epicenter of the school building, ripples of vibration radiated outward, shrouded in a palpable aura of curses, veiled by a dense, dark violet energy. Ignoring the three who had suddenly collapsed, you covered your left eye with your shirt sleeve and fled towards the infirmary at the end of the corridor. Breathless, tears mingled with sweat as they streamed down your cheeks, the intense pain near your brain prompting a rapid surge of adrenaline. Guilt, pleasure, and pain tormented your nerves simultaneously. Though you had once wished to traverse into the pages of novels and anime, the stark reality of experiencing such endless tragedy revealed itself to be far more brutal than imagined. Until now, you remain oblivious to the significance of your presence here. Salvation? Adventure? Romance? None of these. What looms before you is merely an endless barrage of intimidation and death. You are even compelled to engage in a daunting mental study, subjected to bullying for reasons that elude comprehension, enduring irreparable harm. Enough is enough. Why must you endure such tribulations? Why does misfortune perpetually linger? All you desire is to lead a mundane life alongside that warm-hearted individual. Sato, Aoyama, may they perish. May they all meet their demise. At this moment, the resentment that has long been festering within you has reached its zenith. As dark emotions take the reins, You sense a certain restraint within your body on the verge of shattering its confines. Hatred morphs into a force, coursing wildly through your veins, breaking through node after node. It is as if ice and fire intertwine, darkness and light collide. At the very instant these contradictory extremes converge, a resounding clang echoes in your mind, the sound of shackles breaking, the suffocating grip that bound you dissipates. In its wake comes a strange, yet formidable power. As the ruptured meridians connect and reorganize, reborn anew. Ding! Crush Strategy Game System 007 at your service. Chapter 6. The Hero's Sword and the Toy Sword. The empty infirmary flickers to life with a yellow glow, revealing a girl with damp, black hair seated upon a hospital bed. On the iron tray beside her lie scissors, adhesive tape, and gauze. She applies antibiotic ointment around her eyes, covering her left eye with a square of gauze, securing it with medical tape. The makeshift bandaging completed. The floor seems to tremble slightly. An earthquake? After a few moments of silence, confirming there are no subsequent tremors, she gazes into the mirror, wiping the bloodstains from her face. You just mentioned, what system are you? Although the long-awaited system has finally arrived, perhaps the timing is amiss. For she does not feel the exhilaration she had anticipated. The mischievous electronic voice repeats itself once more. Crush Strategy System 007 at your service. We are dedicated to serving every host with love in their hearts, merging the harsh realities of the world into a joyful game experience, allowing each host to immerse themselves in a wonderful romance with their male idol. Please place your utmost trust in 007. All right, can you help me return home? That is not possible. Can I refuse the tasks? That is also not an option. The gem-like red of her eyes flickers, lowering her gaze to conceal the profound emotional turmoil. Though she appears calm and rational, her stability teeters on the brink, maintaining a precarious balance between her dark and light sides. Clenching her fingers, a visible black mist envelopes her, bestowing a sense of rebirth through its remarkable power. A transformation system indeed. Like tossing a small stone into the ocean, the splashes of water fail to surpass the waves, instead being engulfed by the overwhelming tide. Yet, with the system's activation, all hatred miraculously transforms into a fervent desire to survive. The system claims this is a strategy game. Does sincere romance require brute strength? However, her romantic escapade seems markedly different from others. Which love game incorporates elements of yandere, perversion, and flesh-eating monsters, typically reserved for horror games? The playful electronic voice seems to have been stifled for quite some time, babbling incessantly. The premise of this world necessitates a plethora of negative emotions to activate the system, after which a generous starter pack will be awarded as compensation. Moreover, your eyesight has been restored. Restored? She blinks, pulling away the gauze from her left eye to reveal a dazzling, ruby-like orb, as captivating as ever. Her fingers graze her eyelid, and a kaleidoscope of jagged, colorful illusions floods her vision, a sharp pain quickly radiating through her neural pathways. Cold sweat beads upon her forehead as she inhales deeply, attempting to alleviate the momentary agony. The vision in her left eye is back, but clarity has not returned, and it appears to come with terrifying aftereffects. Seeing her curled up in pain on the bed, the system hurriedly clarifies. It's merely a restoration of physiological function. Don't exert yourself too much, little dream. You will recover in due time. After a while, as she finally regains her composure, she still appears pale, suddenly uttering a quip. How about installing a Sharingan for me? After a brief pause, amidst the cacophony of garbled sounds, 007 screams in an attempt to assert that it is not a wishing well. 007 does not possess such a thing. The kettle emits 2 beeps, the bubbling sound and rising steam lending some warmth to the chilly infirmary. She sighs deeply, her disappointment unmasked. What kind of world is this? Due to the profound grievances you harbored before your demise in your past life, you have drawn the attention of the supreme deity. To eradicate your resentments, the system detected a compatible player and transported you to the world of Jujutsu Kaisen. Jujutsu Kaisen? A revelation strikes her. She realizes that what she encountered at Aunt Keiko's house was indeed a cursed spirit. Thus, the power derived from her negative emotions is cursed energy? Initially, she had been introduced to it by a classmate, and due to a certain white-haired character's overwhelming popularity, she had unwittingly fallen into the fandom. Unfortunately, before she could finish watching, she had inexplicably been transported here. Aren't you a game system? What do you need me to do? The system chuckles. As stated, it is to pursue your crush, Satoru Gojo. Don't feel pressured, just enjoy the game. Not feeling particularly joyful, she appears somewhat despondent, staring at her haphazardly bandaged hand, lost in thought. As a system, 007 cannot comprehend the intricate nature of human emotions and can only attempt to redirect her attention, crafting a code for fireworks to amuse the young girl. Ding ding ding. A splendid gift package is the best remedy for a wounded heart. As soon as the words leave its mouth, a transparent electronic screen materializes before her. It feels akin to playing a game on a VCR. A large, shimmering graphic of a starter pack beckons her to click. It truly unfolds like a game. She blinks, lifting her right hand to press against the package in the air. There is no tangible sensation, as if she merely swiped through the air, yet the interface visibly alters. Fireworks explode before her, accompanied by exaggerated fanfare. As the contents of the starter pack shimmer and float in the air, dots of light reflect off the ruby, softening the girl's features. What do you think? Isn't it beautiful? There is a hint of pride in 007's tone. Not every host receives such treatment. She nods in agreement. It is indeed beautiful. Thank you. 007 stutters momentarily, then replies. What are you thanking me for? Hurry and check your equipment. There isn't much, but each icon sparkles vibrantly. One radiating a rare orange glow, an icon of a sword and another of a garment. She tentatively reaches for the sword's hilt, and the blinding orange light surges forth, prompting the equipment description to appear. Newbie-bound equipment, the shimmering hero's sword. As the saying goes, only the A rank is truly exceptional. Equipment attributes, base attack power increased by 150 probability of triggering a critical hit. Gazing at the tangible, yet hollow plastic sword in her hand, she fell into contemplation. A gentle shake revealed its feather-light nature. Through the translucent white blade, she could discern the chaotic wires within. The absurdity was overwhelming, making it difficult to encapsulate in a single phrase. Was this truly an orange piece of equipment? Was it not merely a plastic toy sold by street vendors in the square? Or perhaps she had misjudged the rarity associated with the colors of equipment. Ruo Meng recalled possessing a similar item during her childhood, one acquired for a mere 10 yuan, which dazzled with colorful lights and sound effects upon activation. Upon inspection, she indeed found the switch on the hilt. Pushing the button secured by a flower-shaped screw upward, the plastic sword failed to emit any light. Ruo Meng breathed a sigh of relief. It seemed this was not what she had initially thought. Just as she was about to examine the second novice item, the system's voice chimed in. In short, various coincidences have birthed this miraculous weapon. However, you have not installed batteries. Ruo Meng, so it is indeed just a 10 yuan toy sword? Chapter 7. No one can resist a high ponytail beauty. Please do not doubt. The sparkling hero's sword is indeed a rare piece of equipment. Ah, Ruo Meng, with her wide, innocent eyes, stowed away the hero's sword and began to inspect the second item in her novice package. As her fingers brushed against the clothing insignia, a flash of green light revealed a delicate black hairband in her palm. The band, 2 fingers wide and approximately 1 meter long, was crafted from black silk. Clicking to wear it, her long black hair was automatically swept into a high ponytail, cascading down her back. The attributes of the equipment materialized before her. Novice-bound equipment, a refined hairband that determines attributes. No one can resist a high ponytail, no one. Conquer your crush with beauty, little sister. Equipment attributes, novice equipment. Beauty value 5. When paired with the title, the enhancement doubles. Activated. Upon reading the small print in parentheses, Ruo Meng was taken aback. When had she acquired an activated title? She navigated to the basic information section, clicked on the green marker next to her name, and the text expanded, conveniently noting the source of acquisition. Congratulations on discovering a hidden novice benefit. Title acquired, charming little sister. Activated upon receiving 100 love letters before system activation. Title attributes. Wearing it grants a beauty value of 5. When paired with the title, the enhancement doubles. Activated. This could, in a sense, be considered a blessing in disguise. I want to thank you, Sato-kun. Having something is better than having nothing. Ruo Meng reluctantly accepted and adorned herself with her soul title. A gentle tap on the blank space caused the green title to shrink to an almost imperceptible font, gradually fading from view above her head. Unless Ruo Meng chose to reveal her title, others would never see it. After unpacking her novice package, Ruo Meng resolved to examine her basic stats. Guided by the system, she opened the basic stats panel. A turquoise translucent screen unfolded, nearly dominating her entire field of vision. A series of numbers scrolled upward as if undergoing a temporary calculation. Once they stabilized, they hovered in the air. Name, Ruo Meng. Gender, female. Age, 19. A flower-like age. Focus on your studies. Health points, 51, 100. Spell power, 235. Congratulations. Your dark emotions prior to system activation have resulted in this value being just slightly lower than that of a typical level 1 spellcaster. Attack power, 55. 100. Fragile and weak, barely capable of lifting a bucket of water. Speed, 27. Upper body speed is decent, but running is not your forte. I bet you would definitely trip on flat ground. Intelligence, 122. Unexpectedly clever, though unfortunately a bookworm. Beauty value, 805, 252, a peerless beauty. I hope you don't get so enamored with your looks that you forget to wash your face every morning. Equipped items, Sparkling Hero's Sword, orange, Refined Hairband, green. Equipped title, Charming Little Sister, green. Ruo Meng selectively ignored the disheartening notes in parentheses and scrutinized her basic stats, ready to counter any remarks. I will absolutely not trip on flat ground. Upon glancing at the attack power entry, she felt a sudden pang of disbelief. Even with the enhancement from the Sparkling Hero's Sword, her attack power remained a pitiful 10. Ruo Meng questioned, did you perhaps miscalculate? The calculations of the superbrain are infallible. By the way, Aoyama's attack power is 24 points. The system mercilessly stabbed. So what? A gentleman takes his revenge 10 years later. Oh, feeling impatient are we? You're quite the nuisance. With an expressionless demeanor, Ruo Meng clicked the X in the upper right corner, causing the basic attributes page to shrink to the lower left corner. Just as she closed the basic stats panel, a large notification box flickered, capturing her attention. Beauty value has reached 50. The first stage of the novice trial is now open. Would you like to enter the novice trial? Yes, no. For a moment, Ruo Meng was uncertain. In a dating simulation game, what aspect of training did the so-called novice tutorial entail? She did not rush to decide, opting instead to first understand the content of the novice trial. 007. What aspect does the novice trial pertain to? The novice trial is a customized program designed for players to quickly adapt to different worlds. In the realm of spellcasting, let me see. It appears to be a combat power enhancement trial, and the first trial is usually not too difficult. Little Meng can treat it as a stress relief outlet. It might even help dispel your bad mood. The world of spellcasting brims with peril. Those who do not engage are akin to ants. A delicate vase, utterly incapable of defending itself, would not survive, possibly even perishing sooner than an ordinary person. With this in mind, Ruo Meng decisively pressed the confirmation button. The turquoise translucent notification box transformed into pixelated squares, vanishing into thin air. The medical room scene gradually faded downward, replaced by a space resembling a black wormhole. Above, a colossal hourglass slowly dripped sand. The endless darkness seemed boundless, with only the spot where Ruo Meng stood emitting a faint glow. In the dark, a comically large-eyed fly emerged, wearing a lewd grin as it gazed forward, seemingly contemplating from which direction to launch its attack. As the cursed spirit materialized, the hero's sword automatically appeared in her hand, and Ruo Meng instinctively tightened her grip. A cursed spirit, the system kindly reassured her. The fly head is a level 4 cursed spirit. With the combat power of an ordinary person, it can be easily dealt with using a wooden baseball bat. 007 believes Little Meng can handle it. Good luck. Fortunately, the cursed spirit designated for training was a fly head rather than a terrifying monster, yet its eerie smile still evoked discomfort. Having faced death at the hands of cursed spirits countless times, her fear was a reflexive self-defense mechanism, impossible to suppress with mere rationality. Gritting her teeth, Ruo Meng raised her sword, directing it toward the front, and began to scrutinize the fly head. It appeared ordinary, lacking any formidable attack methods. After a prolonged gaze, it even seemed somewhat endearing. Seeing that Ruo Meng had finally summoned the courage to confront it, the system confirmed and initiated the trial. Novice Trial. Stage 1. /training. Swing your sword, girl. The minor monsters have respawned. Level 4 Cursed Spirit, Flyhead 1. Difficulty, half a star. Countdown, 3, 2, 1. As the mechanical counting ceased, the health bar of the flyhead shifted from green to red, and it charged towards the only human present with alarming speed. Startled by the mindless assault, Ruo Meng instinctively raised her sword in defense. The impact of the flyhead collided with the shimmering brave sword, sending ripples of invisible energy radiating outward. Gritting her teeth, Ruo Meng tightened her grip on the hilt and swung the sword with all her might, akin to a baseball bat. The deformed pink mass was propelled backward in an instant. Simultaneously, the red health bar above the flyhead was halved, revealing a total health of merely 20. Such a low figure. At last, Ruo Meng grasped the essence of the system's suggestion that a baseball bat could suffice. It truly was a matter of delivering 2 solid blows to vanquish it. Chapter 8. It is a well-known fact that all fears stem from a lack of firepower. With audacity, the flyhead would be rendered harmless. The flyhead appeared quite reluctant. The diminutive mass swiftly adjusted its angle, charging once more at the insufferable human who had wounded it. Being merely a level 4 cursed spirit, its intelligence and strength were proportionate. Its reckless, uncalculated rush was easily manageable. Moreover, its speed was not remarkable, allowing its trajectory to be captured by the naked eye. With a little foresight, Ruo Meng could strike true. Holding her breath, she concentrated all her attention on the rapidly approaching flyhead. Seizing the moment, she decisively swung the brave sword with a single, powerful stroke. Though it was a plastic toy sword devoid of a sharp blade, it cleaved through the flyhead effortlessly, severing it in two. As the red bar swiftly dwindled, its health reached 0. The flyhead had no time to emit a scream before dissolving into a cloud of black smoke. Defeated, Flyhead 1. Reward, Attack Power 1. She had succeeded. Ruo Meng remained vigilant with her sword for a moment longer, ensuring the flyhead had been thoroughly exorcised before exhaling a sigh of relief. The system whimsically played a congratulatory tune. A whimsical little ghost floated in midair, brandishing a glow stick and fervently cheering. Its movements were as fluid as a devoted fan of a decade in the idol scene. Xiao Meng, you are truly amazing. Here. These are the batteries bestowed upon you by the private system. Installing them will grant unexpected miraculous enhancements. What miraculous weapon requires batteries to activate? A smile, the first since her awakening, graced Ruo Meng's face as she accepted the 2 AA batteries floating in colorful bubbles and inserted them into the plastic sword's rear cover. Observing her success in brightening the mood of the gloomy little girl, 007 shyly cleared his throat, offering a reminder. Well, in any case, the second challenge is approaching. Be alert. Having just exorcised a cursed spirit for the first time, the increase of merely 1 point in attack power did not yield a significant sensation. After 007's antics, her fear and anxiety dissipated considerably, allowing Ruo Meng to refocus on the 2 flyheads emerging from the black void. Novice Trial. Second stage, Slashing Training, Swing Your Sword. Girl. Minor monsters have respawned. Level 4 Cursed Spirit Flyhead 2. Difficulty, half a star. Countdown, 3, 2, 1. As the countdown concluded, both flyheads surged toward the sword-wielding girl, their speed markedly greater than before. Ruo Meng was taken aback by their synchronized assault, as they flanked her from the left and right. Swiftly, she raised her sword to deflect the flyhead on the right. The collision created ripples, sending Flyhead 1 spiraling into the air. Simultaneously, Ruo Meng demonstrated remarkable flexibility, bending down to evade the incoming attack from the left. Seizing the opportunity while Flyhead 1 was airborne and unable to redirect its assault, she quickly thrust her sword towards Flyhead 2. In that moment, the brave sword began to shimmer, accompanied by an exaggerated sound effect reminiscent of a candy-crushing game. Excellent. Critical hit triggered. Defeated, Flyhead 1. Reward, Attack Power 1. In the incredulous gaze of Flyhead 2, Ruo Meng maintained her stance, frozen in place. There was no time to critique the absurd sound effect that was begging for commentary. It turned out that the 50 critical hit rate was contingent upon the target's point of impact, activating spontaneously. For example, the rear. Apologies, Flyhead 2. I did not intend to target your backside. Though her expression bore a hint of remorse, her hands remained swift, deftly dispatching Flyhead 1. Defeated, Flyhead 1. Reward, Attack Power 1. In the darkened space, she felt neither fatigue nor hunger, nor did she perceive the passage of time. The exhilaration of success flooded her brain with dopamine. Ruo Meng even managed to smile as she swung her sword, her eyes glimmering with an uncanny red light. 007 refrained from further commentary, mechanically progressing through the levels. Days slipped away unnoticed. Ruo Meng continued to eliminate flyheads, the count escalating from 1 to 100. From initially fending off solitary attacks, she adeptly managed to respond to a swarm of them surrounding her. She had entered a profound state where the commands her brain could convey had been reduced to mechanical motions, thrusts, slices, and sweeps. She learned the nuances of wielding the sword with efficiency and the angles that would yield critical hits. In the absence of shortcuts, through extensive practice, she gradually mastered the art, achieving reflexive counterattacks against sudden assaults from the cursed spirits. With no time to assess her accumulated attack power, the rapid respawns and relentless assaults honed her swordsmanship. Though she might not rival the prodigious experts, for a student who had never even held a kitchen knife, this was an extraordinary advancement. As time trickled by, the colossal hourglass in the sky finally completed its first cycle, signaling the end of training. Novice Trial First Stage. Slashing Training, Swing Your Sword Girl. Time's up. The second stage of the Novice Trial will commence upon reaching a beauty score of 100. Beauty score, 100 achieved. The second stage of the Novice Trial is now available. Would you like to enter the Novice Trial? Yes. No. Ruo Meng gazed upwards, where a grand and luminous prompt hovered in the dark expanse, nearly occupying the entire sky. It proved that venting frustrations through slaughter was undeniably effective. The red glow in her eyes faded, her rationality returning, and she felt an overwhelming sense of ease. Realizing she had lingered in the black space for far too long, she worried that if she vanished for several days, Mr. Chihai would certainly be distressed. With determination, Ruo Meng clicked no, closing the game interface and returning to reality. The darkness receded like a tide. Under the moonlight, the pale infirmary appeared even more eerie and silent. compared to the moment she entered the game. The minute hand on the wall clock had only moved 2 notches. Her hair and clothes remained damp. She was certain she had spent at least 3 days in the trial grounds. Considering her pace of eliminating a flyhead per minute, it could not have been merely 10 minutes. Yet only a brief 10 minutes had passed. The infirmary seemed to have endured a moderate earthquake. Fragments of fluorescent tubes littered the floor, casting a chilling gleam. She pressed the light switch, and the tungsten filament flickered with yellow sparks before falling silent. The 7 infamous urban legends that circulated among students were tales she too had heard. For instance, the female school nurse with a gaping mouth appearing in the infirmary at midnight, Miss Hanako lurking in the restroom, and the 13th step leading to a realm of spirits. All of these horrific scenes evoke a chilling dread, causing cold sweat to trickle down my back, leaving me momentarily parched and anxious. Despite Ruo Meng's soft calls for 007, there was no response. She flicked on the medical flashlight, directing its beam towards the ceiling, where the smooth surface of the overhead panel reflected a faint white light, offering her a modicum of psychological comfort. Suddenly, a loud noise erupted from outside the door, startling Ruo Meng, who was already on edge. Soon after, hurried footsteps echoed down the corridor. At this hour, it was unlikely that any normal human remained in the school. Did these entities, perhaps, transform into spirits to trouble her? Ruo Meng's gaze fixated on the infirmary door, her eyes blazing with intensity. 007 outside is. I fear it's not the few you're thinking of. The previously silent 007 finally spoke up. Ruo Meng was puzzled, unsure of the source of 007's unwavering conviction. Why? I just took a glance. Aiko Aoyama and her 2 companions are dead. This has nothing to do with you, right? Indeed, it seemed that this had no connection to her. Why would 007 ask her? The girl lowered her gaze, her fair face half illuminated by the moonlight and half shrouded in shadow. Ruo Meng gently pressed her palm against her left eye, a subtle smile curving her lips. Yet, who can truly predict the whims of fate? It appears that evil deeds meet with their due punishment, does it not? Chapter 9. Watching anime at double speed will result in punishment. The footsteps reached the doorway, prompting Ruo Meng to hastily approach and pull open the infirmary's sliding door. A boy, as swift as the wind, darted past her, tousling her hair and filling her mouth with a rush of cold air. The figure moved so quickly that she could barely discern a dark, humanoid shape. Shining the flashlight in that direction, it illuminated the spiky-haired boy. Noticing the fleeting light, he turned his head in disbelief, only to be blinded by the flashlight's glare, causing him to slip and fall. Manatee. Ruo Meng paused momentarily. Could he be a comedic performer practicing his routines in the school at such an hour? A louder cacophony of footsteps followed, reminiscent of a horde racing down the corridor, their heavy and chaotic sounds suggesting the recently established night-running club. This revelation brought a spark of joy to Ruo Meng, filling her with a sense of safety amidst the terrifying atmosphere of the midnight school. As for the spiky-haired boy, although he seemed unreliable, even comedic characters in horror films often meet grim fates. With eager anticipation, Ruo Meng turned to follow the sound, but the remainder of her sentence was swallowed back. Her once bright eyes dimming, her hopeful spirit sinking. Behind the boy, what followed was not the night-running club, but a grotesque curse that could fill the entire corridor. Looking as if it had evolved from a flea, cradling an unconscious girl in its arms. The curse, momentarily blinded by the sudden bright light, stumbled in its frantic dash, slipping and crashing to the ground. Manatee, Ruo Meng exclaimed, astonished. Perhaps you too should join the night-running club and take on comedic roles? Returning to the matter at hand, it would be no exaggeration to say that the curse's blood gauge was equivalent to 100 fly heads in length. Rubbing his rear, the curse rose, menacingly lunging towards Ruo Meng, its rage causing it to utter human words. Anyone within a 10-meter radius of the curse, prepare to die. Curse detected within 10 meters, automatically shifting to battle mode. The brave sword shall appear. Strangely, the curse seemed less daunting now, as Ruo Meng's heart raced. The unsettling scene before her oddly settled into tranquility. The countless hours spent practicing swordplay transformed her movements into a mere reflex. Grasp the sword, raise her hand, and swing. She noticed the spiky-haired boy's expression shift from disbelief to terror as he slowly opened and closed his mouth. Quick, run. Boom. In an instant, the small infirmary was enveloped in dust, the sound of crumbling concrete resonating throughout the campus. Concerned for the hostage held by the curse, Fushiguro Megumi had intended merely to create distance and seek an opportunity to rescue the girl. However, an unexpected figure appeared, forcing him to halt abruptly, his hands overlapping in preparation. Just as he was about to summon his Shikigami to save the girl, a series of coughs emerged from the haze. Cough, cough, cough. Fushiguro halted his actions. Wait, she is still alive. Upon closer inspection, he realized the curse's presence had vanished. As the dust began to clear, a girl with a high ponytail knelt on the ground, coughing violently. She cradled the unconscious girl who had been taken hostage, fanning her face as if to provide comfort. Though her small frame appeared fragile, she had effortlessly cleaved through the existence of a second-grade curse. Believe it or not, I stumbled upon a delicate and helpless Lin Mei, the Lin from the legendary warrior Lin Chong. Fushiguro released his shikigami, expression blank as he lowered his hands. Muttering to himself, how could this be? That was a second-grade curse. Although his shikigami could easily handle it, now was not the time for comparisons. This girl, if he wasn't mistaken, was clearly a student at this school, a mere mortal. Ruo Meng, realizing that fanning her face had proven ineffective, stretched her damp shirt sleeve to cover her nose, the wet fabric blocking out the acrid smoke. She then turned her attention to the spiky-haired boy, eager to catch a glimpse of this brave soul who prowled the school corridors at midnight with a curse. In the dim light, the boy seemed to merge with the shadows of the corridor. His attire was distinctly not that of a school student, clad in a minimalist black uniform, with a high-collared pullover adorned with a golden swirl button at the neck and left chest. He squatted with an intimidating demeanor, arms crossed, staring at her with a fierce glare. Ruo Meng began to reconsider, wondering if she had interrupted him and his partner's comedic practice. Silence, shattered as glass from outside, was abruptly broken. Fushiguro, a pink-haired boy in a hoodie, called out, gracefully vaulting into the corridor. Ruo Meng gasped in surprise. So, there were two brave souls wandering the school with curses at this hour. Wait, this is the 4th floor. Are they not human? Being scrutinized by two not-so-friendly-looking figures was hardly a comforting experience, prompting Ruo Meng to lower her hand, which had been raised in greeting. In a moment of inspiration, she pinched her thigh, causing the girl in her arms to cry out, tears welling in her enchanting peach blossom eyes, her voice trembling with distress. Although she was uncertain of her actions, an apology seemed prudent. At the very least, she wouldn't regret not having apologized when faced with a beating. I'm terribly sorry for interrupting your nighttime stroll with curses. Truly my sincerest apologies. Yoshi, good doggy Yuji Itadori, holding the unconscious senior, cast a wise glance at Fushiguro, who was conjuring his shikigami to soothe the young girl, his expression clearly questioning. Fushiguro shook his head impassively. While he too had numerous queries awaiting resolution, he had no intention of asking them now. Some matters certainly held greater urgency than others. With his hands casually tucked into his pockets, he cast a glance at Yuji Itadori and succinctly elucidated the situation. What you just witnessed was a cursed spirit, and the one devouring the curse is my shikigami. However, the most pressing question remained unaddressed. Without further ado, Megumi Fushiguro dove straight into the matter. Where is Sukuna's finger? It should be in the activity room of the Spiritual Research Society, replied Itadori, lifting his senior slightly higher as he prepared to head towards the clubroom. Just then, an elongated object fell unceremoniously from his senior's grasp. Instinctively, Itadori reached out to catch it, only to feel an unsettling sensation that made his heart race. Upon closer inspection, he realized it was the special-grade cursed object Fushiguro had been searching for, a deep crimson finger, dry and waxen, with irregular remnants of muscle at its base. The grotesque aura it exuded was overshadowed by a palpable discomfort. In short, that thing is extremely dangerous. Hand it over quickly, Fushiguro urged. Although Itadori had intended to examine it further, he reluctantly complied, saying, All right, here you go. Meanwhile, Raku dreamed was oblivious to their predicament, blissfully embracing two dogs. She affectionately rubbed her cheek against their furry heads, her worries and anxieties gradually dissipating, replaced by the satisfaction these plush creatures provided. It was no wonder they trained therapy dogs instead of other animals. Obedient dogs truly possess a remarkable ability to heal humanity. What adorable dogs. Good boys. I'll bring you some jerky next time. Suddenly, she seemed to overlook something far more significant than mere jerky or dogs. Wait a moment. Raku turned abruptly to the two boys, her eyes widening in surprise. Isn't that the main cast? The strongest athlete Yuji Itadori and the cool guy Megumi Fushiguro. A moment of realization struck her. Had she inadvertently stumbled into the main storyline? Indeed. Congratulations, little dreamer. You no longer need to find a way to connect with the main cast. Raku couldn't help but agree with 007's reasoning. If she were to awaken her cursed energy alone, she would have to put in considerable effort to seek out a sorcerer to enter the world of curses. And even then, she might not encounter the main plot. Yet now, the ultimate target was standing right before her, contemplating how to strike up a conversation. She rested her chin against the soft warmth of the dog, sitting cross-legged on the floor while she attempted to recall the plot. She barely had a semblance of memory. This should be, perhaps, the storyline from the first episode? If only she had known to watch the anime properly instead of at double speed. Chapter 10. The Power of Bonds. I will not abandon you. Wait. In the world you most desire to traverse, you've only seen this little? 007 had just assessed Raku's familiarity with the plot and found it to be less than his own system's understanding. The little specter crawled in darkness within the game's space, distorting and wailing, causing Raku's ears to ache. Feeling guilty, she scratched her ear and murmured softly, I don't know why, but I feel like I shouldn't only know this much. But, well, I haven't finished watching before getting transported here. You. 007's voice resonated with a hint of exasperation. Don't cause trouble here. I'll go buy a few volumes of the Jujutsu Kaisen manga. If you want to find me, head to the game customer service chat. With that last weak admonition, the communication channel was completely shut down. No sooner had 007 departed than the battle mode was unexpectedly triggered, and the shimmering sword of a hero appeared in Raku's palm without her summoning it consciously. A cursed spirit? She instinctively tightened her grip on the hilt, rising to a defensive stance. Yet, no matter how she scanned her surroundings, there was no sign of a cursed spirit within her visible range. Instead, the two dogs suddenly tugged at her sleeve, pulling her backward while growling threateningly at the two boys. Just as Raku looked up, a second-grade cursed spirit materialized through the ceiling, reaching out to seize the finger of Sukuna that Itadori held. Cursed technique rule number 1. Prioritize the safety of non-sorcerers as long as their lives are not threatened. If Itadori were caught, he would undoubtedly be consumed alongside Sukuna's finger. Run. Fushiguro managed to shove Itadori aside but was unable to escape himself, falling victim to the grip of the cursed spirit. As he raised his hand to summon his Shikigami, the cursed spirit seemed to sense it, not granting him the time to cast his technique, and slammed him heavily against the wall. A muffled groan escaped him as cracks spiderwebbed across the wall, sand and debris swirling through the corridor. Struggling to maintain his footing, warm liquid trickled down, and his vision turned crimson. The newly emerged cursed spirit resembled a 3-meter-tall chameleon with a mohawk, its grayish-blue skin adorned with a mass of eyes on its oversized tongue. 6 of those eyes rotated within the flesh, and after a violent tremor, they locked onto the dark-haired girl. Upon recognizing the malice within one of those eyes, Raku felt her breath hitch. Yes, that cursed spirit, Aoyama, and the others. Suddenly, a sharp pain shot through her eyes as something resonated within her, and her mind spun with dizziness, blurring her vision. Meanwhile, as Fushiguro's breath became unstable, the two dogs melted away like chocolate under high heat, transforming into shadows that flowed back into Fushiguro's silhouette. Sensing the fluctuation of cursed energy, the cursed spirit let out a shriek, causing the ground to tremble slightly. The corridor's fluorescent lights flickered violently, bursting into a shower of yellow sparks as electricity coursed through them. In the next moment, the cursed spirit forcefully hurled Fushiguro against the far wall. He absorbed the tremendous impact with his body, instantly losing all capacity to resist. The cursed spirit then pursued him onto the rooftop, with Itadori hot on his heels. Through the gaping hole in the wall, the scene on the rooftop became clear. Fushiguro lay on the ground, bloodied and battered, looking utterly disheveled. The cursed spirit approached him slowly, poised to deliver the final blow. At the critical moment, Itadori descended from above, executing a powerful strike that forced the cursed spirit to retreat. Regrettably, without cursed energy, Itadori's attack could inflict no harm upon the spirit. Although it appeared that their combat prowess was evenly matched in the short term, the substantial physical exertion soon made Itadori acutely aware of the disparity in their strengths. Meanwhile, Raku cradled the unconscious senior, seated in bewilderment at the corridor's corner. Wait, just moments ago, when I was about to get closer to the cursed spirit, Itadori, oblivious to the atmosphere, had shoved the senior directly into my arms before chasing after the spirit. Abruptly interrupted, Raku snapped back to reality, glancing at the girl in her arms and then towards the battle on the rooftop, clearly tilted in favor of the cursed spirit. Itadori, still an ordinary person, was incapable of exorcising the cursed spirit, let alone aiding the bloodied Fushiguro. Although that cursed spirit seemed quite formidable, she couldn't simply stand by and watch them suffer injuries out of fear. Gently laying her senior on the floor, Raku gritted her teeth and dashed toward the rooftop. Yuji. Upon reaching the expansive rooftop, Raku spotted Itadori on the verge of being consumed by the cursed spirit, desperately bracing himself on the threshold. She raised her arm, and the hero's sword materialized in her right hand. Time was too fleeting to ascertain the precise attack power. With critical hits considered, the blood of over 100 flies should pose no significant challenge, right? As Ruo Meng gripped her sword, poised to strike, her feet seemed suddenly anchored to the floor, her mind blank from overwhelming tension. Wait, how had she just effortlessly dispatched that towering cursed spirit in a single, elegant stroke? A left slash? A right cut? No, 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 this was not the moment for such musings. Yuji Itadori was on the brink of being devoured by the cursed spirit. She had to move, her feet deadened by fear. In that moment of crisis, Yuji Itadori experienced an inexplicable surge in power, easily breaking free from the curse's confinement and deftly slipping into a pocket, exuding an effortless confidence. The sound of flesh tearing accompanied the splattering of blood as the massive blue cursed spirit disintegrated into a shower of gory fragments. Its piercing wails intermingled with an unearthly female voice. Ruo Meng, too preoccupied to notice such subtle details, turned her gaze to Yuji Itadori, her pupils quivering violently. More precisely, she was fixated on the blood bar hovering above his head. She observed his fingers still curled tightly like claws, blackened and elongated, stained with remnants of flesh and blood. While the dark curse markings on his face revealed his true identity, what sent a chill down her spine was the frantic oscillation of the green blood bar above him, fluctuating between red and green at a visible pace. 1, 10, 100, 1,000, 10,000. No, this was an entity far beyond her current capacity to confront. Abandoning the impractical thought of counting the blood bar's digits, Ruo Meng resolutely sheathed her sword and sprinted toward Megumi Fushiguro with unparalleled swiftness. Soon, Yuji Itadori would not merely be himself, but the epitome of malevolence, the curse King Sukuna. If she lingered any longer, it was highly likely that Sukuna, who relished in the consumption of women and children, would treat her as mere fodder. She had to escape immediately. As Ruo Meng dashed past Yuji Itadori, she caught a glimpse of a rather unfriendly, mocking gaze, only to be abruptly tripped by his casually extended foot. The previously tense atmosphere shattered, resulting in a situation where action was no longer feasible. Megumi Fushiguro, the worst-case scenario had unfolded. Yuji Itadori was now parasitized by a special-grade cursed object. And here was an unsuspecting individual, uncertain whether to label her as a hostage or prey. Though heavily injured and struggling to concentrate, he had sensed her intention to assist the moment she reached the rooftop. Yet, the girl had not displayed the astonishing prowess she had shown before the infirmary. Instead, she stood there in a daze until she was captured and became the newest hostage. Please, do not exhibit such a heroic expression, dear girl. Nor seek help with such eyes. Do not present yourself as if you share a profound bond with him. For heaven's sake, they had only just met. What bond could possibly exist? If he failed to save her, he would be haunted by guilt for the rest of his life. Megumi Fushiguro was unsure whether she had noticed his frantic gestures urging her to remain calm. All he knew was that he was likely facing the most harrowing decision of his life. If only time could rewind, he would have sought an oracle's guidance at the temple before embarking on this mission, at least to comprehend that he would be entangled with the concept of hostages today. After much deliberation, he found no solution that would satisfy both outcomes. Moreover, he had found himself in an even more perilous predicament, his head feeling as if it might burst. The situation intensified, yet one thing remained crystal clear. Megumi Fushiguro, at this moment, had successfully claimed the role of the team's comic relief. How delightful. Chapter 11. Every time he watched an anime, he couldn't help but suspect Sukuna was cosplaying as Neza. Amidst the unnoticed ashes of the dissipated curse, a streak of crimson light merged with the girl's body. Ruo Meng, clutching her nose in pain from the fall, lifted her head only to be met by four eyes gleaming with excitement. Oh no, it was all over. Prepare to restart, girl. Indeed, experiencing the moonlight firsthand was far more exhilarating. Sukuna cackled as he ripped apart his upper garment, seizing Ruo Meng's wrist and lifting her high above the rooftop's edge until her toes dangled perilously in the air. Woman, woman. The flesh of cursed beings was far too unpalatable. Only the flesh of women and children was truly delectable. Ahaha. Ruo Meng felt a searing pain in her wrist, as if her bones might shatter under his grip. Before she could even begin to recover, a wave of cursed energy radiated from Sukuna, causing her to emit a muffled groan, blood trickling from the corner of her mouth. Recently recovered from a severe illness, she was ill-equipped to endure such torment, and the Curse King had no regard for human sensitivities, striking her down to half her vitality in an instant. Under the oppressive force of the raging cursed energy, Ruo Meng's mind descended into chaos, teetering on the brink of unconsciousness. Furthermore, all her weight hung from her wrist. Should Sukuna release her, she would surely plummet from the rooftop. Sukuna inspected her as one might examine a cut of meat, flipping her over until he could discern her face up close. The lifeless expression of the girl, resembling an animated doll stripped of vitality, only heightened his appetite. A manic, joyful grin spread across his face as his sharp, obsidian claws targeted her heart, inflicting exquisite pain and a tangible threat to her life, compelling Ruo Meng's mind to regain clarity. Though it was the same face, The addition of black tattoos and a feral demeanor transformed the visage of the little son into that of a malevolent specter. You appear quite delectable, woman. With a very real guillotine hovering above her, Ruo Meng could no longer maintain her righteous composure. Her egg-like eyes pleading for rescue from the only combatant present, Megumi Fushiguro, her expression emblazoned with the words "Save me." Megumi Fushiguro desperately attempted to call out Ruo Meng's name, only to realize he did not even know it. The heartfelt cry lingered on the tip of his tongue, stifled and swallowed back into the depths of his being. This girl had just moments ago urged him to flee. How quickly her demeanor had changed. Wait, why did he feel an incessant urge to make sarcastic remarks at every turn? Had he suffered a blow to the head? Shaking his head, Megumi forced himself to stand, shouting in an attempt to draw Sukuna's attention. Stop! To his astonishment, Sukuna actually ceased his actions, looking perplexedly at the girl hanging limply in midair before turning his gaze toward Megumi. Megumi? Why are you just standing there? Come help me, my left arm is immobile. Cold sweat trickled down the back of Megumi's neck, momentarily blurring his perception of who this person truly was. Nevertheless, he intertwined his hands, the inky darkness of the cursed spirit beginning to swirl and flow. Yuji Itadori, by the laws of jujitsu, you shall be exorcised here by me. Sukuna had not anticipated that the boy could reclaim control over half of his body. In a fit of rage, he disregarded the fact that he still held his meal, releasing his grip to seize Yuji's chin, twisting his face to assert dominance. In that fleeting moment, Ruo Meng could only catch a glimpse of Megumi's panicked expression and Yuji Itadori's conflicted face. One half bore surprise, followed by a wicked grin, yet showed no intention of intervening. The other half, belonging to the boy, was filled with shock, regret, and guilt. Ruo Meng instinctively uttered, "It's okay, it's not your fault." Her words were swept away by the wind, and the reality of falling from such a height was far more rapid than depicted in dramas. She had no time to grasp the edge of the rooftop. Everything fell without slow motion. She simply plummeted, her form vanishing in an instant. Her image etched deeply into Yuji Itadori's mind. As Ruo Meng's body plummeted rapidly, she could feel the crisp sound of her shirt and skirt flapping in the fierce wind. It was akin to a roller coaster hurtling downward, with her neck and limbs twisting uncontrollably. Remarkably, during those fleeting 2 seconds, Ruo Meng's mind raced with numerous thoughts. She lamented not having the chance to meet Satoru Gojo before her demise. She regretted that her farewell letter could not be printed on A4 paper for her temporary guardian, Mr. Nanami. Most distressingly, she feared that she might fail her mission and thus remain stranded in this unfamiliar world. The fierce wind whipped up the dust from the ground. In just a second before her back would meet the earth, a gentle breeze cradled her soft waist as if a giant hand were supporting her. Ruo Meng felt the momentum of her descent abruptly severed, gravity miraculously dissipating into nothingness, and her fall came to an astonishing halt. The very next moment, as if to affirm her existence, she took a deep breath, followed by several more, her lungs desperately seeking oxygen as if on the verge of bursting. The air solidified, and suddenly, Satoru Gojo appeared, grasping the collar of the dazed girl and lifting her back to the rooftop. Fushiguro Megumi and Itadori Yuji were still sprawled side by side on the rooftop, and upon seeing Ruo Meng safe, they both exhaled in relief. Fushiguro felt a twinge of satisfaction. Recognizing Gojo's reliable nature in critical moments, he truly was dependable when it mattered most. So what's the situation? Fushiguro noticed that he was uncomfortably close to Itadori, and he jumped back a few steps, eyeing the bewildered boy warily. Why are you here, Gojo-sensei? Gojo shook the girl, now limp as a noodle, in his grasp. The frightened girl swayed with his playful movements, as if her spirit had floated away. I wasn't planning on coming, but look at the state of you. Here, let the second years have a look, he said casually, adjusting the girl in his arms while whipping out his phone, ready to snap pictures of Fushiguro. Look over here. Fushiguro, feigning menace, clicked his tongue in annoyance. He felt powerless to stop the antics of this irresponsible teacher. The only thing he could do was raise his arm to shield his face, preserving a shred of dignity. The loss of a special grade cursed object was a significant matter, and the higher-ups would surely be nagging about it. Fushiguro, usually a cool and composed figure, found himself in an uncharacteristically disheveled state, which would undoubtedly amuse the second years. Satisfied with his collection of photographs, Gojo finally turned to the matter at hand. So, did you retrieve the special grade cursed object? Silence enveloped the rooftop. With no response forthcoming, Gojo nodded knowingly. It just means we haven't found it yet. But since I'm here, locating it shouldn't pose much of a challenge. Just then, an unfamiliar boy's explosive declaration interrupted the impending consolation. Itadori, still in a daze, raised his hand obediently, pointing to himself. I ate it. Gojo, you've stunned my mother for a century. Are you serious? Yeah. In an instant, Gojo leaned closer, bending down to scrutinize Itadori's face. He grasped his chin, observing intently until Itadori instinctively recoiled, prompting Gojo to step back, arriving at a conclusion. It's truly remarkable. Extraordinarily clear, completely blended. Do you feel any anomalies in your body? At the inquiry, Itadori moved his hands and feet lightly, responding nonchalantly, not really. Can you swap with Sukuna? Sukuna? The curse you consumed? Itadori placed one hand on his hip, nodding. Oh, yeah, I should be able to. Gojo distanced himself, initiating a warm-up routine reminiscent of a famous figure skater, his voice rising in pitch with an air of confidence that suggested he had complete control over the situation. All right, you two will switch for 10 seconds. After 10 seconds, you must revert, okay? Chapter 12. Though not the brightest, she is certainly the most beautiful. Gojo's tone was teasing, laced with an allure, as if he were a naive minor just beginning to navigate the world. So, you two will switch for 10 seconds. After that, you must return to your original forms. To Itadori, it sounded like, transform and let me test the waters while I toy with you. Instinctively, Itadori sensed that this peculiar, handsome man was casually proposing something quite alarming. Fearing that losing consciousness might harm Ruo Meng, he frowned, attempting to refuse. However, Gojo completed his leg stretches and turned to Itadori. His lips shimmered with an almost translucent sheen, radiating a delightful pale pink. The corners of his mouth curling into a confident smile. Don't worry, I'm invincible. Ruo Meng, wait, I think I just heard my classic line. Shocked awake from her dream state, she gasped. Hey, could you hand me that? A paper bag was suddenly thrust into her arms, and Fushiguro instinctively clutched it tightly, inquiring with confusion, what is this? It's Kikumizu's Kikufuku, a specialty from Sendai, absolutely delicious. By the way, I recommend the edamame cream flavor, it's delightful. Fushiguro could almost imagine a dessert enthusiast smiling dreamily while ordering from the shop owner. Setting aside the absurdity of such a devilish flavor, he found it shocking that Gojo had prioritized purchasing souvenirs at such a critical moment. Unbeknownst to him, Fushiguro had already adjusted to the role of the sarcastic commentator. By the way, this isn't a souvenir, it's a snack I plan to eat on the Shinkansen on my way back. Then hand me that person you're holding. Watch out behind you. Sukuna seized the opportunity to launch a surprise attack from behind while Gojo was speaking, and the two displayed what true top-tier combat prowess looked like, leaving the already dilapidated rooftop in utter disarray. What was once a simple repair job for the teaching building now required a complete overhaul. The principal, please, you two. Turn on your microphones to communicate. While Gojo appeared to be teasing Sukuna, he was quietly counting, estimating that the time was nearly up, and then he stepped back. 7, 8, 9, 10. That should be enough. As time expired, the anti-addiction system activated, and Sukuna retreated. Is it over? Itadori interjected punctually, forcefully pushing Sukuna's alternate form aside. As he regained control of his body, the black, cursed markings slowly faded from his face until they vanished entirely. Excuse me, Ugh. The girl's voice was faint yet distinct. Everyone then noticed that the girl who had nearly fallen from the roof had regained consciousness, now hanging limply on Gojo's arm, struggling weakly. Ruo Meng had awakened when Gojo began introducing Kikufuku, though she was unsure why the two suddenly began fighting. She hadn't even been given a chance to speak, as she was swept along like a rag doll, forced into the fray amidst their rapid movements. From Gojo's perspective, the petite girl resembled a small potato, her head drooping in exhaustion. Awake now? Gojo released his grip, and the girl landed lightly on her feet, her shoes making a crisp sound against the floor. Apologies. I forgot you were still hanging onto my arm. Your petite size made it easy to overlook. As Ruo Meng's feet touched the ground, she wobbled slightly, nearly stumbling. But a strong arm kindly steadied her just in time, allowing her to regain her balance. Thank you. As the young girl lifted her gaze, the dark cloud seemed to sense something and gradually dispersed. In an instant, the ethereal moonlight illuminated every corner of the rooftop. Her face suddenly appeared as if it had been graced by Kagaheim, with all the radiance converging upon her visage. As the moonlight flowed, her porcelain-white countenance resembled the finest jade, pure and unblemished. The girl's delicate figure, accentuated by her fitted attire, showcased her curvaceous form. And even the blood and water stains on her white shirt bore a certain allure. The crystalline moonlight condensed in the depths of her ruby-like eyes, spilling forth and cascading down. It was then that they noticed the ripples in her peach blossom-shaped eyes, realizing she had been silently weeping. It was understandable, after all. She was merely a non-sorcerer who, after being attacked by a cursed spirit, had to confront the formidable special-grade cursed spirit, Sukuna, and was ultimately abandoned on the rooftop, nearly meeting her demise. Anyone would struggle to endure such an ordeal. Fushiguro Megumi felt an uncomfortable pang in his heart, believing he had failed to protect the non-sorcerer, resulting in Ruo Meng's harrowing experience. He hoped it wouldn't leave an indelible psychological scar on her. Itadori Yuji interjected, "Wow, I feel so guilty. She must have been frightened to tears by me." Gojo Satoru replied, that wasn't my intention." Fushiguro Megumi shot a glance at Gojo. "You scared the girl into tears." Gojo, with a lopsided grin, pointed to himself in silent protest, then gestured towards Itadori, who was mumbling to himself. "It's not me. It must be Sukuna's terrifying presence." Itadori, taken aback, exclaimed, "Huh? Me? No, not you. I meant Sukuna." In that moment, Ruo Meng lamented, "Whoa, my wrist hurts so much. My whole body aches, I'm so cold, and I feel like vomiting. Who is this person? They look like a pixelated badminton shuttlecock. I just heard my push. What did I push?" As Ruo Meng began to feel faint before her eyes, a cold, mechanical voice echoed in her mind. "Warning, host life value is below 20, activating passive hibernation mode." In her injured state, compounded by fever and the debilitating effects of shock, Ruo Meng continued to lose blood. When her total health dropped below 20, the system would initiate passive hibernation mode to prevent further blood loss. Overwhelmed by an inescapable darkness, Ruo Meng lost all consciousness in an instant. Gojo swiftly caught the suddenly silent Ruo Meng, cradling the young girl in his arms as he proceeded without pause towards Itadori. "Your body is quite miraculous. You can actually control that guy." As he spoke, he unexpectedly pressed his fingers gently against Itadori's forehead. Itadori suddenly felt an uncontrollable wave of drowsiness wash over him, and he promptly rolled his eyes back, falling asleep in Gojo's embrace. Achievement unlocked. Left and right embrace. Gojo held Itadori in one arm and Ruo Meng in the other, turning to Fushiguro. "Want to help take a load off?" Fushiguro instinctively reached out to catch Ruo Meng, only to suddenly feel a warm weight in his arms. Looking down, he saw a boy with pink hair, previously caught by Gojo, now snoring peacefully in his embrace. Glancing back up, he noticed the black-haired girl nestled comfortably against the tall man, her figure now swathed in a black uniform. Having changed to a more natural position, she was now softly resting against his shoulder. "Let us leave Itadori to you, and head back to school together," Gojo said, turning away with the girl in his arms, not allowing his student a chance to protest. Chapter 13, The Power of Rounding Up. Fushiguro thought, "I can't believe that Gojo-sensei could be so heartless." Unsure, he took another glance. "How did you end up on the playground? Come back here." Although Itadori appeared lightweight when clothed, he had a notably low body fat percentage. Essentially solid. Regardless, the girl clearly weighed much less than this guy. Is it truly acceptable for a callous teacher to have an injured girl carried by an unconscious muscle-bound man? Considering Sukuna's formidable combat prowess, Fushiguro wished to drag this burden along, ready to respond to any potential threats. Yet, the thought of Itadori's bare skin scraping against the ground was concerning. Ultimately, he resigned himself to a princess carried down the stairs. As Fushiguro followed closely behind Gojo, his gaze involuntarily drifted towards the girl in his arms. He recalled that she had emerged from the infirmary and couldn't overlook the bloodstains on her clothing and the lingering red marks on her face. What had she encountered before meeting him? Fushiguro pondered. Cursed spirits wouldn't simply douse a newly awakened sorceress with a bucket of water. Contemplating an unsettling possibility, Fushiguro furrowed his brow in discomfort. Before entering Jujutsu High, Fushiguro was notorious as a school delinquent, and while he despised bullying, he was not entirely oblivious to it. He decided it would be best to have the supervising assistant investigate this floor. The four returned to Jujutsu High, bringing Ruo Meng to the infirmary, where Fushiguro, who also required treatment, would look after her. Gojo, carrying Itadori, was about to take him to the confinement room when Fushiguro's hesitant voice stopped him. "If possible, please think of a way to protect him." Personal feelings? Personal feelings. Ultimately, due to the request of a beloved student, Gojo intervened, sparing Itadori from execution while he slept. However, as the vessel for Sukuna's fingers, Itadori could not escape death. He merely faced a delayed demise, pending the collection of all the fingers for eventual destruction. In simpler terms, a death sentence commuted. This was the best outcome Gojo could achieve after disregarding various reprimands and fighting for reason. At least, Itadori was now under the jurisdiction of the school. In other words, he was in a position akin to that of a condemned criminal. Yet paradoxically, one of the most protected students. Under Gojo's promise, he became a force that could be controlled by the school. The higher-ups, who had always been at odds with Gojo, would not idly stand by as his influence grew. It didn't take long for them to devise a counter-strategy. I recall that Gojo brought back a child with sorceress talent, correct? Yes. A man in a suit resembling a secretary stepped forward, loudly reading from the documents in his hands. A photograph of the black-haired girl, her smile radiant, was displayed on the cold, monochrome paper. Ruo Meng, 19 years old, female, orphan. attending Miyagi Prefecture Sujizawa 3rd High School, a foreign exchange student from the porcelain country, currently residing with a neon family under the temporary guardianship of a former sorcerer. Nanami Kinto. According to Fushigiro's report, Ruo Meng has demonstrated remarkable talent, having once defeated a second-grade cursed spirit in a single blow. A highly gifted child. We must find a way to turn her to our side, to become the first thorn in Gojo's faction, willing to resort to any means necessary if needed. But what about the porcelain country? Proceed with caution. It's best to complete the task discreetly. Even if something goes awry, we can't be blamed. Gojo will undoubtedly handle all other enrollment negotiations. We can simply reap the benefits. Understood. As for that vessel, if she wants to survive, she'll need to prove her strength. Ruo Meng had not slept so soundly in a long time. She only felt an overwhelming chill, shivering despite being enveloped in powerful warmth. In the depths of slumber, a profound discomfort stirred within her, rendering her unable to find peace in sleep. It was not until a warm energy coursed through her body that she began to feel a sense of relief. The area bruised by the baseball bat tingled with a peculiar sensation, while her left eye itched, enveloping her in a cocoon of comfort akin to being submerged in a hot spring. All the cacophony and clamor abruptly ceased, plunging her surroundings into a realm of whiteness. As Ruo Meng gradually opened her eyes, she beheld a pristine ceiling above her. She was clad in a hospital gown, reclining upon a hospital bed. A simple white curtain hung from the ceiling, forming a visual barrier between her bed and the outside world. It was a quintessential school infirmary, yet not the one from her own institution. Where am I? Hearing the sound of fabric rustling, Fushiguro Megumi cleared his throat twice, signaling that he was not alone in the ward. The sound of pages turning reached her ears, prompting Ruo Meng to rise and draw back the curtain. Fushiguro, dressed in a long-sleeved shirt, leaned against the head of the bed, engrossed in a book. Upon noticing Ruo Meng had opened the curtain, he glanced at her sidewise. Sunlight filtered through his hair, softening the sharp ends. You can certainly sleep well, he remarked. Ruo Meng was taken aback, not expecting such a comment to be his opening line. How long have I been asleep? Fushiguro placed the book on the bedside table and, without lifting his gaze, coolly replied, 2 days. As if able to read her thoughts, Fushiguro anticipated her next query. Rest assured, your temporary guardian is, for all intents and purposes, an acquaintance of Gojo-sensei, and has already been informed. Acquaintance? She struggled to recall the few characters from the Jujutsu Kaisen universe that she had in her mind, but could not remember which character Nanami was, ultimately giving up. Speaking of which, Ruo Meng had questions for the system, citing a lingering dizziness. She closed the curtain once more to shield herself from Fushiguro's gaze and returned to the bed. She activated the game screen and opened the customer service tab. Just as a mischievous electronic voice resonated in her mind, distinctly memorable. Host, you've done exceptionally well. Your points have increased significantly. Points. Points refer to the rewards for your first interactions with the target during daily activities. Quickly check your emails to receive them. Obediently, Ruo Meng opened her mailbox and discovered she had 4 unread emails, each marked with an attachment notification. The first was a novice gift pack, already read, lingering in her inbox. The distinction between read emails, in gray font, and unread ones, in teal, was stark, with shimmering fireflies dancing around the unopened envelopes. She directly clicked on the second email, and as the fireflies fluttered in surprise, the folded letter gradually unfolded. Dear player, congratulations on completing the novice training. You are now awarded 10 training points. Without rushing to inquire about the nature of training points, Ruo Meng proceeded to the third email, which slowly unfurled. First time dressing the target, points earned, 1,000. Ruo Meng. When did that happen? The fourth email read, first conversation with the target, points earned, 1,000. The fifth email stated, first embrace from the target, points earned, 3,000. A total of 5,000 points accrued. The system's wording was undeniably ambiguous, creating an illusion of having engaged in something far more intimate than reality. Waking from a deep sleep to such rewards felt like a delightful stroke of fortune. Due to the extreme fear experienced, the details of her fall were now a blur. Ruo Meng could only vaguely remember a pixelated badminton shuttlecock that had saved her. That's right, it was Gojo Satoru again. 007 has a system prompt waiting for you to awaken before conveying it. 007 cleared his throat, feigning seriousness, yet his tone betrayed a hint of excitement. Affection Level 1. Chapter 14, The Colorful Roulette. Before she could ponder the origin of this affection level, the system inundated her mind with rapid-fire messages. Affection has increased. This must be love at first sight. Truly, you are the most aesthetically pleasing host I've ever guided. Just a single point of affection hardly qualifies as love at first sight, Ruo Meng silently scoffed. It was more akin to a fleeting fondness for a stray kitten by the roadside, rather than the desire to adopt it. Realizing the system could hear her thoughts, Ruo Meng posed a crucial inquiry within her mind. By the way, what is the total affection value? The system kindly opened the basic value panel, indicating for her to take a look, while also revealing other fluctuating values. The teal screen unfolded, with various values oscillating wildly, culminating in a comprehensive display. Name, Ruo Meng. Gender, female. Age, 19, youthful and sprightly. Hurry and pursue that man. Health points, 100, 100. Consider yourself fortunate. You encountered a healer. Curse power, 260, an increase. What dark thoughts are you harboring? Attack power, 5050, 505, 0100, 6. Have you been munching on golden dumplings? Speed, 32, some improvement. But I wager you'll still trip over flat ground. Consider training your lower body. Intelligence, 122, unexpectedly clever, though a bit of a bookworm. Beauty points, 805,252, not too shabby, but not as high as your crush S. Equipped items, shimmering hero's sword, orange, exquisite headband of attributes, green. Equipped title, delightful little sister, green. Points, 5,000. Progress in strategy, 1. Her health had fully replenished, and both speed and attack power had seen an increase. Yet, the most notable were the newly added lines indicating points and strategy progress. Upon seeing her advancement at a mere 1%, Ruo Meng felt a twinge of disappointment, though she quickly rallied her spirits. After all, Gojo Satoru was a deity loved by none. If one were to truly fall for someone based solely on appearance, that would indeed be dramatic. Speaking of which, she had yet to closely examine how much her attack power had increased, having tirelessly battled monsters day and night. It should have amassed several thousand points, at the very least. Her curiosity piqued. She gazed at the attack power, and the staggering length of the number left Ruo Meng utterly astounded. How much? Over 10,000. The shimmering hero's sword, true to its orange classification, had provided such an extraordinary boost. Killing a single fly only incremented her attack power by a bit, and to achieve this figure, she must have vanquished over 5,000 creatures. Coupled with the sword's enhancement, if a critical hit were to occur, she could inflict 20,000 points of damage in a single strike. Then the realization struck her. This impressive accumulation had been painstakingly built up over time, filling her with a sense of pride akin to surveying her hard-won domain. For reasons unbeknownst to her, Ruo Meng suddenly recalled the health bar above Sukuna's head. At this moment, it seemed less impressive than she had imagined. Had she known, she would have tested her strength with a few strikes. Having been choked for so long and nearly thrown off a building, such a great grudge was not hers alone to bear. After all, that was Tiger's body. In harming Sukuna, she had also inflicted pain upon Tiger. Closing the basic value panel, Ruo Meng dejectedly propped her face up with her hands and let out a long sigh. Perhaps it was best to leave it be. Tiger was such a good person, she couldn't bring herself to harm him. It would be wiser to focus on how to grow stronger. As one nears the brink of death, the yearning for power intensifies. If Ruo Meng is compelled to grow amidst various pressures and discovers a method to become stronger, she would eagerly wish to maximize her strength all at once. She senses that the points and experience she has acquired hold significant value. 007. How should I utilize the experience points and scores I just obtained? Experience points can be used for fundamental stat enhancements, with a conversion ratio of 1:1. Although in this world, combat prowess equates to longevity, it also encompasses speed, reflexes, and defense. Attack power can be enhanced through trials, making it the most easily attainable. It is essential that experience points are allocated to foundational stats other than attack power to be meaningful. Ruo Meng has yet to decide where to allocate these 10 points, so she sets them aside to explore the tutorial on using her scores. The screen flickered, directing her gaze to a newly appeared lottery button in the lower right corner. It resembled a miniature spinning wheel, with a line of small text below it reading Rainbow Wheel. A gentle touch on the wheel icon caused it to expand and contract. In an instant, the scene shifted, and a vast grassland nearly filled her entire field of vision, replacing the hospital room. The waist-high grass swayed in the wind, bending over and revealing a flock of sheep grazing. Ruo Meng marveled once more at the exquisite and realistic portrayal of the game environment. If one were to disregard the fact that she was in a virtual realm, it would be indistinguishable from being in an actual grassland. After all, it is a representation of real landscapes, so of course it is beautiful. But never mind that for now. Xiaoming, let us check the rewards of the wheel. I assure you there will be surprises. Upon hearing this, Ruo Meng meticulously observed the myriad rewards on the spinning wheel. In summary, orange constituted 1 segment, purple approximately 5, blue 10, and green 20. White was the most abundant, with an array of various icons scattered across more than half of the area. At the center of the wheel was a palm-shaped button, the usage method quite evident. Ruo Meng placed her palm upon it, and the lottery rules promptly appeared. Lucky spin. The prize pool includes various divine-grade equipment, secret techniques, and mysterious surprise rewards. Step onto the grand stage of lottery, if luck is on your side. Come and try. Lottery rules. A single draw costs 100 points, a 10-roll guarantees at least a green item, a 100-roll guarantees at least a blue item, a 500-roll guarantees at least a purple item, and a 1,000-roll guarantees at least an orange item. Red? Upon zooming in for a closer inspection, she finally discerned the minuscule red panel, which constituted less than 0. One of the wheel. Ruo Meng, like an elderly person on the subway staring at a phone. With such odds, it seemed as if spending 10 years of life would yield no results. To draw an orange item would indeed be a stroke of great fortune. Disregarding such unrealistic thoughts, Ruo Meng refocused her attention on the prompt box. Detected that your score is 5,000. Press the lottery button to initiate a 10-roll draw. Ruo Meng's eyes sparkled with excitement as she rubbed her palms together in anticipation. She had always enjoyed lotteries. Each time she played card drawing games, she could hardly resist using up to 20 draws, invariably depleting her chances before the probability of new characters was announced. Ultimately left to watch her gaming friends flaunt their new characters with regret. Now, the fortuitous opportunity of a 50-roll lay before her. Her exhilaration was palpable as she prayed fervently while enchanting her right hand. Heavenly spirits, grant me luck. The system, perceiving her earnest desire to draw, hastily interjected. The uses of scores include lottery, shopping in the marketplace, and maintaining buff durations, etc. 007 suggests that the host first explore the marketplace items before deciding how to utilize them. Chapter 15. The Price of a Loaf of Bread. Ruo Meng reluctantly lowered her enchanted hand and followed the system's guidance to open the marketplace. The items on the first page shimmered in red, rendering their icons incomprehensible to her. Upon glancing at the prices, they were absurdly exorbitant, seemingly only approachable by billionaires. A Zanpakuto, while the name seemed rather plain. Could a Shinigami sword truly be possessed by a mere human? The reincarnation was easy to comprehend, but why did it demand a 9-digit score? And what on earth was this dimensional strike from the Trisolaran? Hastily, she sorted the items by price in descending order, and her fragile pride was momentarily revived. The first page displayed seemingly few items, merely 10 icons, yet the range of prices was vast. The cheapest item cost only 5 points, resembling a 5-yen copper coin, while the most expensive required a staggering 8,000 points. Ruo Meng widened her beautiful eyes in disbelief. She doubted her vision, unwilling to accept the harsh reality of her impoverished status. After filtering the price range and scrolling through the page from top to bottom, she ultimately faced the disheartening realization that her once proud 5,000 points were only sufficient to purchase 6 items in the marketplace. Her expression turned blank, akin to a dejected figure under the covers. Ruo Meng, just wait. I'm going to seduce Gojo Satoru. Ruo Meng, maintain your cool and aloof demeanor. Did you ever consider how difficult it is for me during times of inflation? But, the system's voice sounded quite aggrieved. None of these items are mundane. Even the cheapest holds great utility, so it is perfectly normal for them to be a bit pricey. It would be too late to awaken to the reality when a loaf of bread costs 500,000 marks. Do not attempt to strip me of my capacity for rational thought. The system paused, seemingly contemplating the deeper implications of Ruo Meng's statement. After 3 seconds of silence, it decisively flipped sides. A small spirit within the system space, sporting a tiny mustache, raised its arms in triumph. The prices set by the main deity are indeed unreasonable. Allow me to confront that old man about this matter. I shall return shortly. Xiaoming, wait for me. A triumphant smile spread across Ruo Meng's face. Huh. What a gullible little fool. Before long, the system returned, exuding an air of victory. The spirited little ghost resembled a victorious warrior. Xiaoming, I have successfully negotiated for your rightful rewards. The main deity has agreed to periodically introduce a discounted item at random levels. Ruo Meng's excitement bubbled forth. So, if I randomly draw a red item, then I can buy the exceedingly rare red equipment at a discounted price. Wow! Ruo Meng could hardly contain her joy, almost wanting to plant a kiss on 007. You truly are my brilliant genius. But what does discounted mean in terms of percentage? The system had not anticipated this layer, momentarily stumped. The main deity only mentioned it would be random. A 95 discount is still a discount, but considering the 9-digit red item, even halved, it would still be beyond her means in the short term. In the early stages, practical green or blue items would be far more beneficial. Ruo Meng attempted to console the suddenly dejected system. Well, it's better than nothing. After all, you are a little fool. I don't hold it against you. The system felt slightly moved, but sensed something amiss. Seizing the opportunity before the system could react, Ruo Meng swiftly changed the subject. So has the first discount been credited yet? It has been credited. Speaking of this, the system regained its cheerful demeanor, proactively opening the marketplace panel for Ruo Meng and thoughtfully arranging the items in descending order of price. 5 yen copper coin, white, 5 points 1, neon currency cash 1, 000. 000 exchange, green, 1, 000 points 1, red potion 1, 000 points 1, blue potion, green, 1, 000 points 1, speed talisman, green, 500 points 1, teleportation talisman, green, 2, 000 points 1. Peachwood hairpin, blue, 4,900 points 1, original price 20,000 points, currently on sale. The fact that the Peachwood hairpin is so close to 5,000 points raises suspicion of being a ploy to encourage purchases. Yet it remains the most expensive gear that Ruo Meng can afford. Let's first examine its attributes. With a gentle click on the icon of the Peachwood hairpin, she focuses on the introduction section. Peachwood hairpin, a hairpin more suited for the porcelain country girls. Equipment attributes, upon wearing, it inflicts an additional 5 damage to evil spirits. Do not forget your origins, trust in the rigorous selection of your ancestors. Is that all? Ruo Meng does not perceive the meager enhancement of an item originally priced at 20,000 points as worthy. Upon further scrutiny, she finally discovers a white, subtly integrated line of text within the description. Enchantment attribute, a 20 chance to inflict paralysis upon attacking, stunning the enemy for 5 seconds, ignoring level. Set attribute, evil spirit repellent. 1-3, passive control. No wonder the blue equipment, which has a minimum draw cost of 10,000 points, is originally valued at 20,000. It's an exceptional bargain. However, the system's focus is entirely different, and 007, upon discovering this crucial point, begins to scream in excitement. It's a set attribute. What is a set attribute? Ruo Meng's attention is fixated on the level ignoring stun control, completely overlooking the perplexing content in parentheses. Did you see that 1-3? This means that once you gather 3 pieces of equipment with the set attribute of evil spirit repellent, you can activate this skill. Skills associated with set attributes are typically orange or higher. Though the exact nature of the evil spirit repellent skill is unknown, it is certainly a rare find. You must buy this, Xiaoming. Ruo Meng's heart races as her left hand restrains her right from hastily clicking the purchase button. With limited points, she must reflect carefully on how to allocate them wisely, comparing the cost-effectiveness to lottery draws. The items in the shop are exorbitantly priced and lack the psychological comfort that draws provide. Had it not been for the discounted Peachwood hairpin, Ruo Meng would have unhesitatingly opted for the lottery. After all, a 10 consecutive draw guarantees a green item, and with a stroke of luck, she might even acquire a blue one, while the same 1,000 points in the shop would only suffice for a potion. Yet, rather than being a carefree gambler, she chooses to develop cautiously. Gritting her teeth and closing her eyes, Ruo Meng swiftly purchases the Peachwood hairpin. The shop page erupts in fireworks, transforming the scene into an endless starry sky. A shooting star streaks across the heavens, morphing into the Peachwood hairpin that lands in Ruo Meng's hands. Spent 4,900 points to acquire 1 Peachwood hairpin, remaining points, 100. Acquired equipment, 1 Peachwood hairpin, equip immediately. Yes, no. Ruo Meng quickly clicks yes, equipping the Peachwood hairpin before hastily exiting the game interface. A chill runs down her spine as she feels the hairpin materialize in her grasp. The Peachwood hairpin is unexpectedly smooth and warm, even possessing a jade-like texture. The jarring contrast of being affluent one moment and impoverished the next leaves Ruo Meng somewhat disoriented, prompting her to recall her initial purpose in seeking out 007. 007, I have a question. Ask away. Is Mr. Nanami a character from Jujutsu Kaisen's main storyline? Chapter 16, Shock. 007 arrested for this act. Yes, Mr. Nanami is indeed Nanami Kento, full name Nanami Kento. By the way, Nanami Kento is my second favorite. At this point, 007 falls unusually silent. Ruo Meng realizes that the system has been fervently catching up on the Jujutsu Kaisen manga over the past few days, and if Mr. Nanami is indeed a character, this silence signifies anything but a favorable outcome. Moreover, that damned I've not only killed Nanami Kento, but also cursed him into a cursed tool. Not just Nanami, but many others, countless lives have been lost. Ruo Meng experiences a ringing in her ears, her surroundings becoming hazy. She never anticipated such an outcome. Why did it come to this? Isn't Jujutsu Kaisen a light-hearted, daily life, action-packed anime? No, it is not. Suddenly, Ruo Meng regains her composure. She recalls a pivotal character from the earlier arcs, Junpei Yoshino. His death was utterly unexpected, even absurd. One moment, he was poised to enroll in Jujutsu High, and the next, he was transformed into a modified human by Mahito. His demise held no significance. It appears this marks the turning point for Jujutsu Kaisen's tonal shift. with everything thereafter laying the groundwork for a tragic conclusion. Even if all of this seems merely a game or a comic to 007 and her former self. The so-called game narrative is her present reality, and the comic characters are, to her, real human beings. If she cannot empathize and genuinely immerse herself in this world, living alongside them, how can she expect to exchange sincerity for sincerity, let alone strategize against Satoru Gojo? She absolutely cannot pretend to be oblivious to the impending deaths of those close to her, nor can she interact with them normally without taking action. She does not wish for Nanami Kento to die. 007, can I change their fate? Ruo Meng has read many novels about traversing into stories. In them, protagonists as travelers are invariably prohibited from altering any plot trajectories or saving anyone. Thus, she harbors some concern. However, the system's response is filled with enthusiasm, even encouragement. Of course you can. Please do make it so. 007 will now organize the upcoming plot for you. Ruo Meng can hardly comprehend what 007 is saying, finally silencing the communication. Startled, she calls out several times, but 007 seems to have vanished without a trace. 007. Hello, how may I assist you? The playful, endearing electronic voice has vanished, replaced by a cold, mechanical tone. Ruo Meng knows this is certainly not 007. Where did 007 go? The emotionless mechanical voice states monotonously. Leader, 007, has been imprisoned in an electronic jail for allegedly interfering with the player's experience. Ruo Meng, in accordance with the regulations of the Traversing Bureau. Ruo Meng can almost envision a cute little ghost clutching iron bars, shedding tears like wide noodles. Stunned, Ruo Meng is at a loss. 007 merely wished to explain the forthcoming plot, and yet it has been captured? Although 007 is just a silly system, it would light up fireworks to cheer itself up when it felt down, and it would playfully amuse itself. Ruo Meng certainly remembers 007's kindness. I will issue a letter of understanding to release 007. The cold, mechanical voice seems taken aback by this host's legal knowledge, stuttering momentarily. Understood. Your request has been conveyed. Please await the outcome patiently. Is there anything else I can assist you with? No. This voice now resembles that of an AI, devoid of contradiction or comprehension of her emotions, rendering further communication unnecessary. However, given that 007 can directly communicate with the main deity and negotiate discounts, it appears the so-called Traversing Bureau does have some semblance of reason. As a party whose rights have been infringed upon, Ruo Meng has submitted a letter of understanding, and she believes 007 will soon be released. The sudden silence is surprisingly unsettling. Now, regardless of how amusing her thoughts might be, she finds herself devoid of any inclination to express her sarcasm. Ruo Meng suddenly reminisces fondly about that adorable little system, the imbecile who would provoke her laughter and abuse his power to assist her. It is indeed true that one often learns to cherish what they have only after it has been lost. Go in peace, 007, at the very least. You have unveiled the fate of Mr. Chihai to me. No, that cannot possibly be Mr. Chihai's conclusion. Ruo Meng's gaze gradually solidifies with determination. If she cannot rectify the regrets, then her very presence in this world would be the greatest regret of all. With this revelation, Ruo Meng feels an overwhelming sense of ease. To divert her attention, she begins to explore the somewhat unfamiliar game interface. The screen displays a semi-transparent aquamarine hue, becoming increasingly clear as it approaches the center of her vision, unobscured. In the upper left corner lies an avatar of Ruo Meng's face, while the upper right corner features a male icon. The lower left corner, when accessed, reveals a panel of fundamental stats. The lower right corner boasts colorful icons for a spinning wheel and a shop, with additional space left for anticipated new features. The layout is strikingly similar to that of most mobile games. Ruo Meng's gaze settles on her own avatar. Upon opening the avatar section, she discovers functions typically associated with changing avatars and frames. With hopeful anticipation, she clicks on her avatar, pondering the possibility of a one-click head swap. However, upon expanding the avatar, it reveals not the desired function, but a miniature version of her overall appearance. The left menu allows for the alteration of titles. Besides the delightfully highlighted title of Yao Meyer, green, the others appear in a dull gray. On a small circular pedestal, a figure with high ponytails and black hair blinks its eyes, with a dark green hairpin securely nestled in the band. The smoothly curved peachwood hairpin is understated in its adornment, resembling a cloud pattern, exuding a low-key luster of nostalgia, firmly nestled among the hairband. By dragging the figure, she can view it from every possible angle, rendering her entire appearance visible. Having lain idle for 2 days, her ponytail remains impeccably styled. Not a single hair out of place. It feels as if her scalp is on the verge of being pulled taut. If she had to remove her gear for washing her hair or sleeping, that would be overly impractical. Surely there must be a one-click outfit change function? At that moment, Ruo Meng notices 3 heart icons in the lower left corner. Clicking the first yields no noticeable change in her figure. The second click transforms her into a figure clad in a hospital gown, sporting a half ponytail, with a small strand of hair secured at the back of her head. Appearing somewhat demure, the final heart icon causes all accessories to vanish, leaving her long, dark hair cascading down her back, yet the equipment attributes remain intact. This is precisely what she was searching for. Ruo Meng nods in satisfaction, closing the character interface and reclining back onto the hospital bed. She feels the comforting rush of blood returning to her scalp, as if every follicle is awakening to work diligently. She can grow stronger, but she cannot afford to become bald. Having resolved the gaming issues she had neglected for several days, Ruo Meng begins to contemplate her current predicament. With the ability to perceive cursed spirits and possessing cursed energy, she is likely to be recruited by the Jujutsu High School. The thought of potentially becoming classmates with the main characters and even a student of Satoru Gojo fills Ruo Meng with glee, her hands rubbing together in excitement. If Satoru Gojo were to personally encourage her to enroll, she would undoubtedly agree without hesitation. Once she becomes a student at the Jujutsu High, she can gradually investigate the origins of the tragedy, ultimately achieving her ultimate goal of saving everyone. And all of this shall commence with saving Yoshino Junpei. If she can indeed alter Yoshino Junpei's fate, it would prove her capability to rescue others as well. As the saying goes, when the soldiers come, the generals stand ready. When the water rises, the earth conceals. At that moment, she will undoubtedly kick away all the knives. Chapter 17. The Blue Iris Blossoming in the Heart. Having instructed Ika Shoko not to allow anyone else into the hospital room, and with Keisuke on watch, Satoru Gojo remains uneasy. Upon receiving news from Fushiguro Megumi, he rushes back without delay. If he arrives late, there is a risk that a promising candidate might be misled into becoming a mere orange. As he swings open the hospital door, he is greeted by the sight of the girl who has been bedridden for 2 days, her face glowing with vitality. Prompting a smile from Satoru Gojo, she seems quite spirited. Ruo Meng, still lost in her dreams of fulfillment, suddenly hears a familiar voice and notices someone seated casually on a chair beside her. The man, clad in a black uniform, rests his arm casually on the back of the chair, holding a bouquet of blue irises. The once vibrant girl slowly pulls the blanket over her face, ultimately peeking out with half her head exposed for a covert observation. Satoru Gojo can't help but chuckle, leaning closer with an unpretentious demeanor. "What are you doing?" The girl blinks her red eyes slowly, her voice soft and somewhat muffled. "Am I dreaming? Why do you ask that? How could there be such a handsome person in the world?" Gojo bursts into laughter, adjusting his sunglasses to shield his eyes. "Megumi, did you hear that? Our new classmate is truly amusing." Fushiguro Megumi, having been called out, helplessly draws the bed curtains. "Stop teasing her, let us get to the point. I just want to return to my dormitory and rest." I know. Megumi is always so impatient. Gojo casually places the bouquet on the bedside table and reclines back into the chair with an ostentatious nonchalance, his long limbs sprawled haphazardly. Logically, given all that has transpired, Ruo Meng should find it impossible to revert to a tranquil existence. Typically, individuals like her, who awaken midway, are required to enroll in Jujutsu High to continue their studies. However, I tend to respect others' opinions, so I wish to inquire about Ruo Meng's thoughts. As he speaks, his azure gaze remains fixed intently upon the girl, not missing a trace of cursed energy emanating from her. "Ruo Meng, do you wish to join Jujutsu High?" To the surprise of those present, Ruo Meng merely blinks and softly replies, "I do wish to. But, as far as I know, this is the second cursed spirit incident you've encountered, right? The last time, you even saw a corpse. Won't that leave you traumatized? Aren't you afraid?" Upon hearing this, the girl falls silent for a moment, as if pondering Satoru Gojo's question earnestly. "Of course I'm scared, but I can't really go back to my old school now, can I?" That is certainly the case. What Gojo refrains from saying is that even if Ruo Meng desired to return, he would never permit it. Moreover, Ruo Meng's gaze meets Gojo's momentarily, as if she wishes to express something, but ultimately looks away, her voice lacking confidence. "Even I have people I want to protect. I'm talking about those on the streets. It would be quite distressing if they encountered monsters without a Kamen Rider to save them, right? Just like how magical girls, once they awaken and realize their strength, would choose to protect everyone no matter what. Gojo, it is the duty of the strong to protect the weak." Satoru Gojo is not amused by the girl's peculiar analogy, as the familiar tone of earnestness gradually intertwines with her melodious voice, his nearly translucent lips tightening momentarily. However, a certain large feline merely pressed Ruo Meng's head down, as if venting frustration by tousling her soft black hair. His voice, though calm, carried an unusual hint of displeasure. "You silly, sorcerers are not as adorable as magical girls. those delightful little cakes. With a playful wink directed at Fushiguro Megumi, he encouraged Ruo Meng to glance in that direction. But Megumi can be. Under the gaze of both, Fushiguro Megumi felt his fists clench. Shut up. Ruo Meng was about to retort when Wataru's sudden surge of excitement interrupted her. Now that we have clarified the intention of joining Jujutsu High, the next step is to meet the most authoritative figure in this institution. With the rustling sound of paper bags, several elegantly packaged shopping bags, though containing little, were placed atop the bedside table. Look, I've brought gifts for you, little dream. Are you happy? Surprised? You can even cry tears of joy right now. Inside one luxurious bag, adorned with a designer logo, lay a package wrapped in craft paper tied with a ribbon, while another bag contained a shoebox holding a pair of black heels. Ruo Meng's eyes sparkled as she opened one of the bags. Having prepared in advance, Fushiguro Megumi was the first to exit the hospital room, even kindly taking along the oblivious individual who had yet to move a step. Accompanying the closing door was a system notification sound. First time receiving a gift from a target, 1,000 points. Ruo Meng felt a surge of delight at the newly acquired 1,000 points. The upper half of the dress was crafted from a rare, durable woolen fabric, featuring a round neckline and a classic Japanese sleeveless design that revealed just enough skin. 4 black camellia buttons adorned the center, while the lower half boasted a semi-transparent, irregular honeydew mesh skirt that subtly hinted at her long, slender legs. The fitted waist design was elegantly accented with tassels, creating a seamless flow between the two sections. The classic black shoes, a summer style with approximately 5 centimeters of transparent stiletto heels, fit her perfectly. Once dressed in the entire ensemble, Ruo Meng felt immense satisfaction. Marveling once more at Wataru's impeccable taste, she opened her character panel and lightly tapped the second heart, transforming her hairstyle into a gentle, intellectual half-updo. The figure on the small round platform mirrored Ruo Meng's new hairstyle. It wasn't a gradual styling process. The transformation was instantaneous, saving time and effort. As she neatly folded the hospital blanket and her patient gown side by side, Ruo Meng paused, her gaze falling upon the irises casually arranged on the bedside table. Though merely a courteous gesture for a patient, these were the flowers I had suggested. Lowering her eyes, Ruo Meng cradled the bouquet in her arms, delicately caressing the petals with her fingertips while inhaling their fragrance. What a gentle soul she was. As for the words left unspoken moments ago, she decided to save them for when she met Principal Yaga. The subtle, mysterious scent enveloped her senses, causing her heart to blossom like the flowers. Swept up in a gentle breeze that sent petals fluttering, the hospital door swung open, and the 2 gentlemen waiting at the entrance turned their gazes simultaneously. The delicate and enchanting girl cradling the irises outshone the flowers themselves. Wataru smiled with satisfaction. Not bad. My taste is indeed remarkable. Fushiguro Megumi leaned against the wall with crossed arms, his eyes reflecting appreciation as he nodded at Ruo Meng. Blushing, Ruo Meng tugged at her skirt. Thank you, I will repay you. Mr. Wataru. Wataru raised an eyebrow, not correcting her informal address as a soon-to-be student. He waved his hand, casually wrapping an arm around each of the adorable students as they made their way out of the infirmary. No need, consider it a welcome gift for Little Dream. But, truly, don't take it to heart. Wataru-sensei is quite wealthy. Fushiguro Megumi turned his head, reassuring the anxious Ruo Meng. Rest assured, it suits you perfectly. Ruo Meng could only nod in acceptance. They ascended the mountain, arriving at a row of crimson torii gates. Beside the path stood a series of glass-like temple structures, through which the pure white curtains and wooden floors were visible. They resembled dormitories. Fushiguro waved his hand and entered without looking back. Ruo Meng recalled he had mentioned wanting to rest in the dorm, so she refrained from asking further, belatedly waving at his retreating figure. Wataru had reached the steps and, noticing Ruo Meng lagging slightly, slowed his pace to turn back and gently say, "Come on, we are going to meet someone." Ruo Meng withdrew her gaze and quickened her steps to catch up with the figure ahead. Okay, Mr. Wataru. Chapter 18, The Pink Tiger. The stone steps were layered, winding through the overlapping torii gates, leading straight to a peak that was invisible to the eye. Towering trees with rough bark, imbued with an ancient hue, guarded secrets unknown to ordinary folk. The two walked side by side in silence, while it felt relatively natural with Fushiguro around. The atmosphere grew a bit tense now that it was just the two of them. In reality, it was merely Ruo Meng's own awkwardness. Though she had long suspected she might have crossed into an unreal world, Ruo Meng had been diligently living her life. It wasn't until she met Wataru that she truly felt, I have indeed traversed into another realm, rather than the persistent doubt of having been unwittingly sold abroad to participate in a hyper-realistic prank show. However, unbeknownst to the beautiful girls, this fervent fan, who often screamed and twisted in ecstasy while watching anime, felt utterly constrained in the presence of the very person she idolized. unable to utter a word. If 007 were present, he would surely comment on how this was the embodiment of the dragon that loves its master. At this moment, Ruo Meng was covertly assessing the person beside her, believing her small gestures to be unnoticed. The height difference between them was 30 centimeters, and from her perspective, she could only glimpse Wataru's profile. His high, straight nose, smooth jawline, and skin as white as mountain snow were striking features, complemented by the ever slightly upturned corners of his mouth that drew one's gaze. After a brief moment of quiet observation, her heart raced as if aboard a hot air balloon. Her cheeks warming, Ruo Meng bit her lip, turning her face away to take a deep breath, attempting to cool the heat on her face with the refreshing mountain breeze. Steady now, unruly heart. Slow down. Slow down. What's wrong? Wataru's sudden inquiry startled Ruo Meng, prompting her to swiftly hide her hands behind her back. Nothing. Wataru abruptly halted, bending down closer to Ruo Meng's face with a teasing lilt. I've been thinking, little dream, you must really like my face, right? Want to take this opportunity to have a good look? As Ruo Meng watched that magnificent face draw nearer, her breath became shallow. In a moment of desperation, she raised the irises to shield herself. Unprepared for this floral defense, Wataru was met with a face full of fragrant petals. Achoo! Wataru sneezed, as if caught off guard by pollen, scattering several petals into the air. Ruo Meng quickly removed the flowers. I'm sorry. Are you okay, Mr. Wataru? Wataru rubbed his nose with his index finger, his voice slightly muffled. I'm fine, no need to worry. As she spoke, she deftly plucked a blue petal that had become ensnared in Ruo Meng's hair. The coolness of her fingers brushed against the scalp, gently pinching with an affectionate gesture. However, Wu Tiaowu appeared oblivious, continuing to draw closer. Since just moments ago, Ruo Meng had referred to him as Mr. Wu Tiao instead of Teacher Wu Tiao. Why was that? Ruo Meng felt her cheeks ablaze. The air she inhaled caught in her chest, her hands pressed against Wu Tiaowu's shoulders. Realizing she couldn't push him away, she retreated a few steps, distancing herself from this charming heartthrob who possessed an unsettling ease. Please, do not invade my space so casually, Mr. Wu Tiao truly lacks a sense of personal boundaries. She did not directly answer Wu Tiaowu's inquiry, hastily masking her embarrassment with anger. Observing Ruo Meng's retreating figure in her petite heels, Wu Tiaowu tilted his head in puzzlement, his long legs leisurely following her. How could he comprehend the convoluted emotions of a budding young girl? He could only walk and shake his head in exasperation. Hadn't he already promised her a place at the Jujutsu High? The youth of today was truly unfathomable. Yujin Itadori leaned against a wall, kicking pebbles, and from a distance, he heard the crisp sound of high heels striking the stone path. Lifting his gaze, he recognized the girl from that fateful night. Oh, you're awake. How splendid. Ruo Meng saw a pink-haired boy bouncing like Tigger, one hand cupping his cheek to amplify his voice, while the other waved energetically. Tiger? A smile involuntarily crept onto her lips as she quickened her pace to greet him, raising her right hand in an attempt to mimic his exuberance. Hello, I'm Ruo Meng. Yujin Itadori appeared delighted, slapping his hand against Ruo Meng's palm with a resounding smack. I'm Yujin Itadori. Startled by the unexpected force, she stumbled back slightly, barely regaining her balance. Silently retracting her hand, she gazed at her flushed palm, lost in thought. How had she never noticed this before? Was it possible that this boy had always been so vigorous? Wu Tiaowu sauntered over, standing beside Ruo Meng. Sorry to keep you waiting. Let us be on our way. Ruo Meng pressed her warm palm against her cool arm to soothe the heat and tilted her head in confusion. Am I coming too? She vaguely recalled the events surrounding Yujin Itadori's interrogation by Yaga prior to enrollment. She had assumed it was merely a personality assessment for the vessel of Sukuna, never anticipating her own participation. Yujin Itadori followed suit, though their questions diverged, their tilting heads synchronizing surprisingly well. Where are we going? Wu Tiaowu regarded the two with amusement, raising a finger to point down the path as he took the lead. There are a few matters to discuss. It's best to address them all at once. The trio traversed a picturesque wooden corridor, meandering past a pond adorned with lush lotus leaves and along a tree-lined stone avenue. Through Wu Tiaowu's explanations, both Ruo Meng and Yujin Itadori garnered a basic understanding of Jujutsu High, the full name being the Tokyo Metropolitan Jujutsu Technical School. It stands as one of Japan's two premier institutions for jujutsu education. Ostensibly a private religious institution, many sorcerers launch their careers from this foundation. Beyond education, it also engages in missions and support tasks, holding a significant position within the jujutsu community. In simpler terms, it is a college that necessitates part-time work while providing job placements upon graduation. With this realization, the initial air of mystery dissipated. In any case, you both should have a conversation with the principal first. Ruo Meng dispelled her whimsical thoughts, brushing away a stray petal that had fluttered onto her shoulder. Trailing behind the two boys, Yujin Itadori inquired curiously. Principal? Is it an interview? It's akin to an entrance exam, Wu Tiaowu replied. Given your circumstances, Yujin, there's a possibility you could be denied admission, so do put in your best effort. Wait, does that mean I could be immediately expelled? Wu Tiaowu strolled ahead, unable to conceal his amusement. Just as Ruo Meng was about to respond, a deep male voice resonated from behind, laden with aggression and a desire for dominance. What's this? You're not the leader? A chilling familiarity washed over them. It was Sukuna. Wu Tiaowu halted, expression unreadable, turning his gaze toward Yujin Itadori. Though his movements were minimal, his body tensed beneath his clothing, ready to react at any moment. Ruo Meng felt a jolt of fear, the lingering pain in her wrist a stark reminder of past encounters. She quickly sought refuge behind Wu Tiaowu, peering out with vigilant eyes. Despite Sukuna resembling a humanoid form compared to other curses, he was far from human. This being had once sought to devour her. Chapter 19. The King of Curses is the strongest. Yujin Itadori's face abruptly split into a grin, akin to a predatory beast. His teeth sharp and menacing. The unease was palpable, sending chills down one's spine. It's rather dull that strength isn't ranked by power levels. Yujin Itadori showed no leniency towards Sukuna, delivering a slap to his own face to silence him, then turned apologetically to Ruo Meng and Wu Tiaowu. My apologies, teacher, Ruo Meng. This guy occasionally breaks free. Prepared for battle, Wu Tiaowu paused, stroking his chin thoughtfully as he regarded Yujin Itadori. Your body is quite intriguing. Before he could finish, Sukuna's voice emerged again from Yujin's hand, maintaining its defiant and arrogant tone. I still owe this brat a visit. Once I seize control of this vessel, you will be the first to perish. And that woman, prepare to offer up your heart, for you are at the top of my menu. Ruo Meng was nearly brought to tears, instinctively clutching Wu Tiaowu's clothing as her spirit of retort compelled her to respond. Daka Kodo Waru. Wu Tiaowu was not inclined to let this rude entity steal the spotlight. With a flippant tone, he quipped, to think we've caught the attention of Sukuna, how truly fortunate. Yujin Itadori slapped his hand over Sukuna's mouth once more, looking to Wu Tiaowu with a puzzled expression. Fortunate? Is this guy famous? Sukuna, the double-faced, is a fictional demon with 4 arms and 2 faces. He was once a human, though that was millennia ago. During the zenith of Jujutsu, sorcerers united to challenge him, only to meet with utter failure. After his death, he was reincarnated as a curse, and we cannot even destroy him. Wu Tiaowu gently patted the hand that had been gripping his clothing, his powerful presence offering an immense sense of reassurance. Undoubtedly, he is the king of curses. Unbeknownst to her, Ruo Meng released her hold, peeking from behind Wu Tiaowu to scrutinize the remnants of black cracks on Yujin Itadori's face. So, who is stronger, him or Mr. Wu Tiao? Well, if Sukuna gathers his strength, it could be quite troublesome. Yujin Itadori too was curious, glancing at Wu Tiaowu. Would he lose? The eager students gazed at him with thirst for knowledge. Wu Tiaowu crossed his arms, resting his finger on his chin, deliberately elongating his tone before cheerfully asserting, he will win. Ruo Meng laughed at his tone. Mr. Wu Tiao? You're so confident. Well, after all, I am the strongest, he declared with an exuberant flair that, rather than sounding like mere bravado, conveyed a compelling truth. The trio continued onward, entering the temple-like structure where the principal resided. The double wooden doors swung wide open, revealing 2 rows of amber candlelight illuminating the reflective floor tiles, creating a sacred and solemn atmosphere. This place bears a striking resemblance to the architectural splendor of the Tang dynasty from the porcelain realm. Even the intricately carved beams and painted pillars evoke a sense of nostalgia. It is indeed rare to encounter such an abundance of ancient, elegantly rustic wooden structures from the Tang era, even in the porcelain country. As Ruo Meng stepped inside, her attention was immediately captivated by a large collection of dolls directly in front of her, her gaze nearly fixated upon them. How slow, Wudo, you are 8 minutes late. Seated ahead was a man with a buzz cut, busily engaged in sewing, gradually bringing to life an adorable felt doll. While not overtly reprimanding, I have previously advised you to amend your habitual tardiness. How charming. Completely entranced by the doll in Yagasegan's hands, Ruo Meng allowed a tear of envy to linger at the corner of her mouth. She examined each doll in the nearby heap, all of which were delightfully quirky and endearingly grotesque, each one exquisite enough to warrant display in a shop window. The aesthetic resonated with Itadori Yuji, who found himself equally astonished. A man was crafting such delightful creations, brought back to reality by the youthful shockwaves. Ruo Meng wiped the corner of her mouth and cast a bemused glance at her side. With a sly grin, the girl leaned in close to Itadori Yuji's ear, playfully threatening. Oh no, Yuji, you've offended the examiner. You might not pass the interview. Upon hearing this, Itadori Yuji immediately covered his mouth, his face a mask of horror as he gazed ahead. Realizing that Yaga Sagan was unconcerned, he exhaled in relief, only to turn his gaze back to Ruo Meng with a look of dismay. Xiaoming, you're bullying me. Fushiguro Megumi stood with his hands in his pockets, feigning indifference, his tone carrying a hint of childlike petulance. Since it's not a reprimand, don't blame me. You're also busy with your dolls. What is the big deal about being 8 minutes late? Turning his head, he noticed the two small figures whispering to each other, their voices softening. This is Principal Yaga Sagan. Ruo Meng responded with an understanding nod, exchanging a glance with Itadori Yuji, and they both executed a synchronized 90-degree bow. Oh, esteemed Principal Yaga, greetings. I am Itadori Yuji. My ideal type is Jennifer Lawrence. I look forward to your guidance. I am Ruo Meng, 19 years old. I admire reliable and mature gentlemen like Kakashi Hatake. I hope for your favor. Yaga Sagan, after glancing at the information in his hands, found himself momentarily at a loss for words. Fushiguro Megumi erupted into laughter, clutching his stomach. Oh no, you've offended him. Ruo Meng exclaimed in shock. Isn't this how underworld figures greet each other? The response was a louder bout of laughter from Fushiguro Megumi. Yaga Sagan rubbed his temples, feeling a familiar headache wash over him at the girl's antics. Enough laughing, Wudo. Yaga Sagan set down the felt doll and turned his attention back to the two children, regaining focus. Let us get back on track. What are you here for? Itadori Yuji stood straighter, seemingly puzzled by the question. Aren't we here to learn jujitsu? Ruo Meng answered smoothly. To protect. I am asking about what comes after. Once you understand curses and master the ability to exorcise them, what do you plan to do? Ruo Meng, already prepared with her answer, blurted out, I want to become strong. Incredibly strong, stronger than anyone, until I can protect those I care about. Yaga Sagan nodded. The desire to protect family and loved ones is quite common. However, that alone is insufficient to confront the fear of death. Using others as an excuse, when faced with death to protect someone, you may end up resenting them. On that basis alone, I cannot accept you into the school. Yaga Sagan continued. Now let me ask you. A jujitsu sorcerer's role is generally to save ordinary people who know nothing of the jujitsu world. When faced with a dire mission and your companions in danger, whom would you choose? As the question loomed, Ruo Meng, her left eye bandaged and appearing somewhat frail, spoke with surprising clarity and conviction. First, I would save the mission target. Then give them a good beating to vent my frustration, and finally, threaten them to keep quiet. That's why I must grow stronger, continuously, until I am powerful enough not to wake up crying in regret. By the way, even though I agreed to join Jujutsu High, I don't intend to be a student there, Mr. Yaga. Yaga Sagan was taken aback, glancing at the grinning Fushiguro Megumi, still processing Ruo Meng's words. The girl continued. You mean to say I have already agreed to Mr. Wudo, right? Actually, I only promised to be Mr. Wudo's subordinate. I don't intend to enroll in this school or become a student. Although it is a pity I want to be in the same cohort as Yuji and the others, this school has a scent reminiscent of rotten fruit. If that means I have to take on the same odor, I would prefer to receive guidance solely from Mr. Wudo rather than enjoy any school benefits. Be it labeled as arrogance or disdain, my loyalty lies only with Mr. Wudo. As she spoke, Ruo Meng suddenly clenched her fist and pressed her hand against the bandage over her eye, exclaiming fervently, in any case, Mr. Wudo and the King of Curses are the strongest. Yaga Sagan. Delighted by the preferential treatment, Fushiguro Megumi remarked, unexpectedly, she's a good kid. Principal Yaga, I wholeheartedly agree. Shut up. Hi. Chapter 20. Interview passed. The girl's articulate words flowed seamlessly, leaving Yaga Sagan momentarily speechless. Looking towards Fushiguro Megumi, he found him enveloped in the warm candlelight, smiling at the girl who had just made such a remarkable statement. Since both parties involved had no objections, he, as an outsider, naturally had none either. Never mind. Yaga Sagan sighed and closed his eyes briefly, then turned to Itadori Yuji. And you? Itadori Yuji had not anticipated his turn would come so swiftly. He displayed his fingers, attempting to mimic the grotesque appearance of Sukuna's fingers. What am I doing? Aren't I here to collect Sukuna's fingers? Ignoring them will lead to the deaths of many. Yaga Sagan remained unfazed, pressing on with his stern questioning. The cold demeanor he displayed towards the young boy was markedly different from that towards the girl. He advanced step by step, leaving Itadori Yuji no room to ponder. Why? Events, accidents, diseases. Every day, there are people you know nothing about. That is a matter of course. Fushiguro Megumi, having grasped Yaga Sagan's intentions, tilted his head in exasperation. He pulled Ruo Meng from beside Itadori Yuji, retreating behind a pillar. Lowering his head, he met the girl's curious gaze, and with a finger pressed to his lips, he whispered, Shoo, just watch. Ruo Meng nodded, allowing Fushiguro Megumi to guide her behind him. When she looked back towards the center of the room, she discovered Itadori Yuji entangled with a felt doll resembling a kappa. The Kappa-like felt doll retains its endearingly grotesque charm, appearing diminutive with slender limbs, yet capable of sending the brawny Yuji Itadori sprawling several meters with a single punch. Although Yuji shielded himself with his backpack, the force still propelled him backward, crashing against a pillar, cold sweat trickling down his brow. Is this truly a mere felt doll? The reason behind such actions was articulated by Zenin Shinjuku. The more desperate the situation, the more one's true nature is revealed. The Kappa will relentlessly attack until I hear the answer I seek. The answer I wish to hear? Every word Yuji has uttered thus far has been sincere. Yet without confronting death directly, there can be no cognitive leap. The final words of his grandfather carry a heavy weight, rather than a hopeful legacy. They feel more like a cruel curse. What does it mean to die surrounded by others? Yuji merely keeps it in his heart, using it as a guiding light as he presses forward. He is a small son, living in defiance of death. As he approaches the brink of mortality, will he harbor resentment toward the grandfather who cast such a harsh curse upon him? Yuji, feeling a surge of anger, cast aside his backpack and charged forward, delivering a punch to the Kappa doll's face. What others dictate is my grandfather's last wish. His furious blow sent the Kappa doll flying. However, Yuji has yet to master the enhancement of cursed energy, rendering his strikes ineffective against the essence of the cursed doll. The soft, elastic felt doll rebounded between the pillars, dissipating the force of his punch into potential energy, the gust it generated extinguishing the candles within the grand hall. Instantly, the surroundings were engulfed in darkness, the only sound being the rhythmic thumping of the Kappa doll as it accelerated between the columns. Just as Yum contemplated retreating to create distance, she was halted by Satoru Gojo. I'm here, so it's fine. You can attempt to discern the movement patterns of the cursed doll. Yum stifled her instinct to evade. Nodding obediently, regardless of whether Gojo could see in the dark, the Kappa doll dashed through the hall at high speed, capitalizing on Yuji's impaired vision to launch a sudden assault. The sound of flesh colliding with a pillar echoed, accompanied by Yuji's muted grunt of pain. The Kappa doll performed a bizarre victory dance, concluding with a mocking gesture toward the pink-haired boy. Yuji clasped the back of his head, gritting his teeth, his mind racing. He comprehended the futility of his attacks. Dolls do not experience pain, and mere fists cannot shatter them. Family is also composed of others. Zenin Shinjuku stepped forward to ignite the nearest candle, the heavy thud of his shoes resonating ominously in the darkness. Cursed sorcerers are perpetually engaged in a dance with death, not only their own but also encountering those slain by curses, and must slay curses with their own hands. The Kappa doll made faces in place, its realistic teeth and gum details reminiscent of an actual Kappa. Yum absorbed none of this, her gaze involuntarily drawn to the rabbit behind Zenin. It turned out that these felt dolls, when hugged, would sink in like cotton toys. They appeared quite huggable. Sleeping with one in bed would surely be delightful. Regardless, death is an inevitability, and high-intensity work necessitates a degree of madness. Can one truly achieve such a feat based solely on someone else's words? Don't be absurd. I ask you, when you are cursed to death, will you not resent your grandfather? The Kappa doll launched another attack, hurtling toward Yuji. It seemed Yuji was cornered. Yet he had not lost his composure. He understood that his attacks were meaningless. Clinging tightly to the Kappa doll in his arms, he shouted out his innermost thoughts. His radiant will seem to dim the surrounding candles. Though I do not know how I will meet my end, I refuse to regret my beliefs. His gaze gradually focused on Yuji's resolute, yet youthful countenance. Kakue. Yum was transfixed, utterly astonished, staring blankly at the disheveled boy seated on the ground. He bore scars at the corners of his mouth, his clothes wrinkled and in disarray, yet he radiated the brilliance of a small sun. Indeed, Yuji is the first hot-blooded shonen protagonist with justifiable reasons for strength. He has truly persuaded me. A moment of silence enveloped the hall. Go, take them to the dorms, and introduce them to the various security measures, Satoru instructed. The usually stoic Zenin Shinjuku finally revealed a smile. You have passed. Huh. Yuji unconsciously relaxed his grip, turning to Yum with a smile. Just as he was about to speak, the Kappa doll suddenly sprang up, delivering a surprise punch. The Kappa, having successfully ambushed him, leaped into a celebratory victory dance, its straightforward movements undeniably adorable. Much like a Disney character, it truly is charming. Yum's gaze once again fell upon the little rabbit doll, her eyes filled with desire. Looking back at Yuji, her expression contorted in empathy. Yuji received a heavy blow to his chin, spinning 360 degrees before landing awkwardly on the floor, his posture quite poignant. It sounded painful indeed. Remarkably, an inquiry sufficed to pass the assessment, without subjecting her to a beating from the Kappa. Grateful for Zenin Shinjuku's mercy, Yum stepped forward, crouching to poke the soft head, before extending her hand to Yuji. Are you all right? Yuji grasped Yum's hand, rising from the ground, grimacing in pain. Yet, at this age, he remains stubborn in front of a girl. I feel nothing. But Yuji, you have a little pearl of a tear at the corner of your eye. Unspoken truths lingered in the air as Yum and Yuji exchanged smiles, as if congratulating each other on their successful enrollment. Satoru Gojo, with a gentle smile, gazed upon the duo standing hand in hand in the candlelight. This is their youth. One that no one shall take away. Chapter 21. Concerning the convenience of my dormitory for visiting. Another undeniable advantage of Jujutsu High is its tranquil atmosphere and fresh air. Nestled amidst the mountains, the school is further characterized by its sparse student population, making it quite desolate, surrounded by verdant peaks and rolling hills. With lush trees dotting the landscape, living here long-term brings about the singular worry of losing one's worries. Yum and Yuji hit it off immediately, engaging in endless conversation. Following Satoru Gojo, they retraced their steps, passing through the rows of red torii gates before arriving at the student dormitories. The dormitories at Jujutsu High consist of contiguous low-rise buildings that resemble a temple from the outside, yet feature walls of translucent glass. The front entrance of the dormitory connects to the descent down the mountain. Whether heading to the classroom buildings above or descending, one must pass through here. A little further down lies the staff dormitories. Given the limited number of students at Jujutsu High, the boys and girls dormitories are aligned together. A narrow passage, wide enough for a single person, separates the two rows of buildings. Behind the dormitories lies an open courtyard without walls, allowing for easy visiting among residents. The lawn within the courtyard is lush and connects seamlessly with the sprawling forests. Satoru Gojo led Yuji to the boys' dormitory, while Yum, under the guidance of her senior, began to explore the girls' dormitory. As she wandered, her gaze fell upon the girl in front of her. The senior showing her around was Maki Zenin, a second-year student. With her shoulder-length green hair elegantly styled into a spirited ponytail and sporting a pair of sleek glasses, Maki Zenin appears to stand at an impressive height of around 170 centimeters. Maki walks with a grounded poise, her steps light and graceful, the ponytail swaying in rhythm, enhancing her air of gallantry. Upon arrival, Maki leads Ruo Meng to a dormitory nestled against the corridor's edge. Ruo Meng's room is adjacent to Maki's, situated at the end of the hallway. Pushing open the slightly ajar wooden door, the keychain inserted into the lock jingles softly. The facilities at Jujutsu High student dormitory are quite commendable, with each student afforded a private room, meticulously cleaned and furnished with a basic bed, wardrobe, and desk. Standing at the threshold, one immediately notices two bright floor-to-ceiling windows, the open courtyard visible beyond, which brightens the spirit. The white curtains flutter gently in the breeze, occasionally brushing against a stack of cardboard boxes nearby, while the refreshing scent of greenery wafts in. Outside the windows, a short wooden corridor extends, leading to smooth stone steps. A pair of wooden clogs rests on the steps, facilitating movement within the courtyard. Ecstatic, Ruo Meng rushes to the floor-to-ceiling windows, closes her eyes, and stretches out her arms to take a deep breath. The last remnants of fatigue are swiftly dispelled by the beautiful scenery. However, the thought of facing cursed spirits again and the uncertainty of when 007 might be released dampens her spirits. Maki watches the girl with a smile, inquiring if she likes the dormitory. Snapping back to reality, Ruo Meng turns and beams. Thank you, Maki-senpai. I truly love it here. Although she is not officially enrolled as a student, there is no precedent for Jujutsu High to take in a subordinate of Satoru Gojo, especially given that Ruo Meng is indeed of school age. After all, Satoru Gojo is the type who would even take in death row inmates as students, making Ruo Meng's rebellious nature seem trivial by comparison. Nevertheless, Yaga has arranged for her to stay in the student dormitory, treating her as an auditing student for now, attending classes alongside Yuji Itadori. This is the best arrangement, albeit without a diploma from Jujutsu High in the future, a fact Ruo Meng accepts with joy, unconcerned about her status as long as she is not under that person's tutelage. After all, with Satoru Gojo being a busy individual, it would be impractical for him to carry around a subordinate in need of guidance. Until she spreads her wings, Ruo Meng refuses to be a burden. Just as she considers inviting Maki to sit inside, she suddenly realizes there is no available seating, leading to an awkward glance between them. Sensing this, Maki compassionately asks, "Would you like to sit in my room?" Ruo Meng's eyes light up. Really? Puzzled, she watches as Maki suddenly bursts into laughter, her expression filled with confusion. Maki finds the girl's changing expressions amusing. Her thoughts are clearly written on her face. "It's nothing, just that I find you quite adorable." While there are female students at Jujutsu High, most possess a forthright and direct demeanor, making someone as sweet and charming as Ruo Meng a rarity. Maki's room is unexpectedly soft, filled with a touch of femininity. A plush, long-haired carpet covers the floor, extending into the corridor outside. Beside her desk stands a tall, creamy yellow lamp, illuminating a dagger resting atop the desk. The dagger is sheathed in a holster resembling a thigh strap, reminiscent of a secret weapon from an action film. Ruo Meng, envisioning Maki as a female agent, unwittingly voices her thoughts. Maki-senpai, you look so cool. Maki is momentarily taken aback by the sudden shift in topic. Caught off guard by Ruo Meng's compliment. Ruo Meng eagerly approaches the desk, her eyes sparkling with anticipation as she glances at the still-stunned Maki. Can I take a look? Maki chuckles softly in acknowledgement. Almost as if fearing Ruo Meng didn't hear her, she nods. Sure, but be careful. The dagger is very sharp. All right. However, Ruo Meng finds it odd that no matter how hard she tries, the dagger remains unmoved. Maki, puzzled, walks over to the desk and effortlessly lifts the sheath. She tosses it lightly in her hand to confirm its weight before offering it to Ruo Meng. Yet, Ruo Meng retreats a few steps, awkwardly shaking her hands. No, it's all right. I think I'll pass. Thank you, senpai. Just moments ago, a red prompt box had appeared before Ruo Meng's eyes, accompanied by a cold mechanical voice in her ears. Detected equipped weapon, repeated wearing prohibited. This means that once Ruo Meng has equipped the bling bling hero sword, she cannot wield any other weapon. If she wishes to use a different weapon, she must first unequip the one she already has, as her weapon slot only accommodates a single item. In some inexplicable ways, this game mirrors reality quite closely. It is uncertain whether a non-cursed tool, like a fruit knife, can be utilized. Further pondering, when a brick becomes a weapon, is it still merely a brick or has it transformed into a weapon? Outside the room, there are 2 cotton-filled cushions on the corridor, perfect for sitting and enjoying tea while taking in the scenery. Maki, with her straightforward nature, does not delve deeper into the matter, shrugging off the situation and placing the dagger back on the desk. Make yourself comfortable. I'll brew some tea for you. Ruo Meng chooses to sit on the soft cushion in the corridor, her lovely features relaxing as she squints her eyes. The breeze carrying the scent of the forest playfully through her long, glossy hair. She stretches her arms and legs, wiggling her toes, allowing herself to unwind completely. Xiaoming. A cheerful voice, distinctly youthful, suddenly calls out. Turning her head, she sees Yuji Itadori peeking into her dorm room, half of his body leaning out as he waves enthusiastically. The boys' dormitory lacks a corridor. Opening the door leads directly to the grass outside, an uncomplicated transition. Before Ruo Meng can respond, a cheerful white-haired boy pops his head out, followed by a not-so-happy-looking boy with black spikes. In order of height, 3 heads with pink, white, and black hair form a neat row. Ruo Meng waves back cheerfully. Yuji, Nobara. Mr. Gojo. Just then, Maki emerges, holding a tray of tea and snacks, catching sight of Satoru Gojo, who instinctively grits his teeth and scoffs. Damn it. I forgot the corridor was connected. Chapter 22. Mr. Gojo, who lacks personal space. Yuji, having changed into wooden clogs on the steps of the courtyard, rushes over and sits beside Ruo Meng. Noticing the tall senpai with the tea tray in the room, he belatedly introduces himself. Hello, senpai. I'm Yuji Itadori from Sendai. Maki, delighted by the arrival of 2 adorable juniors, softens her smile. Hello, I'm Maki Zenin. Satoru Gojo, ever familiar, plops down beside Ruo Meng, the plush blanket beneath them offering comfortable seating without a need for additional cushions. Sensei wants cake too. Maki's gentle smile instantly freezes, watching her newfound junior's good mood shatter. She heavily sets the empty tea tray down on the blanket and chooses a spot farthest from Satoru Gojo to sit. There's only 1 serving. Satoru Gojo pouts, pointing at his fingers, feigning cuteness. Maki, please don't say that. Fushiguro Megumi, on the other hand, refrained from joining the fray, appearing rather displeased for reasons unknown. After a brief greeting, he retreated back to his dormitory. Ryuko, however, remained oblivious to the peculiar atmosphere between the two, her attention entirely captivated by the strawberry-flavored donut in her hand. Unlike the greasy traditional fried bread, this donut was crafted from a cake base, adorned with a luscious jam glaze, and featuring a plump, red strawberry nestled in the center. The color combination and aroma were simply enchanting, making it look utterly delectable. Speaking of which, she hadn't eaten in several days, relying solely on intravenous nourishment. At that moment, her stomach contracted, awakening her sense of hunger upon the sight of food, with the sweet and tangy scent stimulating her salivary glands. As Zen and Maki gazed at Ryuko, her expression softened. Who could resist a sweet and charming girl? This is a gift from Inumaki. It's said to be a trendy cake from a certain place. Give it a try. Thank you, senpai. I'll dig in now. She cut a small piece with her fork and took a delicate bite. The jam was a delightful blend of sweet and sour, while the cake was soft and fluffy, the milky aroma harmonizing beautifully with the unique fragrance of strawberries. It's so delicious. Observing Ryuko's blissful expression, a certain dessert-loving individual could no longer contain his temptation. A pair of distinctly knuckled hands clasped Ryuko's wrist. contrasting sharply with her delicate, flushed skin. Ryuko's gaze was drawn to the point of contact between them. In a moment of distraction, Gojo Satoru leaned in and playfully took the half-eaten piece of dessert from her fork. Indeed, it's quite tasty. Wait, that was mine, Ryuko exclaimed, staring in shock at the empty fork in her hand before turning to see Gojo, cradling his face with an air of mischief, surrounded by floating flowers. The two other students watching from a distance were equally astonished. Ryuko's cheeks flushed crimson, and in a flurry, she stuffed the plate into Gojo's arms and attempted to flee. Yet, she dashed back to reclaim the donut before hurriedly exiting. The sound of a door closing echoing from the adjacent room. Ryuko swiftly shut her door, leaning against it, feeling her temperature rise to the point where her vision blurred. Gojo-sensei is such an idiot. Meanwhile, Zenin Maki's expression was difficult to articulate, yet her disdainful gaze remained unwavering. You really are a scoundrel. Gojo, utterly perplexed, tilted his head in confusion, his expression one of bewilderment. It was evident that Itadori Yujin had adopted a disapproving look. Though the pressure of their unfamiliarity forced him to glance away, muttering softly, the teacher is a pervert. Even Yujin thought so. As a prestigious institution dedicated to combating curses and sorcerers in all of Neon, Jujutsu High School meticulously curates all supplies to prevent any misconduct. During Ryuko's 2 days of slumber, her belongings, previously housed at Nanami Kinto's residence, were thoughtfully packed by the assistant supervisor. Some items were brought over, while others had been kindly replaced with new ones, ensuring Ryuko needed no preparation. The school also employed many staff without cursed energy, dedicated to serving the few sorcerers, thus safeguarding the daily lives of this unique group. Every daily necessity was a brand carefully vetted by the school, with packaging and quality that inspired utmost confidence. As she unpacked the boxes one by one, neatly arranging her new supplies throughout the room, Ryuko noted that even personal hygiene items had been thoughtfully included. Considering her status as a young woman, after tidying her dormitory, night had fallen. Ryuko stretched, easing her sore back. The girls' dormitory featured an en-suite bathroom, albeit small, accommodating both a shower and a bathtub to cater to various bathing preferences. After a long day's work, Ryuko decided to indulge in a relaxing soak. Her toenails glistened with a healthy pink hue as her calves, taut and fair, glided over the cool tiles. Standing beneath the shower head, the water cascaded down, washing away the fluffy white foam into the drain, creating a pristine stream. After rinsing out her shampoo, she wrapped her hair in a towel atop her head and settled into the bathtub, submerging her body beneath the water with a contented sigh. Once relaxed, however, her mind began to wander. Ryuko found herself contemplating the 007 scenario again, anxiety creeping back into her thoughts. The foolish system, which had landed her in a metaphorical prison to disclose the plot, might not have succeeded in its appeal. Opening the game interface, she noticed the absence of a red notification badge in the corner, indicating no new messages. It seemed that news would not arrive today. Uninterested in communicating with the cold system, Ryuko, disheartened, closed the screen, losing her enthusiasm for bathing. With a splash, she dried off, slipping into her nightgown and hastily toweling her hair. Barefoot, Ryuko stepped out of the bathroom, leaving a trail of damp footprints on the pristine floor, which had already been wiped earlier that day. The early summer heat was not as oppressive as June, and the cool tiles felt delightful beneath her feet. Knock, knock, knock. A gentle tapping sounded from the floor-to-ceiling window. Realizing the hour was late, Ryuko's first thought was of Zenin Maki. Without a moment's hesitation, she pulled back the curtains, only to be met with the sight of a rather oddly endearing rabbit plushie. Gojo Satoru stood in the courtyard, holding the plushie and revealing his handsome face from behind it, raising his hand with a smile. Hey, good evening, Gojo-sensei, Ryuko exclaimed, taken aback by his unexpected presence. She quickly swung open the window, eager to invite him inside. The warmth of steam and the fragrance of shampoo filled her room, while the floor still bore traces of water, a clear indication that she had just bathed. Entering a female student's room late at night was hardly the behavior of a good teacher, yet Gojo seemed unconcerned, striding in without a second thought. The tall man with white hair and blue eyes appeared utterly oblivious to the impropriety as he enthusiastically brandished the plushie, his voice rising in excitement. I brought a gift for the good girl, Ryuko. Chapter 23. Is Gojo Satoru's behavior akin to that of a pervert? Ryuko glanced at her impeccably polished wooden floor, her eyes drifting down to her toes, which were currently planted on it, before shifting to Gojo's shoes. Though they appeared clean, she felt a twinge of concern. Before she could voice her objection, Gojo, oblivious to her hesitation, thrust the rabbit plushie forward. The plushie bumped against her forehead, causing her to choke momentarily before instinctively reaching out to catch it. The rabbit measured about 16 or 17 centimeters, while it seemed diminutive in Gojo's grasp. It was a different story when Ryoko held it. Its ears nearly matched her height. Standing there, bewildered, Ryoko struggled to comprehend the situation. What is this? Gojo, brimming with enthusiasm yet attempting to feign a mature demeanor, brought a smile to Ryoko's face. You were eyeing this during the interview, weren't you? However, her amusement faded swiftly. As she gazed at the oddly charming cursed doll in her arms, Ryoko suddenly recalled the training method Yuta employed, controlling cursed energy while watching movies. Her gaze fell upon the plush rabbit, its fist-sized form causing a chill of cold sweat to trickle down her brow, the visible terror etching itself upon her face. Would a blow from this toy truly spell her demise? The young girl began to ponder when she had offended Satoru Gojo, her thoughts yielding no answers. She cautiously inquired, is it really necessary to maintain a continuous input of cursed energy even while sleeping? Otherwise, will it leap up to strike me during my training? Satoru Gojo, taken aback, raised an eyebrow, his striking eyes brimming with incredulity. Do you perceive those from Jujutsu high as demons? Ruo Meng had not envisioned that this rabbit plush was merely a gift intended for her. Fearing that she might inadvertently provide Satoru with a brilliant idea, she hastily shook her head, straining to drag the rabbit plush onto the bed, all the while showering him with flattery. Mr. Gojo is truly exceptionally kind. The once spacious double bed now felt considerably constricted, yet it was still ample for her alone. A slight squeeze lent her a sense of security. Noticing Satoru's intent to leave, she hurried to the floor-to-ceiling window. Thank you, Mr. Gojo. I shall cherish Mr. Rabbit as dearly as I do you. Satoru paused, turning to regard the girl standing in the softly illuminated room, then glanced at the rabbit plush lying on the bed. To think she would equate that creature with him? The words he initially intended to voice lingered on his lips, and he bit his tongue to suppress them, a playful impulse arising within him. When Ruo Meng saw his slender fingers reaching towards her, confusion clouded her mind, and suddenly, a sharp pain jolted her forehead. Satoru observed the young girl clutching her forehead, her eyes brimming with tears, and let out a light laugh, reveling in his mischief. Is that so? Thank you, Ruo Meng. I would be even happier if you could call me Teacher Gojo. Fireflies danced from the bushes, illuminating the veins of the leaves, their vibrant frequencies ascending. Ruo Meng found herself momentarily entranced. Once she regained her senses, she vigorously rubbed her forehead, murmuring a quiet rebuttal only audible to herself. That is the only thing I absolutely refuse. Satoru feigned ignorance, unconcerned with his disciple's rebellious phase, internally declaring his authority. Regardless, Ruo Meng lowered her hand, her eyes bright and earnest as she gazed at Satoru. Whatever it may be, whether it's saving me twice or anything else, I shall remember it all. Please wait for me. One day, I will stand before you to protect you. At that time, do not hesitate to rely on me. Protection? That was a perspective he had never encountered before. He had always been the one risking his life to safeguard others. No one had ever expressed such sentiments to him. This young girl had inadvertently uttered something truly remarkable. Perhaps it was due to her freshly washed hair, but Ruo Meng had not donned her gauzy eye mask. Her crimson eyes sparkled like the clearest rubies, seemingly peering into the depths of one's soul. In a fleeting moment, or perhaps it had always been there, Satoru caught a glimpse of his own reflection within her gaze. The once distinct sounds of cicadas, rustling leaves, and grass faded into silence. In an unseen corner, her white lashes fluttered, and he felt an involuntary swallow in his throat. Heartbeats, the flow of blood, and body temperature were no longer within his grasp. Damn. Satoru silently delivered a micro-dose of the infinite void to his brain, healing the momentary damage to his cerebral cortex with a reversal technique. In the next instant, his heart rate normalized, and sounds returned to his ears. His tone, imbued with warmth, carried the expectations he held for every younger generation. As he gently patted Ruo Meng's head with his well-defined hand. First time being patted on the head by a target, points 1,000. Hey, I understand. I'll be waiting for the day you stand before me, Ruo Meng. The warmth of his touch coaxed a desire to rise on tiptoe and nuzzle against his palm. Realizing her thoughts, the girl's face flushed with embarrassment. She retreated a step, cradling her head in her hands. No touching my head. That's unfair. Apologies. But it seems your head is quite inviting to touch, he replied, his teasing tone resembling mockery in Ruo Meng's ears. Embarrassed and irritated, she clutched her head tighter, her indignant glare provoking a mischievous urge in Satoru. He had initially intended to pinch her soft, plush cheeks when suddenly a pair of bunny-eared slippers playfully kicked his calf. Causing no pain, merely a tickle. You idiot, Mr. Gojo, she exclaimed, only to be met with a surprised gasp as Satoru observed the abrupt closure of the floor-to-ceiling window and the swift draw of the curtains, his fingertips nearly colliding with them in disappointment. So, Ruo Meng dislikes having her head patted? This simply won't do. I find it quite enjoyable and must break this habit. Behind the thin veil of curtains, the girl, her face flushed, had collapsed onto the bed, cradling the rabbit plush. She was merely too shy, having received a gift, uttered a flurry of embarrassing words, and been so gently patted on the head. Facing Satoru again would surely ignite her cheeks into flames. Ruo Meng wrapped her arms and legs around the rabbit, burying her face in its plush head. The rabbit's ears still carried a faint scent of mint mingled with sugar, as if their journey had been steeped in sweet breaths. While the occasional waft of cedarwood fragrance lingered, a scent absorbed from the fabric. The cloying innocence intertwined with a cool maturity. An unexpected harmony of contradictory aromas that formed the unique scent of that person. Ruo Meng felt that tonight, even in her dreams, she would be unable to escape this delightful fragrance. Realizing her behavior had become excessively infatuated, Ruo Meng abruptly awakened, her face ablaze with embarrassment as she hastily kicked the rabbit from her bed. The solid plush toy thudded heavily against the floor, revealing that the girl was not as fragile as she had thought, capable of sending such a hefty rabbit flying. After stealthily parting the curtains to confirm that the coast was clear, Ruo Meng huffed and puffed as she dragged the rabbit plush back onto the bed. Once again embracing it tightly, she sprawled atop the rabbit plush, activating her game's glowing screen. The translucent blue-green display expanded before her, revealing a red circular notification atop the mailbox icon. Upon opening the mailbox, she found 2 emails marked with attachment notifications. One was for the reward points from being patted on the head, and the other for the dress she had received earlier in the day. With a single click to claim her rewards, 2,000 points were credited to her account. Ruo Meng buried her face in the rabbit's head, joyfully rolling on the bed, elated by her newfound rewards. "I'm so happy. I received a gift, and I was patted on the head. He is truly so kind, so gentle." In a moment of distraction, the young girl and the rabbit tumbled once again onto the wooden floor with a resounding thud. Knock, knock, knock. The door was rapped upon, and Maki Zenin's concerned voice floated in. "Xiaoming, are you all right?" Ruo Meng, rubbing her behind as she scrambled to her feet, paid little heed to the rabbit plush still on the floor as she rushed to the entrance. The wooden door cracked open, revealing a flushed face, her eyes glistening and her hair slightly disheveled, resembling a startled fawn. "Good evening, Senior Maki. Did I disturb you while I was exercising?" Zenin Maki certainly caught the scent of shampoo and heard the voice of that troublesome teacher. She had been quietly preoccupied in her room, waiting for the other person to depart. Upon hearing strange noises from Ruo Meng's side, her concern prompted her to knock and inquire. Maki, perceptive enough to see through the girl's worries, chose not to address them directly, merely turning her face away in slight discomfort. "Good evening. I was just worried you might fall. Other than that, nothing else." Chapter 24, Inquiry. The gender of 007 is. Considering the children's perilous endeavors, the accommodations within the high-specialty dormitory are of the highest caliber. The mattresses provided by the institution are from a renowned brand, featuring silent springs and thick foam, offering a plush and springy comfort that ensures a delightful slumber. After cuddling her stuffed rabbit, she fell into a deep sleep, only to awaken with the sun high in the sky. The morning forest, imbued with the scents of grass and dew-soaked earth, invited her to take a deep breath, filling her lungs with fresh air before exhaling the stale remnants of the night, rejuvenating her spirit. Ruo Meng stood before the floor-to-ceiling window, stretching luxuriously. The stunning scenery instilled a sense of joy from the very start of the day, leading her to believe that today would surely be splendid. Turning to her desk, she opened the game screen. Last night, while clutching Mr. Rabbit, she had unknowingly drifted off to sleep. Naturally, the first order of business for today was a lottery. Excitingly, a 20-draw lottery. Ruo Meng rubbed her hands together with a cheeky grin. She had anticipated this lottery all night, dreaming of winning something wonderful, and upon waking, her lips still curled in a smile. Standing in the verdant expanse of the lottery wheel, Ruo Meng closed her eyes in earnest prayer, hoping to summon a stroke of good fortune. Heavenly spirits, earthly spirits, lucky wheel. The prize pool includes various legendary equipment, secret techniques, and mysterious surprise rewards. Step up to the grand stage of lottery draws. If you're fortunate enough, join us. Lottery rules. A single draw costs 100 points. A 10 draw guarantees at least a green item, a 100 draw guarantees at least a blue item, a 500 draw guarantees at least a purple item, and 1,000 draw guarantees at least an orange item. Detected that your points total 2,100, press the lottery button to proceed with a 10 draw. With anticipation bubbling within, she firmly pressed the palm-shaped button. The sound of 10 draws stirred her emotions as the wheel spun rapidly, sending forth orange-red sparks. Fireworks effects burst forth, and the wheel slowly came to a halt. 10 item prompts materialized before her, revealing 3 greens and 1 blue. Could this be the fabled beginner's protection period? Congratulations, player. You have obtained the following items. 1 paper talisman earring, blue. 2 red potions, green. 1 blue potion, green. 3 paper talismans, white. 500,000 cash. 1 basic attribute-free set, white. You have obtained equipment. Paper talisman earring, 1. Would you like to equip it immediately? Yes, no. You have obtained equipment. Basic attribute-free set, 1. Would you like to equip it immediately? Yes, no. Ruo Meng clicked, yes, twice in succession, adorning herself with the newly acquired gear before meticulously examining the earring's attributes. Paper talisman earring, an accessory more suited for girls from the porcelain realm. Equipment attributes, reduces the consumption of talismans by 20 upon wearing, and restores the last used spell's energy by 100 after defeating a target. Set attribute, exorcism. 1-3. Simultaneously wearing the peachwood hairpin and the paper talisman earring triggered the set attribute effect, exorcism. 2-3. Ruo Meng could scarcely believe her good fortune. A mere 10 draws had yielded a blue item, and it was part of the same set as the peachwood hairpin. Peachwood hairpin. Yellow talisman earring. Might there be a Taoist robe awaiting her next? Imagining herself clad in an ancient Taoist's yellow robe, wielding a peachwood sword while chanting spells to vanquish evil spirits, sent a shiver down her spine. She had no desire to play a diviner in a shonen manga. Despite only achieving a completeness of 2-3 for the set attribute exorcism, which remained gray and unactivated, Ruo Meng's determination remained unwavering. She was but 1 item away from acquiring an orange skill. The effects of the red and blue potions were to restore 20 health and spell energy, respectively, which were incredibly practical during battles. Just as Ruo Meng pondered over the talismans, the system kindly offered her some guidance. Host, paper talismans are indeed talismans. You should attempt to infuse them with spell energy. Long press to view the talisman attributes. Ah, I see. Although the cryptic symbols on the yellow talismans were indecipherable, a long press revealed categorized remarks. The 3 talismans were Thunderbolt Talisman X2, Spring Rain Talisman X1. She felt increasingly like a Taoist, lacking a target or venue for testing. Ruo Meng decided to store the talismans and potions in her system backpack. The system backpack accommodates 10 slots, allowing her to retrieve items effortlessly by mere thought without opening the game screen. Currently, 2 red potions occupy 1 slot, 1 blue potion another, and 3 talismans yet another, leaving her with 7 vacant slots. As for weapons and equipment, they reside in a dedicated equipment column, separate from the system backpack. Unless removed, each piece of equipment occupies 1 backpack slot. Upon tapping the mini avatar in the upper left corner, a diminutive version of Ruo Meng stood on a small pedestal, adorned in the newly drawn attribute-free set. Essentially still a romance game. Each piece of clothing exuded a remarkable design. The fair-skinned figure boasted delicate features, with rosy lips and pearly teeth, clad in a petite traditional horse-face skirt ensemble, reminiscent of the most exquisite Coco doll in a storefront display. Opting for a high ponytail, Ruo Meng turned off the screen and stretched at her desk. The convenience of not having to style her hair was delightful. With 2 stable quick hairstyles and the freedom to let her hair down at will. With her myriad hairstyles and exquisite outfits, it rivaled the real-life game Miracle Nikki. After completing her morning routine in the bathroom and brewing a cup of hot tea, she settled at her desk, perusing the Sorcery Academy enrollment guide. A few minutes later, Ruo Meng suddenly realized that the system's voice, which had just spoken, sounded strikingly familiar. That is, 007. The system's playful and charming voice sounded quite excited. You finally noticed, little Meng. You're back. I'm back. You really are back. I truly am back. The 2 silly beings engaged in a fervent, yet utterly trivial exchange, their voices crescendoing with excitement. If 007 could be visualized, one might envision a person twirling around the room hand in hand with a little ghost. Thanks to Ruo Meng's timely intervention, 007 had only received a verbal reprimand in the court of the Traversal Bureau, avoiding a full decade of imprisonment. In response, 007 exuberantly declared that they would henceforth be Ruo Meng's loyal companion, to which Ruo Meng replied, her expression unchanging, no need, thank you. However, due to the differing flow of time between their worlds, what seemed like just 1 hour for 007 had already spanned a whole day for Ruo Meng. So that is how it is. After hearing 007's tale, Ruo Meng nodded in understanding. So, you can't tell me what happens next? Correct. However, that does not prevent me from subtly hinting at you. After 007 emerged from the precinct, his arrogant demeanor had only intensified, his words dripping with audacity. When you encounter a situation, I still have to step in. As long as sensitive words are not uttered directly, the system management's automatic detection mechanism will not be triggered. Ruo Meng was filled with gratitude. My dear brother, you have truly endured much. The little ghost in the system space stood tall, exuding an air of lawlessness. Of course, my dear sister, it is only fitting. I did not realize you were a girl. Chapter 25. I arranged a new little dress for my daughter. Ruo Meng recounted her affairs to 007. Upon learning that she had obtained 2,000 points in a single day, 007 inexplicably felt a wave of despondency. Upon inquiry, it turned out that 007's emo state stemmed from the thought that Ruo Meng could thrive without him, which was both amusing and bewildering. After comforting him for a while and sincerely expressing her discomfort and longing, she finally managed to cheer up the little fool of a system. Speaking of which, I still have 1,100 points left. Should I opt for a lottery or wait for the next refresh of the marketplace? Save it for the next marketplace refresh discount. When is the next discount refresh? The sound of rapid keystrokes came from 007, as if he were retrieving some information. After a brief moment, he responded, according to regulations. The marketplace discount refresh occurs once every month. There are still 28 days, 23 hours, 14 minutes, and 24 seconds until the next refresh. Ruo Meng nodded in understanding, lifting her teacup and moving to the window. After gazing at the scenery for a while, her eyes ultimately landed on Mr. Rabbit, who was situated right next to the head of her bed. 007. Can this rabbit fit into the system backpack? 007 summoned a scanner and thoroughly examined the rabbit, which was about the same height as Ruo Meng. A grid of blue-green light enveloped Mr. Rabbit, pausing momentarily before shutting off. After detecting that it contained a spell and classified as an item, 007 cheerfully replied, "Yes, Mr. Rabbit is the cursed remnant of Principal Yeme, right? This can be collected as an item." With that, the rabbit that had been resting at the head of the bed vanished without a trace. Ruo Meng focused her senses. And indeed, an icon of a shrunken rabbit had appeared in the fourth slot of the system space. Just as she intended to retrieve it and place it back on the bedside, a slow knocking sound echoed from the door. Ruo Meng had no choice but to set this matter aside and hurriedly ran to open the door. It was Maki Zenin. She was still dressed in athletic wear, her dark green mid-length hair tied back in a neat ponytail. She must have just finished exercising, as a light sheen of sweat glistened on her fair forehead, sparkling in the sunlight like shattered yet brilliant gemstones. Ruo Meng, clad in a uniquely styled long dress reminiscent of the porcelain country's attire, appeared quite elegant. The horse-face skirt was adorned with silver cranes and auspicious clouds, with a long waistband tied in a simple yet charming double-eared knot. The overlapping collar revealed a hint of white lining, and the sleeves were wide with cinched cuffs. Her shoes were matching Mary Jane chunky heels, providing stability while elevating her stature, creating a vibrant and distinctive ensemble. Her cascading hair was tied high, a black silk headband gracefully flowing, with a dark hairpin nestled among her locks. Her earlobes were adorned with talisman-like earrings, a unique design imbued with a mysterious Eastern charm. Maki Zenin raised an eyebrow and playfully whistled. "Hey, little beauty, care to join me for some shopping?" Ruo Meng mischievously winked and graciously linked her arm with Maki Zenin's. Of course, as the two girls stepped out of the dormitory, they encountered their fellow students, Megumi Fushiguro and Yuji Itadori, who were also out to forage for food. Students at the Jujutsu High rarely frequented the cafeteria due to the infrequency of tasks, and they could either cook for themselves in the dorm or specify their meal preferences during mealtimes, with the local temple preparing vegetarian meals. As youngsters in their growth phase, their tastes were ever-changing, and they tended to be somewhat picky. Thus, many students would rather venture down the mountain for meals if they found it too cumbersome. As they made their way halfway, they crossed paths with an auxiliary supervisor who was also heading down the mountain. After a brief inquiry, the supervisor kindly offered them a ride, ensuring their safe arrival at their destination, and promised to call them when he returned to Jujutsu High. Leaving them at ease as he drove away, Ruo Meng was left in awe, feeling somewhat unaccustomed to being the center of attention. So, this is how the students of Jujutsu High are treated? Even outings for meals and shopping come with special transportation? 007 whispered in her mind. Of course, after all, sorcerers are either dead or insane, and they are high-level talents that require strict management. Ruo Meng retorted dryly, hearing your analysis. It feels as if Jujutsu High is no ordinary institution. The little ghost in her consciousness pretended to apply non-existent nail art, blowing on its round fingertips with a mockingly haughty tone. Pretty much. If we put it nicely, it's Hogwarts. If we put it bluntly, it's Arkham Asylum. Ruo Meng nodded in understanding, suddenly realizing she too was a member of this asylum, and prepared to roll up her sleeves. Hey, I've noticed you really are a bit arrogant. What's wrong? Maki Zenin asked, stepping out of the car to see Ruo Meng standing idly by the roadside, lost in thought. She waved her hand in front of Ruo Meng's face. Ruo Meng snapped out of her reverie, ignoring the little ghost's frantic cries of "We're doomed. We're doomed," and naturally wrapped her arms around Maki Zenin's, looking up with a bright smile. "Maki-senpai, what are we having for lunch later?" Maki Zenin felt her arm enveloped by something soft yet resilient. Glancing down, she was met with the radiant smile of the girl beside her. Truly, a beauty unaware of her own allure. Maki Zenin glanced at the two younger students beside her, who were blushing, and remarked with a hint of significance, Ruo Meng, have you done this with anyone else? No, why? Is there a problem? Do it less, especially not with that guy, Satoru. Although she did not fully understand why her senpai said that, Ruo Meng nodded cutely. Got it, senpai. The four of them meandered through a winding path until they arrived at an inconspicuous ramen shop, the rich aroma of tonkatsu broth wafting through the air. Ruo Meng was astonished to find that even in this remote alley, there were still a good 10 people waiting in line. Maki Zenin pulled Ruo Meng a few steps forward, positioning them at the end of the queue. This is our treasure shop. I wouldn't bring anyone I don't like here to eat, not even Fushiguro. The emphasis was not on the treasure shop, but rather on the name of a certain individual. Yuji Itadori and Ruo Meng exchanged knowing glances, both understanding the implication. Meeting the sympathetic gazes from her peers, Megumi Fushiguro calmly stated, I am not disliked. Chapter 26. What is concealed beneath the sorrowful past is, in fact, the evil eye of the king. Without a local guide, Ruo Meng would never have imagined that such a popular ramen shop could exist in such an unassuming alley. As she lifted the curtain and stepped inside, the rich scent of bone broth instantly filled her nostrils, the cool air conditioning refreshing her spirit. The restaurant was unusually tranquil. With everyone engrossed in the bowls of ramen before them, the air resonating with the rhythmic slurping sounds. It was akin to the exaggerated metaphors often found in Korean variety shows, where two individuals dine so deliciously that one could perish without the other noticing. During the bustling lunch hour, a middle-aged man with squinty eyes stood behind the island counter, skillfully ladling soup. Given the proprietor's appearance, Ruo Meng's expectations soared to an all-time high. Welcome to our humble establishment. The menu is displayed on the wall. Feel free to call me once you've made your selections. After the proprietress gently placed warm towels and chilled water on the table, she attended to other patrons. The ramen shop was adorned in a rustic wooden style, with timber-colored walls complementing the pale yellow tabletops, and white leather seats blending seamlessly into the aesthetic. Even the menu was crafted from wood, intricately carved, with black ink filling the grooves, evoking a sense of nostalgia. Ruo Meng, somewhat overwhelmed by the rows of wooden decor, opted for the signature tonkatsu chashu ramen, mirroring Zenin Maki's choice. Surprisingly, Fushiguro Megumi decided on the hellish chashu ramen. Noticing the astonished expressions on Ruo Meng and Yuji Itadori's faces, Fushiguro remained unfazed, calmly summoning the proprietress. 3 bowls of the signature tonkatsu ramen with extra chashu, and 1 bowl of hellish tonkatsu ramen with extra spice and chashu, please. Ruo Meng's eyes widened as she gave Fushiguro a thumbs up. Salute to the brave soul tackling the spicy hellish ramen. I hope your health is robust, especially in certain areas. Zenin Maki appeared unfazed, having dined with Fushiguro under the same mentor, thus accustomed to his penchant for spiciness. Although she harbored no objections, she never shared a meal with him. As their conversation meandered back to Ruo Meng, Maki inquired, how long has your eye been injured? Propping her chin with one hand, she raised the question seemingly nonchalantly. I'm merely curious. If it's too personal, feel free to dismiss it. Girls, especially those with naturally captivating features, tend to be sensitive about facial imperfections, often struggling to reconcile with such disparities. Maki, not wishing to touch upon a sore spot, nonetheless felt compelled to inquire. After all, who wouldn't he want to express concern for a beautiful girl sporting an eye patch and gently nurture her emotional state? In fact, this curiosity had sparked from their very first meeting. Yuji leaned in, intrigued, having absorbed Fushiguro's disregard for personal space. Fushiguro, though silent, was undeniably curious. Noticing their heightened interest, Ruo Meng shielded her left eye with her hand, feigning anguish. It seemed she had inadvertently provoked her friends. The previously lively long table fell silent, plunging the already quiet ramen shop into an eerie stillness. At that moment, a youthful, spirited outburst resonated throughout the establishment, drawing everyone's attention. Arise! The original version of the pitch-black Zexus. Ruo Meng dramatically removed her eye patch, revealing a patch of skin a shade lighter than the rest, her ruby-like eyes gleaming brightly. All patrons simultaneously swallowed their noodles, staring in astonishment at the beautiful girl who had somehow climbed onto her chair. A lace-trimmed folding parasol whirled in her palm, dancing with an exuberant flair. Explode reality. Shatter. Maki, expressionless, swiftly covered the girl's mouth, restraining her in her seat, while simultaneously suppressing her flailing limbs. Fushiguro, without a flicker of emotion, returned the parasol to a nearby young lady, bowing apologetically to the surrounding diners, nearly burying his head into the table. Only Yuji, clutching his stomach and suppressing laughter, turned crimson, caught between mirth and restraint. 007 was fervently cheering in her mind. Ha ha ha, you truly are something, Ruo Meng. Ruo Meng, revitalized by the attention, exclaimed, what do you think? Isn't it cool? There was no denying that. 007's demeanor shifted dramatically, her once adorable ghostly visage transforming into that of a muscular, vibrant man. The robust spectre flashed a toothy grin, his pearly whites shining in the air as he gave Ruo Meng a thumbs up. So cool. Ruo Meng is truly my role model. Once Ruo Meng settled down, Maki finally released her. Aware she had been a bit too loud, Ruo Meng adjusted her eye patch and quietly returned to her seat. Yuji discreetly gave her a thumbs up, to which Ruo Meng responded with a broad smile, sharing a moment of silent camaraderie at the table's edge. Fushiguro and Maki exchanged glances, empathy evident in Maki's eyes. Having two such lively companions must be quite the challenge for you, Fushiguro. Fushiguro merely blinked in response. Before long, the proprietress, clad in a black apron, began serving the ramen. Ruo Meng's tonkatsu ramen with extra chashu was distinguishable by the vibrant hue of its broth. The rich, ginger-yellow soup was adorned with slices of green onion, a scattering of bean sprouts, and a thick slice of chashu resting atop the noodles, accompanied by a half-cooked egg. The vibrant greens, yellows, and whites tantalized the appetite and taste buds. In stark contrast, Fushiguro's hellish ramen was a deep, fiery red. Ruo Meng, famished after a long interval without food, felt her fingers twitch with anticipation. Separating her chopsticks, she clasped them in her hands and declared, I shall begin. The Japanese hold a distinct reverence for ramen. With an array of eating customs evolving over time, a creed they steadfastly uphold, believing it enhances the dish's flavor. Ruo Meng, too, had her rituals. She scooped a spoonful of broth, twirled the noodles within, added a few toppings, and savored her first bite. Delicious. The robust broth paired exquisitely with the noodles. She speared the egg with her chopsticks, enveloping it in a single bite, the creamy yolk and silky white bursting in her mouth, eliciting a sigh of delight. Truly, egg and broth were a match made in heaven. Although Ruo Meng usually moderated her carb intake to maintain her figure, foregoing ramen while in Japan would be a travesty, akin to visiting Sichuan without indulging in hot pot, or opting for a clear broth when one could relish a spicy oil-based dipping sauce. Delighting in the flavors, Ruo Meng cradled her face in her hands, her bliss evident as if little flowers were blooming around her. Upon glancing up, she noticed everyone staring at her, leaving her momentarily bewildered. What are you all looking at? Just eat. Yuji finally grasped the situation, lifting his bowl to sip the broth, unable to contain his admiration. No, it's just that watching you eat brings an inexplicable sense of joy. Confused, Ruo Meng picked up a piece of chashu, shaking off the green onions before placing it in her mouth. Why? Maki, slurping her ramen, pondered before choosing to explain in a universally understood manner. Perhaps it's the feeling that the food becomes more delicious. Fushiguro remained silent, focusing intently on his ramen, thoroughly enjoying his meal. Indulging in spicy food is an unceasing affair, otherwise, the heat intensifies. Chapter 27. Having a home to return to is the greatest happiness in the world. The group departed the ramen shop under the warm and amicable gazes of the proprietress and the patrons. They did not hurry back to school, instead savoring a leisurely stroll to aid digestion, meandering towards the shopping mall. It was only upon encountering a mobile phone kiosk that Ruo Meng recalled her phone had been lost for several days. Prior to entering Jujutsu High, she had paid little heed to her social interactions, save for one individual, her beloved daddy. Despite their brief time together, she could genuinely sense the concern and care that Nanami Kento bestowed upon her. While she was aware that he was affiliated with the Jujutsu realm and could ascertain her well-being without her needing to convey it, she felt it respectful to personally share her circumstances. To assume he was informed and remain silent would be rather inconsiderate, especially given all the comforting meals he had prepared for her. Although her belongings had already been transported from her temporary guardian's residence by an assistant supervisor, it still imposed an inconvenience upon Mr. Nanami. At the very least, she ought to make a phone call to express her gratitude in person. Hearing her companions discuss purchasing bubble tea, Ruo Meng timidly raised her hand. I'd like to buy a phone first. You don't have a phone? The trio gazed at Ruo Meng in astonishment, as if she were an otherworldly being. It was indeed hard to fathom what a modern individual would be like without a mobile device. It broke and is unusable. No worries, we'll go together. Ruo Meng was unfamiliar with the intricacies of high-tech models. She simply knew to select the latest version. After all, the substantial sum of 1 million yen still lay nestled in her bag. It was merely cash, an item of little esteem among electronic goods, akin to a consolation prize. Paper currency could not be stored in the system space. 1 million neon coins in cash, comprised of 2 bundles of 50 notes each. Unfamiliar with the local prices, Ruo Meng recklessly stuffed them all into her backpack. With several formidable companions by her side, she felt assured that no one would dare to steal or rob them. However, in truth, no one anticipated that this petite girl would carry 2 hefty bundles of cash. Even her companions failed to notice. When it came to selecting a phone, Itadori Yuji and Fushiguro Megumi had their own perspectives, though they found themselves embroiled in a dispute over storage capacity. We must buy the 512 gigabytes, right? Only a large memory will spare us from the annoyance of insufficient storage warnings. It's not that 512 gigabytes is unaffordable, but 256 gigabytes offers better value for money. The price difference is too significant. Ruo Meng listened in confusion, glancing at Zen and Maki. What do you think, senpai? Zen and Maki scrutinized the displayed models and immediately gravitated toward the most aesthetically pleasing one. This one, the latest model, it looks quite adorable. Ruo Meng picked up the phone for a closer look, and the salesperson seized the opportunity to engage. With a barrage of extravagant praises and a polished sales pitch, the inexperienced youths found themselves momentarily entranced. It wasn't until they stood at the entrance with their bags in hand, hearing a resounding thank you for your patronage behind them, that Ruo Meng finally came to her senses. Wait, which model did she even purchase? The group gathered at the bubble tea shop's entrance, awaiting their drinks, while Ruo Meng began to fiddle with her new phone. As Ruo Meng's sole legal guardian, reciting her guardian's phone number was the only insistence of Nanami Kento. Skillfully swapping the newly issued SIM card into her new device, Ruo Meng deftly pressed the keys and dialed Nanami Kento's number. Beep, beep, beep. No one answered. He must be busy. Disappointed, Ruo Meng ended the call and sent a text to Mr. Nanami. Indeed, Nanami Kento was occupied. He had returned to Jujutsu High for some time now and was currently in an office devoid of mobile signal. As soon as he finished, his phone buzzed with a new message. Ruo Meng, Mr. Nanami, I am doing well. Please do not worry. I heard that you are also working in the Jujutsu realm. Please take care. Although Nanami Kento did not voice it, he had been eagerly awaiting this very message from Ruo Meng. He had learned from the assistant supervisor about her experiences at school and felt remorse for not fulfilling his responsibilities as her guardian, yet work had consumed his time, preventing him from visiting the young girl. When he discovered that the bullies had been killed by a cursed spirit, a wave of anger surged within him. Yet he ultimately spared the grieving parents of the lost children. After all, the horrific scene wrought by the cursed spirit could not simply be attributed to a mere murderer. It would typically be classified as an unfortunate accident, denying relatives the opportunity to view the bodies. Should one approach at that moment to claim their child had been bullied, they might even be suspected of being the perpetrator by non-sorcerers. It would be akin to courting trouble. To have died at the hands of a cursed spirit was the greatest retribution for them. Investigations revealed an unusual excess of blood at the scene, which did not belong to any of the 3 corpses present. It was this blood that had attracted the cursed spirit. The volume of blood suggested a severe laceration to the arm or extensive muscle damage, without arterial spraying. As for what had inflicted the wound, perhaps it had been consumed by the cursed spirit, who could say? After all, sorcerers are not like detectives, lacking the unwavering sense of justice to pursue matters to the end. Nanami Kento was upright, yet his life creed did not encompass the notion of self-righteousness. After so many days without news, just when he believed he had been forgotten, he finally received a message from the young girl. A smile crept onto his face, reminiscent of a proud father, and despite the joy swelling within him, he kept his response succinct. Mr. Nanami, good. After a moment's thought, Nanami Kento sent another message. Mr. Nanami, is the money sufficient? Ruo Meng was taken aback and quickly replied, it's enough. But he fell silent again. After a while, another message arrived. Mr. Nanami, will you be returning home during the next school break? My current residence is an apartment in Tokyo. Ruo Meng, yes. Ruo Meng was aware that Mr. Nanami owned an apartment in Tokyo, a 2-bedroom unit where they had stayed during their visit to the city. This exchange conveyed a multitude of sentiments. Firstly, Mr. Nanami did not dismiss her merely because she had a stable place to stay. He still recognized his role as her guardian. Secondly, Mr. Nanami genuinely cared for this young girl with whom he shared a remarkable bond. Feeling the warmth of a fatherly concern, Ruo Meng truly grasped the immense privilege of having someone to rely on in a foreign land. The thought of having a home to return to during her break greatly uplifted her spirits. As a newcomer to the school, even though Jujutsu High had provided ample living supplies, a girl could hardly forego those charming yet frivolous items. Quirky yet unattractive cute mugs, plush rugs, cosmetics, skincare products, and accessories. Shopping spree. Stylish high heels, training outfits, and convenient sneakers for exercise. Shopping spree. For the first time, Ruo Meng explored the neon-lit streets, her enthusiasm infectious, even igniting Zen and Maki's interest, as the group indulged in an afternoon of shopping. However, The two gentlemen among them gallantly took on the responsibility of carrying the bags. By the end, their shoulders and arms were nearly laden with an array of various sized bags. Fushiguro Megumi and Itadori Yuji exchanged a glance, and in that fleeting moment, a profound camaraderie akin to revolutionary friendship blossomed between them. Meanwhile, Raku was taken aback as she searched for the price of the dress gifted by Gojo Satoru on her phone. Overwhelmed, she hastily tucked her phone away, feigning ignorance of her inquiry. The insufficient balance warning flashed on her screen. Such extravagant prices for mere gifts revealed the wealth of her benefactor. Suddenly, 007 interjected, pride evident in his tone. Of course, my bias is the eldest of the Gojo family. He is undeniably affluent. Raku nodded in understanding. I see, but wait. When did my bias become your bias? 007 suddenly felt as if caught in a scandalous affair, his bravado diminishing significantly. Yet, reassured by the fact that he had done nothing wrong, he boldly retorted, because Gojo Satoru is the most handsome in the world. I concur on that point. Chapter 28. In childhood, I loved SpongeBob, but in adulthood, we are all Squidward. As dusk fell, the group returned to school, flocks of birds returning to their nests. Hidden within the mountains, bathed in the golden hues of the setting sun, they bid one another farewell before retreating to their respective rooms. Raku carefully unpacked her spoils from the day. First, she filled the empty refrigerator, adorning it with her favorite magnets, while the new clothes were tossed into her barren wardrobe. She laid a gradient blue knitted rug at the foot of her bed, extending it towards her desk, and retrieved the blue iris gifted by Gojo from the sink, placing it into a simple glass vase. Setting the vase on her desk, she stowed away her newly purchased art supplies and sketchbook in the drawer, and arranged a scented candle nearby. Since receiving the bouquet, the blue iris had become her favorite flower, its fragrance intoxicating. Previous preferences for other flowers faded into insignificance. Seated at her desk, Raku lit the aromatic candle with a complimentary matchstick. The delicately crafted light blue candle harmonized beautifully with the blue iris. The top notes of orange blossom and orange gave way to an alluring heart of iris mingled with pine resin, culminating in a base of cedar wood. The combination of iris with the sweet orange and captivating pine resin radiated an enchanting Eastern essence. Cradling a yogurt container, Raku leaned over her desk, watching the flickering candlelight, allowing the thin wisps of smoke to transport her thoughts back to the moment she first met him. Did Mr. Gojo still remember her? She vividly recalled every detail of their first encounter. The way his silhouette was fractured by the shattered moonlight, reaching out towards her amidst the pool of blood, resembling a deity. The thought that Mr. Gojo might have forgotten her felt profoundly unjust. But was it fair? There had never been fairness between them. The innocent musings of youth rendered her unable to distinguish between yearning and love. All she knew was that her heart would cease to beat for him, and her emotions would simmer with anxiety. Such tender crushes are often clouded with confusion, leaving behind regrets and treasures alike. Unbeknownst to her, the feelings she harbored were sweet in their shameful reminiscence, aging like fine wine, fragrant and invigorating as time passed. 007, indifferent to Raku's reveries, punctured her bubble of daydreams with a reminder. Raku, if you find yourself with nothing to do, don't forget that newbie trial, too, is still awaiting your participation. The second newbie trial, which Raku could have commenced after completing the first, had been delayed for various reasons until now. Had 007 not reminded her, she might have forgotten entirely. She needed to grow stronger. Resolutely, she finished her yogurt and mustered her spirits to open the game interface. Yet she could not locate the entry point for the newbie trial. I can't seem to find it. Could you assist me, 007? As Raku's devoted little ghost. 007 dutifully began typing away on the keyboard. A large notification box abruptly appeared, almost filling her entire view, flashing to capture her attention. Beauty value has reached 100. Newbie trial level 2 is now unlocked. Would you like to enter the newbie trial? Yes, no. Selecting yes. The warm ambience of her room gradually faded, replaced by a dark, wormhole-like expanse. Above, a massive hourglass, nearly empty, slowly turned, its sand cascading downwards once more. The little ghost materialized in the darkness, holding what seemed to be snacks pilfered from somewhere, cradling a bottle of soda, and emanating a soft glow. With a rustle, 007 tore open the chip bag and popped a piece into its mouth, while its tiny fingers continued to tap away in midair. The areas it touched materialized into a translucent blue-green keyboard region, and soon, a cursed spirit appeared before them. This was Raku's second entry into the trial space, and she remained unperturbed as she casually snagged a chip from 007's stash. Truth be told, she missed the Flyhead brother. His peculiar charm was indeed quite endearing. Unfortunately, this time it was not a trial against Flyhead, but rather an upgraded level 3 cursed spirit. resembling a mutated octopus due to radiation. Let us call it the octopus brother, tainted by the grievances of laborers. The octopus brother hovered in midair, its transparent head filled with a liquid as dark as ink, flowing sluggishly with the contractions of its head. Its 8 swollen tentacles were festooned with pustules, and its murky eyes fixed on Raku with an eerie, unfeeling gaze. Just its appearance hinted at potential mental contamination. Raku had an inkling that the liquid would undoubtedly possess a foul odor, one that would be impossible to wash off if it splattered upon her. How ugly, she grimaced, brushing the chip crumbs off her hands as she rose. 007 rolled its eyes, safeguarding its chips as it floated away, reclining on a newly appeared small sofa, preparing for the show. This was already the least frightening cursed spirit after its careful selection. The tiny hands hovered above a large red open button. 007, clutching its soda, looked at Raku. Raku, are you ready? Without turning, she nodded. Newbie Trial 2, Level 1, Spell Training, combining long and short range is key. Monsters have been refreshed. Level 3 Curse Octopus Brother. Difficulty, 1 star. Countdown, 3, 2, 1. The octopus, renowned for its intelligence among soft-bodied creatures, excelled at using its traits and environmental advantages to conceal itself. The contents of that bag filled with ink hinted that the octopus brother never engaged in an unprepared battle. As the countdown reached 0, the octopus brother did not charge forth haphazardly like Flyhead. Instead, it retreated into the darkness, pouring black ink over itself, vanishing from sight. Raku, relieved that it was for its own benefit, was impressed that the octopus brother possessed some intellect and had already devised a counter-strategy. Since the enemy thrived in darkness, she would create a luminous environment. To aid in this training, a talisman pouch appeared at her thigh, containing an inexhaustible supply of talismans. With a thought, a talisman materialized between her index and middle fingers, its information automatically revealing itself. Thunderous Talisman inflicts 1,000 points of damage. With a 5 chance to paralyze the enemy for 5 seconds, the control effect is stackable. The Peach Blossom Hairpin possesses a paralyzing probability of 20, combined with the inherent 5 from the Thunderbolt Talisman, culminating in a total probability of 25 for inflicting dizziness. In the absence of level constraints, a probability of 1. For strong control is already a formidable control skill. When the cursed spirit is abundant, refining the curse power into one's grasp and subsequently infusing it into the talisman becomes a matter of course, as effortless as dining or quenching one's thirst. In summary, merely holding the talisman in her hand, the functions and uses vividly manifested in Ruo Meng's mind. Chapter 29. I Push is a charming dessert head. Ruo Meng held her breath, acutely attuned to the position of the octopus. The octopus did not appear to excel in offensive capabilities. Perhaps, upon realizing the significant disparity in strength between the two sides, the astute octopus chose to adopt a stealthy strategy, leveraging its visual advantage to create an invisible pressure. Time trickled by second. In the air and on the ground, darkness prevailed, devoid of any movement. Apart from the faint light emanating from Ruo Meng and 007, this expanse seemed entirely empty. Yet, the discomfort brought by the cursed spirit was palpably present, relentlessly bearing down on Ruo Meng's psyche. Even 007 refrained from crunching on chips, stifling any sound for fear of disturbing Ruo Meng's discernment of the cursed spirit's location. Ultimately, locating a pitch-black octopus in such an abyssal environment was a daunting task relying solely on the naked eye. The human body is a marvel. When one of the senses falters, the others often compensate with heightened acuity. Since the loss of sight in her left eye, Ruo Meng had discerned a marked enhancement in her left ear's hearing, enabling her to detect even the faintest sounds often overlooked. For instance, at this very moment, the minuscule sound of writhing, interspersed with the squelch of mucus, resonated distinctly in her ears. The Thunderbolt Talisman surged upright between her fingers, enveloped in a soft blue electric glow, illuminating the intricate runes painted in red cinnabar. There, Ruo Meng hurled the Thunderbolt Talisman behind her, engaging the enemy automatically as the talisman propelled forth. The blue and white electric light, accompanied by a piercing bird's cry, surged into the darkness, trailing a blinding electric tail. In an instant, a shrill scream pierced the darkness as the blue and white lightning expanded, revealing the visage of the octopus. The octopus convulsed grotesquely amidst the lightning, and simultaneously, a red health bar appeared above its head. The total health was 2,000, half of which had already faded, before abruptly retreating into a void of black. Although the octopus had lost half its health, it remained steadfast, suspended in midair, exhaling plumes of black smoke. It was evident that the paralysis effect had been triggered. Ruo Meng understood and summoned the talisman, brimming with curse power, and cast it forth. As the health bar depleted entirely, The octopus dissolved into black smoke, reintegrating into the darkness. Defeated, Octopus 1. Reward, Attack Power 1. Ruo Meng exhaled in relief, only to feel an icy chill wash over her back. The octopus was not formidable. Rather, she was entirely unaware of its offensive tactics. Yet, it was precisely this uncertainty that engendered a pressure more daunting than any attack. The fear of the unknown is the most formidable of terrors. Ruo Meng suddenly recognized a flaw in the system. Speaking of which, why was the reward for defeating both level 3 and level 4 cursed spirits merely 1 point? Even an additional 0. 1 would have sufficed. Little Ghost finally dared to resume her chip consumption. The sound of the crinkling plastic bag and the pop of a soda can audible nearby. 007. With a mouthful of chips, mumbled an urging. Trial monsters are essentially illusions refreshed by the trial ground. Aside from health points, there is no distinction. Stop wasting time and prepare yourself. Well, at least there was a reward. Something is better than nothing. Ruo Meng retrieved 2 more talismans from her pouch. Holding them between her fingers, infusing them with curse power, the 2 talismans stood upright simultaneously. Novice Trial, 2, Second Stage, Talisman Training, combining ranges is key. Small monsters refreshed. Level 3 Cursed Spirit Octopus 2, difficulty, 1 star. Countdown, 3, 2, 1. Novice Trial, 2, Talisman Training, combining ranges is key. Time's up. The 3rd stage of the Novice Trial will unlock upon reaching a beauty score of 150. Ruo Meng's beauty score stood at 100, leaving a distance to cover to 150. The 2 adorable creatures, with teary eyes, exchanged reluctant farewells, hand in hand, until the surrounding darkness slowly receded like a tide. And 007 returned to the sea of consciousness. Ruo Meng glanced at her phone. The time upon entering the trial was 1850, and it was now exactly 1900 hours. Evidently, the passage of sand in the hourglass during the novice trial corresponded to 10 minutes in the real world, a fact that remained unchanged regardless of how much time was spent in the trial. Meanwhile, time spent on activities such as lottery draws, shopping, equipment exchanges, and dressing up was measured at 11. The sound of 007's excited screams echoed in her mind. Xiaoming, hurry, check your attack power. Ruo Meng obediently opened her basic information panel. A cascade of numbers calculated and automatically transitioned, gradually stabilizing before her eyes. Name, Ruo Meng, gender, female, age, 19, health points, 100. Curse power, 260, equivalent to a level 1 sorcerer's blue bar. Not bad at all. Attack power, 9999, 999, 9100. The display limit is 9,999, but your limit is not. Keep growing stronger, and let us hope you're not troubled by hair loss. Speed, 32, no change observed. It seems you favor flat ground falls. Intelligence, 121, has it decreased? Are you lovesick? Beauty score, 805,252, still not surpassing your crush. Pressure breeds motivation, keep it up. Equipped items, glimmering hero's sword, orange. Exquisite headband of attribute determination, green. Peach blossom hairpin, blue. Talisman paper earrings, blue. Equipped title, delightful little sister, green. Points, 1100. Progress, 1. Upon seeing the length of her attack power, Ruo Meng was no longer surprised. She was merely curious about the undisplayed portion, wondering what her basic attack combined with critical hits would amount to. Continuing down the list, she ignored the sharp remarks in parentheses. Upon observing the still stagnant progress of 1, Ruo Meng pouted and closed the game interface. If only it could display her affection level for Satoru Gojo. It would undoubtedly be an incalculable 9999. Ruo Meng began to sense a certain ambiguity in their relationship, yet Gojo's affection level starkly contradicted her feelings. 007. To be honest, I feel a bit down. Ruo Meng sank into her soft, plush bed, retrieving Mr. Bunny, embracing him with all her limbs. The comfort of the embrace alleviated her distress considerably. 007. Unsure how to console Ruo Meng, could only rack her brain to offer suggestions. Xiaoming, perhaps you could focus on Satoru Gojo's hobbies. Consider those strategy games. Gifting can earn you considerable points, right? This remark jolted Ruo Meng into realization. What are Satoru Gojo's interests? He is indifferent to beauty, unenticed by wealth, and uninterested in power. He is a charming man with an unwavering fondness for desserts. As Ruo Meng gazed upon the cake box still resting on the island counter, she felt a surge of sweetness emanating from the semi-transparent container adorned with a charming bear motif. Despite being partially sealed, the delightful aroma wafting from within was unmistakable. This was originally intended to be her breakfast for the following day, but circumstances had changed. In Chapter 30, we find that this box of cake was purchased during their excursion earlier that day. The cake shop at the corner of the intersection was bustling with customers. predominantly young people whispering excitedly to one another. Even from across the street, one could catch a whiff of its sweet scent. The enthusiastic chatter of the girls in line extolled the virtues of the shop's recently popular honey cake, which was said to bring about an unparalleled sense of happiness. Consequently, several of them had indulged in the trend and bought a piece. Ruo Meng picked up the cake and left her dormitory, situated atop a high mountain. Most electrical equipment was housed within the buildings, casting an eerie shadow over the jujitsu high at night. Candles flickered in the stone structures lining the road, providing minimal illumination to guide her path. She casually caught a few fireflies from the nearby woods, placing them in a plastic bag and securing it tightly, thus creating her own mobile source of light. With the shimmering fireflies lighting her way, the young girl ambled along, traversing a path bordered by lush lotus leaves, until she reached the well-lit structure of the teacher's dormitory. After expressing her gratitude in a hushed tone, Ruo Meng opened the plastic bag, watching as the fireflies flickered and flew away into the night. Uncertain of Wu Wu's whereabouts at this hour, she decided to take a chance at the teacher's dormitory. It was currently a break period, and warm yellow light spilled from behind the glass walls of the classrooms, creating a cozy atmosphere. Ruo Meng hesitated, her youthful face contorted with indecision. What to do? She had no idea which room belonged to him, nor did she even know if Wu resided here, yet she instinctively gravitated towards this direction. Should she call Mr. Wu Tiao? 007 adjusted his non-existent glasses, adopting a scheming expression as he attempted to offer Ruo Meng advice. Wouldn't that be a bit presumptuous? What if he's busy? Then what should I do? Send a message? That could work. Go ahead and send it. At that moment, Ruo Meng felt a gentle pat on her shoulder from the left, accompanied by the voice of a mature woman. Startled, she shuddered, barely managing to suppress a gasp, and nearly dropped the cake into the pond. Turning around, she was surprised to find it was the school nurse, Juru Shoko. Having spent 2 days in the infirmary, she was somewhat familiar with her. In a gesture of respect towards the nurturing figure, Ruo Meng performed a formal greeting, placing her hands together before her and bowing at a 90-degree angle. Good evening, Nurse Juru. Thank you for your care earlier. I am Ruo Meng. Good evening, Juru replied, a cigarette dangling from her lips, appearing somewhat anxious. Quick, do you have a light? I'm craving a smoke. Ruo Meng, momentarily distracted by the urgency in her tone, rummaged through her pockets in a fluster. Amidst the laughter of the woman, she suddenly realized a glaring oversight. She didn't smoke, hence she had no means to provide a light. What kind of teacher would ask a student for a lighter? With a chuckle, Juru removed the unlit cigarette from her mouth, disassembling it to reveal a slender black stick inside, biting off a piece. Only then did Ruo Meng comprehend. Chocolate? Bingo. Juru swiftly bit through the chocolate bar, devouring it in mere moments. I've been off smoking for quite a while now. Ruo Meng's eyes widened in disbelief. She wanted to voice her thoughts, but dared not offend the nurse, instead silently observing the woman's delight. Due to her frequent forgetfulness regarding meals, Juru often kept energy-boosting chocolate bars in her pockets, and there were plenty to spare at that moment. Sensing the atmosphere had grown a bit stale, Juru rummaged through her lab coat pocket and produced a chocolate cigarette, offering it to Ruo Meng. Would you like one? The young girl, easily pleased, accepted the chocolate with a cheerful expression, unwrapping it and popping it into her mouth without hesitation. Juru's eyes sparkled with an inexplicable anticipation, and she was soon rewarded with the sight of Ruo Meng's face contorting in response to the bitterness. How bitter! The ancients were not mistaken. The more beautiful the woman, the more deceptive she can be. Ruo Meng grimaced, her head pounding from the bitterness, feeling nauseous but refraining from expressing her discomfort out of politeness. She chewed randomly before swallowing the chocolate. Ha ha ha, she lamented, casting an accusatory glance at the beautiful woman whose laughter had turned her cheeks rosy. Nurse Juru is such a bully. Ha ha, Wu Tiao was right. You really are amusing. Juru wiped away tears of laughter from her eyes, noticing the girl's reddened orbs due to the bitterness, her laughter slightly subsiding. I'm just teasing. If you need, you can come to the infirmary later, and I'll treat you for free. Wait, does that mean you charge for treatment when on a mission? Ruo Meng quipped, eliciting a chuckle from Juru. The school nurse felt her recent fatigue dissipate, her spirits lifted immensely. Indeed, entertaining children was the most delightful pastime. By the way, your eyes. Juru pointed to her own left eye. Why can't you still see? Juru was confident in her reversal technique, capable of mending even the most grievous wounds. When Ruo Meng was first brought to the infirmary, she had sustained severe injuries, including deep lacerations and bruises, but surprisingly, her eye had remained intact beneath the bloodied bandages. Ruo Meng had ventured out that evening without her eye patch, her left eye uncovered and appearing quite normal. Juru approached from her left side, undetected until she spoke. She realized that although the girl's eye was physically unharmed, it seemed she could not perceive her surroundings. If the eye functioned properly, yet she could not see. The issue must be psychological. Ruo Meng was taken aback. She hadn't expected Jiru to inquire about this matter, especially to remember her condition. Was it a good thing or a bad thing to be remembered by the nurse? Yes, I just encountered some unfortunate events recently. Rather than saying I cannot see, it would be more accurate to say I bear a psychological burden. Psychological issues? Unfortunately, I cannot treat that, Jiru mused thoughtfully before asking. May I inquire what sort of events you experienced? However, Ruo Meng bit her lip, hesitating for a long while before managing to utter a few words. I was nearly taken out. Taken out? Jiru frowned. Her first instinct was to assume a cursed spirit was involved, not contemplating further. Does it hurt every night? Is it like a phantom sensation? Ruo Meng reflected carefully, recalling two instances of pain. One was when she accidentally touched it, and the other occurred suddenly while she was asleep. Although neither lasted long, it resembles phantom pain, yet if it hasn't been taken out, that shouldn't be the case. Jiru uttered a term that Ruo Meng had never encountered before, sounding distinctly medical. Phantom pain? Jiru seemed reluctant to elaborate, instead suddenly grasping her hand and coaxing her gently. Let us head to the infirmary for a moment. I'll check your health. Ruo Meng, 007 could not suppress a snicker. That doesn't sound like a proper examination. Does it? Noticing the girl's silence, Jiru's voice became even more enticing, employing a tone typically reserved for coaxing children. She could also conveniently prescribe some medication, alleviating the pain. The charming sister had a knack for persuasion, and the utterly defenseless Ruo Meng found herself unwittingly lured into the infirmary. Kaito Shuko meticulously examined Ruo Meng from head to toe, posed a few questions, and after prescribing some painkillers, she hastily ushered her out. She was indeed a paragon of indifference. Phantom limb pain typically lingers for 1 to 2 years, yet experiencing it in the eyes was a first. Your situation is unique. Maintain a positive mindset, and perhaps you'll find relief sooner than expected. Remember to take a pill when the pain strikes. Upon exiting the infirmary, Ruo Meng held a bottle of icy white pills in her hand, her expression one of utter bewilderment. Wait a moment. What had she originally set out to do? Chapter 31. Is feeding the key to enhancing affection? Glancing at the pill bottle, Ruo Meng noted it was adorned with an array of professional terminology in English, completely incomprehensible to her. The only decipherable note was a simple one day, scribbled by Kaito Shuko. In essence, it seemed to suggest taking one when in pain. Hesitantly, she stowed the bottle away. Just as she tucked it into her pocket, a familiar voice resonated from behind her, with a playful lilt, reminiscent of a high school girl. It sent delightful shivers through her ears. Hey, Xiaoming, what are you doing in the infirmary? It was Mr. Wu Tiao. Ruo Meng turned around with glee. The tall figure she had searched for so long stood behind her, his silver hair shimmering in the moonlight, making the surrounding scenery appear more vibrant. Mr. Wu Tiao. He stepped closer, bending down to peek into her arms. Are you unwell? The young girl shook her head, presenting a cake adorned with a charming bear embracing a heart. I came to bring a cake for Mr. Wu Tiao. As a seasoned dessert enthusiast, Wu Tiao had tasted all the renowned sweets in the vicinity and immediately recognized the origin of this treat. Is this the beloved honey cake that requires a long wait in line? Wow, is it for me? Ruo Meng felt her cheeks flush. Amid the rosy hue, an indescribable emotion stirred within her. She remained silent, merely nodding in affirmation. A large hand pressed against the back of her head, and Ruo Meng felt herself collide with a warm embrace, causing ripples in her heart. The delicate features of the young girl widened in surprise. She instinctively held her breath as her heart raced like a drum. It was a fleeting embrace. Wu Tiao maintained an informal closeness with everyone, regardless of gender. His gestures of affection were merely expressions of joy. Ruo Meng was well aware of this, yet her heart had not yet acclimated to such an intimate proximity. Thank you, Xiaoming. This makes me really happy. Wu Tiao released her shortly after, eagerly unwrapping the cake with an excited expression. His childlike enthusiasm momentarily flipped their age dynamic, making Ruo Meng feel like a peculiar elder, unable to control her fanciful thoughts. As the packaging came undone, a delightful aroma wafted forth, capturing Ruo Meng's attention. The cake, nearly the size of her face, appeared diminutive in Wu Tiao's hands, merely palm-sized. With elegant fingers, he pinched the ends of the cake and gently pulled, dividing it in two. One half offered to Ruo Meng's lips. Ah! Ruo Meng instinctively opened her mouth. As the soft, fluffy cake filled her mouth, the rich dairy flavor mingled with the unique sweetness of honey, exploding on her taste buds. The combination of creamy and sweet sensations enveloped her, making her eyes flutter shut in bliss. Delicious. Wu Tiao chuckled, playfully devouring the remaining half of the cake in one bite. His cheeks puffed as he chewed, looking adorably endearing despite his muffled speech. Isn't it? This is the most recommended dessert within 10 miles. Unfortunately, I seldom get to buy it myself. To his surprise, Wu Tiao felt quite content with this unexpected evening treat. He observed the young girl savoring her cake and, for once, refrained from snatching it away. Let us head back to your dorm. As they strolled along the stone-paved avenue, the familiar scenery transformed into something cozier under the soft glow of fireflies flitting between them. Finally resting atop Ruo Meng's head, twinkling like a faulty little bulb. Who would have thought Mr. Firefly was so bold, daring to flaunt his brilliance atop the head of humanity's strongest? All fireflies looked somewhat alike, and Ruo Meng couldn't discern if this was the one she had just caught. Could it be seeking revenge? Yet it seemed to have mistaken its target. Amused by this thought, Ruo Meng couldn't help but chuckle. Mr. Wu Tiao, bend down a bit. With a relaxed smile gracing his lips, Wu Tiao complied, leaning down and bringing his fluffy head closer. He was so near that the soft strands of his hair brushed against her, wafting a delightful scent of mint shampoo mixed with sweet cream. Ruo Meng found herself lost in thought. While watching anime earlier, she had pondered how adorable this white cat-like figure must smell. Yet she hadn't anticipated such a soft aroma. She knew that anyone possessing such a pleasant scent could not be a bad person. Rising on her toes, she closed the distance between them. Their height difference was quite nuanced. With Wu Tiao bending down and Ruo Meng on her tiptoes, his face was inadvertently positioned near a rather impolite area. The young girl, still in the early stages of her development, exuded a naturally sweet fragrance, which intensified with her movements. However, Ruo Meng remained blissfully unaware. An innocent wave of her petite hands startled the firefly, which blinked away in fright. The girl let out a soft laugh, her chest vibrating, amplifying the sweet aroma around her. Seeing that Wu Tiao remained bent over without moving, Ruo Meng blinked and kindly reminded him, the firefly has flown away. After a brief silence, the stoic Wu Tiao straightened up and they continued their descent down the mountain. For the first time, Ruo Meng felt that the winding torii gates were not as lengthy as she had previously thought, and before long, they arrived at the entrance of the dormitory. Wu Tiao stood under the tree, hands in his pockets, his expression inscrutable, yet his tone was soft, reminiscent of a gentle summer breeze. Get some rest early. Tomorrow we'll welcome the new students together. After bidding farewell to Wu Tiao and returning to her dorm, Ruo Meng's first order of business was to rush into the bathroom and fill the tub with water, hastily shedding her clothes. Due to Kaito Shuko's inability to find the key to the infirmary, Ruo Meng had lain on the dissecting table for quite some time. Even though she knew it had been disinfected, an unsettling feeling lingered throughout her body. Xiaoming, a teasing voice echoed in her mind, melodically emphasizing every syllable. Immediately, she envisioned the quirky expression of a certain dog meme. What's wrong? Good news. 007 pretended to hum a couple of notes, whimsically clearing his throat. Affection level 5. The sound of splashing water echoed from the bathroom, as Ruo Meng, startled and having slipped into the bathtub, struggled to rise from the water, incredulously questioning. When did this happen? I didn't notice, probably when I delivered the cake earlier. That's true. Submerging the lower half of her face into the water. Her words transformed into a flurry of bubbles that burst upon the surface. Why do you appear less than pleased? She felt as though she had succumbed to the allure of the honey cake. One might say that, as a dessert enthusiast, it was remarkable that a mere slice of cake, no, half a slice, had elevated her affection by 5 points. The cake, valued at 2,000 neon coins, proved 5 times more effective than her face, which was worth a mere 100 points. But our feeding plan has indeed succeeded. Thus, under the guidance of 007, Ruo Meng officially embarked on the path of indulgence. Chapter 32. What distinguishes trains, subways, and bullet trains? Whenever Ruo Meng engaged in activities related to the person she cherished, she would invariably lose track of time. She played on her phone until the witching hour, bookmarking Japan's top 10 desserts and the latest viral dessert shops, only succumbing to fatigue when she finally fell asleep with her phone clutched in her hand. There was no doubt she would struggle to rise the following morning. The dawn in the mountains was accompanied by the damp breeze, melodious birdsong, and the incessant, annoying sound of someone tapping on the window. As Ruo Meng dreamt of returning home amidst the sweet indulgence of desserts, a sudden intrusion by a pink, bouncing tiger yanked her from her reverie, shouting, Xiaoming, wake up. We are about to leave. Xiaoming. After 10 minutes of relentless tapping and shouting, Ruo Meng finally opened her eyes, which bore dark bags, and pulled apart the curtains. In the courtyard, Itadori Yuji had already donned his new school uniform, greeting her with an exuberant smile. Upon seeing such a youthful visage, all her irritation dissipated. The enrollment list for Jujutsu High had been established long ago, and both Ruo Meng and Itadori Yuji were essentially transfer students. The uniforms had only been hastily prepared the day before. Initially, Ruo Meng had no intention of wearing the uniform symbolizing Jujutsu High students, but upon trying it on, she discovered that the uniform was green gear, which granted a 10-point damage reduction. Instantly, her attitude shifted, fastening the collar to its highest point, fearful that someone might strip it away. Identity is something defined by others, until she acquired a better outfit. She resolutely vowed never to remove this piece of gear that safeguarded her fragile attributes. Fushiguro Megumi was beside her, absorbed in his phone while nibbling on a piece of bread, merely waving his hand in acknowledgement. Ruo Meng stifled a yawn and mouthed for them to wait 5 minutes before swiftly drawing the curtains again. 5 minutes later, now clad in her school uniform, Ruo Meng emerged into the courtyard wearing her academy-issue leather shoes. After tossing her slippers into her room, she efficiently locked the floor-to-ceiling window. Ever since discovering that it was more convenient to exit through the window to the courtyard rather than using the front door, she had abandoned the latter altogether. Itadori Yuji retrieved a pouch of strawberry milk from his uniform pocket, the pink packaging unmistakable. Here, breakfast. Thank you, Yuji. Ruo Meng accepted the strawberry milk, taking a sip and finding it surprisingly warm. Wow, it's warm. Itadori Yuji grinned broadly. Fushiguro said it's not good for girls to drink it cold, so I specially made it with warm water. Ruo Meng was somewhat taken aback, glancing at the cool-headed figure on her left. Hey, Megumi really knows his stuff. Fushiguro Megumi's long eyelashes cast a delicate shadow over his eyes, giving him an exquisite appearance when he lowered his gaze. I used to live with my sister. Ruo Meng was unaware of this, thinking it might be part of the unfolding story. Just as she was about to inquire further, 007 interrupted her softly. Don't ask, Xiaoming. Megumi's sister is cursed and remains in a coma at the hospital. Noticing the somber expression on Fushiguro Megumi's face when his sister was mentioned, Ruo Meng instinctively retracted her question, seamlessly shifting the topic to the uniforms. Itadori Yuji's uniform was laden with personal flair, standing out among the sea of black uniforms. The vibrant red hood and matching high-top sneakers contrasted with the traditional black, making him easily identifiable amidst the crowd due to his status as a Shinigami. Conversely, the uniform of Okatsu Yuta, a higher-risk individual, was pure white, practically emblazoned with the words "Stay away" across his chest. However, Ruo Meng paid little heed to such matters. She flashed a thumbs up, sincerely remarking, "The new uniform suits you well, Yuji." Itadori Yuji returned the gesture, showcasing his gleaming white teeth. You too, beautiful porcelain-skinned girl. Ruo Meng's uniform featured a youthful pleated skirt, swaying gracefully, revealing glimpses of her long, shapely legs. She did not conform to the traditional notion of a delicate beauty adored in neon culture. Rather, she possessed a balanced physique that exuded vitality. It was less about the beauty of the clothes than how they enhanced her own charm. After exchanging compliments, they turned in unison to Fushiguro Megumi. You look good too. The two shared a knowing thumbs up and toothy smiles. Yours is rather average. Indeed, in comparison, Fushiguro Megumi's uniform was merely simple and understated, lacking distinctive features. Fine. I won't bother arguing with fools. The understated cool guy, Fushiguro Megumi, remarked, I'm wearing a design personally crafted by Gojo-sensei. It's a matching parent-child outfit. Gojo Satoru had announced the meeting point in the group chat, which was at the Harajuku station exit, next to Takashita Street. Takashita Street is a hub for neon trendsetters. Located in Harajuku, a paradise for youth chasing the latest fashions. Ruo Meng had little interest in Harajuku's trends, nor did Fushiguro Megumi or Itadori Yuji. As diligent jujitsu sorcerers, they rarely displayed a keen pursuit of attire or style. It was said that this location was requested by the new students. And as it was Ruo Meng's first visit to Tokyo, it was chosen as the starting point. Although they were indifferent to fashion, they had heard of the famous shopping street in Harajuku, and visiting it was certainly not out of the question. Itadori Yuji had long yearned for the culinary delights of Takashita Street, such as the must-try takoyaki, the trending cotton candy, and popcorn that came with quirky glasses. This was Ruo Meng's first experience riding a train in neon, and following Itadori Yuji and Fushiguro Megumi, she imitated them as they tapped their cards to board. The trio laughed and joked, rushing onto the train just as the doors were about to close, offering a hasty apology to the agitated attendant on the platform, who could only wave helplessly. Ruo Meng, holding a hand of each boy, guided them to the glass doors on the opposite side. As the train set in motion, the girl excitedly leaned against the door, her fair complexion reflecting the fleeting beauty of the scenery outside, casting shifting shadows of light across her face. How beautiful! It's just like a scene from an anime. Yujin, Itadori, and Megumi Fushiguro stood behind her, creating an invisible barrier of air between themselves and the bustling crowd. Unbeknownst to Ruo Meng, Fushiguro, engrossed in his phone, remained silent. As Ruo Meng's conversational partner, Itadori was determined to keep the dialogue flowing. Does the porcelain country not have trams? Upon hearing this, Ruo Meng pressed her fingertip to her lips, attempting to reconstruct the scene from her memories. They do, but it's quite different. Trams appear frequently in anime, right? They always seem so romantic. In terms of the porcelain country, From my experience, the trams lean more towards a leisurely sightseeing mode of transportation. Itadori struggled to visualize the scene Ruo Meng described, finding her explanation too abstract. In any case, it should be somewhat similar, right? Fushiguro, seemingly distracted by his phone, was actually eavesdropping on their conversation, with glaring words about porcelain country trams displayed on his search bar. Though he understood what they looked like, he chose not to share it in their group chat, silently closing his browser and continuing to project his cool persona. However, as he turned, he was met with Itadori's piercing gaze. Stop staring. Fushiguro sighed. Fine, I'll show you. Meanwhile, Ruo Meng, secretly capturing the sweet interactions between the two boys, was busy taking covert photos, her heart racing as she suppressed the urge to squeal, thinking of the adorable couple as a cult CP. Humph, how amusing. Daring to ship such a bizarre pairing, remarked 007, with a weary expression as he crumpled a piece of paper and smiled lopsidedly. What's the big deal? It's far less ridiculous than shipping Gojo and Sukuna, Ruo Meng scoffed, saving her photos in an album whimsically named Yahei. Chapter 33, where Gojo Satoru is. There lies both excitement and social embarrassment. Upon exiting the tram station, the street was alive with chatter as various tourist groups converged. Ruo Meng perched herself on the railing opposite the station, surveying her surroundings, but failing to spot a familiar figure. Where's Mr. Gojo? He's tied up with something. He asked us to wait a moment. Oh. Although Fushiguro appeared expressionless, Ruo Meng had long since deciphered his demeanor. He was a cool exterior with a warm heart, adept at caring for girls. In simple terms, regardless of gender, being with him was a safe bet. The three of them sat side by side on the roadside railing, Fushiguro and Itadori flanking Ruo Meng like protective bodyguards. Itadori leaned against the railing, hands in his pockets, one leg casually crossed over the other, brimming with youthful exuberance. I'm going to buy ice cream. Do you want any? Fushiguro decisively declined. No, thanks. Upon hearing about food, Ruo Meng's eyes sparkled, and she eagerly jumped off the railing, raising her hand. I'll go. Itadori was well aware of Ruo Meng's inexplicable enthusiasm for communicating with vendors on her own. Though she didn't voice it, their previous outings had made her intentions clear. It seemed she wanted to practice her conversational skills without admitting it. I want mint-flavored syrup ice cream. Okay. Ruo Meng made an okay gesture, tossed a wink, and dashed across the street. Watching her skip away, Fushiguro felt an uncharacteristic twinge of worry. Just as he was about to follow, Itadori, with a serious expression reminiscent of Arakawa, grabbed his wrist. Fushiguro, the child must grow up someday. We have to learn to let go. Don't speak to me in a fatherly tone. Fushiguro retorted. He only relaxed once he saw Ruo Meng safely enter the convenience store. After all, she was a big girl now and unlikely to get lost or abducted, right? They waited. And soon Gojo Satoru arrived, alongside Ruo Meng's adorable emoji expressing her indecision. After greeting them, Gojo noticed one student was missing and inquired, Where's Ruo Meng? Fushiguro replied with an okay emoji, tucking his phone back into his pocket. She went to buy ice pops. I want one too. Tell her for me. You're so fierce. All three boasted striking looks. Especially Gojo, who garnered gasps of admiration from bystanders, murmuring things like, wow, that guy with the blindfold. Yet, Ruo Meng still hadn't returned. Itadori, the first to suggest that the child needed to be independent, raised his hand. Shall we, the child's mother, go take a look? I said no. Why am I the mother? Indeed, Ruo Meng had become ensnared. As she exited the convenience store with her ice pop, a strange man's voice called out from behind her, cautiously inquiring, Excuse me, miss. Do you have a job? Initially, Ruo Meng didn't realize he was speaking to her until he repeated, That cute girl with the ponytail? Turning in confusion, she found herself face to face with an unfamiliar man. He had thinning hair, a somewhat hefty build, and was dressed in a well-tailored green suit. His face adorned with a sycophantic smile. You are. The man's eyes lit up when he saw her face, and he quickly produced a business card, introducing himself with practiced ease. I'm a talent scout from an entertainment company, specifically seeking beautiful and promising individuals like yourself. Would you be interested in learning more? Startled by his enthusiastic demeanor, Ruo Meng felt her social anxiety kick in, prompting her to flee, but out of social courtesy, she forced herself to decline. I'm not interested. Don't be shy. With your cuteness, I assure you, our company will elevate you to stardom. Just as the traffic light changed, and Ruo Meng prepared to cross the street, the man suddenly grabbed her wrist in a moment of desperation. In Neon Country, physical contact with unfamiliar girls is often perceived as inappropriate or harassment. While Ruo Meng wasn't overly sensitive, she certainly didn't appreciate such impolite behavior. She frowned and forcefully shook off his hand. Sir, I'm still in school, and my part-time job keeps me busy and earns well. I genuinely have no interest in becoming a model or an entertainer. The man attempted to say more, but a tall figure in a blue shirt stepped between them, shielding Ruo Meng from view. Mr. Gojo, sensing the unmistakable aura of protection. Ruo Meng hadn't yet had time to feel grateful. Gojo, with a casual flick of his hair and a pair of sunglasses seemingly pulled from nowhere, exuded effortless charm. That one do, Miss Ruo Meng is our company's star. Huh. Itadori had somehow appeared with a bouquet of flowers, acting like an ecstatic fan finally meeting their idol. Oh, Miss Ruo Meng, please give me your autograph. Ruo Meng's expression turned vacant as she looked towards Fushiguro, silently pleading for him to intervene. Aren't you going to do something about this? Fushiguro crossed his arms and averted his gaze, indicating his own helplessness. All right, today is not my concern, tomorrow. It'll be my turn. You had best not allow me the opportunity to find you. Ah, is that a celebrity over there? They appear quite youthful. Perhaps a member of a girl group? I have never seen them before. Could they be an underground idol? Uninformed passers-by gradually gathered, with some even pulling out their phones to record and take pictures. A droplet of water fell from the plastic bag containing ice pops, serving as a substitute for the cold sweat that Ruo Meng had no time to let fall. She covered the lower half of her face with her hand, her peach blossom eyes shimmering with moisture, her exposed skin already flushed, as she silently hid behind Woodiowu, shielding her face. It was the first time she felt that merely revealing her face was such an embarrassing act. The talent scout, clad in a green suit, attempted to make his case, only to be suddenly lifted by the collar of his jacket, the force akin to that of a powerful yakuza. Yet, surprisingly, the voice belonged to a young girl. Hey, if she is not good enough, what about me? The scout's sweat began to pour. Me? Since when does a female idol refer to herself in such a manner? However, due to the apparent strength of the girl behind him, the talent scout's mind raced as he concocted a sincere lie. Utilizing all his emotional intelligence and experience garnered over 30 years in the industry, we have already filled our quota for female members. Just a moment ago. You said before Dingzaki Yenju could finish her sentence, the scout seized the opportunity to wriggle free from her grip and fled in a flash. Hey you. As Dingzaki Yenju was about to pursue him, she was called to a halt, the voice reaching her ears first, followed by a fragrant aroma. Her hands were enveloped by warm, soft palms, and the girl's voice rang clear like a babbling brook, instantly captivating her heart. Dingzaki, thank you for your assistance. Upon hearing the voice, Dingzaki Yenju turned to meet the grateful gaze of the young girl. She resembled a deer lost in the wilderness, brimming with the vitality of the vast forest, causing Dingzaki Yenju's barren heart to suddenly blossom with a profusion of flowers. For the first time, Dingzaki Yenju realized that she did not appear so rigid, as her mouth spoke the astonishing thought before her mind could process it. Then, will you offer yourself to me? Ruo Meng froze, her cheeks flushing. Woodiowu. The smile vanished. Fushiguro Megumi. Itadori Yuji. Chapter 34, Stare. Dingzaki Yenju placed her hands on her hips, exuding the aura of a big sister, furrowing her brows as she surveyed her future contemporaries one by one. The one with pink hair looked rather shabby, resembling a fool who might eat their own boogers as a child. The one with the black sea urchin hairstyle appeared quite arrogant. He was undoubtedly an insufferable self-important man, likely to ignite a seagull soaked in oil, a bad guy. Alas, what a predicament. I am Dingzaki Yenju. Cheer up, boys, a little red has arrived. Itadori Yuji pointed at Ruo Meng, a look of innocent bewilderment on his face. A little red? What about Xiaoming? Dingzaki Yenju's previously firm demeanor softened instantly as she regarded the sweet girl standing obediently beside Woodiowu with gentle eyes and a smile. She is the only pure white jasmine. She is my angel. The new classmate seemed to have uttered something quite significant. Fushiguro Megumi felt that this matter was not simple, yet he did not wish to delve into its deeper meaning. Introducing himself with an expressionless face, I am Fushiguro Megumi. Itadori Yuji pondered for a long time, but could not comprehend, so he simply gave up and energetically introduced himself. I am Itadori Yuji, from Sendai. Ruo Meng clasped her hands behind her back, pouting sweetly. I am Ruo Meng, an exchange student from the porcelain country. I previously lived in Sendai. My favorite color is the color of the sky, and my favorite scent is that of irises. I am delighted to meet you. Just as Ruo Meng finished her introduction, the girl across from her suddenly leaped forward and embraced her. A blush crept onto Dingzaki Yenju's cheeks as she squinted, rubbing her face against Ruo Meng's. So soft. Like cotton candy. Ruo Meng had never anticipated that a girl could be so forward with another girl. Her hands anxiously tugged at the hem of her clothing, attempting to find the courage to voice her thoughts. Could you please let go of me? Given their recent acquaintance, she felt awkward about struggling and could only cast a pleading glance toward Woodiowu. All right. The intimacy with the new classmate ends here. Next up is the highly anticipated Tokyo sightseeing. Receiving the signal, Woodiowu grabbed the collar of Dingzaki Yenju's jacket with one hand and draped his arm around Ruo Meng's shoulder. separating the two girls. TCH. Once separated, Dingzaki Yenju resumed her Iron Lady demeanor, crossing her arms and raising an eyebrow. Tokyo sightseeing? Woodiowu extended his index finger, his crystalline lips curving into an attractive arc. Indeed, it's a treat from the teacher. We can go anywhere we desire. Now it's time for enthusiastic suggestions. Ruo Meng eagerly raised her hand, proposing her favorite places. We can take the new classmates to Yokohama's Chinatown for a meal, then go to the amusement park nearby until nightfall. Itadori Yuji energetically struck a drunken pose, enthusiastically chiming in. Let us go to Yokohama's Chinatown. Surprisingly, Dingzaki Yenju's girlish heart yearned for Tokyo Disneyland as her first choice. TDL. I want to go to TDL. In contrast to any amusement park, Itadori Yuji was more inclined towards Chinatown, robustly countering, you idiot. TDL is in Chiba, don't you know? Check the map. Huh, you must be mistaken. The initial proposer, Ruo Meng, found herself at a loss amidst the rapid-fire argument, quietly retreating to Fushiguro Megumi's side. Silence did not indicate her fault. Retreat was the only result. Fushiguro Megumi had not participated in the commotion at all. Seeing Ruo Meng approach, he was about to say something when he was interrupted by applause. Woodiowu clapped his hands, cheerfully interjecting, all right, I will announce the final destination. Yes. The two who had just been arguing fervently immediately ceased their bickering, respectfully bowing with one knee on the ground. Awaiting his command, Ruo Meng and Fushiguro Megumi turned their attention as well. Roppongi. Seeing Itadori Yuji and Dingzaki Yenju's eyes light up, Ruo Meng was utterly perplexed and quietly leaned toward Fushiguro Megumi, whispering, Megumi, what is Roppongi for? Roppongi is a renowned upscale shopping area in Tokyo, characterized by its myriad nightclubs and bars, becoming a famous nightlife district that attracts foreign tourists, its fame comparable to the Champs-Élysées in France. Shopping, bars, and the evening lights are quite beautiful. Fushiguro Megumi had long been aware of Woodiowu's ability to deceive, his expression somewhat difficult to read as he revealed the warning he had not had the chance to share earlier. However, I advise you not to get too excited. If it's Woodiowu-sensei's choice, it might not be for what you think. Ruo Meng paid no heed to the latter half of his statement, her excitement causing her to join the throng of students clamoring to hug Woodiowu and rub their faces against him. Woodiowu, ever the gentleman, raised his arm, cheerfully allowing the three adorable girls to cling to him. I don't know why, but only in the first semester of the first year do the students display such enthusiasm. It truly brings back memories. All right, let us set off. With hearts brimming with excitement, the three innocent children arrived at their destination, only to find themselves wanting to grasp Woodiowu by the neck and demand, Woodiowu-sensei, do you not have a heart? The dilapidated building, shrouded in ominous black smoke, boasts shattered glass and graffiti sprayed by wayward youths on its shuttered ground-level entrance, presenting a clear visage of abandonment. What a fraud! The highly anticipated Yuji Itadori and Noriaki Kugisaki were in a frenzy, while Megumi Fushiguro, with his hands casually tucked into his pockets, exuded an air of calm, as if he had foreseen this outcome. Is this what you call a sightseeing trip in Roppongi? Surely there must be curses lurking within this structure. It's clearly just overtime work. The unchanging curve of Satoru Gojo's lips suggested a mischievous delight, perhaps fueled by the exuberance of the students surrounding him. Ignoring the children's incessant protests, he nonchalantly delegated his task to them without a shred of guilt. Nearby lay a vast cemetery, and the presence of this forsaken building naturally conjured curses. Wakamori, still acclimating to the concept of curses, instinctively associated them with spirits. Itadori posed the first question, echoing Wakamori's own inquiry. Shouldn't curses be more prevalent in the cemetery? Why here in this building? As someone who had been immersed in the world of jujitsu since childhood, Fushiguro took it upon himself to act as a teaching assistant. The issue lies not with the cemetery itself, but with the human psyche that equates the graveyard with terror. Itadori experienced a moment of clarity, his perceptiveness allowing him to draw further parallels. Just like that incident at school. Wakamori seemed to grasp the concept, realizing that locations like schools and hospitals were indeed more prone to harboring curses. Gojo nodded, reaching out to ruffle Wakamori's hair, a gesture of encouragement for the bright and diligent child. I'm curious to see how far you can go. Let this be an on-site test. Kugisaki, Itadori. Venture inside and exorcise the curse. Chapter 35. Affection comes in many forms. One must exercise caution in distinguishing them. Since Itadori had yet to harness cursed energy, Gojo had specifically borrowed a cursed tool from Maki Zenin, handing it to him. You can't use cursed energy yet, but this can eliminate curses. The two entered the abandoned building, and as the shutter was drawn down, their voices faded into silence. It was as if they were consumed by malevolence. Lost to the unknown, an unsettling thought indeed. Perhaps I should accompany them after all, Fushiguro mused, only to be gently rebuffed by Gojo. You're still recovering. There's no need to push yourself. But what about me? Wakamori inquired. Her curiosity piqued as she blinked with wide eyes. Gojo smiled knowingly, his charm radiating warmth. Yet it instilled an unsettling premonition within her. Didn't you exorcise a grade 2 curse back at school? As my lovely subordinate. I'll arrange a special test for you later. Today's events may not be sufficient viewing. Wakamori nodded, albeit with some confusion, just as she prepared to sit beside Fushiguro, only to be pulled by her wrist to sit next to Gojo. Fushiguro prefers to sit alone. Come here. First time being restrained by the target of affection. Points, 1000. Stumbling unexpectedly, she found herself seated, her school uniform cascading around her, yet miraculously, neither her body nor skirt touched the ground. The legendary limitless. Was this due to Gojo's technique? She had always thought this technique was invincible, impervious to harm, with myriad applications. For instance, if it were cast over teeth, one could indulge in sweets without fear of cavities, right? Curiously, she poked at the ground, unable to make contact, then attempted to touch Gojo's arm. Finding no obstruction in her path, the cool, smooth fabric contrasted sharply with the hard, air-like barrier she was accustomed to, her palm meeting solid yet elastic muscle. Gojo, observing the movement within the building through his 6 eyes, suddenly felt a gentle touch on his arm, soft, warm, and slightly ticklish. The touch was tentative yet curious. As she pressed her entire palm against his arm, attempting to gauge its circumference. Even without sight, he could easily deduce that the young girl wore an expression of wonder, which he found rather amusing. This is limitless. I've extended the technique to you through our contact at your wrist. We are essentially sharing a blanket now, so of course we can touch. Wakamori shook her head, casting aside any unwholesome thoughts, silently chastising herself for her overly vivid imagination. Yet in silence, when left with nothing to occupy her mind, she began to notice the subtleties around her. Gojo's grip on her wrist was gentle, casually draping her slender arm across his lap. She could feel the calloused fingers unconsciously grazing her hand, the veins beneath his thin pants pulsing vigorously, radiating a heat that seemed almost incendiary. Would you like to touch Gojo's thigh? Oh, teacher, look at me. I can offer you a rub-down. 007. You are quite noisy. Wakamori's reverie shattered abruptly by the sudden outburst. She turned her gaze to the eerily silent, abandoned building, attempting to redirect her focus. Initially feigning seriousness, she soon detected something amiss. Was there a shadow in the window? The shadow appeared to draw nearer, closer still, until it penetrated the wall and escaped the building. She had encountered such a wall-passing curse before, back at school. A curse? Within a 10-meter radius, a curse manifested, and the hero's sword materialized in her grip, which she instinctively grasped tightly. As the curse hovered in the air, just outside the reach of the hero's sword, the thunderbolt seal appeared in her other hand. From the moment she sensed the curse's impending emergence, Gojo had been fixated on the girl's reaction. Quick reflexes. Yellow paper? No. It appears to be a Taoist talisman from the porcelain country. Just as Wakamori was about to inject cursed energy into the talisman, Gojo spoke up, halting her with a gentle hand. No need to act. Trust them. But if we don't act, the curse will escape. Fushiguro began to protest, but realized that Wakamori had already unhesitatingly withdrawn. The talisman, seemingly animated by an unseen force, fell silent, and the hero's sword vanished as well. Fushiguro couldn't help but glance at Wakamori, astonished by her compliance. It dawned on him that this girl could indeed feign obedience in front of Gojo. Kugisaki's technique allowed her to ignore distance as long as she had a part of the enemy's body. The curse, having held back during the skirmish, had managed to escape several meters away but was already ensnared by the ritualistic scarecrow. Spirit binding technique, resonance. With the hammer's strike, the curse in midair erupted, spewing forth several iron nails, exploding into a puddle of blood. So powerful. Is this the prowess of the only male protagonist in the entire series? Kugisaki, truly terrifying. As the sun dipped below the horizon, Wakamori sat at a distance on the steps, side by side with Kugisaki and Itadori, her gaze inevitably drifting towards Gojo. He looked so cool with one hand in his pocket, exuding charm as he waved goodbye to the children. Gojo-sensei is genuinely kind to everyone. It makes my heart flutter every moment. Aware of his own appeal, he frequently engaged in flirtatious antics without realizing it. To Wakamori, Gojo embodied a benevolent and gentle spirit, extending his warmth indiscriminately to all. A subtle stir of emotion blossomed within her as she pressed her palm against her left chest, feeling a wave of confusion. She seems increasingly unable to discern her own heart. What exactly are her feelings for Satoru Gojo? Is it merely an admiration akin to that for a beloved anime character? Ever since she arrived in the world of Jujutsu Kaisen and was rescued, a profound attachment to him has taken root within her. driven by a hidden sentiment that she herself has yet to comprehend. She yearns to draw closer, yet she refrains from becoming his student. Raku, on the other hand, attributes this to the emotional effects of the bridge phenomenon. To this day, her perception of Satoru Gojo has been filtered through the lens of her admiration for anime characters. However, Maki Zenin is not as troubled by girlish sentiments. At this moment, she impatiently shakes her leg, her fingers rhythmically drumming against her knee. You know I get irritable when I'm hungry, right? In just half a day? Yuji Itadori has transitioned from a state of novelty and tolerance towards his new classmates to one of subtle complaints and rolling eyes. Do you ever not lose your temper? Raku suddenly recalls the gift she received this morning while purchasing ice cream at the convenience store and pulls a piece of candy from her pocket. Does Maki like peach-flavored candy? Maki gazes at the smooth palm of Raku's hand for a moment before taking the candy, unwrapping it, and popping it into her mouth. Her frown easing slightly. Thank you. There are 4 left, just enough for each of us. Raku lays out all the candies in her palm, allowing Yuji to choose first. I'll take the grape flavor. Thanks, Raku. Perhaps it is the sweetness that lifts one's spirits, for Maki's tone has softened considerably. Raku, I'm sorry if I bothered you this morning when I hugged you. As Raku unwraps a strawberry-flavored candy and tastes it, she mutters in her small voice, well, a little, yes. Why are you suddenly saying this? Maki's expression remains solemn, appearing entirely sincere. Just looking at you reminds me of the porcelain dolls I adored as a child. I love that one. It was so adorable. As she speaks, Maki leans in closer, her eyes sparkling. Ugh, Raku gasps in surprise, instinctively leaning back. However, Maki merely clenches her fists and inches closer, refraining from any overtly intrusive behavior. So, if we have time later, let us go shopping together. I'll help you pick out the prettiest dresses on the street. Raku breathes a sigh of relief, tilting her head and smiling, the orange and yellow specks at the corners of her eyes creating a stunning halo. Of course, let us get along well. Chapter 36. Witnessing Satoru Gojo gradually becoming the most disrespected teacher by his students. Satoru Gojo's voice echoes from a distance, his tone reminiscent of a high school girl. Imbued with a peculiar yet charming inflection, always brimming with energy. Thank you, Samantha, the kids are home now. The 3 children, already famished, spring up as soon as they hear Gojo's voice and race to stand before him. Following this, Gojo announces everyone's favorite routine. Next, let us go eat. Yuji Itadori craves steak, while Raku and Maki have a hankering for sushi. No problem, no problem. Gojo gives a thumbs up, nodding as he leans toward Megumi Fushiguro. What about you, Megumi? What do you want to eat? Megumi lifts his gaze to glance at the excited group before lowering his head to continue fiddling with his phone. Offering no opinion. As the child he raised, Gojo quickly discerns the reason, and after waiting 2 seconds without a response, he dismisses it. This kid is probably sulking for lack of attention. Come on, let us not worry about him. Megumi, I'm not disliked. Seeing that Gojo has no intention of pacifying him, he wraps his long arms around the other 3 and leads them away, prompting Megumi to hastily catch up. As they banter and frolic along, Raku notices Megumi's sullen demeanor and bends down to peer at him curiously. Megumi, what's wrong? Megumi stares at the roadside, fixated on the wall, deliberately avoiding eye contact with others, resembling a child waiting to be consoled. It's nothing. Gojo, hands in his pockets, slows his pace to walk among the students, a relaxed smile gracing his face. No chance to act out, just sulking. Raku strives to stifle a laugh. She never noticed before in the anime that this cool guy would sometimes act cute in front of his guardians. Maki, who had already disapproved of his self-introduction consisting solely of his name, would not miss this opportunity to mock him. What a childish brat. Megumi, exposed in front of his peers, wears an expression of indignation mixed with helplessness. Witnessing Megumi's rare moment of embarrassment, Raku and Yuji exchange glances. Yuji instantly understands and stands tall, raising his right arm in a salute. Line up. Although it's Maki's first day, she is no stranger to mockery and stands in front of Megumi, mirroring Raku's stance. Megumi raises a hand to shield himself and takes a step back, a sense of foreboding filling him. What are you all doing? Yuji purposefully adopts a standard military stance at the front of the line, calling out again. Smile. The synchronized laughter fills the street, intertwined with Gojo's teasing and the sound of cameras, alongside Megumi's frustrated shouts. While these few are mischievous, they know their limits and only laugh 3 times, likely in fear of retribution, before scampering away. Even though he has adopted the mantra of avoiding conflict with fools, Megumi is still so furious that he contemplates unleashing his Shikigami right then and there. Gojo puts away his phone and pulls Megumi along. Come on, don't always wear that serious face, lighten up a bit. The setting sun stretches their shadows, merging them together at the forefront. Humph. Megumi realizes that the others are deliberately trying to make him smile. so he reluctantly allows himself to be pushed forward, though his expression remains somewhat sour. Amidst their playful antics, they eventually arrive at the base of Ginza, where Yuji and Maki find themselves at odds over whether to eat hand-rolled sushi or conveyor belt sushi. Ultimately, they resort to rock, paper, scissors, with Yuji narrowly winning by choosing paper. Hooray! Let us go for conveyor belt sushi. Gojo possesses his own insights regarding food and leisure, already pulling out his phone to check the route. For sushi, I recommend Sushi Go in Ginza, but for newcomers, ribeye sushi is better. At this, Raku suddenly perks up. Leaning ominously close to Yuji's back, she tiptoes to blow cool air into his neck, whispering, "You just mentioned conveyor belt sushi, right? Those who don't enjoy hand-rolled sushi will be cursed to become a giant conveyor belt sushi." The curse of the giant conveyor belt is an urban legend from Crayon Shinchan, particularly impactful among the children of Neon. According to the legend, there exists a hand-rolled sushi shop on the outskirts of Saitama Prefecture, run by a traditionalist who staunchly defends hand-rolled sushi. As conveyor belt sushi gradually supplanted the market, the shop's clientele dwindled, forcing the owner to lower prices to attract customers. Consequently, he harbored a grudge against those who favored conveyor belt sushi. Any customer uttering the words conveyor belt upon entering the shop would be transformed into a cursed giant conveyor belt sushi, their physical form twisting into a whirlwind, eternally spinning until they obliterated the parking lot. Yuji, like Raku, is a devoted fan of Crayon Shinchan. Although he knows it's fictional, childhood fears compel him to backtrack. "Sorry, I take it back." Maki grins, flashing Raku a thumbs up. "Good job, Xiaoming. It seems you've developed a refined palate for hand rolls. Rest assured, should you transform into a tornado, Sensei will come to your rescue." Wataru Satoru said with a smile as he emerged from the middle, wrapping his arms around the whispering Raku and Yuji Itadori. "Most importantly, we have the remarkable ribeye sushi, delivered via Shinkansen. Have you ever seen anything like it, Wild Rose?" The mention of this piqued the interest of Inumaki, who had yet to experience conveyor belt sushi. An exclamation mark materialized above her head, revealing her complete fascination. Raku, aware of the defection of her comrades, sorrowfully succumbed to the allure of the grand conveyor belt sushi faction. "Ribeye sushi, let us go. Unlimited fatty tuna. My heart aches for Sensei's wallet, though. Please, do not let him feel your sympathy." The charm of conveyor belt sushi lies in the perpetual sensation of hunger, with empty plates piling high on the table. It is all too easy to overindulge. The four students laughed, their bellies full, while Satoru lamented his empty wallet, with the phrase, "Conveyor belt sushi is truly delightful." Having dined to their heart's content, the others returned to school, while Raku was led to another location. "Is this the Wataru residence?" She obediently followed Satoru. The surrounding architecture growing increasingly grand, reminiscent of an esteemed family estate. The ancient buildings exuded a sense of weightiness, and the somber, tranquil atmosphere was almost suffocating. Satoru, hands behind his back, guided Raku through the serene paths. "Not quite. This is the Zenin family estate. Maki-senpai's home?" Raku was puzzled. "What are we doing here to find her?" "Not exactly, Xiaoming. Maki has severed ties with the Zenin clan and has not returned to this home. This is the backyard of one of the three main families, the Zenin." "I see," Raku said, her confusion deepening. "Weren't we supposed to find cursed spirits for the entrance exam? What are we doing in the backyard of the three families?" "We've arrived." Satoru abruptly halted, and Raku, unable to stop in time, bumped her nose and forehead against him. "Ouch. This is the Zenin family's cursed spirit tower, designated for training cursed spirits." The young girl, cradling her reddened forehead, looked up at the direction Satoru pointed. A colossal white tower loomed in the center of the desolate square, its outer walls plastered with yellow talismans. The sole entrance being a large iron door on the ground floor. A sense of foreboding washed over her. Satoru stood with hands clasped behind his back, fixated on the cursed spirit tower as if assessing the situation within. "This will be your practical test today, Xiaoming." Raku gazed up at the beaming Satoru with a pitiful expression, softening her tone in hopes of a favorable outcome. "So, will you accompany me inside, Mr. Wataru?" "Of course not. There are about 22nd grade cursed spirits. You just need to exorcise one." "I'm being generous, aren't I? 22nd grade cursed spirits." Raku nearly buckled at the knees. "You are truly too kind to me, akin to a living Yama." Chapter 37. I know nothing. I am merely an inexperienced novice. Typically, during a mission, one merely needs to drop the curtain to materialize the cursed spirits. Yet this cursed spirit tower was extraordinary. Its very presence emanated a dark aura. The two stood before the tower, and even without approaching the entrance, the hero's sword manifested in Raku's right hand. She gripped the hilt nervously. Surely, the cursed spirits within wouldn't be waiting eagerly at the door with their gaping maws? Satoru raised an eyebrow. Automatic mode? One could say that. though only the sword operates in automatic mode. His gaze lingered on the uniquely textured hero's sword for a moment, contemplating, though it shone brilliantly in his 6 eyes. Upon closer inspection, it appeared to be nothing more than a plastic toy sword powered by batteries. Raku's focus remained fixed on the iron door as she swallowed hard. 22nd grade cursed spirits awaited her. Even the leader of the sister school exchange was merely a 2nd grade cursed spirit, and they had prepared for a joint assault. Although her task was to exorcise one, the other spirits would not remain idle and could very well swarm her. Given this quantity and quality, a single spirit could easily overpower her. She hoped Satoru didn't intend to turn her into a fresh patty for a hamburger. Satoru nonchalantly tore down the talisman affixed to the door. As the iron door creaked open, a chilling wind swept forth, carrying with it a damp, metallic scent. Contrary to her expectations, the cursed spirits did not haphazardly occupy the tower, nor were they indiscriminately chained in corners. A stone-paved path wound around the tower, with combat rooms and holding cells on each floor. The holding cell on the ground floor was positioned furthest inside. Satoru approached the holding cell, inputting the password with uncharacteristic clumsiness. Raku leaned in curiously. Speaking of which, Mr. Wataru, you managed to persuade the Zenin family to lend the cursed spirit tower. Didn't you? Satoru appeared deep in thought, pausing momentarily before pressing another number. That old man didn't lend it to me. Raku was taken aback. She cast a wary glance at the impenetrable door of the holding cell, its surface plastered with numerous talismans, eerie howls echoing from within, intensifying her unease. What about the password? Beep. Satoru completed the final digit, and the keypad reacted for a moment before erupting in ominous red light. Incorrect password. Activating enemy mode. All holding cells are now open. As expected, it was wrong. Satoru placed his hands behind his head, playfully sticking out his tongue, and without leaving any time to react, turned to flee towards the main door. Hey, what are you doing? Aren't you the strongest? Raku felt her spirit plummet, her gaze hollow as she stood in silence for a moment before hastily following Satoru towards the door. Mr. Wataru is a villain. Hey, don't say that. If I were to intervene, I'd probably end up exorcising them all by mistake. But if you do it, we can always pass it off as a mere childish folly. Satoru glanced back, flashing a dazzling wink. I have high hopes for you. After all, you are my strongest disciple. Do I really seem like a formidable opponent? Raku thought, her confidence dwindling. Moreover, Satoru had yet to impart any knowledge. Given her naturally underdeveloped lower body, she could not hope to outrun Satoru, who was blessed with both agility and long legs. She could only extend her arms in vain, watching as the massive iron door began to close. From the door, Satoru's voice echoed. Hang in there, Xiaoming. If you find yourself in trouble, just cry out Sensei Wataru, and I'll come right in. Raku, who would cry out for help like that? Due to Satoru's reckless actions, the once majestic and gentle figure of Wataru transformed into a mischievous feline in mere seconds. Raku understood that escape was no longer an option. Sighing as she tightened her grip on the sword and turned to face the darkness behind her, the holding cell was devoid of light, shrouded in darkness, and an unsettling silence enveloped the space. Despite being a sealed environment, gusts of chilling wind occasionally swept through, carrying with them the stench of decay. Suddenly, a more forceful wind surged forth. Raku's long black hair whipped about, and she squinted her eyes, maintaining a vigilant stance as she pointed her sword ahead. She was uncertain when the cursed spirits from the other floors would arrive, but falling prey to surprise attacks from these spirits would be a grave mistake. Given the numerical disadvantage, we shall seize the opportunity to strike down the enemy one by one while they are scattered. With a resounding crash, heavy footsteps echoed in the darkness, causing the very floor to tremble, accompanied by the clanking of iron chains as the cursed spirit emerged from its confinement. This entity, a humanoid cursed spirit, stood approximately 3 meters tall, its sinewy muscles bulging, with prominent blue veins coursing across its pale skin. Let us refer to it as the muscle monster. This creature lacked a nose, possessed slanted eyes, and bore a gaping maw filled with shark-like teeth, an appearance that could surely test anyone's resolve. At that moment, Ruo Meng felt her legs weaken with fear. She had only faced third-level cursed spirits during her novice trials. Comparatively, the octopus brother now seemed rather endearing. Oh dear, another day of longing for the little flies. Although she had previously battled second-level cursed spirits at school, it had only been a reflexive response under special circumstances. With a mere closing of her eyes and a swing of her blade, the battle concluded. In other words, she had merely been fortunate, as the cursed spirit had unwittingly impaled itself upon her blade. Despite its formidable attack power, one must possess both life and skill to inflict damage. According to classification, third-level cursed spirits could be dealt with by a handgun, while a shotgun was necessary for second-level spirits. Ruo Meng was uncertain of this behemoth's attributes, but it was evident that it was exceptionally resilient. Typically, muscle monsters are classified as tank types with double A in health and attack, yet their speed remains at E, akin to the Hulk. Ruo Meng cast a glance at the health bar above the muscle monster's head. It was roughly equivalent to the health of 1,000 little flies. If she could close the distance, she might be able to vanquish it in a single blow. The prerequisite, however, was to approach it successfully. At this moment, Ruo Meng despised her lack of archery skills. If only she had powerful long-range attacks or strong crowd control. The muscle monster, however, appeared disinterested in engaging Ruo Meng in conversation about the reasons for its monstrous existence, maintaining a perpetual grin. It had already assumed a sprinting stance, its muscles swelling instantaneously, causing the stone slab beneath its feet to buckle. Ruo Meng initially intended to use the Thunderous Might Talisman to control it, the yellow paper poised between her fingers. But upon witnessing the muscle monster's movement, her eyes widened in alarm. No. In the next instant, the muscle monster shot forward like an arrow released from a bow, crashing violently against the iron gate. Boom. Ruo Meng, having sensed the impending danger, deftly evaded to the side and fell awkwardly to the ground. She glanced at the iron gate, which trembled from the impact, cold sweat trickling down her brow. What appeared to be double A in health was, in fact, double A in both health and speed, making it utterly unpredictable. If it struck her, she would surely be reduced to a mere hamburger patty. Thunder. With no time for further contemplation, her hand propelled the Thunderous Might Talisman forward. A pale blue lightning enveloped the muscle monster, yet the paralysis effect failed to activate, leaving its movements unaffected. The muscle monster, seemingly devoid of pain, grinned maliciously and prepared to charge at Ruo Meng once more. Everything transpired in an instant. Ruo Meng had not anticipated the muscle monster's reaction speed to be so swift. Her eyes widened in shock as she watched the massive iron-like figure barreling toward her. Evading was utterly impossible. Boom. Chapter 38. Will the frightened Ruo Meng cry out for her teacher? Danger detected for the host, automatically activating the Spring Breeze Talisman 1. Spring Breeze Talisman 1. Remaining duration, 59 seconds. The anticipated pain did not arrive, and Ruo Meng slowly opened her eyes. The girl stood at the center of a golden light shield, streams of pale light cascading down from above, forming a semicircular barrier around her with a diameter of half a meter. The muscle monster was halted before the light membrane, furiously pounding its fists against the barrier, its bulging muscles betraying its relentless assault. Yet, the pale golden light shield was remarkably sturdy. The muscle monster's fist struck it as if hitting an air wall, creating no ripples, and even sound could not penetrate. Realizing its attacks were futile, it pressed its terrifying face against the shield, contorting into a silent threat. Ruo Meng instinctively retreated a step, covering her mouth, only to realize with embarrassment that she had shed some tears. 007's anxious voice broke the paralysis of her body. Are you all right, Ruo Meng? Realizing she had cried out of fear from the cursed spirit, she felt a wave of humiliation wash over her and hastily wiped her tears with her sleeve. Fortunately, 007 had promptly activated the Spring Breeze Talisman for her. Otherwise, the outcome might have been dire. However, the probability of triggering the Spring Breeze Talisman was considerably lower than that of the Thunderous Might Talisman during her last 10 draws. She had only obtained one, and now she had no stock left. Within the protective range, only 40 seconds of dispelling time remained. It's alright. How many points do I have left? You have a total of 2,100 points, but there are an additional 1,000 points in your mailbox that have not been claimed. There was no time to collect points from the mailbox. The animation was too lengthy. Quickly, she opened the colorful big roulette, revealing an endless expanse of green grassland as the massive wheel loomed overhead. Ruo Meng raised her right hand high and brought it down forcefully upon the protruding button shaped like a palm. 10 draws. The colorful roulette began to spin, sparks flying as it whirled rapidly before gradually slowing to a halt. Firework effects erupted, and 10 item prompt boxes soared up, appearing one by one before her. It was the guaranteed 1 green and 9 white. Ruo Meng smiled with delight. What she needed most at this moment were the white talismans. The more, the better. Congratulations, player. You have obtained the following items. 1 blue potion, green, 5 talisman papers, white, 500,000 cash. Ruo Meng quickly removed all the talismans and examined the properties of the 5 talismans, which comprised 4 Thunderous Might talismans and 1 Spring Breeze talisman. As she held the 4 Thunderous Might talismans in her hand, an epiphany struck her, unlocking a hidden mechanism within her mind. So that's how it is. Ruo Meng smirked, feeling a surge of confidence. This aligned perfectly with the Pythagorean theorem. 0.254 equals 100, maximizing the probability of stunning her opponent. 9 seconds, 8 seconds, 7 seconds. With her right hand gripping the sword and her left hand clutching the 4 talismans, she infused them with cursed energy. 321. As the countdown neared its conclusion, the pale golden light shield became increasingly unstable. In the moment it was about to vanish, the muscle monster, ever poised for action, lunged forward. Ruo Meng remained vigilant. And as the countdown ended, the 4 talismans were released, hurtling toward their target at breakneck speed. Thunder. The yellow talismans, entwined with crackling lightning, ensnared the muscle monster within. Realizing its peril, the muscle monster attempted to escape, but in the next instant, pale blue lightning erupted with a cacophony reminiscent of 1,000 birds' cries. Hidden mechanism activated. 100 chance of stunning. Roar. The mountainous muscle monster was enveloped in blue light, writhing in agony as it let out a pained howl. The scent of scorched flesh wafting through the air. Indeed, the 100 stun had activated. The muscle monster struggled against its bindings, but it soon found itself confronted by the small, black-haired girl who had previously fled in fear, accompanied by a comically electronic voice, its world spinning in chaos. Unbelievable triggered a critical hit. As Ruo Meng landed gracefully, the colossal form of the muscle monster swayed before crashing down with a thunderous thud, stirring up a cloud of dust. A colossal head bounced upon the ground, rolling twice before colliding with the corner wall, its large, bell-like eyes wide open in disbelief, as if unable to fathom that it could be bested by such a minuscule insect. With a complete mastery of control and a lethal strike guaranteed by her A rank. Under the ample supply of thunderous talismans, Ruo Meng's power would soar perilously close to the first level. A sufficiently sharp blade would never be stained by blood. Before the enemy could even register their demise, their bodies would be severed. Ruo Meng exhaled, the hero's sword twirling elegantly around her wrist, conjuring exquisite patterns. Instantly returning to its pristine state. The commotion from the recent battle had been rather loud, and it seemed she would soon face the entirety of the cursed spirit tower. A horde of indeterminate cursed spirits. Indeed, within moments, heavy footsteps resounded from the staircases encircling the tower, racing towards the ground floor where they had fought. A legion of over 22nd-level cursed spirits would soon mount an assault. Even at her peak, Ruo Meng would surely be overwhelmed. She pressed her trembling right hand with her left, as if a machine had been unplugged, her limbs uncoordinated, relying on the wall for support. 007. I seem to have contracted a disease that renders me immobile. In truth, 007 longed to reassure the young girl that she was merely frightened and her legs had turned to jelly. Yet the instinct for survival urged 007 to remain silent at this moment. What to do, what to do, what to do. Even if she were to be crushed by the cursed spirits, she must never call that person teacher. It was a gamble worth taking. Tears welled uncontrollably in her eyes as Ruo Meng gritted her teeth, closed her eyes, and silently bowed her head. The iron gate burst open, and in an instant, Ruo Meng found herself enveloped in a warm embrace. Truly, there was no helping you, my weeping little Meng. Satoru Gojo crafted a black hole with his bare hands. A crimson orb shooting forth like a GPS-guided missile into the dark passage. The first to encounter it would be the cursed spirits, currently disintegrating, who had reached the stairway. Perilously close to being attacked. She had gambled successfully. Satoru Gojo had indeed been monitoring the situation within. Not a crybaby at all. Perceptive of her thoughts. Ruo Meng clutched tightly to Satoru Gojo's clothing, burying her head into his embrace like an ostrich. Satoru glanced at the pale little hand gripping his shirt. Just as he was about to speak, when a thunderous voice erupted outside the door. You little brat from the Gojo family. Last year you annihilated 3 of my Zenin family's cursed spirits, and now you dare return. Have you no shame? In the courtyard, a fashionably bearded elder descended from the sky, enraged and hopping about, vehemently denouncing Satoru Gojo's shamelessness. A tall figure stood with his back to the entrance, head bowed, as if cradling something. Without turning around, Satoru replied, his tone as irreverent as ever, infuriating the elder to the point where his beard seemed ready to soar. Oh, don't be so petty. This can be seen as the Zenin family's contribution to nurturing the future of the sorcery world. Ruo Meng tiptoed, peering over Satoru's shoulder towards the source of the voice. The elder, with his inverted onion-shaped beard and white hair, spotted the still tearful girl, visibly shaken, and felt a sense of triumph. Have you cried from fright? I warned you last time. Next time, you'll be facing a first-level cursed spirit. First level? Ruo Meng gazed incredulously at Satoru Gojo, whose expression remained unchanged. Surely, as a wielder of the 6 eyes, he must know. Not only had he left her, a newcomer to the world of curses, to face it alone, but he had deliberately unleashed the spirits throughout the entire tower. I doubt that last one was intentional. Silence. 007 comprehended that arguing with an irate woman was futile and mimed zipping his lips. Satoru had no intention of engaging in extensive debate. As he was in the wrong. The 36 stratagems dictate, retreat is the best option. The scent of cedar enveloping him was suddenly overpowered by the aroma of sugar, leaving his mind in a haze. Clutching his head, he felt a warm, moist breath against his ear, sending shivers down his spine as his thoughts turned to mush. Ruo Meng barely managed to emit a short, questioning sound. Suddenly knocked down by an unexpected force, she felt herself being lifted from the ground by another powerful grip. Satoru Gojo pulled her back into his embrace, much like one would a small kitten, and swiftly fled the scene. Ruo Meng instinctively tightened her limbs, protesting loudly. "I am not a cat. Please change your hold." Satoru remained silent, but he clearly heard her. Casting a glance at Ruo Meng, he grasped her waist and tossed her upwards, cradling her in one arm. The force at her waist left her with no room for further protest, her small face lowering until it was entirely buried in the warmth of his neck. The gentle breath she exhaled tickled his skin, prompting Satoru to stroke her fluffy head, tilting his head away slightly. "It tickles." Noticing her arms tightening around his neck, Satoru looked down, unable to see her expression. "Are you still frightened?" The feedback from his 6 eyes indicated that the girl in his arms had not sustained any injuries. Rather, her emotional state was volatile, likely due to fear. The intimacy of their position left Ruo Meng feeling dizzy. Just a little. Behind them, a relentless horde of Zenin family guards pursued, while the youthful pair clung to one another, racing away from the ancient family that loomed like a monstrous shadow in the darkness. How romantic, akin to eloping. The moonlight was beautiful, in the unseen corners. The girls silently prayed for an endless path ahead. Chapter 39, Illusion, Dream, Reality. Since discovering that a subject of nerve pain was so close at hand, Ijichi Shoko commenced her research into neurological treatment. This was an unprecedented endeavor. Human pain perception is transmitted through nerves. The brain receives stimuli relayed by the nerves and then transmits this information down to the limbs, prompting a response. In other words, during treatment, if one can deceive the nerves, the patient's suffering can be significantly alleviated. This concept was still in its infancy, and Ijichi Shoko urgently required a test subject for her research. If human nerve pain is incurable, what of employing reversal techniques? Since her last thorough examination of Ruo Meng, a wave of innovative ideas surged through Ijichi's mind, even preoccupying her thoughts during the day as she contemplated the feasibility and methodologies of her experiments. Most importantly, she needed to persuade Ruo Meng to cooperate with her for the trials and treatment. Truly, thoughts manifest into reality. When she encountered the young girl sitting on the medical room bench, looking utterly disheveled, Ijichi's face practically blossomed with joy. Following Ijichi's fervent suggestion, Ruo Meng willingly spent the night in the medical room. After confirming that Ruo Meng was unharmed, Satoru Gojo merely stated that he would check on her in the morning before leaving the medical room. It had been a long time since Ruo Meng had been awakened from her dreams by pain. Perhaps due to the overwhelming pressure from her encounter with the cursed spirits during the day, she had been sleeping soundly, only to plummet suddenly from a fragrant sea of flowers. 3 shadowy figures, their faces obscured, encircled her, one of them reaching toward her left eye, slowly inching closer. Ruo Meng gasped, her hazy vision gradually sharpening, and she realized that the figure before her was none other than Aiko Aoyama. What was happening? They were supposed to be dead. Ruo Meng could not comprehend why she found herself here, but she knew what was about to unfold. They were going to vivisect her eyes. In the realm of dreams, all systems, techniques, talismans, and weapons faded from her memory. If Ruo Meng were simply an ordinary high school girl, oblivious to the chaos around her. With a fierce determination, Ruo Meng broke free from the constraints imposed by the girls A and B, retrieving a utility knife from the hidden pocket of her skirt. The serrated edge scraped against her hands, yet she disregarded the risk of the blade snapping. With her eyes tightly shut, she flailed wildly, forcing back the 3 who dared to approach, her voice rising in frantic cries to stay away. The ceiling echoed with the sound of rushing water, prompting Ruo Meng to open her eyes in bewilderment, gazing upwards. Was that a chameleon's tail? Seizing the moment, Aoyama Aiko grasped Ruo Meng's wrist, and in the struggle, the blade grazed Ruo Meng's palm. Blood trickled down, and in pain, she loosened her grip, the utility knife clattering to the ground. Taking advantage of the moment, the girls A and B advanced, while Aoyama Aiko kicked the utility knife into a bathroom stall, where it was fortuitously concealed by an overturned bucket. The sweet, metallic scent of blood tantalized the lurking beast in the shadows. As sharp fingers pierced her eye socket, Ruo Meng neither screamed nor begged for mercy. She merely stared blankly upward. The pale girl regarded the rippling ceiling, meeting the gaze of a pair of predatory eyes brimming with greed, as the chameleon's tongue, adorned with eyes, hung down ominously. What was that? A monster. Stay away. The chameleon wrapped its tongue around Aoyama Aiko's bloodied wrist, dragging her along with the still dripping eye into its maw, which snapped shut in an instant. Ah! Help me. Aoyama Aiko's arm was severed at the root, yet miraculously, she did not lose consciousness. Her face, splattered with blood, was a portrait of terror. The chameleon's cursed tongue, incredibly agile, transformed into a hook that plunged into Aoyama Aiko's eye socket, and in the next moment, another eye appeared on that tongue, now brimming with eyes. The girl fainted from fright, and freed from restraint, Ruo Meng slumped to the ground, her pupils trembling violently as she retreated. Her pale fingers twitched, and with a determined grit of her teeth, she fled through the door without a backward glance. Aoyama Aiko's hollow eye sockets watched the girl's hurried retreat, her bloodied visage merging with that of a woman whose lips were painted in vivid crimson, sharing an expression of despair. I curse you, Ruo Meng. At that moment, Ai Shoko was bent over a nearby table, scribbling away. Hearing the girl's cries from the lounge, she swiftly pushed back her chair and dashed into the ward. With a forceful pull, she opened the bed curtains, and indeed, the girl lay there, eyes tightly shut, beads of sweat dotting her forehead as she murmured incoherently. In the brief moment of shock, Ai Shoko noticed blood seeping from Ruo Meng's left eye and hand. Alarmed, she hurried to initiate a counter-curse. Yet, Ruo Meng's condition did not improve. It was as if she were a water tank, simultaneously draining and filling, never reaching capacity. Throughout the treatment, Ai Shoko sensed Ruo Meng's cursed energy clashing against positive energy. As long as the balance of cursed energy could not be maintained, her wounds would continue to widen. In other words, it was Ruo Meng's own cursed energy that was harming her. Helplessly, Ai Shoko continued to inject cursed energy while raising her voice in an attempt to rouse Ruo Meng. After a grueling effort to stabilize the curse, the girl's hoarse voice emerged from the bed. Ai-sensei, I'm awake. Ai Shoko rushed over to assess her condition. How are you? Does it still hurt? Not really. Thanks to your treatment, I feel better. As Ruo Meng attempted to rise from the bed, Ai Shoko quickly assisted her, even placing a pillow at the head of the bed for comfort. Noticing Ai Shoko's still rattled demeanor, Ruo Meng offered a reassuring smile and took a sip from the cup on the bedside table. Don't worry, Ai-sensei. This is just part of the awakening process of the evil king's true eye, a side effect of the reality explosion. Ai Shoko was not amused by this lighthearted take on the situation. She understood that if she had not fortuitously kept Ruo Meng here today, the consequences could have been dire. With a furrowed brow, she spoke sternly. Are you aware that your body can be harmed while you sleep? Ruo Meng paused, then shook her head. She stared at the transparent cup in her hand, lost in thought, her eyes reflecting a mix of guilt and twisted pleasure, though darkness overshadowed both. Her slender shoulders seemed burdened by an oppressive weight, and she did not appear as carefree as she had during the day. It felt as if she had one foot lingering in the abyss. This is not the first time. This was no ordinary psychological issue. Being harmed in dreams depended entirely on the content of those dreams. When it involved curse techniques, it could even threaten her life, necessitating that responsible teachers and guardians be informed. Without uttering a word, Ai Shoko took out her phone to call Ruo Meng's guardians and teachers, but was suddenly stopped by a tug on her sleeve. If it's not serious, please don't tell Nanami-sensei or Gojo-sensei. Ai Shoko sighed in exasperation, feeling a mix of disappointment and concern as she poked Ruo Meng's forehead, leaving it flushed. What? You have a mouth but can't speak? You have hands but can't send a message? Why play this tragic act? You are just a young girl. Leave all your troubles to the adults. All of Ruo Meng's dark thoughts dissipated, and she leaned against the head of the bed, clutching the spot where she had been poked, a dazed expression on her face. The beautiful woman before her seemed to radiate an aura of divine light. While Ai Shoko stepped out of the ward to make the call, Ruo Meng sank into her consciousness, seeking the small spirit that had remained eerily silent until now. In the darkness, the girl's ruby-red eyes lacked the clarity of daylight, instead glimmering with an eerie crimson hue. 007. You can see my dreams, can't you? 007. Come out. I mean no harm. The girl with glowing red eyes surveyed her surroundings casually, picking up a nearby bag of chips and tossing a piece into her mouth, only to expressionlessly spit it out. Ugh, it still tastes like nothing. 007 retreated warily. But your eyes are blood red. Ruo Meng was at a loss for words. I was born with red eyes, you know? Oh, I don't believe you. The small spirit brandished a keyboard like a weapon, pointing it at the approaching Ruo Meng. Her face filled with resolve. You lied to me, Ruo Meng. You said Aoyama Aiko and the others' deaths had nothing to do with you, and that you knew nothing. Ruo Meng returned the bag of chips to its place, raising her hands in a gesture of peace. I simply didn't intervene. I didn't deliberately harm them. Didn't you see? And as for my conscience, I'm a bit afraid their spirits might come for revenge, after all. I don't know if the hero's sword can slay spirits. The small spirit hesitated, then, after a moment's contemplation, noticed Ruo Meng holding the hero's sword, quietly sketching in her direction, which reignited her indignation. Ruo Meng, You wouldn't dare use me as a test subject, would you? I'm a legitimate system. This state is merely a presentation mode. I'm not a spirit. All right, I get it, Ruo Meng replied dismissively, but suddenly felt a pang in her heart. Ruo Meng? As the encroaching darkness accelerated, Ruo Meng heard Aoyama Aiko's voice. A malicious curse was attempting to manipulate her mind. Yes, I have been ensnared. You truly cannot save me. However, girl A, you have a chance to save her. At the very least, you could awaken them before fleeing. You are fully aware of the presence of cursed spirits within the school, cognizant that these malevolent entities are drawn to blood. In fact, you intentionally brought along blades to attract them, fully intending to eliminate us when the moment was ripe. As the alluring crimson light burst forth from Ruo Meng's eyes, the visage of Aiko Aoyama in her final moments began to merge with that of Aunt Keiko. The disfigured forms of Girl A and Girl B twisted and rose from the ground, pointing accusingly at Ruo Meng, who was crouched in despair. The three girls unleashed a torrent of the most venomous curses they could conjure, their crimson lips forming the words, "It was deliberate. You are the murderer. You led to our demise. I curse you. May you be eternally tormented by your guilt. Forever half-blind. Awaken each night in terror from nightmares. May you find no peace in death." The red light coalesced, taking on a tangible form, akin to a serpent finally hatching, transforming into a flowing crimson cloud that enveloped Ruo Meng. As the curse-like red mist completely shrouded the crouching girl, her expression visibly darkened, her eyes losing focus. While her tightly pursed lips still fought against the urge to utter words of surrender, one should be grateful for Aiko Aoyama's unmitigated malice. Such a self-serving individual who blames others for her own misfortunes is hardly worthy of Ruo Meng's remorse. Xiaoming, 007 exclaimed in surprise, momentarily abandoning her petulance as she rushed to support Ruo Meng, only to be flung back half a meter. This is under the control of the curse. 007 gazed in shock at the eerily tranquil red cloud, hastily retrieving her keyboard to begin a flurry of keystrokes while casting a protective spell. The small spirit turned sideways, assuming a stance reminiscent of a martial artist as she rapidly struck the keyboard. Her eyes glared fiercely, resembling an enraged deity, one leg forward, rhythmically stomping the ground as she advanced toward the red cloud. Retreat, retreat, retreat. If this curse did not follow Ruo Meng into her consciousness, 007 would have been utterly helpless against it. But where were they? The realm of consciousness. 007's domain, where one could conjure chips with a mere thought. A trivial curse could not possibly impede the keyboard sorceress. With three resounding utterances of a powerful mantra, the red cloud shrieked and dissipated into black smoke. After this display, if one were to inquire about the efficacy of the three-word mantra, it primarily served to present an imposing facade. As the crimson cloud faded, Ruo Meng gradually calmed. Moments later, she lowered her arms from her head, bewildered, and looked up. 007. The small spirit, clutching her keyboard behind her back, assumed the demeanor of a wise sage, stroking an imaginary beard with an air of profundity. This is Aiko Aoyama's curse, which has now become your inner demon, incessantly obstructing your mind. Now, I, the keyboard sorceress, have laid it to rest. You may proceed with your training in peace, assured of greater efficiency. Ruo Meng, puzzled, placed a hand over her left eye. Strangely, the touch no longer elicited pain. Instead, it felt warm and comforting. Let us not discuss the possibility of it awakening as an independent curse tool for now. The curse has been exorcised, but I believe you should view this surveillance footage. The slow-motion playback on the computer screen revealed Aiko Aoyama's perspective, illustrating how the curse initially infiltrated Ruo Meng's left eye and progressively drained her guilt. As the keyboard sorceress performed her incantation, the cursed spirit writhed in agony, ensconced in golden light, weeping blood, ultimately reduced to ash without a trace. Observing Ruo Meng deep in thought, 007 said nothing more, guiding her to her throne-like sofa. Oh, pondering over these matters is futile now. With a wave of her hand, a plethora of snacks and 2 large bottles of soda appeared before them. Since we've gone through so much, let us celebrate our little Ruo Meng's triumph over adversity. Cheers. 007 typically cherished this sofa, often chastising Ruo Meng for merely brushing against it. Yet now she readily invited her to sit. Ruo Meng smiled, raising her soda to clink with 007's, then downing it with gusto. The soda truly was a source of joy. All worries seemed to vanish with each sip. Ruo Meng refrained from disclosing her inability to taste the snacks, and the two of them continued to frolic and feast. Laughter filled the air as Ruo Meng allowed 007 to chatter endlessly. Having grown up in a peaceful society, Ruo Meng revered life and harbored kindness in her heart. Though she professed that she would not hesitate to eliminate vengeful spirits, she still felt a twinge of guilt for not saving girls A and B. Little did she expect Aiko Aoyama's hatred to reach such depths, willing to transform into a curse to torment her. Her guilt was not mere indecisiveness, but rather a requisite trial in this cruel world. For the weight of 3 lives is no trivial matter. Ruo Meng is an ordinary individual, one who must undergo both physical and spiritual cleansing to mature, what is known as breaking before standing anew. The teachings she received from a young age instilled in her the principle of non-aggression unless provoked. Initially, she carried a knife for self-defense, intending to attract cursed spirits with blood and escape. Yet, upon realizing the potential for the 3 to perish, she hesitated. She sensed that if she casually wielded the power of cursed spirits to take lives, her soul would irrevocably descend into darkness within this realm. Unbeknownst to her, the adversaries discovered the knife in her pocket, leading to a struggle that resulted in her hand being cut, summoning the cursed spirits and, subsequently, her own peril. After all, Ruo Meng was merely 19, a harmless aspiring university student with a penchant for humor. The fact that she had not retaliated against her tormentors already demonstrated considerable self-restraint, let alone attempting to save those who had harmed her in a state of sheer terror. Did she feel guilt? After witnessing Aiko Aoyama's unrelenting cruelty, Ruo Meng genuinely felt a sense of relief and liberation. Thank you, Aiko Aoyama, Girl A, Girl B, for displaying not a shred of kindness throughout this ordeal. I shall surely visit your graves next Qingming to mock you. With a chip in her mouth, Ruo Meng playfully pushed 007's forehead while reaching for the last bottle of soda. The foundation of becoming stronger lies in possessing a resolute heart. If one's inner world is shrouded in confusion, then that individual is destined to falter. Clarity in love and hatred, the courage to embrace both, and a steadfast spirit are, indeed, manifestations of true strength. As Ruo Meng comes to grasp this truth about her dreams, her cursed energy surges anew, and her aura transforms, as though she has transcended a significant threshold, leaving her with a newfound clarity. In this moment, she remains oblivious to the change, yet 007 perceives it with keen insight. Pausing momentarily, 007 watches as Ruo Meng triumphantly seizes the last bottle of happiness juice, standing atop the sofa and laughing boisterously. The girl, with a smile as radiant as a blooming flower, seems to emanate light. For a brief moment, 007 is taken aback, before mischievously stuffing a handful of buns into Ruo Meng's mouth, causing her to pound her chest in a fit of choking. 007, grinning with mischief, is filled with profound sentiment. Forge ahead, little Meng. You shall eventually cast aside all burdens and stride towards the luminous path of prosperity, growing ever stronger until you fulfill your heart's desires. I shall bestow my blessings upon you. Chapter 41. If Yeri Shoko is the female protagonist's godmother, she acted decisively and made a phone call. Fushiguro Megumi happened to be preparing to spend a night in the teacher's dormitory and received the call just as he was waking up, arriving at the infirmary shortly thereafter. Given that Ruo Meng's technique was likely to activate automatically during sleep, it was essential for Fushiguro Megumi to remain by her side to discern the flow of her cursed energy. After the call, Yeri Shoko sat beside the sickbed, gently patting Ruo Meng's back through the blanket. Though Ruo Meng's eyes were closed in feigned slumber, she was actually in her consciousness, munching snacks and watching melodramatic television with 007. The incident involving Aiko Aoyama had passed, and after chatting idly with 007 for a while, she truly drifted off into a deep sleep, lulled by gentle whispers. When Fushiguro Megumi arrived, Ruo Meng had only just succumbed to slumber. Yeri Shoko stood at the door, her hands tucked into the wide sleeves of her white coat, leaning against the wall, a delicate chocolate cigarette dangling from her red lips. Under the dim light, the beauty inadvertently glanced up, and, upon seeing Fushiguro Megumi, raised a finger to her lips and softly blew. Instinctively, he lightened his steps and gently pushed the infirmary door open. Bathed in moonlight, the small figure on the bed rose and fell gently. The limitless technique functioned as a vacuum barrier. As long as he wished, it would emit no sound. Nevertheless, Fushiguro Megumi proceeded with caution, pulling over a chair and sitting beside the bed. Under the scrutiny of his 6 eyes, Ruo Meng's cursed energy was remarkably stable. The chaos had ceased, yet the aftermath lingered. Like a raging stream, it continually washed over her meridians, inevitably accumulating sediment at certain points, obstructing the flow of cursed energy. Fushiguro Megumi raised his hand, gently caressing Ruo Meng's left eye. As he attuned himself to the patterns of her cursed energy, he infused his own energy to help her align it. Gradually, he untangled the knotted ball of yarn, transforming chaos into order. When the girl finally recognized the crochet hook in her hand, she would weave the yarn into exquisite creations, thus crafting her unique technique. In her dream, the girl seemed to sense the warmth emanating from him, instinctively pressing her cheek against his rough palm. Fushiguro Megumi. acting on impulse, released the limitless. Her slightly chubby cheeks felt cool and soft, and with each rhythmic breath, waves of warmth surged against his hand. Just as he intended to withdraw, he startled the dreamer, and the small girl furrowed her brow, on the verge of waking. Left with no choice, Fushiguro Megumi allowed her to use his hand as a pillow, contemplating in silence. Based on Shoko's description, it seemed to be a technique related to dreams. Yet something about it felt far more intricate, especially that eye. His gaze fell upon the girl's tightly shut left eye. It appeared ordinary, indistinguishable from any other during the day, yet at night, it was fervently cursing itself. Although the curse had been lifted, remnants still permeated her meridians. As Fushiguro Megumi infused his cursed energy, he inadvertently dispelled these remnants and keenly noticed the changes in her eye. If this technique was indeed dream-related, then the mutations occurring in the cursed eye could be viewed as a serendipitous discovery. While sorcerers typically possess innate abilities, there are indeed exceptional cases of abilities awakening in response to cursed spirit stimuli. Living among ordinary people, coupled with the peculiar nature of her technique, she had simply failed to recognize her own talent. Yuji Itadori gained cursed energy by consuming a cursed finger, yet Ruo Meng was evidently an awakened wielder of cursed energy. And it was not uncommon for sorcerers to develop new techniques under the influence of a curse. Setting aside the esoteric secrets of the porcelain nation, the techniques Ruo Meng had yet to unveil bore a striking resemblance to the manifestation of ideal dreams. It was a technique with immense potential, truly. One could only anticipate its unveiling. His gaze involuntarily settled on the girl's serene face. The pale blue ice surface shattered and rolled within the lake. As the warmth against his palm ebbed and flowed, leaving his thoughts in disarray, Fushiguro Megumi remained seated by the bed, accommodating her until dawn broke, only to be called away by a phone call from Inumaki Toge. Ruo Meng slept soundly and sweetly through the latter half of the night. The school faded into oblivion, leaving behind vast expanses of blue irises, as beautiful as a dream. Clad in her uniform, the girl stood amidst the flowers, her long hair and the remnants of petals dancing in the breeze, reminiscent of butterflies poised to take flight. Upon waking, a familiar fragrance lingered at her nose, and her cheeks still radiated warmth. At her bedside lay a blue iris, unadorned by any wrapping. Dew still clung to the petals, as if it had just been plucked from the flower field at dawn, delivered directly to her bedside. How did Teacher Yeri know that I love blue irises? Ruo Meng pondered aloud, just as Yeri Shoko entered, her eyes bearing the marks of fatigue. Good morning, Teacher Yeri. Good morning. How did you sleep last night? Yeri Shoko yawned widely and approached Ruo Meng with a mug in hand. I slept very well, and I love the blue iris. Thank you, Teacher Yeri. Yeri Shoko paused, casting a curious glance at the flower on the bedside, before offering an enigmatic smile. I'm glad you like it. Your medicine is ready. Medicine? Ruo Meng suddenly understood the weight of the dark circles under Yeri Shoko's eyes. She had spent the entire night preparing her medication. Teacher Yeri. The little girl's eyes glistened with emotion. You are a heavenly angel on earth, so selflessly kind. Enough of that, no need for flattery. Yeri Shoko retrieved a white pill bottle from her pocket, its label adorned with her handwritten instructions, half a tablet, daily, after meals, and half an hour before bedtime. The culmination of her relentless research had begun to take shape, and she appeared in good spirits. This is your personalized medication, version 20. Designed to moderately suppress neural activity during sleep. The technique it contains will facilitate gradual healing, ensuring that, in the worst-case scenario, you do not suffer excessive blood loss during your slumber. Yeri Shoko also produced a sheet for recording medication effects. This is my first attempt at integrating techniques into medicine. Remember to come to me for a checkup every week. But don't worry, I can treat any side effects. Ruo Meng accepted the items, expressing her gratitude before tucking them into her pocket. You need not worry about safety until you understand how to use the technique, of course. You could also choose to forego medication and take the risk to master it quickly. Yeri Shoko leaned against the windowsill of the infirmary, lazily sipping from her steaming cup of coffee. The greater the fluctuations in emotion, the more potent the corresponding techniques become. Ultimately, it all hinges on one's choices. After all, few sorcerers possess a sound mind. Indeed, I shall contemplate this with utmost seriousness. As Ruo Meng donned her shoes, she casually grasped the blue iris that adorned her bedside, the blossoms swaying gently and exuding a refreshing fragrance. By the way, remember to return that bottle of painkillers. It is regulated. Jia Ruoxing intended to say something further, but was abruptly silenced as her waist was tightly embraced. Lowering her gaze, her delicate visage, adorned with crescent-shaped eyes, resembled a charming flower. I truly appreciate your kindness, Teacher Jia Ruoxing. Her composed demeanor fractured slightly. She paused for a moment, then burst into silent laughter. If you truly wish to express your gratitude, Do adhere to the prescribed medication regimen and meticulously document your experiences. Ruo Meng luxuriated in the warmth of the embrace. Indeed, teacher Jia Ruoxing's embrace is remarkably comforting, akin to that of a maternal figure. Jia Ruoxing, a fleeting moment of indifference. She extended a finger to gently press against Ruo Meng's forehead, firmly pushing her away. I refuse to play the role of a mother, not even in the absence of pain. Pain, what of it? Teacher Jia Ruoxing, you are rather stingy. If you think I am stingy, then return the medication. My apologies. Speaking of which, if I were truly Little Meng's godmother, then Gojo. Jia Ruoxing revealed a knowing smile, as if she had seen through it all. With this thought, the notion of being a pain-free mother became less unpalatable. Chapter 42, Points Reward System, New Skills. After undergoing a comprehensive physical examination in the infirmary, and with a nod of approval from Jia Ruoxing, Ruo Meng finally returned to her dormitory. She had risen early that day, after a brief stint in the infirmary. She arrived back at her room precisely at 7:30. As per usual, she made her way directly from the courtyard to her quarters, drew the curtains, and headed straight to the bathroom. Having rolled around on the ground during yesterday's battle with the cursed spirit, she found herself quite soiled and in dire need of a wash. Although she had managed a cursory cleanup in the infirmary, it had merely involved wiping off the dust with a damp cloth. A mere wipe with a towel hardly constitutes a proper bath. Daily bathing is a steadfast principle for a southern potato. The young girl, with her long hair cascading freely, lay contentedly with half-closed eyes at the edge of the bathtub. Her expression pensive, though she was reluctant to admit it. Aiko Aoyama had indeed bestowed upon her a rather splendid gift. The cursed eye had inflicted considerable physical suffering, yet its subsequent removal brought forth tangible benefits. From the very morning, Ruo Meng could distinctly perceive a difference in her left eye. With just a slight manipulation of the curse energy, she could feel an abundance of power surging within. However, merely projecting the curse energy outward served only to deliver a strike. The mutated eye merely augmented the techniques Ruo Meng already possessed, providing a buff that intensified their effects while also manifesting the technique's release. The crux, after all, lies within the techniques themselves. Ruo Meng was not of the genius ilk. Even with a vast reservoir of curse energy, her capabilities were limited to the simple extraction and application of curse energy onto her weapon. She was far from comprehending the new realms of technique utilization at this juncture. By the way, do techniques count as a type of game skill? If they do, perhaps one might indeed glean some insights within the foundational stats panel. Just as she was about to access the foundational stats panel, the exuberant voice of 007 suddenly echoed in her mind, interrupting her thoughts. Little Meng, there's good news. With this system update, you can now earn points for defeating cursed spirits. Update. When did this happen? Just last night. We were all asleep and missed it. Ruo Meng's attention was swiftly diverted. So even the system needs to sleep. Huh? Of course. But that is not the main point. 007 eagerly opened the game interface for her, revealing 3 unread emails in her inbox. Clicking on the topmost one, she found an announcement regarding the system update. Dear player, thank you for your support of this game. To enhance your gaming experience, our backend development team has been diligently working on new features. The contents of this update are as follows. The scoring system for defeating cursed spirits. That is a bounty of points. Rest assured, every time you encounter a cursed spirit, it will feel like reuniting with a loved one. Excluding novice trials. Level 4 cursed spirits yield 100 points. Level 3 cursed spirits yield 500 points. Level 2 cursed spirits yield 1,000 points. Level 1 cursed spirits yield 2,000 points. And special level cursed spirits yield 10,000 points. Such generous rewards await. Go seek out your dream spirit. In her excitement, Ruo Meng immediately recalled the muscular beast she had painstakingly slain yesterday. That was a level 1 cursed spirit, worth a full 2,000 points. Does that mean I earned points for slaying that level 1 spirit yesterday? Let me check. No, unfortunately not. The energy yielded by that level 1 cursed spirit was entirely consumed to activate this update. How outrageous. After depleting so many of her talismans, she received no reward. How utterly frustrating. Had she known that defeating cursed spirits would grant rewards, she would not have felt the sting of losing out on 2,000 points so keenly. Hey, what does this have to do with you, 007? Ruo Meng pouted, claiming the 1,000 points reward from yesterday, before clicking on the third email. As bluish-green fireflies danced about, a folded letter slowly unfurled. First night, spent with the target of your affections, points, 3,000. Ruo Meng. Although Jia Ruoxing had already informed her about Gojo Satoru's visit, such an enticing notification regarding points acquisition was nothing short of misleading. It was more deceptive than mere gossip. The individual responsible for documenting the points acquisition should be an editor for UC News. With a conflicted heart, Ruo Meng claimed her points and closed the email page. suddenly recalling what she had originally intended to do, and hurriedly opened the foundational stats panel. As the data transitioned, a translucent blue-green page materialized before her. Name, Ruo Meng. Gender, female. Age, 19. Health points, 100. Curse energy, 300. An impressive reserve typical of a level 1 sorcerer, but it must be wielded skillfully. Attack power, 9999, 999, 9100. The display cap is 9,999, but your limits are not. Continue to grow stronger, and may you be free of hair loss troubles. Speed, 32, such a dismal value. Let speed not become your Achilles heel. Mental value, 150, a notable increase, surpassing the threshold of basic intelligence and officially qualifying you as a sorcerer. Congratulations, you may now commence training in techniques. Beauty value, 805,252, aside from Prince Charming. You are the most beautiful woman in the world. Currently equipped, dazzling hero's sword, orange, exquisite headband of attribute determination, green, peach blossom hairpin, blue, talisman earrings, blue. Current titles, delightful little sister, green. Points, 4,100. Progress and strategy, 6. Acquired skills, illusory eye, inactive. This foundational panel primarily highlighted her curse energy, which had seen an increase. And with her original intelligence value reaching 150, it had evolved into mental value, additionally unveiling a skill section. The illusory eye skill lay in an inactive gray state. Yet its name suggested its probable application. Ruo Meng, a dog with a rose in its mouth. Isn't it merely the application of Genjutsu through the Sharingan? Who hasn't indulged in countless episodes of Naruto? Speaking of which, one could say that I, too, possess ocular techniques. The girl's smile began to ripple. Hee. Perhaps I shall acquire a pair of small tadpole contact lenses. What an unambitious fellow. 007 abruptly rose from his seat, stamping his feet in a fit of frustration. When venturing into the world, one's identity is self-bestowed. Why not don a pair of kaleidoscopic Sharingan contacts? Ruo Meng was taken aback. Indeed, you speak wisdom, keyboard Taoist. Ruo Meng promptly placed an order on Amazon for the kaleidoscopic Sharingan contacts, only to be astonished to discover that the shipping origin was, in fact, a major e-commerce province in the porcelain country. Amidst her musings, she noticed that the shop also offered the Evil King's True Eye contacts, and hastily ordered a pair. The Evil King's True Eye is the mightiest. Whispers. Chapter 43. The Daily Life of Classes at Jujutsu High. Classes at Jujutsu High commence at 10 in the morning, and today marks the inaugural day of formal instruction. As a nominal auditor, Ruo Meng received notification last night that she would be attending classes alongside the first-year students. Before departing, Ruo Meng recalled the iris flowers she had brought back from the infirmary. She had intended to place the blue irises in a vase, only to realize that the desk no longer retained that touch of turquoise fragrance, nor were there any traces of dew left behind. The petals of the iris are quite delicate. If not placed in water, they would surely wither by nightfall. Just as Ruo Meng was about to turn her room upside down in search of them, she heard a voice calling from the courtyard. Xiaoming, are you ready? We're going to be late. The familiar booming voice, always brimming with energy, belonged to Yuji Itadori. Ruo Meng instinctively smiled, setting aside her quest for the flowers, and hurriedly grabbed her pre-prepared pencil case, dashing to the courtyard to change her shoes. Coming. Click. The beautiful girl lifted her leg, clutching her pencil case in one hand while the other fiddled with her heel, a piece of bread held delicately in her mouth. What a scene full of youthful exuberance. Nobara Kujisaki discreetly captured the candid moment, and then offered a warm glass of milk with a fond smile. No rush, we can take our time. Ruo Meng tapped her heels on the stone slab, freeing up her hands to accept the strawberry milk, and beamed at Nobara. Thank you, Vivi. Yuji, having been deprived of his milk, crossed his arms and sulked in the corner, looking quite disgruntled. That milk was mine. The girl glanced over, offering a smile of equal kindness. Of course I know, and thank you, Yuji. Yuji was successfully flattered. Megumi Fushiguro, with his hands tucked into his pockets, stood in the shadows, seemingly expressionless, yet his eyes were filled with indulgence. On the second day since Nobara had joined Jujutsu High, she had already managed to secure her position beside Ruo Meng, even walking arm in arm with her. The boys had been relegated to the back, now transformed into the grumpy cool guy and the exuberant dog-like protector of the flowers. Ruo Meng kindly introduced Nobara to the campus infrastructure, with Megumi filling in the gaps, and Yuji managing to keep the conversation lively throughout. The first-year classroom was remarkably spacious, with 4 desks and chairs scattered across the vast emptiness. When the group arrived, there were still 20 minutes until class began. Satoru Gojo had yet to arrive, and the 4, feeling somewhat bored, began to allocate seats among themselves. Ruo Meng immediately gravitated towards the spot closest to the wall, a dim corner that no one else seemed to desire, and she settled in effortlessly. The window seat, however, was highly coveted. Yuji proposed a game of rock, paper, scissors to determine who would claim the prized position. Upon hearing such a childish method of competition, Nobara disdainfully withdrew, opting instead to sit next to Ruo Meng. With Nobara's withdrawal, the contest for the window seat reached its climax. Ultimately, Megumi won the final round, securing the coveted spot by the window. Yuji, having narrowly lost, plopped down in the middle, between Nobara and Megumi. Just as the four settled into their seats, the classroom door swung open with a loud creak. A man wearing sunglasses stood at the threshold, slightly bending down, his tall stature barely fitting through the doorframe. Following closely behind was a frog-cursed spirit, pulling a small cart laden with a stack of new books. Ruo Meng and Yuji instinctively rose to their feet, arms tightly pressed against their sides, bowing at a 90-degree angle. "OOS, Chief Yaga, your esteemed presence graces us." Nobara, as if struck by lightning, was momentarily stunned before decisively joining the bowing. "Chief Yaga, a pleasure to make your acquaintance. I am Nobara Kujisaki from the first year. Your esteemed presence." It turned out that Principal Yaga held such a notable title. Megumi hesitated before joining the group in their bow. "Enough. I am not. I am merely a principal." Due to Satoru Gojo being unable to return in time due to a mission, he had entrusted Principal Yaga with the task of substituting for him. This was a common occurrence, as Satoru was currently the only special grade sorcerer and was not suited for mundane duties at the school. If Principal Yaga was also unavailable, the students typically engaged in practice drills on the playground. It should be said that the instances of Satoru personally conducting classes were exceedingly rare. The frog-cursed spirit distributed the new books to the group. There were 3 in total: the essence of cursed energy, the flexible application of techniques, and psychological counseling for sorcerers. Today's materials were merely introductory courses that every sorcerer should study, and the 4 were also given a tablet containing all the cultural courses they would need to learn over the next 4 years. Due to the unique nature of Jujutsu High, cultural courses were delivered in a recorded format, allowing students with varying schedules to study independently at their convenience. Ruo Meng skimmed through the names of all the courses for the next 4 years. Over 2,000 class hours and a wide array of knowledge underscored one undeniable truth: even as sorcerers, one must read extensively. Knowledge alters destiny. While the comprehension of techniques relies heavily on talent, the application of those techniques depends on one's wit and ingenuity. A clever mind can utilize a technique rated F and execute it with an S-level proficiency. Those adept at employing techniques can yield unexpected results on the battlefield, potentially creating miracles that turn the tide of a situation. Of course, one should not use Satoru Gojo's prodigious talent as a benchmark. The cultural lessons at Jujutsu High primarily explicated the 3 books handed out, interspersed with practical quizzes, with final grades serving as the basis for evaluations. The self-improvement portion of the knowledge on the tablets was elective, with only 1 examination at the end of the term, and the scores would not affect the sorcerer's ranking, based on their initial assessments at enrollment. The current first-year quartet holds the following sorcerer ranks on their student IDs: Ruo Meng, Grade 2 Sorcerer; Nobara Kujisaki, Grade 3 Sorcerer; Yuji Itadori, Grade 2 Sorcerer; Megumi Fushiguro, Grade 2 Sorcerer. As the first class for the first-year students commenced, Principal Yaga, with nearly 20 years of teaching experience, commenced with a simple introduction to the components and origins of cursed energy for Ruo Meng and Yuji, who had only recently entered the world of Jujutsu. The teachings of Yaga Yoshinobu predominantly revolve around foundational theoretical knowledge, while both Nobara Kujisaki and Yuta Itadori have gained a clearer understanding of sorcerers. Those well-versed in the sorcery realm, such as Megumi Fushiguro and Nobara, find the lessons somewhat tedious. The duo resorted to perusing cultural courses on their tablets, though it remains uncertain whether they were truly engaging in study or merely indulging in leisure. The morning swiftly passed, and upon announcing the afternoon's self-study session, Yaga Yoshinobu exited the classroom, with the frog assistant dutifully trailing behind, kindly shutting the classroom door. As soon as the door clicked shut, Nobara Kujisaki set down her tablet and mischievously inquired, "Shall we skip class together?" The classroom was enveloped in silence, with neither agreement nor dissent. Yet, it was evident that everyone was tempted. Nobara seized the opportunity to coax the ever-responsible Nobara into a rebellious escapade, whispering sweet nothings akin to a devil's persuasion. "Let us go shopping. After all, Teacher Gojo isn't here." Initially hesitant, Nobara's resolve solidified upon hearing Gojo Satoru's name, and she shook her head, firmly pressing down on Nobara's hand. "Let us go after school instead. I don't have time for frivolity. One must not be lazy when it's time to strive. Only by doing so can I ensure that when the day arrives, I shall have no regrets, regardless of the outcome." Her gaze grew resolute, burning with an intensity that seemed capable of igniting the very pages of her books. 007. Fetch me some memory bread, she commanded, initially moved by her determination. 007 found himself momentarily speechless. I am merely a system, not Doraemon. Moreover, such items do not exist. Focus on your studies. Chapter 44. The daily training routine at Jujutsu High. Typically, in the absence of Gojo Satoru, the second-year students would lead the first years in training. However, June is notoriously the busiest month for sorcerers. In preparation for the upcoming inter-school exchange event in a month's time, even the second-year students are frantically busy, striving to complete their tasks to allow ample time for training. In fact, Toge, Inumaki, and Panda have not returned to school for a month, and the third-year students are on hiatus due to unforeseen circumstances, leaving the first years with only Maki Zenin as a senior they have encountered thus far. With Gojo currently abroad, he would not return for at least 4 or 5 days. During this busy season, the first years could only attend 1 week of cultural classes, with half of that time allocated for self-study, although devoid of a teacher's guidance. Texts such as the essence of cursed energy and the flexible application of techniques were written in remarkably accessible language. The students could grasp most of the material through their own reading, and if anything remained unclear or sparked curiosity, they could consult Yaga Yoshinobu for discussion. First-year students who have not completed the first week's curriculum are prohibited from being assigned tasks, was the first rule Yaga Yoshinobu instituted upon becoming principal. Consequently, the 4 first years had been idly sitting in the classroom for several days, while Nobara, accustomed to the rigid educational model of the porcelain country, immersed herself in her studies. The exuberant Nobara felt as if she were languishing in ennui, having been born into a family of sorcerers, with her grandmother being a sorcerer herself. Nobara already possessed a comprehensive understanding of much of the foundational knowledge found in textbooks. Sitting idly in the classroom for days felt like an eternity. Observing Nobara's newfound determination to study diligently, she could only express her frustration before ultimately returning to her tablet. Finally, on the 4th day of monotonous self-study, Nobara erupted. I can't take it anymore. With her vibrant orange hair standing out, she abruptly rose from her chair, startling Yuta, whose concentration shattered amidst a flurry of bubbles. Nobara ascended to the podium, slamming her hands down with fervor. Don't you all think that studying in this classroom is a complete waste of youth? The others had grown accustomed to Nobara's relentless encouragement to skip classes. The pink-haired girl merely lifted her head in a drowsy response before sinking back into slumber, while the cool-headed guy with sea urchin hair continued to gaze at his tablet, offering a nonchalant grunt. The calm black-haired girl finished reading her last page without a care. Nobara hesitated, her hand raised, feeling a chill at her waist, and quickly lowered her arm, tugging at her hem. How about we head to the playground for some activity? Originally, Maki Zenin was supposed to accompany the second years on a mission, but she was recovering at school, thus afforded a whole week of rest. Once healed, she would promptly return to her duties. Though Maki held a level 4 sorcerer status on her student ID, this was merely a facade imposed by the Zenin family and did not reflect her true capabilities. As the top combat sorcerer in the school, she had never been defeated in training, not even by the special grade sorcerer Yuta Okatsu. Using mere cursed tools, her prowess could reach level 2 or even level 1. The 4 eager first years who had sought her out for training found themselves swiftly defeated, leaving only the bewildered Nobara standing under the expectant gazes of her classmates. Nobara mustered her courage and retrieved a rabbit. Although Maki did not comprehend Nobara's reluctance to wield other weapons, she nonetheless respected her choice. Sorcerers have their quirks. Using a rabbit as a weapon is hardly unusual. Having witnessed the scene of Lin Mimi slaying a level 2 cursed spirit with a single strike, Fushiguro wisely retreated, pulling along his 2 bewildered classmates to sit on the stone steps. However, Nobara wasn't joking. Due to the restrictions of her novice-bound sword, she could not equip any other weapon. Currently, her equipped sword boasted an attack power exceeding 20,000, thanks to game mechanics that rendered it ineffective against allies with green health bars. Having seen the sword cleave cursed spirits in 2, she knew it was an orange-grade weapon and would never direct it at her companions. Thus, Mr. Rabbit, as a vessel imbued with cursed energy, became her weapon of choice. The cherished gift from Gojo Satoru now serving a new purpose. Clutching the rabbit's ears, Nobara's seemingly harmless visage belied her tension. Though Mr. Rabbit possessed weight and strength, making it suitable for combat, she lamented that should it become dirty, it would no longer be fit for cuddling. Fear not, little dream. Items stored in the system space can be treated as fixed assets. However, they cannot be modified by Yaga Yoshinobu thereafter. Does that sound agreeable? The fixed items in the system space, such as clothing and accessories, could sustain damage but would not become soiled. Any clothing worn would automatically clean and renew upon returning to the system space, proving both intelligent and convenient. Overjoyed, Nobara nodded vigorously. Finally, she would no longer have to struggle with burdensome equipment, even if it touched the ground. She could simply return it to the space for it to be pristine once more. As her strength increased alongside her attack power, she felt herself becoming increasingly formidable. The petite girl, seemingly lacking in heft, brandished the ears of a rabbit as she danced, creating a whirlwind on the playground, where dust and debris swirled in a captivating spectacle. The confrontation unfolded between the esteemed sorcerer of Jujutsu High, Maki Zenin, and the sorceress Nini. In the initial phase, Nini leveraged the imposing stature of her rabbit companion to gain a slight advantage. However, her lack of understanding regarding techniques and strategies rendered her attacks erratic, relying solely on instinct for evasion. Meanwhile, Maki Zenin, agile and unpredictable in her movements, quickly seized the opportunity to counterattack. With a swift motion, she directed her wooden sword towards Nini's forehead, halting mere centimeters from her skin, and delivered a gentle tap. The sound resonated crisply, yet fortunately, Nini emerged without the swelling that had befallen others. Her forehead merely reddened. Maki Zenin regarded Nini with an appreciative glint in her eyes. Although her offensive technique was rudimentary and chaotic, it was evident that she had practiced, and with systematic training, she would undoubtedly become formidable. Initially disheartened by her swift exit from the match, Nini's spirits soared upon receiving Maki's rare commendation. With a bright smile, she clutched her rabbit companion and declared, "I will strive even harder. Thank you for your guidance, Senior Maki." Maki could not help but smile, affectionately ruffling Nini's hair before turning to the three trembling individuals huddled in fear behind her, beckoning them with a finger. "Now then, which one of you will step up first?" Maki showed no restraint against the other three juniors, effortlessly bringing them all to the ground within just one afternoon. The four of them lay side by side atop the rabbit, disregarding the dirt beneath them, peacefully laughing and admiring the sunset. Seated on the stone steps with her wooden sword resting beside her, Maki observed the harmonious scene of the four and found herself reminiscing about her own classmates. Without hesitation, she pulled out her phone to capture this heartwarming moment. Loading, sent successfully. After sharing the photo in the second-year student group chat, Maki tucked her phone away and approached the group with a raised eyebrow and a smile. "Shall we go? Senior will treat you all to ramen." Upon hearing these words, fatigue vanished. The four sprang to their feet with enthusiasm, cheering, while two of the girls clung to Maki. "Senior is the best." Without even changing their clothes, they hopped into a vehicle and descended the mountain to the ramen shop, a beloved local establishment known for its delightful tonkatsu ramen. It was the first visit for Naberi, who opted for the signature dish. As they shared amusing anecdotes from their initial visit to the shop, laughter erupted among them, creating a lively atmosphere that even uplifted the other patrons. When a shared spirit of optimism prevails, age and status become inconsequential. The once quiet ramen shop buzzed with laughter, as guests and the owner exchanged light-hearted banter, bringing a rare warmth to this vibrant group of youths. Perhaps it is a universal truth that benevolent adults instinctively shield children from the harsher realities of life, preserving their untainted youth. After all, it is a time that belongs solely to children, one that must not be deprived. Chapter 45. Can the unhappy create cakes of joy? As Satoru Gojo is a busy man, Nini had only seen him a couple of times since her enrollment a week ago. It was rumored that he operated on a 007, like schedule, always on call, with no holidays or personal time. Even his longtime assistant, Idori, had moments of respite and occasionally rotated with other aides. The flow of assistance was ever-changing, while Gojo remained the steadfast pillar. His responsibilities included, but were not limited to, teaching students, undertaking missions, and fulfilling the directives of his superiors. As the only special grade sorcerer available for dispatch, he was also fully accountable for all special grade cursed spirit exorcism tasks. Nini found this astonishing. It was fortunate that it was Satoru Gojo. Anyone else might have long succumbed to exhaustion or even quit in frustration. In light of this, his penchant for sweets was not difficult to comprehend. Life was fraught with hardships, and indulging in sweetness was a balm for the soul. Nini felt a pang of sympathy for the seemingly pitiful Gojo, as expressed by Shizi. With little opportunity to interact with him and no exorcism tasks assigned, she found herself with a score of 0 points after an entire week of diligent practice. She could only wait like a forlorn figure in an empty room, passing time with routine training while awaiting Gojo's return from his missions. When he did return one weekend, Nini presented him with carefully selected desserts, successfully boosting her favorability score by 4 points, bringing her total to 10. With a charming student, in her own estimation, offering him cake to welcome him back, Gojo expressed his delight and promised that once his schedule eased, he would personally guide Nini in her training if she had not yet activated her techniques. To this, Nini could only smile ruefully. Though she had finished her readings and had myriad thoughts swirling in her mind, she was still unable to manifest her techniques. After all, without the necessary ingredients, even the most skilled cook cannot prepare a feast. She could only silently wish for Gojo to conclude his busy schedule soon. On Monday, Maki Zenin promptly set off on a mission, leaving Nini with a training regimen. At that moment, on a splendid morning, Nini was jogging around the playground. The enhancement of her physical abilities through cursed energy was subtle. Prior to awakening her powers, she was akin to an ordinary person devoid of cursed energy. Now, merely 10 days into this awakening, she had evolved from struggling to complete an 800-meter run to only beginning to feel winded after a kilometer. With no one around, she thought it permissible to take a brief respite, glancing around to confirm her solitude before comfortably collapsing onto the grass. However, just as she relaxed, a dispassionate remark from Megumi Fushiguro pierced through her tranquility. After a week of training, how can you still not manage 2 laps? What kind of weakling are you? A Fushiguro type, Nini instinctively retorted, then sat up from the ground, attempting to feign breathlessness to prove that she had just concluded an invigorating workout. Of course, this pretense was ruthlessly shattered. Cut the act. I've been following you since you left your dorm, and you've merely changed into workout clothes for a leisurely stroll. Okay, I concede, no more acting. Seeing the girl surrender and dramatically flop back onto the grass, Megumi couldn't help but smirk. Without Satoru Gojo to keep her in check, she had become rather audacious. Suddenly, Nini felt something soft and furry nuzzle against her, a warm, wet lick brushing her cheek. A dog? A pristine white canine sat upright, tongue lolling in a seemingly cheerful grin, exuding an irresistible cuteness. Instantly revitalized, Nini scooped the dog's head into her arms. Rubbing it vigorously, Megumi couldn't help but smile faintly at the sight, deliberately pausing before finally stating, "Get up, we have a mission." A mission? Missions mean cursed spirits and points. What level of cursed spirit? Given their current capabilities, for safety's sake, they would likely be assigned at most a level 2 task, with a high probability of it being level 3. Level 3? Without Satoru Gojo, their only viable source of points remained the exorcism of cursed spirits. Exorcising a level 3 cursed spirit awarded 500 points, but even the smallest of insects still counts as meat. Nini quickly brushed off her clothes, springing to her feet, her expression brimming with excitement as she nearly pulled Megumi along to their mission site. As Nini perked up, the 2 dogs melted away like chocolate, merging into Megumi's shadow. Upon hearing the exuberant demeanor of the cursed spirit, Ruo Meng felt a twinge of curiosity from Fushiguro Megumi. Why did it seem as though he possessed the premonition of returning home for a family visit? This could only be attributed to the last system update that had provided an excellent form of psychological therapy. What was once a fearsome cursed spirit had transformed in Ruo Meng's eyes into mere points waiting to be collected. For instance, if a zombie outbreak were to occur at a university, once the principal announced that slaying zombies would yield academic credits, even the most timid students would morph into fierce warriors, effortlessly dispatching the undead. Ruo Meng shyly scratched the back of her head. It hardly made a difference, though. Where was our mission location this time? Fushiguro Megumi slid his tablet, opening the electronic mission document and presenting it to Ruo Meng. Here, take a look for yourself. As Ruo Meng accepted the tablet and flipped to the final page detailing the mission's location, she was abruptly confronted with an exceedingly familiar name. The Honey Cake Factory of Happiness? Chapter 46. The Incident at the Happiness Cake Factory. The client was the proprietor of the Honey Cake Factory. According to his account, ever since an employee met with an untimely demise on their way home a month ago, peculiar occurrences had plagued the factory. Machines on the cake production line would inexplicably cease functioning at certain times, deceased employees would still clock in, and shadowy figures would occasionally be sighted in dim corners. The owner had been evading compensation to the widow of the deceased worker and, in a bid to absolve himself of responsibility, even had the worker's body sent to the UDA for dissection. Such egregious actions would make even the most nefarious capitalists feel a pang of guilt. Therefore, the factory owner immediately suspected that the restless spirit of the deceased employee was at play and sought the assistance of a renowned onmyoji for exorcism, but to no avail. It was through the onmyoji's recommendation that he learned of the existence of sorcerers and initiated a request for their help. Upon receiving the commission, the Jujutsu High School promptly dispatched a team to investigate, discovering indeed a level 3 vengeful cursed spirit. However, this level presented a peculiar dilemma, as second-year students typically handled tasks of level 2 or above, while first-year students were prohibited from undertaking assignments. Consequently, an entire week passed without anyone addressing the issue. Thus, as soon as the week concluded, the task was hastily assigned to a first-year student. The 4 gathered at the rear mountain road before boarding the vehicle. The driver was an unfamiliar tall man clad in a black suit and sunglasses, resembling a bodyguard rather than a supportive supervisor unaccustomed to physical confrontations. Seated in the back, Ruo Meng quickly skimmed the reasons for the accumulation of negative energy, unable to suppress her thoughts. Due to the overwhelming success of the honey cake factory's business, the source factory had been enduring extended work hours for several months without overtime pay. Employees toiled tirelessly to produce the eponymous honey cake, even becoming embroiled in a homicide, rendering the term happiness an ironic mockery. Comparable to Gojo Satoru's 007, yet devoid of overtime compensation, who wouldn't be incensed under such circumstances? The vehicle arrived at the factory's front where a well-groomed young man had been waiting at the entrance for an extended period. As soon as the car came to a halt, the young man promptly approached, ready to initiate the customary handshake with the four youths. His assistant followed suit, presenting 4 boxes of cake as a token of welcome. These were the latest trending honey cakes. It seemed that even the sorcerers were still students, indicating that I had chosen the appropriate gift. However, upon learning the context, they dared not partake in these cakes steeped in human blood. Having thoroughly reviewed the mission brief, they showed no inclination to accept the cakes or engage in handshakes with the owner. Fushiguro Megumi, his expression impassive, stated, "Please lead us to the factory for inspection. There is no need for excessive flattery. We will fulfill our duties diligently." The young owner forced a strained smile, retracting his outstretched hand mid-air into a fist. Such a successful figure in the marketplace was unaccustomed to receiving such a cold reception. Ultimately, he could not be bothered with superficial niceties and waved his hand for the assistant to escort them inside. The group followed the assistant through the entire factory. The assembly line operated incessantly, with workers mechanically engaged in their repetitive tasks day after day. While the workshop appeared clean and orderly to the untrained eye, the sorcerers could perceive the heavy aura of resentment clinging to the employees. Standing at the entrance of the expansive production area, Ruo Meng felt the hero's sword manifest in her hand. This indicated that the invisible cursed spirit lurked within 10 meters of their position. Yet nothing could be seen through the small window on the door. Typically, when a barrier is lowered, the cursed spirit would manifest, necessitating the evacuation of civilians. However, this assignment had not only failed to disperse the populace, the wall was lined with a dense array of clock and calendars, all present and accounted for. Yuji Itadori furrowed his brow, perplexed, and inquired, "Knowing we would come today, why are there still so many employees in the factory?" The assistant looked at Itadori with confusion, responding in an incredulous tone that provoked a sense of irritation. Of course, the factory needed to remunerate them, and with so much work to be done, how could they afford a day off? This factory was inundated with orders, yet the production capacity fell short. Even if employees forfeited their rest time, they could not fulfill the demands. The owner had ultimately conceived the exploitative strategy of permitting employees to clock out only to continue working unpaid, refusing to expand operations. All this to cut costs. This individual was no capitalist. He was akin to a vampire. The hot-tempered Nobara Kujisaki was on the brink of losing her composure. Upon hearing this, she seized the assistant by the collar. "I say, curses are exceedingly perilous. Are you truly willing to disregard others' lives for the sake of money?" The assistant, lifted effortlessly against the wall, was left aghast, casting a desperate glance toward the seemingly more amiable Ruo Meng. Noticing his gaze, the girl's face blossomed with a radiant smile, though it did not reach her eyes, giving no indication of intervening. "Assistant, please ensure that unrelated personnel are dismissed. We will require no more than half a day." "Impossible." The young owner's voice, tinged with anger, echoed from the entrance, but as he hastily approached the group, a disingenuous smile returned to his face. "So many customers are awaiting our cakes. They too wish to experience happiness. How could we slow production for a trivial supernatural incident?" Fushiguro Megumi scoffed, undeterred by the owner's unfriendly gaze. "You still believe this to be a mere trivial supernatural incident? If you do not make a decisive choice soon, we will not merely be compensated for a level 3 task." In the realm invisible to ordinary eyes, the Inumaki had already pinpointed the location of the cursed spirit, baring its fangs menacingly at the ceiling of the production area. What does this mean? Ruo Meng stepped forward, peering through the small glass window of the production area door, her brow furrowing in discomfort. The employees wore blank expressions, mechanically performing their duties like marionettes under control. The ceiling was festooned with pulsating tumors, from which several thick blood vessels dangled, connecting to the backs of each individual. The crimson veins continuously pumped sweat and blood toward the ceiling, feeding into the gradually materializing sphere. Merely witnessing the scene was enough to incite a sense of unease. 007, she exclaimed, covering her face in horror. "Little dream. This is a cursed fetus evolving." "What is a cursed fetus?" "A cursed fetus is an incomplete form of a cursed spirit embryo. If we do not act swiftly, this cursed spirit may evolve into a special grade." That entity was incessantly growing, already exhibiting the horrifying semblance of its dreadful form. Fushiguro Megumi summoned another Shikigami, his face adorned with a mocking expression, cold amusement lingering at the corners of his lips. If they did not disperse immediately, they would all perish here, including you. The seemingly most composed youth uttered these dreadful words. A moment of rigidity passed over the young boss's countenance, quickly morphing into a grotesque snarl. What nonsense are you spouting? Do you have any idea how significant our losses are for just 1 hour's halt at the factory? Who do you high schoolers represent? Who will compensate for my losses? Chapter 47. The successful completion of the first task, a dubious auxiliary supervisor. Hey, you managed to hit him, but not you, right? The irascible Naberi Wild Rose could no longer contain herself, ready to teach a lesson, only to be restrained by the rational Fushiguro Megumi, who placed a hand on her shoulder. It was entirely normal to be misunderstood by non-sorcerers. Although Fushiguro lacked experience in handling such incidents, he had often observed the humility of Itadori Yuji. After all, ignorance absolves one of guilt. If he were to scrutinize every foolish remark, he himself would be the greatest fool of all. Meeting Naberi's bewildered gaze, Fushiguro conveyed a sense of calm encouragement and patiently continued. Since we have been entrusted with this task, our sole purpose is to ensure your safety and the protection of your property. We kindly ask for your cooperation. The young boss, having detected the latent aggression in his opponent, who had almost struck out moments prior, dropped the pretense of cordiality. You little brats think you can look down on us. Since you've taken the money, get on with the job. Stop dawdling and spouting irrelevant nonsense. Surely this so-called curse technique agency isn't a scam, is it? Originally, these trivialities and unreasonable demands were the responsibilities of the auxiliary supervisor. Yet on this day, not only had this supervisor failed to make prior arrangements, but he also showed no intention of assisting the children. The little ones, who initially sought to reason with the man, were momentarily silenced by his tirade. Yet they persisted in their attempts to reason, with Naberi Wild Rose clutching tightly to the impulsive Fushiguro. Itadori Yuji, filled with exasperation, clenched his fists and gritted his teeth, attempting to retort against the man. That's not how it is. How can you turn right and wrong on its head? Yum stood a bit farther back, her view obscured by Itadori, but she could discern his sense of injustice merely from his tone. Faced with the slick and scrupulous rhetoric of the man, the fledgling students were no match. They could only grit their teeth in silence. Feeling emboldened by his apparent dominance, the young boss grew increasingly animated, culminating in a derisive comment. I told you, what can this bunch of kids accomplish? If they can't do it, they might as well cry home to their mothers. I truly wonder what kind of teacher could produce such students. Itadori Yuji wished to say more, yet he was lightly tugged back by someone, causing him to stumble a few steps backward. With a resounding crash, the moment the boss finished speaking, the entire corridor was engulfed in a cloud of dust. The fragrant ends of hair brushed against his face. He managed just a glimpse of a swaying black skirt. Under the control of 007. A soothing voice akin to chilled soda on a summer day filled the children's ears, while visions of sun-dappled days and birdsong danced before their eyes. Harmonizing with the man's unrefined insults and cries, there stood a girl, clutching a rabbit plushie seemingly conjured from thin air, swinging it with a whooshing sound above the young boss's head, sending him crashing to the ground. Noticing her companion's astonished gazes, the girl wiped the blood from her face and offered a shy smile to them. Then, she turned, grasping the rabbit's ears, slightly bending forward with a fierce glint in her eyes. Do you think you just slandered him? A mere fish in a pond. Having never anticipated that Yum would be the first to act, the three were caught off guard, their expressions mirroring astonishment. Yum declared, this person claimed I pushed. I couldn't bear it any longer. Fushiguro sighed, rubbing his forehead, already contemplating the ramifications and resolutions for this altercation. He had considered that Naberi Wild Rose might resort to physicality, or even that Itadori Yuji would act impulsively, but he never imagined it would be Yum who struck first. Disaster loomed. This mission's remuneration was undoubtedly in jeopardy. According to the regulations of sorcery, sorcerers were strictly forbidden from inflicting harm upon non-sorcerers. Severe violations could lead to judgment and punishment from the upper echelons of sorcery. However, beneath the guise of his palm, Fushiguro wore a wry smile. After all, rules were meant to be broken. He had no intention of considering the feelings of those outdated seniors. The young boss attempted to unleash another tirade. Witnessing Yum's readiness to strike again, he hastily sought aid from the other present. This time, failing to intervene would be utterly unacceptable. Naberi Wild Rose rushed forward, embracing Yum's waist, while Fushiguro restrained her weapon-wielding hand, and Itadori Yuji verbally dissuaded her. Big sister, there's no need for this. We can resolve this peacefully. Itadori Yuji positioned himself in front of the boss, feigning panic and inadvertently stepping on his hand, eliciting a cry of pain from the man. The assistant, bewildered, stepped forward to help the boss up, preparing to reprimand him. However, as the group momentarily lost their grip, Yum swung the rabbit plushie once more, delivering a hefty blow that sent both men sprawling back to the ground. Of course, she ensured to catch their heads with her foot, preventing any injury. With the nearby Itadori lending a hand as well, the young boss exclaimed, "Could you be any more farcical? You could predict our movements, and yet 3 of you couldn't restrain a single girl." Although the green health bar would not reflect damage, the pain was undeniably real. Both men found themselves lying on the ground, vision fading to black, unable to rise for a good while. Out of sight. The trio of children silently gave Yum a thumbs up, feeling an immense sense of vindication. During last week's practice, they had all learned that being struck by the rabbit would leave no marks, and they quickly grasped Yum's intent. The bright-haired girl returned a toothy smile, quietly stowing the rabbit plushie away, concealing her prowess. Ultimately, it was the less injured assistant who grumbled as he helped the young boss up, both limping as they boarded the ambulance. Upon arrival at the hospital, however, they found no bruises, let alone signs of a concussion or internal bleeding. Without an injury assessment, no lawsuit could be filed. Aside from the assistant, there were no eyewitnesses present, and to cover up the fact that employees had been forced to work overtime, even the surveillance cameras had been disabled. Without evidence, the man's hopes of claiming compensation were dashed, leaving him to swallow his broken teeth in silence. But that was a matter for another day. Although the obstruction of employee breaks had departed, Yum and her companions had no authority to halt the work. The accompanying auxiliary supervisor stood like a wooden post, intending to intervene only to settle accounts, remaining firmly at the entrance. Just as the children found themselves at a loss, a man hastily approached from the main entrance. His pallid face suggested he had recently recovered from a serious illness. Ignoring the group, he strode directly toward the circuit breaker. With a vigorous pull, he shut off the electricity, abruptly halting the production line, inciting a commotion among the workers. This man was the factory's director, who had tirelessly worked alongside the employees for several months. It was only after collapsing from exhaustion a few days earlier that he was finally able to rest, having learned the grim truth about the workers' fatalities from the coroner. With a still flickering conscience, the director realized the profound meaning of life anew. Upon witnessing the young boss being carted off to the hospital, he rushed back, determined to grant the employees a reprieve. Pushing through the factory's production area, amidst the cheers of the workers, he announced the good news of their time off. The crowd erupted in joyous celebration, as one by one, the employees departed their posts, their burdens lifting like the severing of unwarranted chains. As the supply of resentment waned, the cursed fetus gradually ceased its development, remaining in a half-formed, fleshy sphere. The man in the black suit, donning sunglasses, stood with hands clasped behind his back, waiting until everyone had departed before finally raising a finger to establish a barrier for the students. From darkness, it emerged, from the darkest depths. All filth and impurity were completely exorcised. Since the moment she boarded the vehicle, a persistent discomfort of being scrutinized had enveloped her. As Ruo Meng cast her gaze towards the man standing at the gate, the black curtain gradually obscured his eyes, dissipating the unsettling feeling of being watched. Indeed, it was this individual. He appeared less like an assistant supervisor from Jujutsu High and more akin to an operative directly dispatched from the higher echelons of sorcery. Exuding an unmistakable air of disdain toward others, Ruo Meng furrowed her brow in contemplation. Was there anything about her that warranted such scheming? Or was it merely her overactive imagination? No, her instincts had always been reliable. This person undoubtedly posed a problem. Suspicious, exceedingly so. With little time to ponder further, as she witnessed Itadori Yuji prepare to strike, Ruo Meng quickly interjected. "Wavy, spare the spirit. Please allow me to exorcise this cursed entity. I happen to have a combination technique I wish to try." Itadori nodded, retracting the wrapping of bluish-black flames, returning the elongated nail to his waist pouch. Upon meeting Ruo Meng's gaze, Fushiguro Megumi instantly comprehended her intentions and reluctantly released his shikigami. Ruo Meng swiftly mounted, steadying herself as she pointed her sword skyward. Combination technique, Dragon's Charge. Accustomed to Ruo Meng's penchant for creating overly dramatic names for her techniques, and given that this cursed spirit had yet to learn any movements and posed no danger, the trio allowed her to indulge. With a courageous flourish, the sword pointed forward. The resolute shikigami carried the girl soaring toward the ceiling, resembling a valiant knight from the medieval era, riding alongside a dragon. Ruo Meng aimed her strike at the pulsating mass, and the once vibrant crimson veins sprawling across the ceiling gradually withered into ash, exorcising the level 3 cursed spirit with a single blow. Not only did 500 points credit to her account, but no one was injured. The first collective task for the first-year students was successfully completed. A cause for celebration indeed. Young boss, why am I the only one injured? I want to file a complaint. Chapter 48. The unconventional daily life of Jujutsu High. Too impulsive in action. I do not recommend absorption into the supervisory board, he noted. The tall man in the suit placed the document down respectfully, bowing before exiting the room upon receiving permission. The high-ranking official perused the summary report, scanning it with remarkable speed. Was he merely a brawny brute with no intellect? That was not necessarily the case. His right hand toyed with a utility knife, retracting and extending it repeatedly, a playful smile curling at the corners of his mouth. A delightful surprise adept at concealing itself. The cicada's incessant drone began to emerge, sunlight filtering through the gaps in the leaves, casting circular patterns upon the skirt. The Jujutsu High uniform, designed to protect exposed skin during combat, possessed a certain thickness and resilience. Though efforts had been made to ensure breathability, it still rendered individuals uncomfortably hot. The season was early summer, and with summer uniforms yet to be distributed, the spring uniforms proved too constrictive, leaving both students and teachers sweltering. It was a rare occasion for Gojo Satoru to accompany his students on a mission, originally intending to complete the task and then enjoy a leisurely stroll through the streets. Yet the afternoon heat was unexpectedly intense. Gojo waved his hand, instructing Itadori Yuji and Fushiguro Megumi to procure ice cream, while he and the two girls collapsed in the shaded resting area beneath a large tree. The realm of consciousness where 007 resided was devoid of temperature fluctuations, eternally spring-like, free from such troubles. Yet, as a system attuned to the feelings of humanity, it decided to synchronize the temperature to alleviate discomfort. Before long, a sweaty little ghost fanned herself, clutching a nearly melted popsicle in her right hand, panting heavily. Ruo Meng, is this truly the hell you endure? How terrifying, how utterly terrifying. Ruo Meng replied, I am filled with regret, immense regret. Why did they not seek refuge in a mall with air conditioning, instead of suffering in this place? The trio, with their striking good looks, disregarded the gazes of passers-by and the reputation of Jujutsu High, sprawled languidly, their mouths agape, appearing utterly devoid of thought. Suddenly, the two who had been dispatched to fetch ice cream returned, with only Itadori Yuji in tow, racing back with an air of excitement. Teacher, Sumiki, Ruo Meng. Ruo Meng tilted her head, barely propping herself up, half-heartedly applauding Itadori Yuji's adorable and dashing braking maneuver. Wow, Yuji, how cute! Sumiki exclaimed. This is unbearable. I can't do anything in this heat. Fushiguro lamented. Wait, someone is flirting with Fushiguro. What? Someone wants to find a partner on their own? The trio, startled from their stupor, declared, if you're saying that, I'm all in. Gojo's gossip squad sprang into action. The four dashed forth, leaving behind mere shadows. With Gojo at the helm, his expression grave as if heading into a life-or-death battlefield. Formation B. The students had never been so obedient and compliant. Almost instantaneously, upon Gojo's command, they responded in unison, understood. Ahead on the bustling shopping street, Fushiguro Megumi stood face to face with a long-haired girl, engaged in conversation. His demeanor softer than ever. Indeed, there was something amiss. The group was invigorated, sprinting with twisted forms, wearing expressions that were sickeningly playful, at least from Fushiguro's perspective. Three dark figures surged from the side, rushing forward with reckless abandon, clinging to Fushiguro Megumi. Fushiguro, sweetie. The one straight boy was knocked off balance. With one person hanging off his shoulder, another around his waist, and a third draping over his arm. Sumiki frowned, her mouth agape in exaggerated disbelief. Her eyes filled with questions. Who was that woman? Have you forgotten that night when you gazed into my eyes? Don't tell me you've forgotten. That night, that very night. Itadori Yuji clung to Fushiguro's waist, appearing fragile as he hung on, yet firmly gripping his arm to prevent any struggle. His innocent eyes glistened with tears, a face full of grievance. You said being with me was the happiest. Was that a lie? Ruo Meng had long wished to retaliate against Fushiguro for his previous inaction, now disregarding her image and putting on an extra performance. The enchanting girl clutched her stomach, swaying precariously, her eyes brimming with a sense of shattered despair, portraying the role of a young single mother deceived by a scoundrel with remarkable flair. Wah, how could you? What about our child? Some appeared alive, yet their eyes held the vacancy of the departed. Fushiguro steadied the girl, striving to maintain a demeanor that was not overly fierce, uttering through gritted teeth, seriously. What on earth are you all doing? Amidst their antics, the trio slyly cast glances at the girl, noticing her retreat in fear, prompting them to escalate their performance. Sumiki clung to Fushiguro's shoulder, her entire being leaning against him, while Ruo Meng leaned against his chest, weeping, and Itadori knelt at his feet, clutching his pant leg in fervent supplication. Suddenly, a deep male voice resonated from behind. Could you not touch him, you bunch of flirtatious cats? Megumi is supposed to be practicing the violin with me. Wakaba Goju, adorned with sunglasses, revealed a pair of eyes that sparkled brighter than the night sky, casually draping his coat over his shoulder as he made a dazzling entrance. Once he caught the attention of those around him, he struck a pose that could grace the cover of a magazine, articulating a remarkable statement with a rhythmical cadence. Let us head back together, Megumi. You must learn Twinkle. Twinkle, Little Star today. This song, a beloved ballad in Neon Country, often symbolizes the romantic affection shared between lovers. A nearby girl, seeking directions, felt her CPU nearly overheat from the awkwardness of the scene. 2 boys and 2 girls vying for 1 boy. What a maddening spectacle it was. Megumi Fushiguro, thoroughly bewildered, began to grasp the intentions of this peculiar group. He shook off a few of them with a flick of his wrist and turned to the unfortunate girl who had merely asked for directions, offering her a sympathetic smile. It's all right, please don't mind us. Just go on ahead. The girl exhaled in relief, thanked him politely, and swiftly distanced herself from this rather abnormal battlefield. Taking a deep breath, Megumi turned back, his expression dark and foreboding, veins throbbing at his temples. She only asked for directions. So what on earth are you all playing at? This is truly embarrassing. Can we not jest anymore? The group, realizing the gravity of the situation, exclaimed in unison, Huh? Was it just about asking for directions? Ryumen Sukuna stood at a distance, hands clasped behind his back, twirling on his toes while whistling, feigning interest in the scenery above. Nobara Kujisaki, standing beside him, mirrored his nonchalant demeanor, seemingly unconcerned. Gojo adopted a coy posture, one finger pressed to his lips while the other waved aimlessly in the air, trying to evade the scrutiny. Megumi, having witnessed Gojo's myriad of antics and escape tactics since childhood, was not deceived by this charade. Explain yourselves. The group shuddered in unison, pointing at the corner where a trembling Yuta Itadori stood, exclaiming, It's all Itadori's fault. This guy misreported the situation. Ultimately, the group's mischief ended in disappointment, leaving Itadori, who was smiling foolishly and scratching his cheek, to bear the brunt of their ire. Megumi, having reached his limit, delivered a swift flick to Itadori's forehead. Ha ha. Ow. That hurts. Chapter 49. The warmth of the Nanami household, sorcerers playing house. It was yet another weekend, and upon learning that Kinji Nanami would be home, Wakaba resolved to pack her belongings and return. Their schedules had proven incompatible for far too long. When she was free, he was not, and vice versa. As the anticipation of returning home filled her, she could hardly contain her excitement after finishing her Friday afternoon class, hastily boarding the train with her suitcase in tow. By the time she arrived at the apartment building, night had fallen. Just the sight of the warm yellow lights emanating from her home quickened her pace. As she jogged towards the entrance, a twinge of hesitation crept in, causing her to instinctively withdraw her hand from the doorknob and take a deep breath before stepping inside. The moment she opened the door, a refreshing breeze swept in, dispelling the early summer heat and carrying the enticing aroma of home-cooked meals. A golden-haired man donned in a pink checkered apron leaned halfway out, a bowl of ingredients in hand, his meticulously styled hair glimmering under the soft light. You're back. The familiarity of the scene was overwhelmingly heartwarming, akin to a dream. Standing at the threshold, Wakaba felt her eyes welling up. Thank goodness, Mr. Nanami was willing to welcome her back. She still had a home. Thank you, Mr. Nanami. While stirring the contents of the bowl, Kinji replied with a rare smile. You should say I'm home instead, Wakaba. She carried her suitcase into the apartment as the door closed softly behind her. With her eyes sparkling with joy, she declared with unwavering conviction, as if reciting a vow, I'm home. Welcome back. A nearby figure, dabbing at their eyes with a tissue, exclaimed, What a touching scene. The Nanami family's dinners were always light, primarily to save time while ensuring nutritional value. Whenever Kinji was unable to return home for meals, Wakaba would typically order takeout. This was the first time they had the luxury of cooking together, chatting, and setting the table at a leisurely pace. Despite having been apart for half a month, their unspoken understanding allowed them to quickly prepare a delicious meal with Wakaba's assistance. However, noticing her slow pace and distracted gaze fixed on the television, Kinji remarked with a hint of exasperation, If you want to watch TV, just go ahead. The dormitory of Jujutsu High had no television, and the tablet could only connect to a local network, leaving them rarely exposed to the outside world's news. Upon hearing that the B-Kamachi concert was happening soon, Wakaba was thrilled. Even though she couldn't attend in person, watching the replay would suffice to bring joy to a fan. Yay! Long live Mr. Nanami. Wakaba joyfully rushed to the television, but as it was dinner time, nearly every channel was broadcasting news. The moment she turned it on, a barrage of notifications about AI Hoshino's tragic death flooded the screen. What a shame. The popular idol AI Hoshino was brutally murdered at home by an obsessed fan on the day of her concert. Wakaba gasped, realizing the perilous nature of a career as an idol in Neon. Could one truly be attacked in their own home? 007, in her mind, was equally shocked. Shouting in a frenzy, "My little AI, who did this? Who the hell did this?" Having been a fan of Bikamichi's music since before her enrollment at Jujutsu High, Wakaba particularly admired AI Hoshino for her vibrant smile and infectious dance moves. Just hearing her voice was enough to fill one with energy. Having heard a fair amount about AI due to the number of children at home, Kinji was aware of her significance to Wakaba. Seeing her frozen in front of the television, he set down his bowl with concern. "Are you alright, Wakaba?" At that moment, the news was airing footage of the fleeing assailant, which ignited a fire of indignation within Wakaba. "Mr. Nanami." "Yes?" The girl, clad in soft pajamas, turned around. Her eyes filled with determination and anger, fists clenched at her sides. "Let us catch this criminal. Then we can give him a good beating before handing him over to the police." The air fell silent, the atmosphere thick with tension. Indeed, they were merely sorcerers, not law enforcement. They had no authority to apprehend the culprit. How could she make such an audacious request? Wakaba's movements froze as she prepared to deflect the situation with humor, but the sound of a chair scraping against the floor interrupted her. Kinji had already donned his suit, and upon noticing her frozen state, he comprehended her misunderstanding. A mature man nearing 30 bore a faint blush as he hummed a tune, attempting to mimic the dance moves that lingered in his memory. "Only for you, my idol. The code is B." Wakaba felt a surge of gratitude that Mr. Nanami understood her passion. However, this was an unexpected and rather amusing scene. Mr. Nanami, do it again." 007 screamed in her mind, even pulling out her glow stick, smoothly joining in the enthusiastic call. Ultimately, Kinji could not manage to finish the last line. Yet the lyrics he had sung clearly conveyed his unwavering support for his beloved child. "Tonight, we are merely furious fans of Xiao AI, are we not?" Ruo Meng has grown accustomed to the occasional high-pitched bombast of the little ghost. Upon meeting the encouraging gaze of Chi-Hai Jianren, she flashed a smile and seized the frying pan resting upon the stove. Indeed, let that fellow experience the wrath of a Xiao AI fan. Although they are sorcerers, neither Chi-Hai Jianren nor Ruo Meng excels in the art of tracking. While it is manageable to trace fellow sorcerers or cursed spirits who leave behind residual cursed energy, the whereabouts of ordinary individuals are exceedingly elusive. Just as Ruo Meng found herself at a loss, the keyboard sorcerer took action. With a flurry of keystrokes, a small game map program materialized, conveniently displayed in the upper right corner of Ruo Meng's line of sight. As Ruo Meng activated the map, a red dot materialized, pinpointing her target and outlining a route for pursuit. At that moment, the man who had murdered Hoshino AI was cowering in a park restroom stall, trembling in fear, unable to reach his contacts. All of them are adults. It would be foolish not to grasp the situation. He had been ruthlessly used and discarded. Indeed, there was no escape. The hooded man slowly raised a bloody dagger, aiming at his neck, preparing to strike, when suddenly, a girl's voice rang out from beyond the stall door. "Open the door." Without affording him a moment to react, a doll-like girl wielding a frying pan kicked open the restroom door and delivered a powerful blow. The hooded man coughed up blood mixed with several broken teeth, his dagger clattering to the ground, his head buzzing. In a daze, he beheld the girl, her sweet voice rising above the chaos, dressed in a doll costume. As she raised the frying pan high and brought it crashing down, still refusing to open the door? "You have the audacity to kill Xiao AI, but lack the courage to face the consequences, do you? Thinking of taking your own life? Not on my watch. You wretched scoundrel. Return Xiao AI to me. She worked so hard to stand on that dome stage, you fiend." 007 cheered from within her mind, feeling utterly unsatisfied merely by watching, throwing a few punches at the air. "Well done, Xiao Meng. Kick him hard. Make him feel the pain. Yes, that's the way to do it." The hooded man, utterly bewildered by the situation, found himself unable to retaliate under the relentless barrage of blows. The frying pan was no soft bunny doll. Soon, his head was swollen with lumps. He could only shield his head with his arms, pleading for mercy while attempting to save himself, but he was powerless against the hail of blows raining down upon him. Suddenly, a tall, imposing figure clad in a white suit, complete with a mask and hat, appeared at the restroom entrance. The hooded man's eyes brightened, and he immediately cried out for help. The mysterious figure, meeting the hooded man's hopeful gaze, slowly closed the restroom door behind him and extracted a baseball bat from his back. "Help! Call the police! Someone help me call the police!" The following morning, a large crowd had gathered outside the police headquarters, where a man lay, beaten to a pulp. His visage was so unrecognizable that upon seeing the officer, he resembled a man witnessing his rebirth. Officer, please save me. I am the one who killed Hoshino AI. Please arrest me. I beg you, lock me away." The man bore a sign hanging from his neck, inscribed in marker, "Tokyo's Justice Messenger, doll officer, reporting for duty. The signature was accompanied by a grinning monkey revealing its prominent teeth. This scene was captured by a kind passerby and quickly disseminated online, causing the news of the doll officer's capture of the murderer to spread like wildfire, eliciting cheers from the public. Following this incident, the doll officer became an urban legend of justice, achieving a modest fame within the fan community. Chapter 50, Daily Life on Business Trip from Jujutsu High. Oh, it has been so long since I last returned. How nostalgic. After a fortnight's absence, Itadori Yuji and Ruo Meng once again set foot on the land of Sendai. The energetic young lad with pink hair, shouldering a backpack, raised his arms high and squinted, shouting, "I'm back. I'm back. I'm back." His voice echoed in a manner reminiscent of the valley's reverberations, gradually diminishing, tinged with a hint of melancholy and insecurity. What does it matter that he has returned? No one is waiting for him to come home. He has lost even the notion of home, rendering him a mere wanderer. Yet, he has always possessed the ability to console himself. Just as Itadori Yuji was about to engage in self-reflection, Ruo Meng interjected, mimicking his tone, "Welcome back. Welcome back. Welcome back." Growing progressively quieter, Itadori Yuji was taken aback, meeting the gentle gaze of the girl and breaking into a smile. "Ah, we are all back." Ruo Meng paused, merely smiling in response, offering no reply. On a weekday, the number of tourists in Sendai was scarce. A few children carrying backpacks inevitably drew some curious glances. In contrast, Inuzuka Nagi was not one to tolerate such stares, returning the glares with fierce determination, causing the onlookers to avert their gazes. Sendai, located on Japan's Honshu Island, is a city replete with lush greenery, often referred to as the City of Trees. Nagi had always harbored a sense of inferiority regarding her rural origins. Yet she found solace in the presence of two classmates from out of town. She had heard of Sendai's moniker and initially envisioned it as a place abundant with trees, only to discover otherwise upon leaving the station. A quick glance at her phone revealed that Sendai boasted not one, but two Parco shopping centers. What a sprawling metropolis, she thought. In that moment, she felt the sting of betrayal. She was not the only country bumpkin after all. Grabbing Itadori Yuji by the collar, she menaced him, "Hey, you little brat, if I catch you pretending to be a country bumpkin in front of me again, be prepared to be beaten." With a defiant expression, Itadori Yuji immediately denied her accusations. "I'm not. I didn't tea. Besides, I mentioned before that Tachikawa is very similar to Sendai." Nagi, exuding disdain, released her grip on Itadori Yuji and scrutinized the surrounding architecture. The more she observed, the more her frustration grew, culminating in her delivering a light smack to his head. "There are no forests. Nothing resembles Tachikawa at all." Feeling unjustly attacked, Itadori Yuji rubbed his head, patiently explaining to Nagi, "No. It's just that the area around the station looks like this. If we venture a bit further, we'll definitely experience the essence of the City of Trees. Sendai is a wonderful place." Nagi leaned in menacingly, "Quit pretending to be a city slicker. Neither this nor that." Itadori Yuji was completely exasperated, contorting his face in despair. "Huh, I can't pretend to be a country bumpkin, nor can I act like a city dweller. Can someone please tell me what I'm supposed to do?" The two of them resumed their banter. Ruo Meng, as per usual, refrained from participating in their squabbles, walking alongside Fushiguro Megumi. In the brief span of rounding a corner, the four were momentarily split into two groups. Just as Nagi was about to seek Ruo Meng's counsel, she suddenly noticed that the girl was nowhere to be found. Where did Ruo Meng and Megumi go? Did they get lost? Upon hearing this, Itadori Yuji momentarily ceased hostilities, casting a puzzled glance around. "Huh, they really aren't here." As soon as he spoke, Ruo Meng and Fushiguro Megumi appeared, rounding the corner behind them. Nagi immediately wore a look of disdain. "Hey, look over there. Megumi is playing on his phone all by himself. I wonder if he is watching something inappropriate?" Ruo Meng, with her keen ears, dashed over to the two. The trio unleashed their collective mockery upon Megumi. Puff, puff, sneaky too. Originally engrossed in his phone, Fushiguro Megumi's forehead bulged with veins, the device creaking under his grip as he retorted loudly, "I am not. I was merely searching for local eateries renowned for their delectable beef tongue." "Beef tongue restaurants?" Fushiguro Megumi tilted his head along with the other two, their expressions mirroring a synchronized bewilderment, and his tone grew more severe, tinged with a hint of embarrassment. "Were you not the ones clamoring to savor grilled beef tongue?" Although Fushiguro spoke in a rather fierce manner, his actions were consistently gentle, engendering an unspoken trust among those around him. While everyone else was joyfully chattering and creating a ruckus, he quietly listened to each person's words, committing them to memory. His seemingly indifferent silence often lingered longer than anyone else's, as he brought his companion's wishes and thoughts to fruition. It was then that Itadori Yuji recalled this matter. Scratching the back of his head with an apologetic expression, Right, my apologies. It appears that was indeed the case. Itadori Yuji's words prompted Inumaki Toge to inquire. And then? Fushiguro replied curtly, what about it? The beef tongue restaurant. Inumaki's air of entitlement made Fushiguro want to retort, but he obediently responded, albeit with a less than pleasant tone. I found it. Why are you getting upset? You all should know this best. Inumaki Toge was always assertive, embodying a sense of stability that encouraged everyone, prioritizing her own happiness without regard for others. In just 10 minutes, the two boys from their cohort had been led astray multiple times. While the favored Ryomen Sukuna managed to escape unscathed, Ryomen perused the strategy devised by Fushiguro, discovering that he had not only located a renowned beef tongue establishment, but had also prepared several backup options. One was near the station, on Beef Tongue Street, where an entire street was dedicated to such eateries, each boasting a modest reputation online. However, none wished to dine in a tourist trap location. And since they also wanted to explore Sendai, the plan to eat near the station was promptly dismissed. Fushiguro sighed, his demeanor suggesting he had anticipated this. A sense of inexplicable pride evident as he looked towards Ryomen. Ryomen informed them of Plan B. Ryomen nodded, adjusting his non-existent glasses with a flourish, adopting a secretary-like pose as he declared, an establishment that has been in business for 52 years, with the owner being a master disciple trained at the original Beef Tongue restaurant. Ryomen's memories of Beef Tongue were limited to Lu Xun's writings, where the esteemed author had offered less than favorable reviews. Nevertheless, Beef Tongue was indeed a quintessential delicacy of Sendai, and it was said that any establishment with Taisuke or Taro in its name was guaranteed to be delectable. Although Itadori Yuji was a Sendai native, he had never tasted beef tongue and thus had no prior experience. However, he had heard of the legendary Beef Tongue restaurant, Jimmy Taro, which had been in operation for 70 years. This particular establishment was overseen by a disciple of the father of Beef Tongue, Sano Kaishiro. While it might not rival the Master S restaurant, sampling the apprentice's offerings was certainly worth the experience. Wow, I know this place too. It's quite famous in Sendai. Upon hearing Itadori's words, Fushiguro belatedly registered the comment, retorting, speaking of which, why am I the one doing the research when it's your hometown? Itadori scratched the back of his head, explaining, my grandfather and I rarely dine out. Inumaki leaned closer to Ryomen, peering at the phone, nodding in approval at the long line in front of the storied establishment. This one looks good. Let us eat here. Sounds wonderful. All right, let us set off. Chapter 51. Rest assured, stable. The group hailed a taxi to Kokabuncho, arriving just in time for lunch, and immediately spotted the bustling Beef Tongue restaurant. The entrance was adorned with picturesque scenes from Miyagi Prefecture, and the quaint sign and warm curtains left a lasting impression. Had it not been for the throngs of patrons queuing outside, it would have made for an ideal photo opportunity. After waiting for an hour in line, the children, famished, had little inclination for pictures. It was only after they were seated inside that they remembered to take a group photo. Itadori, with his long arms, held the phone while Ryomen, Inumaki, and Fushiguro lined up behind him, inadvertently capturing the owner grilling beef tongue in the backdrop. Noticing their selfie, the owner flashed a cheerful peace sign, resulting in a unique commemorative photo. The restaurant was compact and bustling, yet the air conditioning kept it from feeling stifling. The four chose to sit at the cooking counter, eagerly awaiting their culinary delights while watching the grilling process unfold. Beneath the iron grill lay a roaring charcoal fire, with neatly arranged slices of beef tongue glistening in a beautiful pink hue, evidently marinated in a secret concoction and partially cooked. As the flames licked the succulent beef tongue, the moment it was flipped, the grill left a grid-like pattern as juices seeped out, dripping onto the charcoal and wafting into everyone's nostrils, a true embodiment of mouth-watering fragrance. An iron grill could accommodate 6 to 8 slices of thinly cut beef tongue. With few patrons waiting, it wasn't long before all four were served their fragrant beef tongue rice bowls. Beef tongue accompanied by pickles, barley rice, and oxtail soup is the quintessential Sendai beef tongue meal, served in beautifully crafted traditional dishware, the enticing aroma of charcoal wafting through the air. Each bowl of oxtail soup cradled 3 generous chunks of tender, springy oxtail meat, garnished with a generous sprinkle of scallions, releasing an exquisite flavor to its fullest. The four sat in a row at the cooking counter, grasping their chopsticks with both hands in prayer, their mouths watering to the point of almost shedding tears of anticipation. Let us dig in. The ensuing sounds of chopsticks scraping against bowls, along with hearty chewing and swallowing, were enough to make anyone's mouth water. Ryomen sipped her oxtail soup delicately before leisurely commencing her beef tongue rice bowl. The grilled beef tongue, resembling a splendidly blossoming flower, lay atop the rice, tantalizing in both aroma and appearance. The moment it touched her lips, the ultimate texture and the meat's delicate fragrance burst forth, intertwining in a delightful embrace. She lifted a small mound of barley rice to her mouth, absorbing excess grease while leaving behind the sweetness of the starch. The trifecta of satisfaction, taste, sight, and spirit culminated in an unparalleled sense of happiness and fulfillment. Due to the sheer deliciousness, conversation dwindled as everyone savored their meals. Itadori Yuji, the fastest eater, set down his bowl with a contented sigh. Wow, this is absurdly delicious. I could probably eat 20 bowls. Fushiguro shot him a glare, his mouth still full, speaking indistinctly. Don't eat so much, it'll delay our task. Rest assured, stable. The task isn't until tonight. There's absolutely no need for concern. Itadori waved his hand dismissively, decisively ordering another bowl. The owner, noticing the boy had polished off every morsel, even leaving no grains of rice, chuckled and nodded in approval. Ruo Meng ate at a more leisurely pace, finishing her first bowl only after Itadori had devoured his second. Observing Itadori ordering a miso pork cutlet meal said, Inumaki expressed disdain. You can still eat a set meal? Fushiguro, where do we go next? Fushiguro replied, Since we're here, why not try some sweets in Sendai? This guy, Inumaki, really treated him like a tour guide. Fushiguro paused for a moment, and though he claimed he would search for options, he picked up his phone to browse nonetheless. Speaking of renowned sweets, Ruo Meng, who had once stayed up late crafting her strategies, had much to contribute, raising her hand high. I know this one. Ruo Meng pulled out her previously organized notes, flipping to the Sendai section and placing it on the table. When in Sendai, you absolutely must try the 3-colored rice cakes. Especially from this shop with the innovative edamame flavor. Fushiguro had also discovered this establishment, equally recommending their edamame rice cake. When it comes to desserts flavored with edamame, one cannot help but recall a certain dearly departed friend with a fondness for this flavor. Fushiguro Megumi could easily imagine how Satoru Gojo would react upon learning of their trip to Sendai, likely exclaiming in a melodious tone, "Ah, my beloved students. Do remember to bring back a gift for your dear teacher." After Itadori Yuji finished his third serving of set meal, the group took a taxi to a shop renowned for its 3-color rice cakes. Fortunately, there was no queue here, and they quickly settled down and ordered their desserts. Fushiguro chose the walnut flavor, while Inumaki Toge opted for edamame, and Itadori, with great enthusiasm, ordered one of each flavor. As Itadori's belly visibly swelled, even the buttons of his school uniform jacket appeared precariously strained, prompting Ruo Meng Sukuna to express concern. Yuji, are you really going to eat that much? With remarkable speed, Itadori finished a bowl of rice cakes, even drinking the broth clean, before immediately reaching for a second bowl of red bean soup. I rarely get to enjoy the delicacies from my hometown. I must make the most of it. Fushiguro, still worried, cautioned him about their impending mission that night. Itadori flashed a thumbs up and grinned. Don't worry, I'm good. Ruo Meng, unable to eat anymore, took a small taste of the edamame rice cake, confirmed its deliciousness, and ordered another to take home. Glancing at the takeout box on the table, Fushiguro mused, for Gojo-sensei? Under the enchanting gaze of Itadori, Ruo Meng nodded, allowing him to carry away her edamame rice cake, smiling as she said, yes, I tried it, and it's quite delightful. That's not what I meant. Indulging him like this will spoil him rotten, and someday he'll make even more outrageous demands. Seeing Ruo Meng's oblivious expression, Fushiguro hesitated before ultimately shaking his head in silence. After all, there was a 10-year age difference. Surely that guy wouldn't resort to such ludicrous behavior, right? In the end, the four of them went to savor Chinese cold noodles. It is said that Sendai is the birthplace of Japanese-style cold noodles, making it a must-try delicacy. Ruo Meng, uninterested in even the modified versions of her hometown-esque cuisine, quietly sat by playing on her phone while Itadori ordered pan-fried dumplings, siomai, and mapo tofu rice, determined to indulge himself to the fullest. Fushiguro couldn't help but tease, how much can you actually eat? Anticipating the evening ahead, Itadori, having predicted Fushiguro's concern, smiled again. Relax, I got this. Don't underestimate my appetite. Ultimately, Itadori overindulged and suffered from acute gastroenteritis, necessitating a trip to the hospital by ambulance on their way to the mission site. As a result, the four had to extend their stay in Sendai for another day. Due to the need for supervision during his treatment, they decided that Fushiguro would remain in the hospital while the female combat team took on the mission. Itadori initially insisted that he could manage alone, but Fushiguro silenced him with a single remark. Don't worry, they're steadier than you. Laughs. Chapter 52. Exclude the red intent. The first-year students' mission site in Sendai was located in an abandoned building on the outskirts. It is said that in the early 20th century, during a time when the Yakuza ran rampant in Japan, a large-scale gang battle had taken place here. As a dilapidated structure beyond both gangs' territories, two factions clashed in a desperate final showdown. This conflict concluded with the deaths of over 30 individuals. And with the complete annihilation of the Caterpillar Gang, the Crow Gang rose to become the undeniable rulers of Sendai's underworld. During the final battle, the leader of the Crow Gang was gravely injured here and ultimately perished. This abandoned building was subsequently purchased by the Crow Gang as a monument to their victory and in memory of their fallen leader, standing tall to this day. Despite the decline of the Yakuza's influence over time, the Crow Gang insisted that the building must not be demolished. Local residents, wary of the numerous deaths that had occurred there, gradually moved away, and it became a place feared by all, due to the pervasive fear among the populace. The building eventually became cursed, culminating in the manifestation of a cursed spirit and a series of supernatural occurrences. A month prior, a group of middle school students ventured here for an adventure, resulting in a tragic outcome of 3 dead and 1 injured. When the authorities found the sole survivor, he was sprawled outside the building, his limbs contorted, appearing as though he had jumped to escape. His skin was severely corroded, his clothing tattered, as if he had been submerged in concentrated acid. The other 3 victims were discovered in different floors, their bodies dissolved to mere skeletons, as if devoured by a malevolent spirit, instilling fear at just the sight. Someone recorded the scene and posted it online, and the horrifying images quickly gained notoriety, inadvertently accelerating the growth of the cursed spirit. When Ryumen and Inumaki arrived by taxi, they were met with the kind-hearted warning of the driver, who cautioned them about the dangers of the area. After assuring the driver that they were merely exploring the surroundings and had no intention of entering the building, he reluctantly agreed to take them to their destination. The area finally bore the visage of the city of trees, with a winding concrete road surrounded by verdant hills stretching for miles. Occasionally, the eerie cries of crows echoed through the forest, and the gentle breeze stirred the branches, causing the leaves to rustle. It sounded like footsteps, and upon closer inspection, one could feel the presence of eyes watching from the darkness. It was indeed an ideal location for a courage-testing activity, were it not for the lethal cursed spirit lurking within. After walking for a short distance, the hero's sword manifested in Ryumen's hand. Startled, she quickly opened the small map crafted by 007 and searched for the cursed spirit's location. However, no matter how she zoomed in or out, the map displayed only a fixed red dot, indicating a distance of 1 to 2 kilometers away. The hero's sword had never been wrong. Could it be that the map was malfunctioning? Upon hearing such slander, 007 could no longer remain composed. Absolutely impossible. You are being alarmist. The program of the keyboard sage never malfunctions. Ryumen, I forgot this guy could hear me. Humph. 007 crossed his arms, turning his head away with a haughty hum, but still offered a reminder. It does seem peculiar this time. A sudden situation could very well arise. Your thunderous talisman is running low, and you have no spring breeze talisman, so I recommend a tenfold draw just in case. How long until the next store refresh? The sound of rapid keystrokes filled the air, and soon enough, 007 provided the precise timing. There are 5 days, 12 hours, 7 minutes, and 34 seconds until the next store refresh and discount. To save up for a major shopping spree at the upcoming store refresh, Ryumen had refrained from drawing for quite some time, adhering to a strict policy of frugality. With a little help from Satoru Gojo and her diligent efforts in exorcising cursed spirits, she had accumulated a total of 5,600 points. However, her current stockpile was insufficient to support the next Thunderous Talisman 100 paralysis or to trigger the protection of the Spring Breeze Talisman in an emergency. This mission indeed felt somewhat spine-chilling, and for safety's sake, Ryumen decided to spend 1,000 points on a long overdue draw, intentionally slowing her pace. She lagged behind Inumaki to facilitate her operations. Upon launching the game and clicking on the vibrant roulette in the lower right corner, a semi-transparent vast grassland and the spinning wheel materialized in midair. To facilitate movement, 007 had thoughtfully adjusted the transparency settings, ensuring that visibility remained unobstructed. Whispering an enchanting incantation, she offered a prayer for her right hand, raising it high in a gesture of empowerment. Go! As the wheel spun rapidly, a myriad of luminous icons paraded before her eyes. Congratulations, player! You have obtained the following items. 1 blue potion, green. 5 talisman papers, white. 1 attribute less set, white. Once again, the outcome was a guaranteed green, with the remainder being a flurry of white, predominantly consisting of talismans and cash. Wait. Hold on. Why did that last piece of paper appear to be tinged with red? First, she dismissed any notions of revolutionary fervor. But could it possibly be a red item? Who could enlighten her on the odds of drawing a red item in a 10-spin sequence? Even 007, upon realization, found it hard to believe. Drawing a red item after 10 consecutive spins was virtually unheard of. Most players would be lucky to draw even a single red item after spending 1,000,000 points. The most reliable source for red items remained direct purchases from the store. The notion of obtaining one from the roulette was sheer folly. This feat was enough to astonish every system within the Transmigration Bureau. The little ghost rolled its eyes, stuck out its tongue, and shook its head in utter madness as it crawled along the wall, completely deranged. Oh, Bula-bu-bulu. Xiaoming, you are my destined heroine. I must boast about this in the Transmigration Bureau's system group. Before Ruo Meng could react, the little ghost had already twisted away, disappearing into the vast darkness. Glancing at the newly drawn red item, and realizing it would offer little aid for the imminent battle, she tucked it away in her system space. The earlier doubts remained unresolved. Now was not the time to scrutinize the item. Typically, such extraordinary strokes of luck before embarking on a task foretold impending misfortune, compelling her to remain on high alert. The two continued along the narrow path, bending to pass beneath a wide warning line, traversing a weathered sign, until the dilapidated building loomed before them. From the outside, the forsaken structure appeared ominous, its long exposure to the elements rendering it shabby and worn. Surrounded by heaps of debris and half-demolished concrete and rebar, the exposed walls were adorned with graffiti, and the partially torn-down surfaces were splashed with vibrant red paint, resembling the blood of a monstrous entity, shrouded in mystery. The gaping windows, devoid of glass, resembled the unblinking eyes of a beast. Fixated on the two young women before it, Ruo Meng furrowed her brow at the mini-map, a growing unease gnawing at her, a sudden chill creeping down her spine. Despite the absence of any visible threats, why did their coordinates overlap with that of the cursed spirit? Chapter 53, Turning Peril into Safety, Beautiful Skirts 1. Dingjie Rose had fastened her weapon belt, and, noticing Ruo Meng standing frozen in fear, stepped forward to embrace her. Oh, my dream, you need not be afraid. Lean on me as much as you desire. Ruo Meng struggled to articulate her apprehensions, but managed to gently caution. I have an ominous premonition. It would be wise to tread carefully. Dingjie Rose paused momentarily before solemnly nodding in agreement. Though she sensed nothing amiss, she chose to trust Ruo Meng's intuition. Suppressing her inner turmoil, Ruo Meng brought her index and middle fingers together in front of her, softly reciting a spell. From darkness, darkness begets, all impurities and filth, be expelled. As an abyss darker than night cascaded from above, a massive semicircular barrier enveloped them along with the entire building, forming a closed loop beneath their feet. As the barrier solidified, the ground beneath them trembled violently, forcing them to cling tightly to one another to avoid falling. Suddenly, a chasm resembling an abyss split the earth, its jagged edges emitting a roar from the depths below, akin to a dragon's furious roar. Everything transpired in an instant. Ruo Meng could only manage to throw Dingjie Rose to safety before she plummeted rapidly into the endless darkness, vanishing without a trace. In the next moment, the enormous fissure snapped shut. Dingjie Rose was flung onto the ground, tumbling several times before colliding with a tree trunk, where she finally halted. Ignoring the pain in her arms and body, she rushed toward the spot where Ruo Meng had disappeared. Xiaoming, what should I do to rescue Xiaoming? Her gaze fell upon the dilapidated building, and with a firm resolve, she gritted her teeth, glancing back at the sealed earth before charging into the structure. Though she was only at level 3, Ruo Meng's life hung in the balance. Dispelling the cursed spirit was the only way forward. Ruo Meng plummeted through the darkness at breakneck speed. The wind whipping her clothing and hair, her visibility reduced to nothing. In a desperate bid to slow her descent, she plunged her sword into the stone wall, sliding down for quite a distance until she finally managed to decelerate her fall. Yet, the surroundings were engulfed in an inky blackness. The battery-powered hero's sword had transformed into a whimsical toy, its lightweight plastic form now imbued with some heft, while also possessing an unexpected function. Ruo Meng puts on a serious face and adjusts glasses gif. Go forth. Shining hero's sword. Secret technique, illuminate. With determination, she pressed the rectangular button on the sword's hilt upward. The hero's sword erupted in a kaleidoscope of colors, illuminating the chaotic tangle of wires within, accompanied by the cheerful sound effects of an electronic pixelated game victory. The cursed spirit seemed to detest the light, as it was banished. The stone wall appeared to come alive, evading the hero's sword. With no point of support, Ruo Meng was violently hurled from several meters above onto the solid concrete floor. She had not anticipated such treachery from her foe, and caught off guard, her health plummeted sharply. Drawing a red potion, she consumed it, though her health only partially recovered. The pain persisted fiercely. How despicable! To attack without warning, leaving me defenseless. As Ruo Meng rubbed her aching arm and surveyed her surroundings, pale moonlight filtered through the windowless openings, revealing an empty expanse devoid of any objects. How could the ground lead directly into the interior of the abandoned building? Approaching the window to peer down, she noticed the ground was as flat as ever, Yet Dingjie Rose, who should have been outside, was nowhere to be seen. She hurriedly opened the map to search for her, but could only discern a solitary green, its edges faintly glowing red. Only when she zoomed into a 1-kilometer radius did she realize that their coordinates had overlapped. Not only did the two of them share the same identity coordinates, but even the red dot representing the cursed spirit coincided, forming a cluster of 2 green and 1 red dot. The cursed spirit was not a clever entity that employed such bizarre tactics to instill fear. Its very essence was malice, driven solely by an insatiable appetite for humanity. The air here seemed corrosive. Within mere minutes, several large holes had appeared in Ruo Meng's school uniform, exposing her skin to a painful sting. This was still with the school uniform's built-in damage reduction of 10. One could only imagine the horrors it would inflict on ordinary clothing. Upon closely examining her health bar, she noticed a subtle note below. Continuous blood loss debuff, health deduction 1, Mgen. The health she had just regained from the red potion had diminished by nearly half. Time was of the essence. Ruo Meng swiftly consumed another red potion to restore her health to full capacity. The minimap program exhibited no glitches, yet the cursed spirit remained elusive. With peculiar coordinates overlapping, swallowed by the earth yet appearing within the confines of a building, and an inexplicably tattered school uniform. Having eliminated all erroneous possibilities, the final truth, however incredulous, emerged. This particular cursed spirit, rooted in an abandoned edifice, could detach portions of its corporeal form to roam or scout. Initially, the appearance of the hero's sword signified the proximity of the cursed spirit. However, its absence on the map indicated that its main body had not shifted. Upon reaching the derelict structure, they found themselves enmeshed in the spirit's essence, thus coinciding with the red. After plummeting into the abyss, they landed within the spirit's belly. To consume prey capable of resistance necessitates preparedness for retaliation. The cursed spirit had presented this opportunity, always lurking in the shadows. Employing underhanded tactics rather than confronting them directly, there was no reason to expect chivalry from it. Without hesitation, Ruo Meng extracted her phone from her uniform pocket and called Tsukisaki Wild Rose. The cursed spirit, which had assumed their separation would hinder communication, was taken aback. This individual does not adhere to the script. How can one converse via phone in a horror film? Following their prearranged strategy, Ruo Meng gripped the hero's sword, raising this singular beacon of light high amidst the darkness, akin to a valiant goddess unsheathing her sword in desperation. The seemingly flimsy plastic sword pierced effortlessly through the concrete slab, accompanied by the sound of a critical hit and the agonized roar of the cursed spirit as it ascended. The cursed energy coalesced into a tangible wave, radiating from Ruo Meng's center, and the moment it struck the surroundings, the building instantaneously collapsed, transforming into a heap of rubble. This technique was learned from your king, and the tuition cost half a health bar. My dear, she muttered through gritted teeth. On another side of the clearing, an array of nails still ablaze with cursed energy stood. The cursed energy incinerated all debris that had fallen upon the two girls, who, in perfect harmony, stood illuminated by the ethereal blue flames, exchanging knowing smiles. Defeated a level 1 cursed spirit, gained 2,000 points. Level 1. Ruo Meng furrowed her brow. For the mission briefing had distinctly stated it was a level 2 cursed spirit, those cowards lurking in the shadows employing foul means. Tsukisaki Wild Rose also sensed the irrationality of the cursed spirit's strength. Being a newcomer to the world of sorcery, she remained oblivious to the darker implications. Despite their disheveled attire, they smiled at each other under the moonlight, triumphant. Mission accomplished. The girl's smile dispelled the gloom, and Ruo Meng's expression softened. Ah, congratulations to us. Naturally, in their tattered state, they could not simply stroll onto the streets. Fortunately, Ruo Meng had drawn a new attribute-free outfit, which she promptly offered to Tsukisaki Wild Rose. They were of similar height, and the outfit tailored for Ruo Meng fit Tsukisaki Wild Rose adequately, though the cheongsam was slightly loose, while the gender-neutral pleated skirt fit perfectly. The instant outfit change was almost magical. Ruo Meng, however, was not foolish enough to perform this transformation in public, opting instead to conceal herself behind a tree before accessing the outfit interface. Upon clicking the figure on the podium, the once ragged doll transformed into a stunning figure clad in an exquisite cheongsam, resembling a mannequin in a shop window. Her long hair was styled into a braided bun, adorned with a youthful ribbon tied into a bow, lending an air of playfulness to the otherwise formal hairstyle. The light blue silk bore slightly darker floral patterns, and the half-high collar accentuated her elongated neck, secured at the neckline with a butterfly clasp. The collar's lines slanted towards her underarms, held in place by a single clasp, drawing attention to her shoulders. As her gaze wandered, it revealed the charming sleeveless design, perfectly showcasing the delicate curves of her arms. The cheongsam was truly wondrous. Despite the slight curvature of her abdomen, it accentuated the graceful contours of her figure. To facilitate movement while maintaining modesty, a thoughtful underskirt was added to obscure the slit, and the ethereal lace design further enhanced its allure. Looking down, she wore a pair of kitten-heeled shoes with a lustrous silk sheen, exposing only her fair insteps leading to slender ankles. Though merely a chibi version, it did not diminish the emerging charm of the girl. Her eyes sparkled with a captivating allure, as if capable of ensnaring anyone who gazed too long. These were the kind of eyes that could invoke deep emotions even in dogs, leading one unwittingly into the snare of love, ultimately becoming a fervent follower. Yet, the clarity in her gaze dispelled any sinister thoughts, evoking only boundless affection. Tsukisaki Wild Rose, already attired, awaited her as she turned. The breathtaking girl stepped onto the fallen leaves, walking into the moonlight as though to enter the very hearts of those who beheld her. Her eyes lingered only on that elegant figure, as the moon and the cicadas seemed to respect the sanctity of that moment. Xiaoming, have you truly no thoughts of marrying a girl? Chapter 54. Does Molo like blueberry yogurt? Upon returning to the hotel, Ruo Meng's first action was to immediately peruse the explanation for the red item. Magical blueberry yogurt converter. We do not produce blueberry yogurt. We are merely transporters of blueberry yogurt. As long as you enjoy blueberry yogurt, we are good friends. Note: ordinary individuals must consume 100,000 portions, 200 g each, with actual consumption adjusted according to the user's own cursed energy, to awaken as sorcerers. Quantity breeds quality. One must persist in consuming blueberry yogurt. Formula: blueberry yogurt. What does it mean that the formula for blueberry yogurt is simply blueberry yogurt? Is this a joke? I have a bold hypothesis. At some point, 007 had returned, donned in a Sherlock Holmes cloak, thoughtfully holding a pipe. I just heard a lot of advice from seniors. They mentioned that the raw materials for generating red items are exceedingly rare, and blueberry yogurt cannot possibly be ordinary blueberry yogurt. Do you think it could be related to Sukuna, or perhaps a part of Sukuna's body, like a finger? Producing blueberry yogurt from Sukuna's finger? Even if the pronunciation were similar, such insanity is unfathomable. Ruo Meng grimaced as she stowed away the magical blueberry yogurt converter. If it were indeed possible to procure Sukuna's finger to produce blueberry yogurt, she would rather starve, leap from this hotel's rooftop, than consume a morsel. It was certain that Sukuna was unattainable, and for the time being, Ruo Meng had to set aside her dreams of blueberry yogurt production and retire for the night. The commotion from the building's collapse was not insignificant, coinciding with the impending Memorial Day for the former leader of the Crow Gang. The incident of two young girls demolishing their monument quickly spread, although the specifics of how the girls had single-handedly brought down the building remained unclear. Only they had been present that evening, prompting the Crow Gang to swiftly utilize their connections to track down their hotel. The following day, Ruo Meng was awakened by a rapid series of knocks on the door. Upon opening it, she was startled awake, her drowsiness dissipating instantly. Tsukisaki Wild Rose had already departed for the hospital, leaving Ruo Meng alone in the room. A throng of suited men loomed at the doorway, completely blocking the hallway and leaving her no avenue for escape. The leader, a burly man with a buzz cut and tattooed arms, bore an intimidating expression as he spoke in a remarkably standard gangster accent. You demolished our gang's monument? That was the cornerstone of our spirit. You owe us 10 billion as compensation. Upon encountering such a striking young girl, the burly man's demeanor shifted to one of lewdness, resembling a fly as he rubbed his hands together, stroking his chin while wearing a self-satisfied grin. Ruo Meng, maintaining a stoic expression, intended to close the door, but he reached out to block her, only to have his hand caught, prompting an explosion of furious curses. 007, eager for morning entertainment, chimed in gleefully. 10 billion? That's as pricey as Hui. Ruo Meng rolled her eyes. Is this really the time for such discussions? Without her phone to call for help, returning seemed too conspicuous. Her captors would certainly not let her escape. Suddenly, Ruo Meng recalled a mention in her mission briefing regarding the past conflicts involving the Crow Gang. Though only a few fundamental details were provided, one particularly striking rule stood out. I remember that your gang has a custom whereby anyone who has fought the gang leader is deemed the next leader, correct? The tattooed man appraised Ruo Meng with a mocking expression. So what? You wouldn't dare to challenge me, would you? Yes. Ruo Meng was uncertain if she could truly best the meticulously chosen leader, yet she was even less inclined to lose her belongings for no reason. Worst case, she could make a hasty retreat using her talismans. The tattooed man sneered and advanced with a punch, but Ruo Meng deftly sidestepped, landing a clean blow to his abdomen. With just one punch, the man instantly curled up like a shrimp, collapsing to the ground in agony. The onlookers in the corridor were dumbfounded. Their gang's strongest man had been taken down by a mere girl? Ruo Meng was equally astonished, realizing that she was indeed formidable even without weapons. After daily sparring with sorcerers as strong as gorillas, she hadn't anticipated her prowess among humans would be so exceptional. Uncertain of her strength, she had been meek. Now, upon discovering her might, she struck with fervor. Seizing the moment, Ruo Meng exuded an air of audacity, delivering several kicks to the groaning man until he succumbed into unconsciousness. She then stepped atop him, smirking as she proclaimed, "From now on, cease calling yourselves the Crow Gang. It brings bad luck." The girl with obsidian hair and crimson eyes spoke softly, yet her words resonated in every ear. Henceforth, the Crow Gang shall be officially renamed the Misfortune Gang. Chapter 55. The beginning of the juvenile institution incident. The weather was dreary, with a persistent drizzle shrouding the flytrap beneath the eaves, attempting to wash away the lingering gloom. Though the rain was light, standing in it for too long would surely leave one drenched, gradually weighing down the heart. Leading this mission was the slender, bespectacled man, Ichi-Chi Kiyoshi, who stood with his hands clasped behind him, his expression grave amidst the curtain of rain. Despite his pale complexion and seemingly somber demeanor, he surprisingly exhibited tenderness when addressing the children. Having long accompanied Gojo Satoru, he adeptly navigated the upper echelons and the Jujutsu High School while maintaining loyalty to his alma mater. As the only trustworthy auxiliary supervisor, Gojo entrusted the first-year students to him before embarking on a trip abroad. Ichi-Chi was currently elucidating the mission's outline and key points to the children. Approximately 3 hours ago, our windows detected a cursed womb, and upon assessing the situation, we proceeded to evacuate and secure the facility for 90% of the personnel. As he spoke, Ichi-Chi could not help but glance at the girl in the chipao, standing at the center. With glossy black hair and fair skin, the dark chipao accentuated her pallor, and she held a matching oiled paper umbrella, obscuring the upper half of her face. It seemed she had adorned her lips with a hint of color, her cherry-red mouth the only vibrant detail amidst her delicate appearance, compelling all eyes to gravitate toward that singular flash of crimson. He had overheard his colleagues discussing the arrival of an extraordinary beauty from the porcelain nation in the first year, yet he had not anticipated her to be so exquisite. Though sorcerers were typically tough and resilient, seemingly impervious to a little rain, he felt that a girl like her should be more delicate, and thus should hold her umbrella properly. The words he intended to utter momentarily faltered as he cleared his throat and continued. Residents within a 500-meter radius have completed their evacuation. The outwardly aloof beauty, Ruo Meng, was internally a whirlwind of anxiety, unable to absorb Ichi-Chi's explanations. With a gentle reminder from 007, she was starting to recall the plot at this juncture. This was the moment when the first years encountered a semi-hatched special-grade cursed spirit, and Tiger had his heart extracted. Having watched little of the series and been busy with her studies and training for nearly a month, many details were slipping her mind. The little ghost was now more aware of the unfolding events than Ruo Meng herself, anxiously swirling in her consciousness. Yet bound by the no interference with the host's game experience clause, could only offer subtle hints. This is the part. There's an ancient curse finger. Tiger will also have his heart taken out by blueberry yogurt. Meng, our blueberry yogurt factory has hope now. Moreover, this is not a task that first-year students can handle. That group of rotten oranges is preparing to use you as bait to deal with the tiger. This time, they're directly sending you to confront a special grade. Ruo Meng felt her heart sink. She already knew there was a special grade cursed spirit inside, and the mission had made it clear that a special grade cursed womb was present. But what could she do about it? Ruo Meng pouted. What can we do? The mission has been assigned. Can I tell them not to go in? 007 shrugged. Of course not. The protagonist will inevitably turn peril into safety in the end. So you should think about how to avoid being devoured by blueberry yogurt when it eventually emerges. I truly appreciate your help. Stay calm, Meng. You must wait for the mall's discount refresh. According to internal reports, the second wave of refreshes typically brings about significant reversals. A major reversal? Ruo Meng lowered her gaze, appearing lost in thought, yet was incessantly refreshing the mall page. Time until the next mall discount refresh. 0 days, 0 hours, 31 minutes, 25 seconds. Would she truly have enough time? Ichi-Chi continued his explanation. In Dormitory 2 of the penal institution, 5 inmates remain there along with the cursed womb, should the womb fully mutate. It is predicted to hatch into a special grade cursed spirit. Everyone present felt a jolt of alarm. Special grade. In cases where conventional weapons were effective, deploying armored vehicles was barely sufficient to deal with a grade 1 cursed spirit. And confronting a special grade was akin to facing a carpet bombing from cluster missiles, nearly impossible to manage. The threat it posed was almost on par with a natural disaster. Ideally, sorcerers of equivalent rank should be dispatched for such missions. For instance, a grade 2 sorcerer could easily eliminate a grade 2 cursed spirit and today, Gojo Satoru would typically be the one to exorcise the cursed spirit. Yet, Gojo was not merely idling at the Jujutsu High School. He happened to be on an overseas trip, making it impossible for him to return immediately in such a critical situation. Ruo Meng recalled from the original plot that the group's fear of missing the opportunity to strike had led Yuji Itadori to face the special grade cursed spirit alone. Had they attacked together, victory would not have been out of reach, especially with Fushiguro Megumi. She remembered that once Sukuna had taken over Yuji's body, he had claimed that Fushiguro Megumi possessed the strength to fight. Could it be the domain expansion? 007 suddenly affirmed 3 times. Yes, yes, yes. I recall that later Megumi expanded his domain and single-handedly battled a special grade cursed spirit. And with how formidable you are, Meng, as long as you maintain your composure, the chances of winning are still quite high. The novice girl, having grown steadily without experiencing defeat, felt her confidence surge, bolstered by 007's enthusiastic encouragement. She was indeed a woman capable of delivering nearly 20,000 in regular damage and 40,000 in critical hits. Even Sukuna would have to leave with a kidney intact. Who would be the one to torment whom? As long as Fushiguro Megumi could learn domain expansion ahead of time. And with their assistance, a semi-hatched special grade cursed spirit was merely a target for 10,000 points to be effortlessly claimed. 007's beady eyes sparkled. Mainly, you're just after that 10,000 points, aren't you? Incorrect. Everything is solely for the tranquility and peace of Tokyo. What a ridiculous notion. Xiaoming, nail-like Wild Rose was entwined with Yum's arm beneath the umbrella, seeking refuge from the rain. Noticing the girl's unusual demeanor, she waved her hand before Yum's eyes. Are you feeling anxious? Yuji Itadori approached, bringing along Megumi Fushiguro, as the 4 of them huddled under the small oiled paper umbrella. Fear not, I shall protect you. Yum emerged from her mental realm, her gaze fixating on the pink cake that loomed before her. Her expression a tapestry of complexity as she nodded. Foolish one, it should be I who protects you. Regrettably, in this line of work, a shortage of hands is the norm, and they often encounter tasks that are overwhelming. Itadori understood well the immense pressure of facing a special grade on his first mission and attempted to console the children. Remember this, never engage in combat. When confronted with a special grade, your only option is to flee, ensuring your own safety while confirming and rescuing the trapped. His reassurances, laden with uncertainty, were mere platitudes, as the true nature of the situation remained shrouded in ambiguity, casting a pall over the atmosphere. In truth, a singular thought occupied my mind at that moment. Yum raised her hand, pointing toward the building, her expression grave and her eyes resolute, her tone steady and full of conviction. Tatakai, keep touching Tatakai. Chapter 56, the youth detention incident begins. The 2 little ones often frolicked together, exchanging anime and manga, and frequently visiting each other for video games. Yuji Itadori had a knack for grasping Yum's jokes. The pink-haired boy, his expression determined, kicked the ground with his right foot, producing a crisp sound. His left fist thumping against his chest, standing tall with his head held high and voice resounding. My heart's racing. Nail-like Wild Rose wished to laugh, but restrained herself in this serious moment, adhering to humanitarian principles. Upon seeing Itadori join in the jest, she finally succumbed to the humor. Tears welling in her eyes as she erupted in laughter, playfully smacking Fushiguro on the back. Mikuri, Mappa's grand work has crossed over. The spirited male lead is paying homage. Fushiguro stumbled out of the rain shelter, regaining his balance with a bemused expression. Can you all be a bit more serious? We can forego a meal for a day, but we cannot skip teasing you, Huibui. The 3 exchanged glances, their right fists thumping against their chests in unison, eyes steely. My heart's racing. As if realizing the gravity of their words, Yum quickly waved her hand in front of Itadori, spitting out a few sounds of disapproval. Tui. Do not utter such ominous phrases. My Yuji will live a long life. Although Itadori complied and allowed Yum to pull him along, his radiant smile did not engage with her words. Fushiguro and nail-like Wild Rose fell silent, for they all understood that Yuji Itadori would inevitably face death. Whether at the hands of curses or spirits, his fate sealed. At that moment, a woman's cries pierced the air at the entrance of the youth detention center, and the group instinctively turned to look. Ajing, my child Ajing, is he all right? A middle-aged woman, clad in simple attire and wearing an expression of anguish, desperately attempted to break through the supervising guards line, shouting to garner their attention. The frail, weeping woman stood in the rain, her figure slight and her eyes swollen. It was truly moving. Had an ordinary mother been present, merely listening to her would likely shatter their heart. Yum vaguely recalled that this was the mother of one of the victims, her plea igniting the spark that led to the first year's tragic downfall. The woman appeared to love her child dearly, rushing to the scene the moment she heard the news, oblivious to the rain pouring down around her. Yet, as the saying goes, a permissive parent is akin to a murderer. Had she been stricter at any point, had she adhered more firmly to her principles, her child would not be imprisoned here, ultimately meeting a tragic end. Alas, there are no what-ifs. Ajing had once driven under the influence, resulting in the death of a young girl. Due to his age, he could not be sentenced to death under the law and was confined to the Youth Detention Center for rehabilitation. Now, consumed by a curse, one could only say that the wheel of karma has turned, with retribution following retribution. Itadori, unaware of these details, was deeply moved by the sincerity of maternal love. Having lost his own mother at a young age, the previously light-hearted atmosphere grew heavy, and Itadori's thoughts were easily discernible. He wished to assist this grieving mother. If it had been Yum a month prior, she might have shared Itadori's sentiments, feeling morally obligated by the mother's plight. However, the current Yum had attained a certain clarity. There is no fleeting morality. One cannot be perpetually virtuous without consequence. She championed the idea of letting go of the urge to help, respecting others' destinies. Though it may sound cold-hearted, it was the truth. The inhabitants of the Youth Detention Center were deserving of their fates, unworthy of salvation. Yum stepped forward to obstruct Itadori's line of sight. Yuji, this is not your burden. We cannot save everyone. We can only do our best. Itadori, with reddened eyes, gazed at Yum, whose small face was etched with seriousness. He clenched his fists, biting his lip in silence. Yum was uncertain whether he absorbed her words, her heart laden with worry. Itadori's empathetic nature was both admirable and burdensome. It could lead to immense suffering if he lacked the ability to self-regulate. Yet, this was precisely what made him compelling. No matter how unfairly treated, he remained genuine and fervent, like a little son, selflessly warming everyone around him. Yum had no intention of changing him, but without adequate self-regulation, his existence would be fraught with pain. Itadachi, fully aware of humanity's inherent malevolence, would not allow this woman to morally manipulate the children. He stepped forward, shielding them from her. Please leave, madam. This place is dangerous. We suspect someone may have poisoned the facility, and we cannot disclose more at this time. The woman collapsed in despair, huddling on the ground, clutching herself tightly as she wept in the rain. How could this happen? How could this be? Yum's eyes were cold as she regarded the woman through the curtain of rain, contemplating how to resolve this deadlock, while also providing some comfort to Itadori. This is truly troublesome. Itadori clenched his fists, the joints cracking audibly. Fushiguro, nail-like. Yum, we shall go rescue them. Nail-like, Wild Rose's expression was equally grave. Of course. Fushiguro remained silent, his demeanor still stoic, yet he did not dispute. When Itadori called her name, Yum merely smiled in response to his fervent gaze, neither agreeing nor uttering any discouraging words. Itadachi observed as the four children ventured into the darkened building, silently praying for their safety while reciting incantations. From darkness arises. From the dark into the darkest, all filth and corruption, be entirely exorcised. A semicircular black curtain descended from the heavens, akin to an overturned ink bottle, slowly enveloping the entire Youth Detention Center. The already dim light grew even fainter, as if foreboding a grim outcome, instilling unease in the hearts of onlookers. Yum leaned close to Fushiguro and whispered in his ear, Fushiguro, if we encounter Ajing's corpse, Yuji will undoubtedly want to take it back. Please do not argue with him. Leave it to me to handle. Fushiguro glanced at Yum, seemingly surprised that she could articulate such a pragmatic thought, momentarily taken aback. Are you certain? Yum's expression was resolute. Absolutely certain. Trust me. And you must remain vigilant. Do not fear whatever may arise. Believe in yourself. You are incredibly strong. Itadori, oblivious to the foreboding atmosphere, excitedly leaned over the railing, peering out. This is my first time seeing such a grand tent. Fushiguro patiently explained, because this is very close to the residential area. We must conceal ourselves with a barrier from the outside. Nailsaki no Tsutsumi, with her beady eyes, cast a scornful glance. How naive. Even Ruo Meng is larger than this. Jade Hound. The shadow of Fushiguro Megumi elongated, churning like boiling ink, from which emerged a small white dog. Ruo Meng's eyes sparkled. Little by. Fushiguro Megumi glanced at her and continued, if any cursed spirits appear nearby, the Jade Hound will issue a warning. Itadori Yuji, ever the optimist, had his attention diverted and was now playfully interacting with the dog alongside Ruo Meng. I see, obedient little pup, we'll be counting on you soon. Fushiguro Megumi, feeling the tension rise, could no longer restrain himself and shouted, give me a serious response, will you? Chapter 57. The incident at the juvenile institution. As the door creaked open, the four individuals and one dog instinctively assumed defensive stances, bracing for any sudden threats. Fushiguro Megumi stood at the forefront, Receiving confirmation from Little by that all was clear. He gestured to the others. Let us proceed. As the four and the dog plunged into the darkness, the door slammed shut behind them with a thunderous bang, though they were inside a building. An increasing number of towering structures and sewage pipes appeared out of thin air, casting an eerie red glow throughout the space. Every aspect was utterly illogical, steeped in mystery, and the horrifying scene sent chills down their spines. Fushiguro Megumi was the first to sense something amiss and raised a hand to halt the others. Wait. Itadori Yuji was abruptly pulled back by a sudden arm around his waist, nearly thrown off balance. After a hasty stop, he rubbed his stomach in confusion. What is going on? Fushiguro Megumi remained vigilant, his expression grave. Look closely at your surroundings. Startled, Itadori Yuji looked up and realized they had unwittingly entered an unknown realm. The light around them was a dark crimson, with twisted sewage pipes above and dilapidated buildings flanking them. Itadori Yuji gasped in horror. This was supposed to be a two-story dormitory, right? His mind struggled to process such an inconceivable situation. At that moment, from the cosmos to the multiverse, all conceivable possibilities flashed through his mind, leaving him utterly bewildered. Naosaki no Tsutsumi had never encountered a special grade that could manifest a domain either. Yet her experience was marginally greater. Despite her own rising anxiety, she attempted to reassure Itadori Yuji, hoping to assert her seniority. Stay calm. Perhaps this is just a multi-level building. Among them, only Fushiguro Megumi displayed some semblance of composure, though it was his first encounter with a cursed spirit's domain. And the beads of sweat on his forehead betrayed the gravity of the situation. No, this is a living domain created by cursed energy. As he spoke, Fushiguro Megumi suddenly seemed to recall something, whirling around and startling Ruo Meng, who nearly dropped her phone. Where's the door? At the sound of his words, Naosaki no Tsutsumi and Itadori Yuji turned around, only to discover the door had vanished without a trace. The space where the door once stood was now blocked by a dead end, their escape route severed. It appeared that the cursed womb had begun its incubation. Most special grade cursed spirits possessed a degree of cognitive ability, and this tactic was known as inviting the guest into the pot. The realization that cursed spirits could strategize sent shivers down their spines. It was akin to wandering through a haunted house. Knowing it was all fabricated did little to quell the terror of the chilling sounds and sights. Understanding was one thing, but experiencing it was another entirely. As Ruo Meng incessantly refreshed her phone, the chat interface stubbornly remained stagnant from 10 minutes prior, with the signal precariously low. Ever since they entered the building, the phone's signal had been unreliable. Time was of the essence. She could only ensure her message was sent before entering. Whether Satoru Gojo would see it, and when, was now left to fate. Though the next sale refresh was just around the corner, she resolved to prepare for every eventuality. Ignoring 007's protests, Ruo Meng decisively activated the shake feature, spending half her points to expand her talisman inventory. Having money was meaningless if one had no life to spend it. As of now, Ruo Meng had 3,600 points remaining, with her talisman inventory comprising 15 Thunderbolt talisman and 3 Spring Rain talisman. According to the Pythagorean theorem, all fear stemmed from insufficient firepower. If necessary, she could use the talismans in a chain control, overwhelming the cursed spirit with damage. After all, 10,000 points would materialize. In stark contrast, Itadori Yuji and Naosaki no Tsutsumi were far from composed, their anxiety palpable. Itadori Yuji's cold sweat flowed freely, pointing at the spot where the exit had been. His finger trembling. The door is gone. The door is gone. The door is gone. Naosaki no Tsutsumi could no longer maintain her facade of calmness. The illogical turn of events left her feeling unsteady. She looked at Fushiguro Megumi in a panic, seeking reassurance. Why? We just came in through here, didn't we? Ruo Meng, with her ample inventory, felt a surge of confidence as she comfortably lounged atop Little by while watching the VRC of Jujutsu Kaisen. In stark contrast, Itadori Yuji and Naosaki no Tsutsumi appeared mentally exhausted, their expressions blank as they stood there, singing and dancing mindlessly. What do we do? What do we do? Despite the absence of a network, the basic functions of her phone remained unaffected, and Ruo Meng was busy documenting the bizarre scene that mirrored the anime. Fushiguro Megumi inquired. What are you doing? Ruo Meng, her eyes sparkling, replied, It's adorable. I'm planning to record it, edit it a bit, and post it on Facebook. How does the title Jujutsu Kaisen sound? It will absolutely be a hit. Adorable? Is that so? Fushiguro Megumi scrutinized the two still in their silly state of dancing, unconvinced, and swiftly redirected the conversation. What a peculiar name, Jujutsu Kaisen. It hardly inspires anyone to continue watching, does it? 007 burst into laughter. Huh? The anime protagonist is critiquing the original title. What a bizarre scene to witness in one's lifetime. Ruo Meng was taken aback, but found Fushiguro Megumi's point valid. So what would you suggest we call it? Fushiguro Megumi, already sidetracked, rested his chin on his hand and elaborated on his thoughts. It's quite simple. For instance, Naruto is named after its protagonist, while One Piece is named after the ultimate goal. These titles clearly define the focus, while leaving a lasting impression of the central character or objective on the audience. After a moment of contemplation, Ruo Meng's face lit up with understanding. I get it. You mean we should name it based on the central theme? Fushiguro Megumi nodded approvingly. His expression warmed with encouragement as he looked at Ruo Meng, anticipating her new title. That's the gist of it. Then let us call it, The Tale of Gojo. Fushiguro Megumi attempted to gently remind her, but Satoru-sensei is already the strongest. There's no growth arc, and I doubt anyone would be interested. TSK, TSK, TSK. Ruo Meng shook her head, waving her finger in a manner that suggested she found his reasoning lacking. You just don't understand. Audiences today love an overpowered protagonist. And Satoru-sensei is incredibly handsome. Who wouldn't he adore him? Fushiguro Megumi, huh? Enough. I declare enough, you mindless fool. Chapter 58. The Reverse of the Youth Institution Incident. Witnessing the two still engaged in their singing and dancing, Fushiguro Megumi pressed against his throbbing temple, striving to maintain his composure. Do not fear. Shiro remembers the scent of the exit. Instantly, the two, with blank expressions, ceased their spinning, clasped their hands beside their faces, and, with gentle expressions, embraced both Shiro and Rakumen. Yoshi Yoshi, what a good child, they cooed. Good child, here is some jerky for you. Good child, remember to give me AP, okay? Fushiguro Megumi interjected. It seems something strange has mingled in here. Lost in a haze of praise, Shiro stuck out his tongue, beaming with joy. Utterly oblivious to being revered as the summoning beast of the Zenin clan, the Jade Hound, Rakumen indeed had brought along a bag of jerky, prompting the three to collectively enter a feeding frenzy. The only sane one among them, Fushiguro Megumi exclaimed, you all need to pull yourselves together. Is this really the time for playing with Shiro? Unexpectedly, Itadori Yuji turned and praised him as well. Fushiguro, you're truly dependable. Fushiguro was momentarily taken aback, his fierce expression softening slightly. Rakumen continued with the compliments. Yes, yes, you saved both me and Yuji at the start. Having you around is truly reassuring. In response, Inumaki Toge added, thank goodness you're here, Fushiguro. You're incredibly reliable. With 3 radiant compliments thrown his way, Fushiguro Megumi had completely surrendered. What could he do but indulge them? After a brief silence, he forced down a smile, striving to maintain his cool persona, and murmured, let us continue onward. Shiro led the group forward, unhindered. Not a single cursed spirit, nor even the most common of insects, like mosquitoes or flies, crossed their path, which inevitably lulled them into a false sense of security. Rakumen remained deep in discussion with 007 regarding how to confront any cursed spirits they might encounter, maintaining a solemn demeanor throughout the journey. The quartet, alongside the dog, traversed a narrow corridor, eventually arriving at a spacious area reminiscent of an underground sewage facility. The ground was covered in stone slabs, and the walls were lined with a series of ventilation ducts, appearing quite familiar. 007 confirmed, Xiaoming, the cursed spirit, is right here. Upon hearing this, Rakumen opened her mini-map to locate the cursed spirit and remained vigilant of her surroundings. She recalled that Inumaki Toge was the first to be drawn into the alternate space, followed by Shiro's misfortune, and finally, the cursed spirit emerged, exerting overwhelming pressure on Fushiguro and Itadori. After luring them into a trap, it was yet another tactic of divide and conquer. This cursed spirit was indeed very clever. A true testament to the intelligence of the mutated type under the influence of Sukuna's fingers. Suddenly, Itadori Yuji broke away from the group and charged forward. Following his line of sight, Rakumen saw a gnarled hand obstructing her view, barely allowing her to glimpse a pool of blood on the ground. There lay the half-eaten body of Ajin, his face frozen in terror. Rakumen pressed her hand down on Fushiguro's arm. It's all right, Megumi. I've witnessed scenes far more gruesome than this. Fushiguro hesitated, relinquishing his insistence. After all, being a sorcerer meant encountering such sights. It was merely a matter of time. Rakumen produced a spring breeze talisman, enveloping the trio and the dog within its protective aura, silently shielding them from the pebbles that seemed to come from nowhere. In the midst of their confusion, Rakumen stepped outside the protective barrier of the spring breeze talisman. Spring breeze talisman, 1, countdown, 59, 58, 57. Yuji. With the blade of the brave firmly in hand and the thunderous strike talisman primed, he was ready to incapacitate the cursed spirit at its first appearance. Rakumen approached Ajin's corpse, not allowing Itadori to voice any impulsive thoughts about retrieving the body and interjecting. Do you know what the sight of an animal carcass in the wild typically signifies? Itadori's righteous fury momentarily faltered. Though passionate and kind-hearted, he was not foolish. Rakumen continued. It signifies that we have entered the territory of a predator, one that is likely watching us. She tore off Ajing's name tag, preventing Itadori from speaking or resisting, and swiftly pulled him back into the safety of Fushiguro and Inumaki's side. Wind and rain. Another spring breeze talisman flew out, renewing the nearly expired countdown, casting a larger pale golden barrier around the four and the dog. Spring breeze talisman, 1, countdown, 89, 88, 87. Concurrently, a shadow came hurtling toward them but missed, rebounding with a loud thud. Not far off, a humanoid cursed spirit, entirely pale, bounced on the ground, revealing a chrysalis-like lower half stuck to the floor. Once stabilized, the cursed spirit fixed its gaze upon the group, then charged forward with a tremendous force, crashing against the surface of the barrier. The cursed spirit, seemingly impervious to pain, observed the four and the dog with a predatory grin. At last, they beheld the full form of the cursed spirit and comprehended Rakumen's earlier strange behavior. The cursed spirit's eyes bulged, devoid of lips, with 2 rows of massive fangs jutting into the air. Its appearance was not particularly terrifying. However, its unsettling resemblance to a human evoked the uncanny valley effect upon prolonged observation. The immense pressure unique to a special-grade cursed spirit began to permeate the air. The jade hound bared its teeth and crouched low, emitting a continuous, menacing growl. Fushiguro and Itadori's pupils constricted, their bodies frozen in place. Unquestionably, this was a special-grade spirit. They were utterly paralyzed. Move, move, move. Though Inumaki was drenched in sweat, he slowly reached for his backpack, ever ready to retaliate. The cursed spirit appeared to relish their fearful reaction, its smile widening, even taking on a mocking quality. However, Rakumen and 007's focus diverged entirely from the others. 007 exclaimed, "Oh wow, the nemesis of the Blade of the Brave has appeared." Rakumen, too, was taken aback. It had been far too long since she last observed the cursed spirits in action, and she had no recollection of their forms. The cursed spirit before her had its lower half still encased in a shell, meaning even if they managed to subdue it, a 100 success rate was not guaranteed. How infuriating! This creature that reveals itself, yet conceals its true nature. Xiaoming, we must act swiftly. Stick to the plan, Rakumen called out, pulling the group back to reality. Everyone, listen to me. Itadori and Inumaki turned their attention to her simultaneously. While the gap in strength between us and a special-grade cursed spirit is vast, it is not insurmountable. I possess 3 opportunities to absolutely control the cursed spirit for 5 seconds each, totaling 15 seconds of control time. At that point, we will launch a full-scale assault. But remember, when I reach the count of 12 seconds, retreat back into the protective barrier. Do not linger in battle. After the first use of the Thunderous Strike talisman to control the cursed spirit, continuous stacking of control must ensue, leaving no room for the spirit to recover. Catching it off guard. During this brief window, the 3 must unleash their full might while allowing for 3 seconds of error, ensuring they can retreat to safety should the exorcism fail. Rakumen's gaze fell upon the gaping hole in the cursed spirit's chest. Her target for attack was none other than Sukuna's finger. If she could extract the finger, even if they did not banish the cursed spirit within 15 seconds, they would significantly weaken it. Chapter 59, The Sudden Twist of the Youth Institution Incident. Megumi. With several urgent calls, Fushiguro Megumi finally focused his gaze, looking at Noritoshi with a lingering sense of fear. The overwhelming pressure exuded by the special-grade cursed spirit was indeed immense. Even seasoned sorcerers might struggle to react swiftly, let alone the few present, who were merely fledgling students of the Jujutsu High. Most of the cursed spirits they had previously encountered had been of the 2nd grade or lower. This was not merely a fear of something horrific, but rather a confrontation with death itself, a shudder in the face of overwhelming power. No one is exempt from the fear of death. The mere thought of facing such an extreme pressure of mortality without a protective barrier left them trembling, their legs weakening with dread. Noritoshi stepped closer, gazing up at the pale-faced youth, his ruby-like eyes brimming with trust. Only the manifestation of a domain could counter another domain. We must prepare for the worst. Let us give it our all. Megumi, you are truly formidable, and among us, you alone possess this potential. The girl, with a charming smile that seemed to illuminate her entire being, made it appear as though all sounds around them had vanished. Even the dust suspended in the air seemed to freeze at that moment. At least, that was how it appeared to Fushiguro Megumi. It was Itadori Yuji, with remarkable adaptability, who first broke the stillness. Though beads of cold sweat adorned his brow, he maintained his momentum. You're amazing, Megumi, believe in yourself. While Inumaki Toge did not speak, He nodded encouragingly when Megumi turned his gaze toward him. Megumi was momentarily taken aback, lowering his eyes to his calloused palms. Unlike the smooth hands of an ordinary youth, his palms were roughened, bearing witness to the sweat of his efforts. Could he truly rise to meet the expectations of his companions and learn to manifest a domain? The protective duration of the Spring Breeze Rain Talisman had already dwindled significantly. There was no time to wait. An offensive was imperative. Noritoshi faced the cursed spirit head-on, gripping the sword of the brave in his right hand, while his left hand clutched 4 talismans of thunderous might, set to act without wind. Are you ready? I am beginning the countdown. Megumi and the others slightly lowered their stances, muscles taut, poised to strike. Ready. 3. With that, Noritoshi surged forth beyond the protective barrier. The 4 talismans, encircled by countless strands of lightning, hurtling toward the cursed spirit. The pale blue lightning shattered the darkness, resonating like a chorus of birds in flight. The newly emerged cursed spirit had never encountered such lightning before, and due to the relatively low individual damage of the thunderous might talismans, it did not perceive any threat. The pallid humanoid cursed spirit curiously reached out, only to be enveloped by the sudden flash of lightning, shrieking as it convulsed on the spot. The display of its health bar indicated a level equivalent to a single finger of Sukuna. It seemed this was the standard for a special grade cursed spirit. 007 keenly detected the cue. It has appeared. The second measurement unit after the finger of Sukuna. A Sukuna finger. 100 paralysis triggered. The countdown commenced. 12. As the countdown began, the other 3 unleashed their most formidable attacks, following Noritoshi beyond the protective barrier. 11. Itadori brandished his cursed weapon. The surge of cursed energy enveloping his arm as he struck heavily at the cursed spirit's shoulder, yet the pale blue lightning did not transfer to him. Simultaneously, 3 nails struck the cursed spirit's forehead with such force that it was sent reeling backward. Megumi summoned his Shikigami, the Shikigami dog, and the great serpent. With the serpent ensnaring the cursed spirit around its waist while the dog relentlessly bit at it, dealing damage while confining it in place. 10. At that moment, a black-haired girl with flowing locks descended from above, landing on the cursed spirit's slightly reclined torso. The blade of her sword, bearing her weight, plunged fiercely into the cursed spirit's chest, causing its health bar to visibly drop. Noritoshi initially intended to extract the Sukuna finger directly from the wound, but to his surprise, it had partially fused with the flesh of the cursed spirit, making it impossible to extract with merely 2 fingers' strength. 9. Meanwhile, the convulsing cursed spirit let out a more anguished roar, showing signs of resisting the paralysis effect. Its movements were excruciatingly slow, its twitching arms slowly rising, seemingly aiming to grasp the girl, causing it turmoil. Noritoshi, being the closest to the cursed spirit, faced death directly at that moment. Every second was a matter of life and death. 007, anxious in his mind, paced within the confines of his consciousness. Noritoshi, if you can't extract it, then expand. Perform a cesarean section. Understood. Noritoshi instantly grasped 007's meaning, decisively pulling the sword horizontally. When the blade met an unyielding object, his expression brightened. This is the spot. The cursed spirit, on the verge of breaking free, shifted its previously menacing demeanor, revealing a predatory grin as if it had already devised a method of retaliation. Noritoshi would not grant it such an opportunity. Once more, for thunderous might talismans appeared in his hand, raised high and infused with cursed energy, slapping against its forehead with a resounding crack. Do not hinder the anesthetist from increasing the dosage, you fiend. The cursed spirit's forehead was struck back with tremendous force, its once vigorous struggles now rendered feeble. Again ensnared by the explosive lightning, Megumi, now tasked with the countdown, adeptly took over the role, his youthful voice ringing clear as he continued the count. 7. With renewed output, various attacks rained down upon the cursed spirit, the blood spray staining the girl's porcelain face a haunting crimson. Noritoshi seized the moment to commence his extraction of the finger. 6. The plastic sword, sharp enough to slice through iron, carved a neat cylindrical shape along the hard material, successfully extracting the Sukuna finger along with the cursed spirit's flesh. At the moment the finger was removed, the cursed spirit's health plummeted to half, remaining at approximately 100,000. 5. The cursed spirit's paralysis diminished once more, yet its arm remained immobile, subtly compressing its cursed energy in an attempt to launch a surprise attack. 007, with nothing else to do, quickly caught sight of the cursed spirit's scheme. The little ghost screamed a warning. Noritoshi, that sly one is up to something. Right hand, right hand. With no time to hesitate, Noritoshi swiftly stowed the finger into Itadori's hood, freeing one hand to retrieve his final anesthetic set. 4. Another 4 talismans trembled as they affixed themselves to the cursed spirit's forehead, keeping it immobilized. Noritoshi gripped the sword hilt tightly, swinging upward from below, severing the cursed spirit's entire arm. In that instant, the cursed spirit revealed a triumphant smile. Noritoshi's pupils dilated. In a fleeting moment, he comprehended the cursed spirit's intention. Typically, a misfired bullet poses a risk of backfire, and an unformed cursed spirit projectile is no different. 3. A sense of impending doom washed over Noritoshi. And without a glance back, he shouted to the others. Stop counting. Run. Get inside the protective barrier. The dark red sphere, deprived of cursed energy, paused for a mere moment. In the next second, the oppressive crimson light surged through the air, once again confronting the pressure of death. This time without the barrier to shield them, all present felt their hair stand on end. Though Noritoshi's reaction was swift, the mind always moves faster than the body, and actions require time to execute. As he drew the sword of the brave and leapt backward using the cursed spirit as a springboard, the uncontrollable cursed spirit projectile expanded before him. Noritoshi, Fushiguro Megumi had originally sprinted to a position not far from the protective barrier when he heard Itadori Yuna's cry, causing him to halt and turn back. In the next moment, a blinding crimson light engulfed the girl, simultaneously enveloping Fushiguro Megumi's retreating figure. Chapter 60. The Crisis of the Juvenile Institution Incident. This was the final opportunity for close-quarters combat. Despite Yuna's formidable attack power, lacking 100 control made it exceedingly difficult to approach the cursed spirit thereafter. Before fleeing, Yuna seized the fleeting moment of paralysis, swinging her sword to strike at the cursed spirit's neck in an attempt to lower its health and create an advantage for the ensuing battle. Blood spattered. Though she did not trigger a critical hit, it nonetheless caused a significant drop in the cursed spirit's health bar, shattering the half-health threshold. With her strike successful, Yuna planted her feet on the cursed spirit's body, swiftly withdrawing her sword and retreating. However, despite her utmost caution, she had underestimated the strength of the special cursed spirit. In mere seconds, it had adapted to the paralysis effect, leaving her with even less time to escape than anticipated. Suddenly, enraged by its injuries and clutching its bleeding neck, the cursed spirit let out a furious roar, causing spiderweb-like cracks to appear in the cement beneath it and ripples of air to manifest on the ground. With a surge of speed, the cursed spirit lunged toward the still airborne girl. Yuna, witnessing the cursed spirit charging at her, conjured her final spring breeze talisman, but was unable to use it in time. In the blink of an eye, that terrifying visage loomed directly above her, seemingly mocking her audacity. The next moment, Yuna was struck by an immense force, plummeting to the ground. Her back hit the floor hard, and the cursed spirit crashed down, stomping on the girl's abdomen while enveloping them both in crimson light. Under the double impact, Yuna coughed up a mouthful of blood, her mind momentarily blank. Warning. Host has been attacked, health decreased by 70 points, remaining health 30 out of 100. The cursed spirit prepared to attack again, but was suddenly struck aside by a serpent that burst forth, crashing into the wall and raising a cloud of dust. Though only a few seconds had passed, they had already exchanged blows multiple times. Itadori Yuji's eyes widened in desperation as he prepared to charge out of the barrier, but Itadori Yuna quickly restrained him. Yuji, calm down. With Fushiguro here, Yuna will be fine. Just as she finished speaking, a massive frog leaped into the protective barrier, ejecting the two of them. Fushiguro Megumi crouched on the ground, tightly holding Yuna, from behind which only her pale, scarred calves were faintly visible. As a melee glass cannon mage, Yuna possessed the highest attack power but also the lowest defense. After all, it was a deliberate strike from a special cursed spirit, and having directly endured the residual waves of a cursed spirit's attack, her health was ominously trending below 20. Blood stained the corner of the black-haired girl's mouth. Her eyes shut as she leaned against Fushiguro's chest, continuously spitting blood, with remnants of her insides barely visible. 007 was frantic, dropping small pearls of sweat, and without regard for exposure, clenched her teeth and conjured every red healing potion Yuna possessed. Several exquisite red glass vials, along with a note, appeared in Itadori Yuna's hands. She had no time to ponder their origin, only knowing they were life-saving, and immediately poured them all into Yuna's mouth. As the red potions entered her mouth, they vanished, transforming into red light that melded with Yuna's body. The girl, whose breathing had grown increasingly feeble, suddenly expelled a large amount of foul blood, stabilizing her health at 60 points. Seeing Yuna's complexion improve and her breathing steady, the group finally exhaled in relief. 3, 2, 1. The pale golden barrier dimmed progressively until it vanished entirely. The cursed spirit seized the opportunity to attack, moving with an imperceptible speed straight toward Itadori Yuji. Two jade hounds launched simultaneous assaults from either side, their claws failing to inflict any damage upon the cursed spirit, only to be swatted away, dissolving into black water that merged with Fushigiro's shadow. The cursed spirit's target was the object within Itadori Yuji's hat. Realizing this, Fushiguro, while retreating with Yuna in his arms, retrieved the cylindrical flesh and blood artifact from Yuji's hat, discovering a finger within. Fushigiro's expression was complex, yet he remained silent. Yuna. He grasped Yuna's hand, using his sword to slice off a portion of the cursed spirit's flesh and tossed it toward Itadori Yuna, secretly concealing the finger on her, deliberately leaving some of the special cursed spirit's flesh on it. Without the aura of a special cursed spirit, the finger would undoubtedly attract other cursed spirits, inciting a frenzied competition. Hearing her name, Itadori Yuna instinctively reached out, catching a bloody chunk of flesh in her palm, noticing a small hole with a blade mark in the center. EW. Despite her distaste, she understood the gravity of the situation and chose not to be fussy about it. Itadori Yuna pressed the cursed spirit's flesh onto the scarecrow, taking a nail and aiming for the scarecrow's head, her cursed energy surging. Cursed spirit technique, resonance. Instantly, numerous spikes erupted from within the cursed spirit's body, piercing it with countless wounds. The cursed spirit's health bar plummeted again, though the damage inflicted was insufficient to exorcise it. The cursed spirit spread its arms and shook violently, the nails disintegrating into powder and leaving behind several horrific blood holes. The damage was inadequate. As the wounds on the cursed spirit healed, its health bar slowly began to recover. If Yuna were still conscious, she would undoubtedly curse in frustration. Which benevolent individual can heal without shedding blood in battle? The cursed spirit's attention had successfully shifted to Itadori Yuna, and with the remaining individuals present, she was the only one capable of inflicting damage. Thus it resolved to eliminate this short-haired girl first. Fushiguro was the first to react and attempt to warn her, but the cursed spirit's speed was simply too swift to be discerned by the naked eye. In an instant, the cursed spirit appeared behind Itadori Yuna, and in the next second, she vanished into darkness. The cursed spirit slowly turned, mockingly gazing at Fushiguro. His eyes widened in shock. Escape rabbit. In an instant, hundreds of small white rabbits surrounded the cursed spirit, forming a small mountain at its location. The rabbit mound trembled incessantly, managing to delay the cursed spirit for less than 3 seconds before dissolving into black water. Itadori Yuji charged at it with his blade. Yet this time he failed to even graze the cursed spirit, losing his left wrist instead. With 2 of its greatest threats eliminated, the cursed spirit did not immediately continue its assault. It seemed to revel in the scent of blood, holding its face in a coy manner, twisting and turning with evident disdain. Itadori Yuji, having lost his right hand, remained more composed than he had anticipated, decisively drawing his belt to staunch the bleeding while preparing his final trump card. Hey, Sukuna, if I die, you won't live either. Sukuna replied, I refuse. Even if you die, I still have 18 other incarnations. Itadori Yuji's eyes widened, resembling shark fins, as Sukuna's tone turned malicious, laced with a sense of amusement. This body is beyond my control, which is quite frustrating. If you wish to hand it over, I can first kill that little brat, and then devour that woman. Itadori Yuji's brows furrowed deeply. He could not allow Sukuna to have his way. No way. Suit yourself, but while you continue to chat with me, your companions might just lose their lives. Itadori Yuji's pupils constricted as he turned to face the cursed spirit. There he saw its cheeks puffing up, before it suddenly unleashed a cursed spirit bullet toward the group. The cursed spirit bullet narrowly grazed between the two, leaving a fan-shaped mark on the floor that extended several meters. Yuji Itadori stepped forward and shouted at Megumi Fushiguro. You take Shoko and Inumaki and leave first. Once you're out, signal me, and I will release Sukuna. If Sukuna is destined to be unleashed, it is best that no one remains here. Megumi glanced at his palm, gritting his teeth as he clenched his fist. He still had not grasped the concept of domain expansion. He understood that this was a desperate measure, and after casting one last look at Yuji, he picked up Shoko and turned to flee. Take care of yourself. Chapter 61. The Resurgence of the Juvenile Institution Incident. By the time Megumi arrived, Maki had exhausted all her cursed tools. She had single-handedly vanquished dozens of low-level cursed spirits, leaving the ground littered with corpses, while the air above was thick with countless more spirits. The petite girl found herself ensnared by a colossal cursed spirit. Her ankle gripped tightly as she dangled in midair, fiercely cursing at the creature. You bastard, I will remember you and curse you. The cursed spirit, with an intelligence nearly non-existent, could not comprehend the depth of her threats. It merely recognized the tantalizing scent emanating from her and opened its maw wide, intent on devouring her whole. Suddenly, a slick, springy tongue coiled around Maki's waist, dragging her backwards into its maw. Simultaneously, a giant snake appeared and bit down on the cursed spirit, banishing it with a single strike. This stark contrast between the special grade and the second grade was evident. The serpent summoned by Megumi, a second-grade sorcerer, could effortlessly dispel the second-grade cursed spirit, while the same attack would barely affect a special grade. The disparity in levels was not merely additive, it represented an insurmountable chasm. These children were not weak, they simply faced an opponent of a higher grade. Megumi maintained his summoning stance. Maki, are you alright? The toad opened its mouth, revealing Maki's upper body and her exasperated expression. The girl at her limit responded wearily. I'm fine. She then added, but I really dislike frogs. Megumi stumbled. I'm truly sorry I couldn't save you with the Nimbus Cloud. With the cursed spirits mostly purged and the crisis averted, Maki turned to Megumi, noticing something amiss. Where are Shoko and Itadori? Megumi's expression darkened, after a moment of silence. He finally spoke as instructed by Shoko. Itadori is facing the cursed spirits alone, and Shoko went to find help. I'll rescue you. 10 minutes earlier. Shoko, are you really okay? In her mind's eye, the little ghost looked worriedly at the still pale girl who had just survived a harrowing ordeal. Shoko sat on the ground, quickly alleviating the excruciating pain that spread through her body. Though her gaze remained unfocused, her brain responding without conscious thought. I'm fine. Shoko suddenly realized that in just a month, she had faced numerous life and death moments. Torturous killings, cannibalism, and even having her throat bitten, watching herself being consumed. In those fleeting minutes, the agonizing memories she had tried to forget replayed like a film, yet her heart remained unexpectedly calm. Shoko had long since become accustomed to far more brutal forms of death. She was now far stronger, both physically and mentally, and would no longer be controlled by fear. After consulting with 007, Shoko decided to allocate all 20 training points earned from her 2 novice trials into her speed. Upon opening her eyes again, she found that the plot had progressed to the moment Megumi ventured alone to rescue Maki, leaving Yuji to confront a special grade cursed spirit by himself. Shoko tugged at Megumi's arm, signaling him to let her down. Megumi, you go save Maki, and I'll gather reinforcements to support Yuji. We'll split up. Megumi halted and set Shoko down. I'm sorry. What? She had been training for 3 weeks, and her base stats had improved, with her speed reaching an impressive 58 points. The average person's speed hovers around 40 points, and anything over 50 is nearly imperceptible. With the additional 20 points in speed, Shoko's joint muscle strength and reflexes had significantly improved. This was a delightful surprise. The investment of those 20 training points was undeniably worthwhile, and it made sense why the system had urged her to enhance her speed. As Shoko flexed her limbs, adjusting to her newfound agility, she tilted her head in curiosity. Megumi stood there, dejected, resembling a drenched puppy. I couldn't master the domain expansion. I wasn't able to become everyone's last resort. I'm sorry. So that was what troubled him. Shoko reached out to stroke his head, surprised by the softness of his hair. Megumi, you're only 15, younger than me. Not being able to achieve domain expansion is fine. You'll definitely succeed next time. Before Megumi could process her words, Shoko had already vanished. The recollections faded away. Megumi felt a torrent of emotions swell within him, ultimately clenching his fists and bending down to scoop up Maki, sprinting towards the exit. In the downpour, the blood-soaked girl raced ahead. Shoko had initially intended to eliminate a few cursed spirits nearby to gather points, hoping to purchase new equipment before making one last stand. She had specifically inquired with 007, learning that the cursed army within the domain was indeed limitless. However, they were the products of special-grade cursed spirits' cursed energy, essentially akin to those in the novice trials. No matter how many she defeated, there would be no points awarded. Regrettably, due to the oppressive aura of the special-grade spirits, not a single cursed spirit could be found within a kilometer radius, leaving Shoko's points stagnant at 3,600. 007. How long until the refresh? Less than a minute. At this, Shoko abruptly halted, standing still as she opened the shop interface. As long as Yuji released Sukuna, the discounted items in the shop would become her final trump card. She lacked confidence that the ancient entity would spare her, considering her mere mortal flesh. Time until discounted items refresh. 000000. 007 reacted swiftly. The moment the shop refreshed, he immediately clicked reverse order. The prices of the items flipped instantly, displaying them from lowest to highest. Shoko quickly locked onto a unique color. High-end robe, orange, 15,000 points, currently on discount. Holding down the icon, the equipment description appeared. High-end robe, orange, indeed. It is a battle robe passionately designed by our team's artist. In every sense of the term. Equipment attributes. Wearing it grants a beauty score of 50. Damage reduction of 50, with a 5 chance to negate the next instance of damage. Set attributes. Banish evil spirits. 3. When wearing the peachwood hairpin, blue, already equipped, and the yellow talisman earrings, blue, already equipped, your intimidation against evil spirits peaks, causing all malevolent beings to flee from you. Attribute effect. Intimidation causes enemies to flee in a straight line for 10 seconds, disregarding levels, effective upon first sight. Cooldown 24 hours. 15,000 points. Shoko felt a long-lost terror wash over her, once again subjected to the astronomical figures dictated by the shop. She had accumulated points for so long, yet she did not mention the recent lottery draw using those points. It's utterly absurd. Even if she were to dash back and slay that special-grade cursed spirit right now, she could not afford the cost. Ruo Meng once again counted the number of talismans, 3 Thunderous Might talismans and 1 Spring Rain talisman. The drenched girl wore a conflicted expression, and after a moment's hesitation, she gritted her teeth and stomped her foot, turning to run into the building. 007. Assist me with another 10 consecutive draws. If I call for you during the battle later, just continue drawing. Although 007 grumbled, he dutifully complied, assisting with the lottery and thoughtfully organizing the items into the system's inventory. You reckless fool, are you truly willing to risk your life for money? No way out. At that moment, a familiar surge of cursed energy rippled through the air, causing the rainwater in front of the building to suspend in midair. In the next instant, a tall black figure materialized not far from Ruo Meng. Her eyes brightened, and recalling the effect of exorcise the evil spirit, a plan formed in her mind to escape unscathed from Sukuna's grasp, prompting her to sprint towards that figure. Mr. Gojo. Satoru Gojo hovered in midair, having just stabilized himself and was confirming his position. Upon hearing the girl's voice, he turned to see Ruo Meng rushing towards him, allowing the anxiety in his heart to ease somewhat. Gojo was pleasantly surprised by his student's enthusiasm and opened his arms wide, ready to embrace the little cannonball. However, before he could utter a word, the anticipated cannonball did not land in his embrace. Instead, he felt a warm, soft touch against his cheek, sending a tingling current through him. The girl's fragrance mingled with the scent of blood, washed away by the cold rain, leaving a red lip print as a gift, but unintentionally ensnaring Gojo's senses. First kiss with the target of affection, points, 3,000. Ruo Meng decisively completed the kiss and dashed away, fearing that if she delayed, Sukuna would snatch away the weakened cursed spirit's head. Apologies, Mr. Gojo, I will explain later when I turn back. Huh. Gojo watched the girl's retreating figure, subconsciously rubbing his slightly tingling cheek, a thoughtful expression crossing his face. Could this be a kiss from a dearly missed student? Gojo mused, always placing himself in the role of the teacher. Chapter 62. The Juvenile Institute Incident, Brotherhood and Betrayal. Fushiguro Megumi hastily delivered the severely injured Tsukisaki Yachiyo to Itade's vehicle for basic first aid, urging them to leave promptly while releasing the Inumaki to howl a warning to Itadori Yuji. Meanwhile, inside the building, the cursed spirit, now in a critically injured state, moved sluggishly. After dodging several cursed spirit attacks, Itadori seized the opportunity to unleash a black flash filled with rage. Although the cursed spirit was heavily wounded and in recovery, it effortlessly absorbed the blow. Just as both sides were at an impasse, a wolf-like howl echoed from outside. Itadori immediately reacted, smiling as he closed his eyes and relinquished control of his body to Sukuna. As the black cursed patterns emerged, the special-grade cursed spirit widened its eyes, instinctively taking a half-step back due to the innate pressure of Sukuna's superior rank. The situation shifted in an instant. The moment Sukuna opened his eyes, an overwhelming aura, magnitudes greater than that of the cursed spirit, radiated outward, causing the cursed spirit to tremble with fear at just a glance. This little brat is truly infuriating. He completely underestimates me. The cursed spirit appeared to be deeply afraid of Sukuna, even muttering in panic, contrasting starkly with its previous mocking demeanor towards the children. It had perfectly embodied the essence of a bully who feared the strong. Sukuna, however, did not act upon Itadori's intentions. Since taking over the body, he had been mumbling to himself, playfully patting the cursed spirit on the shoulder as if it were a comrade. The cursed king, who had lived for a millennium, was now irked at being reduced to a lackey by a child, contemplating revenge. Just wait a moment. Let me devise a plan that will make this little brat regret it. Ultimately, he concocted a scheme to have the cursed spirit join him in eliminating Fushiguro and Ruo Meng, intending to make Itadori regret his actions for a lifetime. Sukuna casually beckoned the cursed spirit. Hey, come with me to deal with that little brat. With that, he turned away, hands in his pockets, not caring about the cursed spirit's reaction. Startled by Sukuna's sudden movement, the cursed spirit jumped back a considerable distance, fearfully conjuring a massive cursed blast to hurl at him. Foolish creature. Sukuna scoffed, instinctively raising his hand to disperse the cursed blast, inadvertently healing Itadori's hand in the process. Lucky for this brat. He seemed somewhat vexed but did not dwell on it, shaking his hand before returning it to his pocket, then turned to face the cursed spirit, which had been too terrified to communicate from the start. So, you dislike walking, huh? Well, it makes sense. Cursed spirits typically prefer to remain in their place of origin. Perhaps due to having been deprived of freedom for too long, he gazed at the sky, speaking to himself, entirely dismissive of the cursed spirit. All right, then you shall. In the next moment, Sukuna appeared beside the cursed spirit in an instant, his light-hearted banter sounding like the whispers of death in the creature's ears. Die. The cursed spirit, caught completely off guard, found itself gripped by the face and slammed into the ground, its head embedding halfway into the shattered floor, rendering it motionless and convulsing. Sukuna had not anticipated that the special-grade cursed spirit would be so fragile. With a single strike, it was incapacitated. He teased mockingly, "Hey, what's up? You're not going to kick the bucket this quickly, are you? You were so arrogant just a moment ago when attacking those people. Even a mud doll has some fire left." The humiliation was amplified by Sukuna's taunting proximity. Although the cursed spirit was merely a newborn, it understood the mocking tone and furiously gritted its teeth, yearning to retaliate. Such brave defiance only amused Sukuna further, a wicked grin spreading across his face, his tone nonchalant. Despite sharing the same body as Itadori, his demeanor and voice were entirely different. "Now that's more like it, come on." Sukuna, with a sarcastic smile, maintained his hands-in-pocket stance and lifted his right foot, stomping down heavily. The cursed spirit, barely managing to lift half its body, found its face once again pinned down. The shattered floor collapsing beneath them, the entire bridge disintegrating as Sukuna maintained his stance in midair. The cursed spirit, unwilling to concede, grasped Sukuna's ankle, attempting to throw him off balance. In the next moment, the cursed spirit lost the arm it had just regained, which appeared in Sukuna's grasp. Poor cursed spirit. It had aimed to showcase its prowess, but ended up losing a limb instead. With a mere flick of his finger, Sukuna reduced the cursed spirit to a state of utter helplessness, denying it even a chance to employ a reversal technique. Its pride shattered. All it could feel now was regret for not wearing a smile when Sukuna had stomped on its face, wishing he had pushed down harder. The cursed spirit, utterly stripped of its will to resist, closed its eyes, blending into the debris, and plummeted into the murky waters of the sewer. Ruo Meng was racing towards the two red dots on the minimap. The reason she did not seek Gojo's assistance was twofold. First, Gojo would annihilate the critically wounded spirit in an instant, and second, she had an inexplicable experiment to conduct. She felt a pang of guilt. Brothers. At this moment, she had just reached the end of the drainage pipe. Looking up, points rained down from the sky. Instinctively, Ruo Meng swung her sword, and the cursed spirit's nearly depleted health bar instantly reached 0, dissipating with a wail into the air. System points credited, 10,000. Though confined within the body of Yuji Itadori, Sukuna often perches atop a towering pile of bones, observing the unfolding events of the outside world through a VCR with keen clarity. As Sukuna squints towards the girl depicted on the water screen, Ryumen Sukuna catches sight of her gazing back at his lower back, their heights creating a stark contrast in their distant exchange. Initially, he regarded her merely as a delectable morsel, but after the recent skirmish, his perspective has shifted. She is a child of immense potential. With proper nurturing, she could one day stand as his worthy adversary. Sukuna has never harbored any biases towards gender, species, or skin color. He is a sovereign of curses who revels in freedom. His sole desire is to vanquish every opponent of equal standing, unleashing a torrent of taunts to psychologically and physically dismantle them. Indeed, Ryumen has transcended from mere sustenance to a contender in waiting. Is it you? Suddenly, a brilliant idea strikes Sukuna, and he swiftly approaches Ryumen, gripping her shoulder and leaning in to whisper conspiratorially in her ear. "How about we let this little wretch witness as you slay your closest friend with your own hands?" Just as Sukuna is poised to continue his taunts, a sudden jolt courses through him, followed by an excruciating pain erupting from his lower back. Ryumen holds a bloodied kidney in her hand, her attire transformed in an instant, her aura shifting dramatically. Wait, could that possibly be my kidney? Who would dare to sever another's kidney outright? Instinctively, Sukuna shields his lower back and activates his reversal technique, a surge of murderous intent igniting within him as he casts a venomous glare at Ryumen. In the next moment, an irrational fear akin to encountering a natural enemy floods Sukuna's mind, every cell in his body screaming for him to flee. Reminiscent of a rabbit spotting a fox or an ant confronting an anteater, an instinctual awareness of danger. Despite maintaining a fierce facade, Sukuna bolts away with lightning speed, his retreat alarmingly swift. What the hell am I running for? Ruo Meng, unfazed by whether he can hear her, shouts towards the vanishing figure of the humanoid whole, Yuji. I'm sorry. Through experimentation, it has been concluded that Sukuna's fingers and body parts are composed of the raw materials for blueberry yogurt, materials that can be stored within the system's space. Thus, Ruo Meng not only secures Sukuna's finger but also, while Sukuna is distracted, extracts a kidney, a double boon. Had she known, she would have taken both. Dog with a rose JPG. With the staff and raw materials assembled, the opening of the blueberry yogurt factory is imminent. Exceeding all anticipated metrics, Ruo Meng seizes the opportunity to hasten back to the location where she last encountered Satoru Gojo. All while Sukuna sprints at speeds exceeding 70 miles per hour, covering several miles in mere seconds. Despite his resilient physique and reversal technique, he crashes against several reinforced concrete barriers, causing him to spit blood. At this moment, even he realizes that Ruo Meng's technique is problematic. Having lost a kidney and suffered profound humiliation, the old grievances and the new ones coalesce, prompting Sukuna to yearn to carve Ruo Meng into sashimi on the spot. Coughing, the woman finally halts, clutching his chest as blood spills forth, his gaze turning fiercely towards the juvenile detention center before he suddenly vanishes from sight. Chapter 63, The Conclusion of the Juvenile Detention Incident. With the cursed spirit exorcised, the alterations wrought by the sphere of life dissipate, restoring the juvenile facility to its original structure. Ruo Meng's speed has transformed beyond recognition, and within mere seconds, she finds herself at the entrance of the juvenile center, unexpectedly encountering someone. Wait, why hasn't Megumi Fushiguro left yet? Ruo Meng, lacking the time to explain, grabs Fushiguro by the collar and continues her flight. Unaware that Satoru Gojo has already arrived, Fushiguro stands at the entrance, his expression grave as he prepares himself mentally. Leaving that guy alone here to face Sukuna is something I simply cannot do. With that thought, the determined youth lifts his head, gazing resolutely at the foreboding buildings beneath the dark clouds. Little dream, Yuji, wait for me. However, just as he is about to charge into the juvenile center, an unidentified force suddenly yanks him by the collar and flings him far away. The immense force constricts Fushiguro's throat, leaving him unable to utter a sound. What the? Enemy attack. No, wait. Little dream. Fushiguro struggles desperately, gasping for air. Let go of me. I can't breathe. Ruo Meng, realizing the grip of her school uniform around Fushiguro's neck, immediately releases him. Her expression shifting to one of embarrassment as she touches the back of her head and offers a sheepish smile. I'm sorry, Megumi, it wasn't intentional. Sukuna is right behind us. We need to regroup with Mr. Gojo quickly. Suddenly, the stunned Fushiguro's expression transforms. Then, for heaven's sake, find Gojo-sensei and let me go. Imagine the shock of abruptly leaping from a speeding motorcycle. Fushiguro is flung away by inertia, crashing against the wall, and spewing a copious amount of blood. Well done, partner. Cat emoji thumbs up. As Ruo Meng turns back, she witnesses Fushiguro spitting blood, her heart shattering in anguish. What has happened? Ah, Megumi, please, don't die on me. Tears streaming down her face, she scrambles to Fushiguro's side, lifting his upper body. Megumi, hang in there. The fury propelling Sukuna forward renders him unable to comprehend the scene before him, fearing they are conspiring against him, causing him to hesitate momentarily. What are you two doing? Fushiguro, realizing the figure before him is not Yuji Itadori, rises from the ground, clutching his chest with a sharp gaze. Sukuna? Ruo Meng, awakening to the gravity of the situation, tightens her grip on the shimmering sword of courage, positioning herself protectively before Fushiguro, angrily proclaiming, Damn that blueberry yogurt. How dare you ambush Megumi? Wait. It's not his fault, Fushiguro replies, clutching his chest and coughing up blood, his expression a mix of confusion and concern as he looks at Ruo Meng. What do you mean? Ruo Meng exclaims incredulously, her expression akin to that of a heartbroken disciple witnessing their master fall for a dark overlord. Megumi, how could you be so deeply infatuated? Wake up, Hisnt Yuji. Shaking her head, Ruo Meng's heart aches as she furiously retorts. I will not allow this lecherous old fool to claim you. Abandon all hope. How dare you covet the young? Sukuna's forehead veins throb ominously, dismissing any schemes. His gritted teeth barely containing his fury as he growls, You seek death. Seeing Sukuna's wrath boil over, Fushiguro steels himself, prepared for the impending confrontation. To his shock, Sukuna launches a direct attack aimed at him, performing the Black Tiger's heart extraction. Only I can move freely without a heart. If this little brat dares to switch back, he will surely perish. With that, Sukuna clutches the still beating heart, ready to cast it away, only to be met with a plastic toy sword swung fiercely from above. Ruo Meng charges forward, shouting, I'm throwing lightning. Watch me land a blow. It's a ruse. The real attack is the Black Tiger's heart extraction. Having witnessed Ryumen wielding that toy sword against cursed spirits, Sukuna instinctively prepares to evade. Unexpectedly, the young girl swiftly seized Sukuna's wrist and forcefully pressed it back into the gaping hole in his chest. "Go back," she snarled, baring her teeth with a fierce expression. Bewildered by the name of her technique, Sukuna hastily employed a reversal spell. The heart he had just extracted instantly returned to its rightful place, pulsating with vitality without the need for any resuscitation. Sukuna exclaimed, "Once again, I've been tricked. But wait, how can this girl possess greater strength than I?" As he glanced down, he caught sight of Ryumen Sukuna's sly grin, triumphant in her deceit. Enraged, he swung her around and flung her away with considerable force. In the next moment, Fushiguro Megumi's friendship punch arrived right on cue. "Wake up, Itadori." Bang! Sukuna's entire body jolted, and he quickly lowered his head. However, the black curse marks on his body remained, indicating that Itadori Yuji had yet to take over. Swiftly, Sukuna lifted his head with an evil grin, thinking that this little imp would likely think twice now. However, before he could finish his thought, he saw Ryumen sheathing her brave sword. "Wait, what is this maneuver? You're not fighting anymore?" In the blink of an eye, the girl cupped her hands like a trumpet and shouted towards the sky, "Teacher Gojo." In an instant, raindrops hung suspended in midair, and Gojo Satoru appeared before Sukuna, hands in his pockets, facing his two beloved students. Sukuna interjected, "Ah, I see, if you can't win, you call for your parents? Youngsters these days lack martial ethics." Fushiguro, equally astounded, turned to Ryumen. "When did you and Teacher Gojo team up? Wait, when did you even return? I thought you were abroad. If you're here, why didn't you come to help sooner? And Ryumen, don't you usually call him Sensei Gojo? Where's your resolve? What about your morals? What about your boundaries?" Ryumen, with her hands behind her back, whistled at the sky, dismissing the importance of titles as merely names. Gojo waved his hand dismissively, chuckling. "Ah, this place is just too vast. I only just found you. Stop lying. Even from afar, you could see us." Sukuna had initially planned to strike with another heart extraction, but to his surprise, the seemingly oblivious Gojo swiftly seized his wrist. Realizing his defeat was imminent, Sukuna unleashed a barrage of taunts before willingly switching places. The street fell silent, save for the relentless patter of rain. The torrential downpour washed over the pink strands of hair, cascading down his sculpted chest to his abdominal muscles, carrying away the steady stream of blood. Perhaps it was merely a moment, or perhaps several minutes later, Itadori Yuji looked up with a smile. "Fushiguro, Ryumen, I'm glad you weren't hurt. Teacher is here too. This is wonderful. Everyone, may you live long." With that, he collapsed straight down. "Yuji." Ryumen's pupils dilated as she rushed forward to catch him. However, she too had expended a significant amount of energy in those brief 4 minutes. Though her health was barely intact, her fatigue was palpable, and her body remained in a state of heavy injury. The overwhelming weariness, accompanied by a sudden dizziness, overtook her, and her red eyes lost focus. The once lively girl seemed to lose all her strength in an instant, collapsing weakly into Gojo's embrace. A moment of silence enveloped the air. Fushiguro gazed down at Itadori Yuji, who had been carelessly tossed into his arms, and then at the girl wrapped securely in Gojo's coat, protected from the rain. The downpour was completely kept at bay by the air layer surrounding her. For a moment, the scene struck him as oddly familiar. Suddenly, Fushiguro noticed the suspicious red marks on Gojo's face. "What is that? Blood? No, how could Teacher Gojo be injured?" The color resembles Ryumen's lipstick more closely. Unsure, he glanced again. It indeed appeared to be Ryumen's lipstick, complete with an imprint that hadn't been fully wiped away. Fushiguro, eyes widened in shock. "Does anyone understand? It seems my classmate is about to become my stepmother. The son is mine." Chapter 64, The Passing of Itadori. July is the season of shedding one's skin. During this month, people cast off their light jackets or long sleeves, donning airy summer attire to allow their skin to revel in the annual freedom of breathing. Yet, the uniform of the Jujutsu High School remains woefully outdated, still showcasing the spring style, making it unbearably hot even when seated and inactive. Ryumen had only just acquired an orange outfit yesterday, and today formally requested an exemption from wearing the school uniform under the pretext of being an audit student. Upon learning that this could enhance combat prowess as a secret artifact from the Porcelain Nation, Night Moth pondered briefly before giving his approval. Jujutsu High does not stifle the diversity of its students, allowing them to flourish freely as long as they do not violate fundamental principles. Precedents exist, such as the Shrine Maiden who donned her priestess attire while attending classes, all for the sake of facilitating combat. Thus, Ryumen was one step ahead of her peers in donning the refreshing summer ensemble. Her haute couture robe featured a black long-sleeve qipao, paired with a white Taoist robe. It was not only the most expensive and aesthetically pleasing garment in her wardrobe, but also exceptionally comfortable. Inside, she wore a black sleeveless qipao with a high slit, adorned with a yellow porcelain knot at the closure and a teardrop-shaped cutout above her chest. The waist was accentuated with beaded tassels and ties, highlighting her graceful silhouette while minimizing any blank spaces and enhancing the garment's elegance. The qipao's distinctive high slit reached just above her knees, revealing glimpses of her fair calves as she walked, embodying the delicate balance of purity and maturity, much like a water lily in bloom. The outer layer was a white, wide-sleeved Taoist robe, with black accents at the cuffs embroidered with bagua patterns. Wearing just the qipao projected a sharp, polished look, while draping the robe added an air of authority, the two pieces complementing each other and exuding a mysterious charm from the porcelain nation. The silk fabric felt cool against her skin in the summer heat, providing a refreshing sensation as the sleeves fluttered in the breeze. Due to the unfortunate incident involving a student's demise, classes for the entire grade were suspended for a day. At this moment, 3 first-year students lounged around the temple at the back of the mountain, some sitting, some lying down, engaging in idle chatter. Ruo Meng lazily leaned against the eaves, gazing into the distance. The sky after the rain was exceptionally clear. Clouds rolled and swirled, half obscured by the heavens and half by the treetops, creating a picturesque view. She deliberately positioned herself at a distance, not wanting to reveal any unusual expression when Fushiguro and Inazaki announced Itadori's passing. How dare he wish us a long life, when he himself has passed? Inazaki clenched her fists, casting a worried glance at Ruo Meng. The girl was peering into the distance, seemingly devoid of sorrow, her beautiful features flushed with a gentle hue under the sunlight. Typically, Itadori and Ruo Meng shared a close bond. She was truly putting on a brave front. Fushiguro, following her gaze, instantly understood the source of Inazaki's concern, his expression becoming complex. Leave the deception to Fushiguro. He's the one skilled at delivering falsehoods with a straight face. The one who says such things would never feel sorrow, though internally grumbling. Fushiguro Megumi indeed performed his duties with remarkable diligence, maintaining a stoic expression while speaking gravely. Rest assured, she is far stronger than we could ever imagine. What's wrong? Megumi, your face looks even more sullen than usual. The three turned to the voice, finding Zenin Maki standing defiantly with her hands on her hips, her expression radiating displeasure. Is she mourning, perhaps? Fushiguro Megumi politely greeted his senior, Zenin-senpai. Zenin Maki furrowed her brows and instinctively raised her voice, lifting her chin defiantly. Don't address me by my surname. Just call me Maki. 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 From behind the stone lion came 2 deliberately hushed calls, interrupting Zenin Maki, who frowned and glanced over. What's the matter? I was speaking. Panda cautiously waved his hand, lowering his voice. You. Don't you know why they're acting this way? Yesterday, a first year actually died. Inu Maki Toge blinked, Salmon Row. Zenin Maki suddenly stiffened. Wait a moment. Does that mean her recent behavior was akin to pouring salt on an open wound? You should have said something sooner. Ruo Meng withdrew her gaze from the clouds, half closing her eyes as she looked towards the commotion, her vision brightening upon encountering the vibrant hues of black and white. Panda attempted to speak again, but suddenly felt a weight on his back, as if something was clinging to him, startling him into a frenzy. What is it? A spirit on my back? However, unable to see his back and with limbs too short, Panda could only jump up and down in agitation. Toge, help me check. Inu Maki Toge, however, clearly saw the creature hanging in an awkward position on Panda's back and coughed discreetly, turning red as he averted his gaze. It's Kombu. Ruo Meng? Zenin Maki quickly approached to lift her down, curling her fingers to tap lightly on her head, while also holding her skirt to prevent any wardrobe malfunctions. When wearing a cheongsam, avoid making movements that could lead to exposure, you fool. Ruo Meng, feeling aggrieved, covered the spot that had been tapped, attempting to defend herself. I was just wearing a bodysuit. That doesn't matter. Panda, ever forgiving towards the lovely junior, generously overlooked her earlier clumsy rudeness and introduced himself with wide, innocent eyes. Hello, I'm Panda from the 2nd year. This is Inu Maki Toge, a cursed speech user, so he can only speak in flavors of rice balls. Spend some time with him, and you'll understand. Salmon Row. Upon hearing Panda speak directly to her, Ruo Meng's excitement surged, her eyes sparkling with delight. Nice to meet you, Senior Panda and Senior Toge. I'm Ruo Meng, from the Porcelain Country. My favorite animals, besides cats, are pandas. Panda, encountering such unabashed affection from a girl for the first time, felt a blush creeping to his cheeks as he scratched the back of his head. His fondness for the new junior deepening. Though I appear as a panda, I regret to inform you that I am not a living being, but a cursed corpse of a moth. But, Ruo Meng emphasized with fervor, her fists clenched, gazing longingly towards her homeland. Riding a panda to school has been my lifelong dream. Panda, who had been shyly fidgeting, suddenly froze. Wait, what did you say about riding to school? Maki, with a hint of schadenfreude, remarked, this guy doesn't even like to bathe, don't ride him. I don't smell, Panda retorted, indignation rising within him as he attempted to defend his honor. You smell terrible. I do not. I don't sweat. Don't treat me like a beast. Unable to refute his classmates' teasing, Panda sadly slumped to the ground, resembling a glum sesame dumpling that had lost its dreams. Maki mercilessly quipped, you are a panda. After all, Maki Toge wholeheartedly agreed, mustard. Ruo Meng crouched before Panda, gently tugging at his supple little ears and stroking his soft fur, her expression softening. Ah, so soft. In the recesses of her mind, 007 was anxiously scratching. I want to touch it too. Let me feel. Ruo Meng's beady eyes sparkled. Don't dream. You have no physical form. Let us take a whiff. Fushiguro Megumi and Inuzuka Yaoraji approached, joining the three around Panda, inhaling deeply to discern the scent. Inuzuka Yaoraji, employing her fan to capture more aromas, was the first to express her opinion. There's no strange odor. Ruo Meng, unable to resist, gave Panda's ears another gentle squeeze, adding, and there's a hint of deodorant. Fushiguro Megumi, with utmost scrutiny, pondered for a moment before earnestly sharing his assessment. It doesn't smell. There's a fragrance reminiscent of the sun. The sun, how utterly adorable. The cool, aloof male classmate employed the vocabulary of a kindergarten child. One might say he truly is a product of Gojo Satoru's upbringing. Such a charming contrast ignited a dormant maternal instinct within the female students present, causing them to blush in unison as they gazed at Fushiguro Megumi. Even Maki found her perception of him altered. Fushiguro Megumi, puzzled, looked at them. What are you all staring at me for? Ruo Meng chimed in. Megumi's choice of words is so childlike. Inuzuka Yaoraji echoed, exactly. Maki added, unexpected. Fushiguro Megumi, bewildered, replied, huh? Didn't Itadori use similar words? Everyone collectively stifled their laughter. Maki suddenly turned serious, scanning the group of juniors intently. So, what about Itadori? Ruo Meng, with her hands clasped behind her back, traced circles on the floor with her toes, her head lowered as she spoke softly. Oh, he didn't make it back alive. Chapter 65. Conceal your brilliance, then astound everyone with humorous antics. On a rainy night yesterday, within the Tokyo Jujutsu High Mortuary, facing enemies, one could only choose between fleeing or death. I had already warned them against engaging in combat. Itadashi, hunched over, dared not meet the gaze of the somber man before him, unable to utter a word of condolence. Gojo Satoru lounged on a nearby bench, his posture as audacious as ever, yet the usual mirth was absent from his countenance. Ruo Meng and Inuzuka Yaoraji were gravely injured, while Fushiguro Megumi bore only light wounds. Although the children had received treatment and were not in dire straits, it did not imply that the matter could be glossed over. The students he had stubbornly protected were referred to as the vessel of Sukuna, with no one bothering to call him Itadori Yuji. As he lifted his gaze, a cold body lay on the mortuary slab, shrouded in a white cloth, already chillingly stiff and pale from death. Was this deliberate? Itadashi questioned, puzzled. What does this mean? The calmer Gojo Satoru became, the more terrifying his breathtakingly beautiful face appeared. Faced with a special grade and tasked with rescuing 5 individuals whose fates remained uncertain, it was utterly absurd to dispatch only first-year students. Even more shockingly, the malicious intent was glaringly apparent, revealing a blatant disregard for the lives of the students. This was the challenge that the higher-ups had issued to Gojo Satoru. Furthermore, it was I who forcibly commuted Itadori Yuji's death sentence to a practical life sentence. They were displeased, taking advantage of my absence to employ a special grade curse to strike me down. Gojo Satoru averted his gaze, considering that even if the other 3 perished, it would still be a provocation directed at me. However, when the dispatch was initiated, there was no certainty it would escalate to a special grade. Midway through his thoughts, Itadashi grasped the implications, covering his mouth in disbelief as he staggered back a step. He remarked how Mr. Gojo had conveniently received a leisurely overseas business assignment, just as the students were tasked with an endeavor only a special grade could undertake. Everything seemed so perfectly timed. From the very beginning, it was a scheme to distract Mr. Gojo and target the students. Although Mr. Gojo made every effort to return swiftly, he was still a moment too late. The vessel pointed out by Sukuna, Yuji Itadori, had perished during the mission. Ultimately, it was he who had led the children to the mission site, departing with 4 and returning with 3, an outcome no one wished to witness. If that were indeed the case, he would become an accomplice. Mr. Gojo appeared beyond the reach of any explanation, his feline companion revealing sharp claws. As he scowled and muttered ominous villainous remarks to himself, the search for the culprits was troublesome, Perhaps it would be simpler to eliminate the entire group. The atmosphere filled with an explosive aura of murderous intent, suffusing the small morgue. The automatic door swung open, and Shoko Yeri entered, hands tucked into her pockets. Her gait elegant. It was quite rare for you to be so emotionally charged. The corners of Mr. Gojo's mouth still curled downward, albeit with slightly subdued intensity. Idichi bowed deeply, gratitude and respect radiating from him. Thank you for your hard work, Ms. Yeri. The tall physician stepped in gracefully, twirling her fingers through the ends of her hair, her gaze towards Yuji Itadori imbued with an appreciation and affection that far surpassed the ordinary. To her, every unique individual who perished held greater value than those who lived, especially someone like Yuji Itadori, whose rare constitution could harbor Sukuna's fingers. You seem quite fond of him. Mr. Gojo, having regained much of his composure, reverted to his usual unreliable yet reliable demeanor, raising his index finger to elaborate. I am, after all, a good guy who constantly thinks of his students. Shoko Yeri, with a smile of understanding, refrained from contradicting him, glancing at Idichi, who remained bowed. Don't be too hard on Idichi. He is caught between us and the higher-ups, which is not easy. Mr. Gojo waved his hand dismissively, his tone unwavering as he stated the facts. I have no interest in understanding the sufferings of men. During their conversation, Shoko Yeri pulled back the white cloth, her demeanor eager. Can I dissect Sukuna's vessel? It needs to be utilized properly. In the blink of an eye, the once-remembered Yuji transformed into a cadaver for dissection. Although aware that such occurrences were common in the sorcery world, Idichi could not accept it in such a short span, turning his gaze away in distress. Shoko Yeri had already picked up a scalpel. Upon seeing Mr. Gojo still posing, attempting to strike a handsome figure towards the corner surveillance camera, she was left utterly perplexed. I say, you too, am I to begin now? Do you wish to watch? Suddenly, a fuzzy head appeared behind the dissection table, Yum, the spirit dog, happily panting as he volunteered to serve as a stepping stool for the little girl. Raku, holding a jamming device, confirmed the camera's view was obstructed before speaking. Okay, we've recorded enough. Mr. Gojo's expression shifted dramatically. How was it? How was it? Was the teacher not incredibly handsome? Raku raised his free hand, giving a thumbs up. Mr. Gojo is super handsome. Under the astonished gazes of the other two, Yuji Itadori abruptly sat up, the white cloth slipping off to reveal half of his backside. Let me see, let me see. Shoko Yeri nearly dropped her knife. How infuriating. Had I known it was a ruse, I would have quickly made a few cuts to gauge the feel. Idichi, Mr. Gojo, is he alive? Idichi was at a loss, emerging from nowhere. Megumi Fushiguro approached with the computer, flipping to the replaced surveillance interface and bringing it to the forefront to play from the beginning. From the moment you two sat discussing. The footage of Yuji standing up was missing. After all, it was merely a piece of evidence of death. A snippet of the previous dissection segment would suffice. Concluding with a scene of Ms. Yeri cleaning the dissection table. Yuji Itadori, with his chin resting on his hand, watched the footage with excitement, nodding in approval of his performance. Not bad. My acting as a corpse was quite commendable, wasn't it? Mr. Gojo's demeanor transformed, reverting to his usual smile as he approached Yuji Itadori, raising his hand. Yuji, you did well. Yuji Itadori also smiled, his eyes crinkling as he raised his hand for a high five with Mr. Gojo. Oh, the plan was to have Yuji feign death, subsequently showcasing his prowess in front of a larger audience during the sister school exchange, ensuring that the higher-ups would not dare to eliminate him quietly. This was Mr. Gojo's proposal, which Yuji himself agreed to, but for the sake of caution, it was best that as few people as possible were informed. Idichi needed to know solely because he was the direct liaison to the higher-ups, requiring evidence to prove that Yuji had indeed suffered a severe blow and died during the mission, subsequently dissected by Shoko Yeri. It was even more crucial for Shoko to be in the know, as the death report would originate from the Soul School doctor of the Jujutsu High, making it far more compelling than surveillance footage or the testimony of an auxiliary supervisor. Megumi Fushiguro typed away on the computer, saving the edited video to a USB drive before replacing the day's surveillance video records. Here you go, Mr. Idichi. If the higher-ups require it, just hand this to them. Oh, understood. Idichi accepted the USB drive with both hands, his demeanor anxious. Mr. Gojo suddenly turned, pointing at Idichi, who was still reeling, threatening mercilessly. Do not speak of Yuji's survival. Idichi, be careful, or I shall slap you. Idichi, I'm sweating profusely. Yes. Seeing that persuasion was effective, Mr. Gojo nodded in satisfaction, glancing at Shoko Yeri, who appeared despondent. Shoko, please maintain the report stating Yuji Itadori's death. Shoko glanced at the grinning Yuji, her expression softening slightly as if struck by a thought. Just so you know, if the higher-ups pursue accountability, I shall unhesitatingly shift all blame onto you. When the villain grows overwhelmingly powerful, The statement that I was forced to do so becomes a perfect excuse for betrayal. And no one will blame the unfortunate soul threatened by Mr. Gojo. Mr. Gojo was entirely indifferent to them bearing the brunt of the blame. After all, his outrageous deeds were far beyond this, and they could feel free to utilize him as needed. Thus, the plan to conceal Yuji Itadori and train him in secret officially commenced. Raku, still holding the jamming device, standing on tiptoe, trembling, with a pained expression hurry. Just a little bit. I can't hold on. Chapter 66. Entering the path, becoming a sword cultivator, with sorcery as a side job. As her beauty value reached 150, Raku successfully unlocked the third round of her novice trial. The sorcery spirit's level escalated to the second tier, the difficulty spiking several notches, with the time required to clear it multiplying several times over. The sorcery spirit was massive, its visage marred by rotting, red flesh scars, yet it sported sparkling, fairy-like wings sprouting from its back, soaring into the air with its cumbersome body. The spirit's speed was so swift that it left a glowing trail in its wake, agilely evading while continuously launching ambushes at Raku. Thanks to the enhancement from 20 training points, Raku's speed barely kept pace. However, ranged attacks remained her Achilles heel, fortunately. With the aid of talismans, she managed to subdue the spirit, dispatching it under her blade. As the last cursed spirit dissolved into ash, the usually quiet 007 cautiously broke the silence. Xiao Meng, I have something to tell you, but please don't be angry. Ruo Meng found this odd. The little specter had remained utterly silent throughout her trials, not even indulging in chips or soda, diligently controlling the levels. Something was amiss, and Ruo Meng's instincts kicked in. What is it? Just so you know, the option to lend your body to Kiss the Panda is off the table, and I certainly won't let you disturb Mr. Gojo. That's not it. What do you take me, 007 for? 007 retorted loudly, but soon faltered, the words tumbling out in a stuttered, disjointed manner. Well? Sui Nua's finger was absorbed. Ruo Meng nearly dropped her warrior's sword, shocked. Are you serious? Is it the kind of absorption I think it is? Was it truly possible to accomplish in the sorcery realm what had eluded them for a millennium? Absorbed means it's gone, transformed into energy for the system. The game just finished updating. You can see for yourself. With nimble fingers, 007 opened a new email, slowly unfurling a letter written on glowing paper. Dear player, thank you for providing substantial energy support for our game, which has enabled a swift second update, along with the introduction of new features. This update includes a new long-term points task, where the second task unlocks only after the first is completed, and so forth. The long-term points tasks are as follows. Task 10. Go to the amusement park with your crush. Yes, it's a date. Take the initiative, my friend. Check your charming affection level, and reconsider our game's title. Aren't you embarrassed? Furthermore, we apologize for the unauthorized absorption of your items, and as compensation, we are granting you 10,000 points. Finally, we wish you an enjoyable gaming experience. Ruo Meng was not particularly fazed by the absorption of Sui Nua's finger. After all, she still had a kidney from him, which could serve to make yogurt. In contrast, 007 was more excited. Seeing Ruo Meng was not angry. 007 seemed to have switched on a toggle, chattering away once more. Xiao Meng, let me tell you, if we keep collecting fingers and hide them away, during the grand battle, Sui Nua will be left defenseless, and even a small fry could take him down. Ruo Meng keenly caught the key phrase. Wait, what grand battle? Realizing she had slipped, 007 quickly covered her mouth, her big eyes darting around to ensure no one was coming to catch her. Sighing in relief, she shook her little head vigorously. I won't say anything more, you'll have to figure it out. Ruo Meng immediately activated her sarcastic warrior mode. I still prefer the arrogant version of you when you first got out of prison. Where has the outlaw 007 gone? Banter aside, after battling the special grade cursed spirit, Ruo Meng had come to fully appreciate the significance of talismans. The moment she received the attachment, she immediately spent the 10,000 points on 100 consecutive draws. Raising her enchanted right hand, she struck down decisively out. Perhaps the previous 10 draws had exhausted all her luck, as this 100 consecutive draws yielded no surprises, only guaranteed results. The white output yielded a non-attribute set, enriching her talisman stock significantly, along with a staggering sum of over 1,000,000 yen in cash. The rolled-up bills forming a small mound on the floor. The green output consisted of about 10 bottles, each of red and blue potions. The blue output was A. Talisman Pack and A. Elementary Taoist Sword Cultivation Technique. Ruo Meng's attention was wholly captured by the ancient book radiating a blue glow. Elementary Taoist Sword Cultivation Technique? Curiously, she reached out to touch it, and the moment her fingertips made contact, she was instantly drawn into a courtyard. Moonlight cascaded like water. quietly illuminating an ancient courtyard where a beautiful girl in a white training outfit danced alone under the moonlight with her sword. The girl's movements were light and graceful, the glint of her sword flashing as she twirled, resembling a butterfly in flight. As days turned into nights and flowers blossomed and withered, her swordplay grew increasingly proficient, each motion imbued with power and speed, yet retaining elegance and grace. The thousands of sword swings practiced during her initial trials laid a solid foundation, enabling her to master each technique with ease. Finally, at the dawn of the 100th sunrise, she successfully etched the entire book into her mind, a complete Taiji Bagua diagram slowly materializing behind her. Success! The Taoist master stood with one hand behind his back, the other stroking an imaginary beard, a look of satisfaction on his face. Good, good, good. The Taoist lineage has a successor. With a hum, a golden Bagua diagram expanded behind her, her long black hair flowing as if moved by an unseen wind, the girl gradually levitating in midair. Ruo Meng could hardly contain her excitement as she drew her warrior's sword and practiced a few strokes, instead of erratic slashes. Her final strike unleashed a wave of sword energy, an invisible aura radiating outward, scattering the petals that had fallen on the table, yet pulling back just before touching the wall, not harming it in the slightest, showcasing her exquisite control. With this newfound skill, she compensated for her previous lack of ranged attacks while refining her swordsmanship, truly a delightful enhancement. Ruo Meng exhaled a breath of pent-up energy, calming the overwhelming aura, the Taiji Bagua diagram behind her shrinking until it vanished. When she opened her eyes again, her demeanor was no different from usual, although she had previously utilized Taoist items. The essence of the heritage lay in the techniques, not in merely claiming the mantle of a disciple without merit. Thus, Ruo Meng officially stepped into the realm of Taoist cultivation. Chapter 67. What steps are required to cleanse a decades-old gang? Ruo Meng sheathed her warrior's sword, equipped the newly drawn items, and transferred all talismans into the talisman pack, which she secured to her thigh. The flat leather pouch for the talismans was discreet, only visible when she lifted her skirt, resembling more of a stylish leg accessory at first glance. As her inventory of system items increased, it became evident that the 10 system backpack slots were insufficient. Even the non-attribute set she drew was hung up in the wardrobe, taking up no space in the system. Transferring all talismans to the talisman pack was convenient for usage, freeing up backpack slots for additional system items, effectively serving as a portable mini-system space. With a thought, a yellow talisman appeared between her fingers, automatically infusing it with curse power as if moved by an unseen force. Ruo Meng's eyes lit up, no longer needing 007's assistance. She could now summon talismans more swiftly, eliminating worries about delays in critical situations. The newly drawn purple equipment was a pair of black short boots with golden edges. Long pressing, she accessed the attribute page. Black satin Taoist boots. Beautiful maiden treads the moon. These boots balance beauty and resistance attributes. Equipment attributes. Base speed increased by 45. And durations of dizziness, slowing, fear, transformation, and imprisonment are reduced by 35. Passive skill. Moon tread. Your speed boost at night is doubled. Usable only at night. No cooldown time. As night descended, donning her black satin boots, Ruo Meng felt a remarkable lightness envelop her being. It would not be an exaggeration to say that simply basking in the moonlight sparked an impulse within her to leap toward the moon, to stand atop the highest peak. Howling and pounding her chest, shaking her head, Ruo Meng opened the attribute panel she had not perused in some time. After a brief flicker, the basic values stabilized, and a mere glance revealed a significant enhancement in each statistic. Name, Ruo Meng. Gender, female. Age, 19. Health points, 99. 100. Wounds not yet healed will incur a continuous bleeding debuff. Vigorous exercise is ill-advised. Spell power, 320. Surpassing the blue bar of a first-level sorcerer. You are formidable, and it is imperative to diligently study the application of spells. Attack power, 9999, 999, 9100. The displayed limit is 9,999, yet yours is not constrained. Continue to grow stronger. May you be free from the woes of hair loss. Speed, 581452. Who could resist a Barbie endowed with both strength and speed? Spirit value, 150. This is merely the starting point for sorcerers. Practice your techniques diligently. Beauty value, 805-25250. I, the cockroach tyrant, deem you exceedingly beautiful. Equipped items, dazzling hero's sword, orange, high-end robe, orange, black satin boots, purple, peach blossom hairpin, blue, talisman paper earrings, blue, talisman pouch, blue, exquisite headband determining attributes, green. Equipped titles, delightful little sister, green. Points, 600. Progress. 10. Skills acquired. Illusory eye, inactive. Beginner Taoist swordsmanship techniques. Proficiency 100. Having experienced the tangible benefits of her speed enhancement, Ruo Meng now placed great importance on the guidance within the parentheses, no longer swayed by superficial jests. She stood before a full-length mirror, scrutinizing her figure from every angle. Her physique was harmoniously proportioned, with graceful curves and smooth lines. After a moment, having confirmed her complete dissimilarity to a Barbie, she contentedly donned her nightgown. In summary, she recognized two crucial aspects to focus on moving forward. Firstly, to swiftly learn the application of her techniques, and secondly, to be mindful of preventing hair loss. Indeed, these were not tasks to be accomplished overnight. As per routine, she exchanged goodnights with 007 and, after a long day, lay back on her warm, comfortable bed, clutching Mr. Bunny as she slipped into a sweet slumber. A dreamless night ensued. Following the death of Itadori Yuji, the higher-ups ceased their relentless machinations, easing the burdens placed upon students and teachers alike. In preparation for the upcoming sister school exchange conference in a month, both the first and second-year students embarked on an intense training regimen. The 3 first-year students obediently followed their senior counterparts from the second year in sparring practice, with the impending exchange conference serving as a primary motivator, focusing on combat techniques during this period. Training concentrated on the first year's relatively weak hand-to-hand combat skills, while also maintaining endurance training. These were Ruo Meng's nightmares. Usually gentle and patient, Senpai Maki transformed into a fierce and unyielding presence on the training grounds, exuding an air of violent ferocity that seemed capable of taking one's life in an instant. Upon learning of Ruo Meng's severe injuries from the last mission, where a first year had even perished, Maki showed no mercy, intensifying her training regimen. Each day, Ruo Meng found herself collapsing to the ground, unable to move, only to be kicked in the rear to ascertain her responsiveness before being carried back to the dormitory. The following day, after a shower and a meal, she would again head to the training grounds. Despite her diligent efforts, she continued to receive Maki's ire. The reason was simple: Ruo Meng's endurance was abysmal. Even though the girl's sprinting speed could shatter world records, she would begin to wheeze after merely 3 kilometers, struggling to keep going by the 4th lap. Her performance during the long-distance run at the academy had been fleeting. Though her limit had increased from 1,000 meters to 3,000, it remained insufficient given the demands of a sorcerer's training regimen. At times, Maki questioned whether she had failed to address the core issue, even entertaining the absurd notion that perhaps Ruo Meng, unlike her infamous relative, was a being of immense attack power but woefully deficient in stamina. Thus, she ceased her relentless pursuit of Ruo Meng around the track, shifting her focus to honing her combat skills, ultimately discovering with astonishment that the young girl was making rapid progress. Ruo Meng, in response to her swift advancements, declared, "There is nothing that cannot be solved with a swordsmanship manual." It had now been 3 days since Ruo Meng could finally walk out of the training grounds unaided. A fortnight had passed since her last encounter with the members of the Crow Gang. How many steps are required to cleanse a decades-old gang? To sever ties with the original sphere of influence, establish a new identity, reduce criminal activities, and redirect focus toward legitimate business ventures. Indeed, the former Crow Gang had not only rebranded itself as the Morrow Gang, but had also transformed into the inaugural employees of a blueberry yogurt factory. Ruo Meng's recent tasks had been incessant, leaving her with little time to rest, and her account balance was rapidly increasing. Once the digits reached 10 million, she promptly deposited funds into the Morrow Gang's public account, including the exorbitant rewards from the recent special grade Cursed Spirit, totaling over 50 million in all. The transaction records would be sent to her guardian's phone, prompting even Nanami Kinto to inquire if she had been scammed. In response, Ruo Meng's consistent reply was, "I am starting a business." She eagerly presented her business plan to Nanami, revealing that the factory's location had been determined and construction was in full swing. Though he did not comprehend the specifics of her entrepreneurial endeavor, seeing his child exude confidence brought Nanami a sense of pride, leading him to express his willingness to invest. After transferring a substantial sum to her account as support, he refrained from further questioning. "What if they turn out to be frauds, you ask?" Nanami, with a sinister smile, replied, "No one has ever dared to deceive me." The former leader of the Crow Gang, whom we shall refer to as Brother Crow, had long been won over by Ruo Meng, genuinely regarding her as his superior. Having received tangible rewards and feeling her earnest intentions, he abandoned his previous arrogance, now following Ruo Meng's lead. In essence, the adage holds true: wealth denotes power. Wherever Ruo Meng pointed, he would follow. With the government's crackdown on gangs, the Crow Gang, which had yet to transition, was running low on resources. Nevertheless, a dying camel is still larger than a horse. They were still able to muster some funds for relocating the headquarters. Some members found it difficult to accept the abrupt change in leadership and the move to Tokyo, leading to a gradual exodus of several members. Ultimately, only 20 to 30 remained, following Brother Crow to Tokyo, ready to take a bold leap. Ruo Meng's proposal struck a chord with Brother Crow, who had heard of her secret recipe poised for great success. Upon receiving funds, he wasted no time in initiating the venture. On the fourth day following Itadori Yuji's retirement, Ruo Meng awoke to the news that the factory had been completed. She immediately took a day off, racing to the address of the Blueberry Yogurt Factory sent by Brother Crow. Chapter 68, Blueberry Yogurt, Initiate. The 1990s marked the zenith of the Neon Gang era, a time now long past, leaving behind a shadow of its former glory, reduced to a status scarcely better than that of mere street thugs. Brother Crow and his companions, weary of the relentless cycle of violence, yearned for the simplicity of ordinary life, a dream they held dear. Accompanying him to Tokyo, apart from his steadfast underlings, were many members who supported the new leader's proposal, eager to return to a mundane existence. Notably, Brother Crow had always been a man of his word. Even when the orders from the boss were unclear, he never questioned them, instead working diligently and exceeding expectations, allowing Ruo Meng to focus on other matters without concern. Having decided to leave Sendai, the Crow gang began to sell off their holdings, and their finances were relatively sound. Acquiring a nearly bankrupt yogurt factory was not a significant expense, and there was even enough left over to renovate the facility and employee dormitories. The equipment and production line in the yogurt factory were intact, and the former owner, ready to exit the industry, generously provided suppliers and distribution channels. Within half a month, the yogurt factory of the Malu gang was officially established, with everything in place. The only thing missing was the blueberry yogurt recipe that the boss promised would sell like hotcakes. As a girl clad in a cheap house stepped out of the tram station, 2 rows of burly men in black suits simultaneously bent at the waist, greeting her with booming voices. "Oh, esteemed boss. Welcome. Please, step into the car." Ruo Meng, forced smile JPG. After joking around with Principal Yi for so long, it was only when the awkwardness fell upon her that she truly realized how embarrassing it was. Retribution indeed. At this moment, to shy away or blush would seem petty, so Ruo Meng steeled herself, nodded in acknowledgement, and quickened her pace to take her seat in the back of the car. The vehicle drove through to the industrial area on the outskirts, where the grand entrance and red-draped factory came into view, with a towering statue of Malu prominently displayed in the yard. The factory had indeed been renovated, though it had yet to be named, leaving the sign position vacant. The Malu gang had always revered strength, and those who had once been subdued by Ruo Meng remained, their eyes burning with fervor. Brother Crow, as Ruo Meng's most ardent admirer, had taken on the role of general manager of the yogurt factory. Standing at the entrance with a beaming smile, a group of men, their muscular forms and tattoos concealed beneath matching uniforms, wore innocent smiles that belied their true nature. Under Brother Crow's guidance, Ruo Meng toured the entire factory. Everything was in order, just waiting for the boss to confirm the brand name so production and packaging could commence. Holding the preliminary brand name suggestions from the manager, Ruo Meng scrutinized the mundane titles and found herself dissatisfied. 007 chimed in. "Since we're using Su Nuo as the raw material for the blueberry yogurt, why not call it Su Nuo brand yogurt? It would surely attract many cursed spirits." Ruo Meng was left speechless. What a ridiculous idea. We want human customers, not spirits. Setting aside the naming discussion for the moment, it was time for the new boss to make her debut before all members, and Brother Crow had already prepared the podium. Ruo Meng strode confidently to the podium, scanning the crowd below. Some faces were familiar, those she had previously subdued, gazing up at her with admiration. Others were strangers, voicing their discontent towards her initiative to establish the factory, their expressions rife with disdain. This group had formed a small faction, about 5 or 6 individuals, with their leader provocatively staring at her. Ruo Meng was not surprised. After all, they were a gang that had relied on violence for their entire existence. A sudden shift in leadership, especially with a girl at the helm proposing a change in direction, was bound to ruffle feathers. Although their loyalty to Brother Crow remained unshaken, it did not mean they accepted the new boss. Clearing her throat, Ruo Meng adjusted the microphone to an appropriate height, preparing to persuade them with eloquence. "Today we stand here, on the grounds of the Malu gang, in this yogurt factory, a piece of land that we will cultivate with our sweat and toil. Behind me stands the statue of Officer Malu. He is a universally recognized champion of peace. He is the light of the world." Suddenly, one of the dissenting men sprang to his feet on a chair, waving his arms and interrupting her with a louder voice. They, the Crow gang, had always spoken through force. Although Brother Crow had openly conceded that his faction had been defeated and that a new leader had emerged, the lower-ranking members were not about to accept a girl as their boss. "Stop with the nonsense. We simply refuse to accept you. You, a mere girl. Know nothing of gang life. You think you can just play house and open a yogurt factory? Go back to your childish games. Before he could finish, Brother Crow darkened his expression and stepped behind Ruo Meng, his piercing gaze directed squarely at the man. For a moment, he faltered, but encouraged by his peers, the man gathered his courage to shout again. We, the Crow gang, have always spoken with our fists. The boss has never fought me. So I don't believe she is that formidable. Many were skeptical that a mere girl could take on the strongest faction in their gang. And their agreement echoed louder and louder. Ruo Meng raised her hand to halt Brother Crow, speaking calmly. So, what you're saying is, if I can take you all down, you would accept my leadership, correct? The man defiantly replied, and if so, what's it to you? Seeing the dissenters nod in agreement, Ruo Meng also nodded, producing a powerful talisman and affixing it to herself, then accepting the solid steel baseball bat offered by the manager. The moment she grasped the weapon, those she had previously disciplined stepped back, clearly indicating that they did not want to be associated with this reckless challenge. It seemed they were all a bunch of masochists. If they had preferred violence, they should have mentioned it earlier, saving her the trouble of drafting a speech. Brother Crow looked on with sympathy, retreating to a safe distance while skillfully pulling out his phone to call for medical assistance. 10 minutes later, Ruo Meng emerged from the fray, gracefully walking away from the crowd, bloodied bat in hand, which she handed to Brother Crow. The rest is up to you. I'll head to the production workshop and call you all in. Brother Crow accepted it with both hands, bowing respectfully. Yes. As soon as Ruo Meng reached a secluded spot, her demeanor shifted dramatically, transforming from the imposing gang leader to a playful girl. What did you think, 007? Was I cool just now? 007, transformed into an adoring fan, squealed, wow. That was super cool. Ruo Meng smirked triumphantly, rummaging through her system space to retrieve a kidney, then producing the glowing magical blueberry yogurt converter to wrap it completely. Ensuring no one was around, she stealthily inserted the glowing object into the yogurt-making machine and plugged it in. Blueberry yogurt machine, activate. Inside the sealed steel barrel, the sound of viscous liquid churning could be heard. Pressing the milk dispensing button, a stream of blue-purple yogurt flowed steadily into the cup, precisely 200 milliliters per press. Ruo Meng gazed at the fragrant blueberry yogurt in her hand, swallowing hard. The thought of its ingredients made her hesitate to taste it herself. With a quick phone call, the ever-faithful Brother Crow became the first experimental subject. Initially taking a small sip, his eyes lit up as he downed the entire serving of blueberry yogurt in one go. Ruo Meng questioned, is it really that delicious? With a radiant glow gracing his features, Crow Brother appeared as though he had regained a decade of youth, standing taller and more upright. This was the most exquisite blueberry yogurt I had ever tasted. To elaborate, the flavor was undeniably delightful, particularly warming the lower back with a comforting sensation reminiscent of rejuvenated vitality. Upon finishing the drink, I felt invigorated, as if I had returned to my teenage years. The young girl, still in her teens, could not fathom the sensation of reverting to such an age, prompting her to summon several employees. Witnessing these individuals, like Crow Brother, glowing with vitality, Ruo Meng took a sip, her eyes lighting up in astonishment. Truly delightful. After finishing her serving in quick succession, she indeed felt a warmth in her lower back, instantly alleviating the fatigue that had accumulated recently. Suddenly inspired, Ruo Meng realized that the ingredients included the essence of suo sha, particularly the kidneys from suo sha, leading her to a moment of clarity. With her eyes sparkling, she decisively announced, our brand shall be named Shenbao Yogurt. What a splendid name. It implies that it is so precious that one wouldn't exchange it for anything else, right? Our leader is truly eloquent. A chorus of sycophantic remarks erupted from her subordinates, yet none struck the right chord. Ruo Meng smiled silently. Meanwhile, 007 in the realm of consciousness was laughing uncontrollably, clutching his belly as tears streamed down his face, pounding the floor in mirth. Ha! Shenbao? It can even be interpreted as Shun Air Dammy's treasure, which is none other than Hui Wei. Let us just invite Hui Wei to endorse it. Ha! Crow Brother, smacking his lips, suddenly sensed something amiss. Wait a minute. Isn't this plain yogurt without any flavoring? How did you manage to create blueberry yogurt, boss? The black-haired girl playfully raised a finger to her lips, winking mischievously. That's precisely why I said it was a secret formula. Crow Brother, struck with enlightenment, looked at her with admiration and disbelief, giving a thumbs up. So that's it. No wonder you're the boss. As Ruo Meng was still a minor, and thus could not assume the role of president, she swiftly appointed Chihai Jianren, and the other formalities for Shenbao Corporation were promptly arranged. The nominal president was Chihai Jianren, while Ruo Meng held the ultimate decision-making power. With Crow Brother executing the tasks, everything was in place, save for promotion and packaging. To this, Ruo Meng declared, since this is a Ma Luo enterprise, Our spokesperson and packaging must undoubtedly feature Ma Luo. This statement garnered unanimous agreement. Officer Ma Luo re-emerged into the limelight, a fitting emblem of justice. Perfect for enhancing the image of a gang seeking redemption. With Officer Ma Luo's cooperation, coupled with Ruo Meng's crafted advertisements and planning, promotional videos and posters were swiftly produced. Subsequently, blueberry yogurt was launched into large-scale production. The quality of Suwa Sha kidneys was stable, and production ran around the clock, leading to rapid nationwide sales. Advertisements for Ximbao yogurt were broadcasted on televisions and street-side shops, showcasing Officer Ma Luo elegantly holding a box of blueberry yogurt. Ximbao blueberry yogurt. Delicious and affordable, a great value. If you want yogurt, choose Ximbao blueberry yogurt. I've been drinking it since childhood, exclaimed a watermelon-headed little boy, tugging at his mother's shirt, eyes sparkling as he pointed at the television. Mommy, I want to drink blueberry yogurt, the one in Officer Ma Luo's hand. All right. Mommy will buy it for you, the mother replied affectionately, ruffling the child's hair as they entered the convenience store. The delighted little boy leaving a ring of yogurt around his mouth. Indeed, the above was also a nested television advertisement, portraying a heartwarming scene of a loving mother and child. With excellent taste, immediate effects, and effective promotion, paired with catchy advertisements. Ximbao blueberry yogurt quickly captured the streets and alleys, with advertisements plastered everywhere featuring Officer Ma Luo giving a thumbs up while holding yogurt. The mere sight of Officer Ma Luo conjured the catchy phrases from the advertisements in people's minds. Ma Luo supports your waist, sometimes after excessive fatigue. The waist and legs ache, and one feels utterly drained. Ma Luo endorses, drink Ximbao yogurt for a family that feels light and refreshed. Drink more Ximbao. Ma Luo's yogurt. I've been drinking it since childhood. From the elderly to the youngest at 3 years old. Within half a year. When Ximbao blueberry yogurt was mentioned, everyone knew and recognized it. When a yogurt not only tastes delightful, but also nurtures the overworked kidneys of adults, enhances skin health, sharpens children's intellect, and revitalizes the elderly, it emerges as an undoubtedly successful product. With a broad audience, exceptional taste, and reasonable pricing. It only needed a little promotion to become a sensation. The investment Ruo Meng made was quickly recouped, yielding substantial profits. Even Chihai Jianren regained his investment, soaring to the title of president of a leading enterprise in Tokyo, enjoying financial freedom and the luxury to request leave for sunbathing on the beaches of Malaysia at any time. Of course, that is a tale for another time. Presently, Ruo Meng was still a little pauper, with no money on her card, her entire assets reduced to the cash withdrawn previously. Although cash predominates in the neon-lit consumer landscape, lacking funds on her card made many conveniences elusive, such as online shopping. After enduring until Friday, Ruo Meng resolved to deposit money first thing tomorrow and also visit Ajing's home. Before that, teacher Gojo, finally free after a week of hard training, decided to treat the children to sushi. Excluding the poor Huzi, who was feigning illness, all students from 1st and 2nd grade were included. Much to Huzi's dismay as he bombarded several people with messages online. Indeed, the 3 of them, along with Gojo, created a separate group, plus the one led by Inumaki Toj for the girls and the teaching notification group for the entire 1st grade, totaling around 10 groups for the 7 of them and the panda. At this moment, Ruo Meng was already seated in the car driven by Gojo, accompanied by Fushiguro Megumi and Inumaki Toj, while the 2nd-year seniors were driven by Ajichi. Gojo, tall and long-legged, had adjusted his seat further back, making it rather uncomfortable for anyone sitting behind him. The unfortunate soul who ended up in that spot had to sit straight up against the seat to manage any legroom, resulting in discomfort and restricted seating adjustment. The considerate Fushiguro quietly took that cramped position, while Ruo Meng occupied the front passenger seat, and Inumaki sat behind Ruo Meng. Wow. Megumi always does such thoughtful little things quietly, Ruo Meng mused. Gojo, catching sight of this through the rearview mirror, teased while adjusting his sunglasses, no way. Fushiguro promptly fastened his seatbelt, his ears turning slightly pink. You're really annoying. Chapter 70. The Strange Handheld Sushi Shop. After a day of training, the children got into the car and didn't even play with their phones. The cool air conditioning lulled them to sleep in no time. Gojo, aware of the children's exhaustion from training, was considerate enough not to disturb them. The sleek black car glided smoothly, soon descending the mountain and gradually entering the bustling urban area, where traffic lights became more frequent. As they approached a red light, the black car came to a gentle halt at the crosswalk. The white-haired man in sunglasses leaned against the window, idly resting his head on one hand while tapping his fingers on the steering wheel, waiting for the light to change. Casually glancing sideways, he noticed a little girl in sportswear, her seatbelt fastened, sleeping in a crooked position. Instinctively, he adjusted the air conditioning to lower the temperature a bit. The girl's cheeks were slightly flushed, and her lips, tinted a delicate cherry blossom hue, parted slightly, exhaling a faint fragrance of orchids. The colors are rather enchanting. Have you applied some lip balm? Satoru Gojo, filled with curiosity, tilted his head. Just as his fingers were about to brush against that hue, 2 coughs echoed from behind. Ahem. Turning around, he met the disdainful gaze of Megumi Fushiguro. Nonchalantly retracting his hand, Gojo smiled and said, "Hui, you're not asleep yet?" Fushiguro rolled his eyes in response. It's impossible to sleep in this position. The two tacitly chose not to mention the earlier incident, and the vehicle fell silent once again, save for the rhythmic sound of several breaths. Gojo suggested indulging in sushi, albeit a bit late, as they had encountered the evening rush hour while departing. It was the first weekend following payday at the end of the month, and the streets were bustling with traffic, with every sushi restaurant boasting long lines. Having trained throughout the day, the group of children were ravenous, eager to find a place where they could immediately sit down and feast on sushi. After passing by one establishment after another, they finally discovered an old hand-roll sushi shop nestled in the countryside, perhaps due to its remote location. The shop was starkly different from the bustling sushi joints, with an empty parking lot that could be described as desolate. Yet, this was precisely the type of place they had been seeking, and without hesitation, they joyfully decided on this one. Ruo Meng had promised to take photos for Toshi, and at that moment, stood by the car capturing the scenery and the shop sign. Once she finished her shots, everyone made their way into the restaurant. The lively voice of Itadori Nobara rang out from within. "Xiao Meng, come inside." Right away, Ruo Meng sent the photos to Yuji Itadori, stowed her phone, and began walking into the shop, only to be blocked at the entrance by Satoru Gojo, who for some reason had yet to enter. Standing at the door, he lowered his sunglasses to reveal his shimmering azure eyes, gazing intently behind the warm curtain. Ruo Meng leaned to the side, tilting her head in curiosity. "What are you looking at, Gojo-sensei?" With a meaningful smile, Gojo raised his hand to lift the curtain for Ruo Meng. "Just waiting for Xiao Meng." "You're lying." Ruo Meng, not falling for such a poor joke, stepped inside, though she kept her guard up. Gojo-sensei's earlier reaction suggested that there was definitely something amiss with this establishment. The hand-roll sushi shop lacked air conditioning, but perhaps due to its wooden structure being well ventilated, Ruo Meng felt a chill upon entering, the sweltering summer heat instantly forgotten. The shop owner, standing behind the counter and preparing sushi, greeted them in a low voice. "Welcome." The space was modest, accommodating just 8 patrons. Ruo Meng settled between Itadori Nobara and Maki Zenin, while Gojo chose a seat closest to the entrance, conveniently near the dark kitchen. Though the prices at this shop were remarkably affordable, this very aspect became a drawback when Gojo was treating them. With only the owner managing both grilling the yakitori and crafting the sushi, even with drinks being self-serve, the pace of service remained sluggish. However, the artistry of hand-roll sushi lay in its visual appeal. Patrons could appreciate the delightful preparation process while savoring the unique anticipation of waiting for their meals to arrive. The first few customers had already begun enjoying their delicious sushi, leaving only Ruo Meng and Gojo, who had yet to be served. Gojo appeared unfazed by hunger, a smile gracing his lips as he sipped juice and chatted with Fushiguro. Ruo Meng, having trained all day, was famished. Having drained her first glass of juice, she sulkily poked at the ice in her cup with a straw. She wasn't Japanese and thus found it hard to understand the insistence on experiencing the beauty of the preparation process, though she usually respected such traditions. At that moment, she deeply missed the quick service and the variety of dishes offered by conveyor belt sushi. Lost in thought, Ruo Meng suddenly caught the shop owner's cold stare. A shiver ran down her spine, goosebumps rising on her forearms, just as she could no longer bear the gaze and averted her eyes. The owner's eerie voice broke the silence. "Your tamagoyaki sushi and yakitori are ready." Upon receiving the small plate, Ruo Meng's doubts vanished with her first bite of tamagoyaki. The girl's eyes sparkled with delight. Gojo glanced at the tamagoyaki on her plate, and then at the sashimi on Fushiguro's, his smile broadening. At this moment, Itadori, having finished his first sushi, found himself with a moment of respite. Noticing that the first round of dishes had yet to be completed, he couldn't help but voice his thoughts. Indeed, conveyor belt sushi is far superior, no need to wait at all. As soon as he spoke, he felt a piercing gaze directed at him, causing him to jerk his head up, but he found nothing amiss. Finally, after the first round of dishes had been served, the owner unexpectedly emerged from behind the counter, donning gloves as he addressed Itadori. "We're out of ingredients, sir. Could you please assist me in fetching some?" Itadori glanced around, pointing at himself. "Me?" The owner nodded with a smile, an inexplicable glimmer of anticipation in his eyes. "Yes, you are closest to the kitchen. I appreciate your help." "Sure." Eager to hasten the arrival of the second round, Itadori readily agreed, wishing he could personally craft the sushi. The stout and slender figures disappeared into the dark kitchen. The moment the back door swung open, Panda, who had been seated next to Itadori, suddenly bristled, dropping his chopsticks onto the plate with a crisp clatter. "What's wrong, Daiki?" Panda looked around in confusion, confirming that there was no danger before picking up his chopsticks once more. "It's nothing. My primal instincts were triggered for a moment. But I couldn't pinpoint the source. Perhaps it was just my imagination." Before long, the owner returned, carrying a plate of fresh red meat that appeared to be from the fatty belly of a tuna, adorned with vibrant red marbling. The group remained blissfully unaware of any oddities as they cheerfully began their second round of ordering. "By the way, aren't we missing someone?" "No, everyone is here," came the reply. "It seems I was overthinking. Let us order." Chapter 71. The Mysterious Tale of the Revolving Handroll Sushi. Satoru Gojo was responsible for driving, and since he couldn't drink, he had already moved on to his second glass of chilled grape juice. Beads of water clung to the transparent glass, forming a tiny stream that trickled onto the wooden table, staining it a deep brown. Ruo Meng. With nothing to occupy her, Ruo Meng idly bit her straw, her gaze drifting until it landed on the tall figure at the door. Gojo seemed to be lost in thought. Ruo Meng. A gentle shake on her shoulder jolted her back to reality. It was Maki Zenin, prompting her to order. Ruo Meng hadn't decided what to eat yet, but her eyes fell on the fresh red meat presented by the owner, and she casually remarked, "I'll have a hand roll with fatty tuna, please." The owner regarded her silently for a brief moment before breaking into a chilling smile and uttering something perplexing. "All right, you'll be the next one." "Huh? Wasn't she the one who ordered after me? What does it mean that I'll be next?" Ruo Meng found herself baffled. Taking out her phone, she snapped photos with several individuals and captured a few shots of the fresh ingredients behind the counter to send to Huzi, before finally setting her phone aside. Perhaps it was due to the excessive consumption of beverages, but before it was her turn again, Ruo Meng suddenly felt an overwhelming urge to visit the restroom. The shopkeeper seemed to discern her thoughts. The restroom was located near the kitchen. Wiping his hands, the shopkeeper wore an anticipatory expression, with an inexplicable gleam shining from his eyes, previously hidden in shadow. "Allow me to escort you," he offered, not wanting to decline the shopkeeper's courtesy. Ruo Meng hopped off her high stool and followed him into the kitchen. Barely 2 seconds after she departed her seat, her phone on the wooden table vibrated twice. "Pink Tigger, Ruo Meng, what did you send? I can't see anything." However, Ruo Meng had already entered the kitchen, oblivious to her forgotten phone, and thus missed Huzi's message. "I should go as well," Nishizaki Wild Rose decided, preparing to follow. But she was blocked at the kitchen door by the imposing figure of the shopkeeper, who pressed firmly against the wooden door with a stern gaze. "I'm afraid there's only one restroom," he stated. Wild Rose felt a chill under his scrutinizing stare, glancing at the oddly behaving shopkeeper before retreating to her seat. Rubbing her arms. "What a discomforting fellow," she muttered. Zenin Maki rested her chin on her hand, appearing indifferent. Perhaps such artisans have peculiar tempers. As long as the sushi is delectable, what does it matter? She mused. But, speaking of which, are we missing someone? Is there anyone absent? Ruo Meng followed the shopkeeper into the kitchen. As the solitary door allowing light closed, the final vestiges of brightness vanished, plunging the surroundings into darkness. Ruo Meng was taken aback by the sight of a human tornado spinning rapidly before her. The figure of Ikedate becoming vaguely discernible through the blurred glasses and desperate cries for help. Ikedate was whirling at an astonishing pace, appearing to suffer greatly, yet retaining enough awareness to spot Ruo Meng as she entered. "Miss Ruo Meng, please help me," he cried through tears. At this point, even the most oblivious individual could sense the abnormality. Ruo Meng feigned conversation to buy time, silently retrieving a powerful talisman, her muscles tensing, ready to react at any moment. A voice filled with resentment emanated from behind her, creating an eerie sensation that penetrated her eardrums and struck her mind. "You all prefer rotating sushi, don't you?" While remaining vigilant, Ruo Meng subtly summoned her cursed energy. The yellow talisman fluttered without wind, faintly crackling with electricity. The towering shopkeeper advanced silently, approaching her back without a sound. "It's precisely because of those of you who cannot uphold tradition that the sushi craftsmanship in Neon has diminished. Is it so difficult to patiently await one's meal?" The man's gaze was mocking as he slowly extended his arm towards the girl's shoulder, his expression grotesquely contorted. "If you adore rotating sushi so much, then let me transform you into a grand rotation, condemned to eternal repentance. Let go. What does this have to do with me, a person from the porcelain nation? That's merely alarmist rhetoric." Ruo Meng deftly rolled forward to evade the shopkeeper's grasp, swiftly applying the talisman to the rapidly spinning Ikedate. What had begun as a mere grand rotation instantaneously evolved into a lightning-infused whirlwind, spinning with sparks and electricity. "Help! Miss Ruo Meng, what are you doing?" Ikedate exclaimed, bewildered. Ruo Meng sprang up like a fish leaping from water, wielding a long whip that seemed to materialize from thin air. her expression laced with regret as she addressed Ikedate. I'm sorry, Ikedate, but the organization needs you. With that, she raised the whip high and swung it down with force, slicing through the air with a sharp crack as it struck the lightning-infused top. Go. Fierce Wind Sacred Wing SC. The shopkeeper, taken aback by this unexpected maneuver, watched helplessly as the lightning top barreled towards him, summoning more grand rotations from the kitchen to collide with it. Don't recklessly manipulate others' grand rotations. The three unfortunate spinning tops simultaneously attacked the lightning top. Yet they were merely ordinary rotations, utterly no match for the electrified whirlwind. Ikedate suddenly realized he was indeed the most formidable among the grand rotations, his demeanor transforming from meek and timid to audacious and arrogant. You're all mere amateurs. Don't even think about challenging me, the great Fierce Wind Sacred Wing SC. You scoundrels. In the recesses of her mind, 007 cheered with enthusiasm, throwing punches into the air. Go. Fierce Wind Sacred Wing SC. The collisions of the four grand rotations intensified, the electricity gradually permeating the entire space, a brilliant azure glow erupting forth. In a flash of lightning, the three ordinary grand rotations were sent scattering, crashing against the kitchen walls. The structure, already flimsy, was no match for the destructive force of the high-speed rotations, resulting in the wooden building shattering into fragments, exposing everyone to the moonlight. The colossal noise startled the others in the shop when Inumaki Toge rushed to the back. He was greeted by a sight that would haunt him for a lifetime. The lightning-infused humanoid top, Ikedate, radiated menace, completely devoid of his usual timid demeanor, as he viciously kicked the shopkeeper, who was cowering and covering his head. You deceived me into the kitchen to fetch ingredients, didn't you? You turned me into a grand rotation, didn't you? Watch me amp up. The usually gentle and adorable junior wielded the whip with exhilaration, mercilessly striking the stout man on the ground, while continuously cheering for Ikedate. This guy wasted one of my talismans. Ikedate, please teach him a lesson. Yes. Hit him on the backside. The burly shopkeeper curled up on the ground, each lash causing his flesh to quiver, compounded by the relentless assault from the lightning top. The man sobbed, his voice a wretched plea. It's painful. I didn't mean it. I'm sorry. Please, don't hit me anymore. This scene was far too inappropriate for children, a brutal display that was simply unbearable to witness. Arriving later, Fushiguro Megumi exclaimed, Xiaoming, what on earth are you doing? Consider the audience. Even Inumaki-senpai looks pale. The youthful thrill had vanished in an instant. Upon hearing her companions, Ruo Meng turned, spotting Gojo Satoru ambling over with his hands in his pockets, casually discarding the whip and kicking it away. The young girl wore an innocent expression, one hand behind her back while the other delicately rested against her cheek, tilting her head slightly as she blinked with misty eyes. This person tried to turn me into a grand rotation. It was so frightening, I merely reacted instinctively. Everyone who had witnessed the preceding spectacle fell silent. It looks quite entertaining. What are you all doing? Until Gojo Satoru's nonsensical comment broke the silence. Fushiguro Megumi promptly grasped his intent. All right, Xiaoming, you little pretender. Day by day, you pretend. But who could outdo you? This inexplicable crisis was resolved flawlessly, not only successfully dispelling the long-standing urban legend of the great reversal that had haunted the citizens, but also fortuitously rescuing 3 missing individuals. Fortunately, the establishment was situated in a remote area, preventing ordinary people from witnessing the chaotic scenes of the great reversal, thus rendering it a stroke of luck amidst misfortune. The restored manager, overwhelmed with emotion, tearfully expressed his remorse, voluntarily waiving the meal's cost, and assuring that everyone would be served sushi to their heart's content. At the moment of the incident, all present exhibited an unspoken understanding, promptly safeguarding the ingredients from contamination. The ravenous students of the higher academy decisively returned to their seats, disregarding the dilapidated outdoor setting, and joyfully commenced their 3rd round of ordering. Upon returning to their seats, Ruo Meng deliberately exchanged places with Fushiguro, positioning herself beside Gojo Satoru. Observing everyone engrossed in placing their orders, only Gojo sat silently, smiling without partaking in any food. With a clever thought, Ruo Meng politely declined the menu. Seizing a moment when no one was paying attention, she quietly leaned closer to Gojo, speaking in a voice meant for just the two of them. Mr. Gojo, you must have noticed something amiss in this establishment from the very beginning, right? Is this truly a sushi restaurant? How could a struggling sushi place have such fresh tuna belly? Why aren't you eating, teacher? Could it be that we have wandered into some fantastical alternate realm? Or perhaps Ruo Meng's curiosity was overwhelming, her words flowing incessantly. Gojo, however, kept his gaze lowered, his eyes fixated on her glistening sakura pink lips and pearly white teeth, seemingly oblivious to her chatter. As Ruo Meng continued, A piece of tamagoyaki found its way into her mouth, silencing the torrent of her thoughts. She blinked, obediently chewing her food. Gojo set down his chopsticks, a knowing smile gracing his lips as he regarded the students indulging in their meals. Well, who can say? Chapter 72. A chance encounter with the most powerful bystander holding a script. On a weekend, Ruo Meng, with a bag of cash in hand, prepared to descend the mountain to deposit her savings. Today was also the day a few of them had agreed to return their designer items to Wajing. With Itadori Yuji still incapacitated and unable to appear, and Inumaki Toge opting to skip this outing to splurge with the remuneration from their last special grade Cursed Spirit mission. Only Fushiguro and Ruo Meng remained to return the items. Inumaki Toge remarked, "This is my first time receiving such a high task reward. I want to buy a new sports outfit." Indeed, the payment for this mission was exceptionally generous. Initially classified as a first-level task, but ultimately elevated to special grade due to its perilous nature. While the perilous experiences of the students did not increase their remuneration, it would certainly sway the evaluators considering whether to upgrade their pay. After all, the children had narrowly escaped death. And with the payment meant for 4 now reduced to 3, it would be truly cruel to withhold an upgrade in their compensation at such a time. Except for the deceased Itadori Yuji, the other 3 first years swiftly received their task commissions. Ruo Meng's earnings had already been allocated to her new company. Although she had invested a substantial amount to become a shareholder in Shinbao Corporation, the company had yet to turn a profit, and she wouldn't receive her dividends until the year's end. Her salary as president was directly deposited into Nanami Kinto's account, and with no recent task income, her card remained devoid of funds. The last lottery win of over 10 million in cash, bundled into 50,000 yuan stacks, nearly overwhelmed her little frog wallet. It took her about 10 minutes to unwrap the rolled bills and stuff them into the cash slot, finally transforming the balance from 0 to 10 million. The sheer volume of cash was quite a headache. Ruo Meng retrieved her bank card, closed her bag, and jogged to Fushiguro's side. "Sorry to keep you waiting. Shall we go grab some cold drinks?" Fushiguro glanced at her now wilted little frog bag, stepping back to create distance, and remarked, "So this is your wallet? I thought it was just a decorative bag." Hearing this, Ruo Meng lifted her considerably lighter wallet with a serious expression. Carrying a bulging wallet full of cash when going out is practically inviting trouble. A wallet that doesn't look like one is the best kind. All right, I understand. Let us not get into this." The two walked in tandem, reaching the traffic light, where Fushiguro took a step to the left, distancing himself. Ruo Meng, puzzled, tilted her head and followed suit, closing the gap again. Fushiguro took another step left, and Ruo Meng inched closer once more. "Are you done yet?" Fushiguro exclaimed, flustered. "It's really embarrassing to be seen with you. Can you not crowd me like this?" "That's hurtful," Ruo Meng replied, feigning indignation. Fushiguro, his ears reddening, muttered under his breath, "What normal person would wear a mascot costume in this weather? And you're covered in fur. Standing too close is unbearably hot." Ruo Meng pouted, feeling wronged as she stepped back. "Saying a girl is covered in fur is quite excessive, Fushiguro." Her voice was plaintive. "After all, with so much cash on me, I thought wearing a hood would minimize unnecessary trouble." Just as Fushiguro was about to apologize, he turned to see a figure resembling a lecherous mascot. Instantly losing his train of thought, "The light is green, let us go." Noticing the reluctant mascot-like figure trailing behind, he cleared his throat. "Weren't we going for cold drinks? I'll treat you." "Yay. Hooray. Stop being difficult. Speak normally." "Yay. No, I'm talking to you." Just as Fushiguro's patience was wearing thin, a heavy shoulder bumped into him. After a week of rigorous training, he had developed a reflex to respond to attacks regardless of the time. He managed to defuse the impact, but the man who collided with him fell to the ground. "Are you all right, sir?" the mascot-like figure asked with concern. The man, clad in a server's uniform, scrambled to his feet, and upon seeing the two attempting to enter the store, quickly grasped Fushiguro's shoulder. "Don't go in. There's." The man, known as the strongest bystander, had always been responsible, saving his wages to support his 4 younger sisters' education. Today was supposed to be just another ordinary working day until that squint-eyed monk and 3 indistinct shadows entered the establishment. After hastily resigning without even settling his wages, he fled the premises in his work attire. He glanced through the glass and saw a mass of shadows thrashing violently, the surrounding temperature subtly rising. "In any case, I must take my leave. You absolutely must not enter." With that, the man dashed across the street without looking back. Fushiguro, bewildered, watched the man's retreating figure. Just as he intended to inquire about the man's thoughts, he spotted a robust figure sprinting after the man, leaping across the crosswalk with remarkable speed, causing a commotion among the bewildered onlookers. Immediately, the green light began to flash a countdown. "Fushiguro, forget it, let us chase after him." The mascot-like figure, Having a vivid memory of this audacious bystander, knew he must have overheard some crucial information. The bystander ran 2 blocks before finally catching his breath, leaning against a utility pole, drenched in sweat. Upon turning around, he was greeted by the comical visage of a certain character standing nearby, who, upon realizing he had been noticed, nonchalantly raised a hand in greeting. Bystander, eh? It seemed that the character had come to a revelation, as she cupped her hands around her headpiece and departed in a different direction. Beneath that headpiece, however, lay a stunning young girl. She flicked her long hair, dampened by perspiration, and her fair face glistened with beads of sweat. Her enchanting, almond-shaped eyes sparkled with a captivating allure, prompting one to instinctively meet her gaze. It was only upon perceiving the mirth within those breathtaking eyes that bystander A, belatedly, averted his own. Ruo Meng casually tucked the character's headpiece under her arm and took a couple of steps forward, seemingly unconsciously obstructing bystander A's escape route. I apologize, but I merely wish to inquire about some matters concerning the shop. Upon hearing the mention of the shop, bystander A, still rattled, glanced back toward the direction from which he had come, conceding a modicum of respect to the enchanting girl. Could you kindly inform me what the squinty-eyed monk said? Bystander A swallowed hard, turning his head away and falling silent, setting aside the challenge of explaining how he could perceive the peculiar shadows. What if this young girl were an accomplice of the monk, sent to silence him? He had 4 beautiful younger sisters to care for. He could not afford to perish here.